Suddenly, outside, there was a loud argument coming from the youth commune. Shen Yinxin ran out of her space just in time to see Yi Miao Miao returning, calling her to come and see what was happening. True to her good friend nature, they exchanged smiles and ran over together. When they arrived, they saw the new female youth, Fong Ruru, pointing at a group of young people, arguing passionately. "You old educated youths are just bullies. We just arrived here and haven't even had time to adapt. Every day, we work hard in the fields. Our fingers are all raw. That Yi educated youth is also one of us, but she's an older youth. Why does she only do easy work every day? And Shen educated youth is even more impressive. She doesn't have to work outside at all. We're not poor and can't afford food. We just don't want to do so much work every day. As old educated youths, why don't you help us? Ruru, please stop talking. Li Shuer really doesn't want to make things worse. She doesn't want to stand out or be seen as different among the group." After advising Ruru, she looked around with an apologetic expression. Deng Yanan saw Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin arrive. Knowing they didn't understand the full story, she quietly explained, "These are the two new female educated youths. Ruru has been asking around since last night, trying to find out why you two are special, because you're educated youths. She wants to be like you, but no one among us old educated youths paid attention to her. Now she's causing a fuss." Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao exchanged a glance, sharing a silent understanding. They had heard that Ruru was not easy to deal with. This morning, she deliberately made a big scene, probably targeting them. Seeing that they were about to be late for fieldwork, Su Yanhong stepped forward. "Ruru, if you don't want to work, go talk to the team leader. We may be old educated youths, but we're not obligated to help you with personal matters. Also, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. It's best if you don't go around stirring trouble among the other educated youths." Ruru stared at Su Yanhong without backing down. "Team leader Su, you are indeed a fair and strict leader, but I've heard that you have a very close relationship with those two old educated youths who don't work." Su Yanhong was so angry she wanted to slap her. Qian came over and held her back. Su Yanhong still coldly glared at Ruru. "I advise you not to cause trouble." As women, she really wanted to persuade her to go back. She carefully thought about it. Among the women who opposed Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao, none had a good ending. Of course, she didn't think Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao were scheming villains. On the contrary, she believed they were protected by great good fortune. Li Shuer immediately said, "Sorry, Captain Su. I want to apologize to you first. I will listen to you and definitely won't go looking for the team leader." Su Yanhong knew that among these two women, the one who was truly wealthy was probably the shy and reserved Li Shuer. However, Fong Ruru was a very cunning woman. Li Shuer was willing to trust her, and Fong Ruru kept Li Shuer firmly under her control. Sure enough, as soon as Li Shuer finished speaking, she heard Fong Ruru shout in her ear, "Li Shuer, who are you listening to? Who is really your close friend?" This was the first time Fong Ruru had been so fierce, and Li Shuer was genuinely frightened by her. It was time to start work, and the people at the youth commune gradually dispersed. The female youth, Hu Sanyu, was also unwilling to give up. It was one thing that Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao, also female youths, were wealthier than her. Now, she wondered why she didn't have to participate in such an important harvest. She also wanted someone to help her find trouble with those two women. As she passed by Fong Ruru, she quietly said, "Fong youth, keep going. The fairness and justice of our youth commune depend on you. If you want to cause trouble, just go to the field and confront the team leader in front of everyone. That way, Shen Jiying and Yi Jiying, who are not working, might even get reported to the commune. Keep it up." Zhou Baozhen saw that Hu Sanyu was trying to cause trouble, so she quickly ran as far away as she could. Now, her parents in Beijing were in danger, and she dared not cause any more trouble. After Zhou Baozhen ran off, Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin immediately saw Hu Sanyu standing still beside Fong Ruru. Deng Yanan said, "Oh no, could it be that Hu Sanyu is inciting Fong Ruru to cause trouble? That damn woman. When she first arrived, she looked pitiful and had no money. I even helped her because I felt sorry for her. Shun Yinxin and Yi Miao knew that the mastermind behind this probably wasn't Hu Sanyu, because Feng Rue's gaze at Hu Sanyu was suspicious. They suspected someone else. Meanwhile, Fu Daong and his wife were worried because Fu Xiaoning had caused trouble again. Mother Fu repeatedly advised Fu Xiaoning, "Daughter, you should change your temper. Why are you targeting Shin Jiqing and Yi Jiqing? Your father is no longer the team leader. Sun Chuangui used to be the deputy team leader and has many reasons to hold your father accountable. If you cause trouble for Sun Chuangui now, he will only blame your father. Our family's life will become even harder. Don't you want your older brothers to avoid being affected by your father? If that happens, our whole family will be truly finished." On her way home to get a straw hat, Su Hao overheard Mother Fu's words and felt a jolt in his heart. He didn't want to be involved either. Soon after, he heard Fu Xiaoning say, "Mom, I really didn't expect things to get so many people involved. I honestly didn't mean to make such a big fuss." Mother Fu scolded, "Words can cause trouble. How can you not control your mouth?" Li Qingqing passed by Fu's house with a straw hat. She looked over and easily saw Fu Daong and his wife looking worried, along with Fu Xiaoning clearly being scolded. Fu Xiaoning didn't dare to make things worse, but she dared to do so. The reason those things spread so quickly was because she worked hard last night. Now she was just waiting for the new team leader to deal with the old one. She yawned and left. This scared Su Hao, who was eavesdropping in the yard. He gathered his courage and said, "I agree to divorce Xiaoning, Fu Daong and Mother Fu." The elderly couple sighed softly. They had long known that this son-in-law was unreliable. None of these educated youths were good people. Unexpectedly, Fu Xiaoning walked over and slapped the man hard. "Su Hao, you're just a dog. I didn't want to divorce you before, but now that our family is getting worse, you want everyone in the village to know you've dumped me? I tell you, you'd better forget it." Su Hao was stunned by the slap, his ears ringing. He felt wronged and said, but he really didn't want to see the Fu family suffer together. Fu Xiaoning shouted, "Get out. I can't deal with you useless waste anymore." Su Hao, with a face marked by 5 fingerprints and a cloud of gloom, went to work. Fu Daong stood up from the stool, wobbling slightly. Yesterday, he had humbly begged Sun Chuangui, and now he didn't know how to face that petty person again. Meanwhile, Shun Yinxin had just returned home when Wang Guixiang's little grandson, Taitu, ran over to see her. "Shun Jiqing, you should go to the fields quickly. My grandmother asked me to find you. Half of the villagers and a young woman are causing trouble, saying they want to take you and Yi Jiqing for a struggle. They say you two are lazy and act like capitalists." Shun Yinxin thought of something. She took out a few big white rabbit candies from her pocket and handed them over. "Thank you, Taitu, and thank your grandmother. Take these candies back to your brothers and sisters to sweeten their mouths." After sending Taitu away, Shun Yinxin went home and took out her pregnancy test report, heading toward the fields. At this moment, Sun Chuangui was surrounded by nearly half the villagers, demanding justice. He secretly hated Fu Daong deeply and felt he had to take revenge this time. As the stone that caused a big ripple, Feng Rura thought she had achieved her goal and wanted to quietly withdraw. But she found all the villagers who were criticizing her had surrounded her, preventing her from escaping. Yi Miao approached Li Shuer, who hadn't joined the commotion, and asked softly, "How much bribe money did you give these villagers to stir them up and do your bidding?" Li Shuer, frightened like a small rabbit, hurriedly waved her hands. "I didn't. I've been timid since I was young. I really don't want to offend you. I even tried to persuade Rur not to do this, but she didn't listen to me. I'm sorry, I really can't help it." Yi Miao had heard about Li Shuer and Feng Ruru's relationship. After interacting with her, she didn't expect Li Shuer to be so timid. She frowned and said, "Remember, your money is yours, and you should decide for yourself. If you don't want to be harmed by this scheming girl Ruru, you should stay away from her early." Li Shuer was stunned by Yi Miao's strong attitude. It was the first time she had met such a confident girl. She thought she looked so impressive, so cool. Yi Miao also noticed that Li Shuer seemed overly naive, mainly because her energy field was too weak. Seeing her admiration, she kindly infused a trace of special energy into her body. Li Shuer saw Yi Miao Miao walk past her. She was about to call out to stop her, but suddenly felt like her mind was shaken. It was as if many memories suddenly flooded into her thoughts. At that moment, Shen Yunxin also hurried over with her pregnancy test report. Yi Miao Miao went over, holding her hand to comfort her. Don't worry, nothing serious will happen. Later, I plan to tease that nasty Fong Ruru. Shen Yunxin worried about her special abilities backfiring and advised, don't go too far. I know, she replied. Then, the two of them held hands and walked towards Sun Chuangui, who was being surrounded and attacked. Behind them, Li Shuer was harshly reminded of how close they seemed, unlike her with Fong Ruru. That fake best friend only wanted to take her money and control her. If it weren't for accompanying Fong Ruru, she wouldn't have signed up to come here to work hard as a young worker. Fong Ruru tricked her into coming, just to use her as a blood bag. Li Shuer didn't understand how she suddenly remembered so many things just now. Those memories felt like a dream, flooding her mind. She remembered how Fong Ruru had set her up to die here, then took her city return quota and went back to Beijing pretending to be her best friend, bringing her belongings and pretending to be her parents' close kin. In her memories, Fong Ruru had stolen her life. Yes, she wanted to control her own money. This time, she wanted to control her own life. Her father was the director of a state-owned factory in Beijing. She needed to go back to the city quickly. Was she crazy? Why should she suffer in the countryside with Fong Ruru? Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin didn't realize that behind them, an unexpected reborn person had awakened. Yi Miao Miao raised her hand and pushed away the people surrounding Sun Chuangui. Shen Yunxin followed closely and entered with her. Everyone calm down first. I know you're all curious why I can work so easily, and Shen Jiqing doesn't have to work at all. I'll tell you now, I'm married. My husband has joined the army and receives a fixed monthly allowance, enough to support me. So, I told the team leader I'd do some lighter work with fewer points, saving the points for you. Sun Chuangui listened in shock. He didn't expect such an explanation. Yi Miao Miao continued, but you are grateful now and still not convinced, right? Fine. I will exchange with her. I will choose from among your group. I will get high work points, and you can take my low work points. The others listened and thought, no way, we've been hoping to get high work points during the harvest season all year. They weren't worried about food or drink. No one wanted to take such low work points. Fong Ruanruan raised her hand. I'm willing to exchange. Li Shuer knew this was Fong Ruanruan's plan, but she didn't want to work or be responsible for supporting her financially. She gathered her courage and wanted to go tell Fong Ruanruan she wouldn't be her punching bag anymore. But Yi Miao Miao pointed at Fong Ruanruan and shook her finger. You can't. Fong Ruanruan was furious and widened her eyes.
Why?
On what grounds? Yi Miao Miao crossed her arms and said proudly, because you are also a young worker. Why should I give in to you? Fong Ruanruan was so angry, she almost lost control. She knew this was just Yi Miao Miao's way of trying to solve the problem. Everyone at the scene started laughing. Gossip buddy Wang Guixiang and a few friends came to support her. They mocked Fong Ruanruan. Fong, you're a new young worker, right? You're so restless as a newcomer. Instead of working hard, you just want to cause trouble for our production team. I think you should stop coming here and go to the countryside. Exactly. Look at how many people you've stirred up and wasted our harvest time. I think the person who should be taken for criticism is you. Sun Chuangui watched the situation turn around and finally felt relieved. Wang Guixiang said, yes, a pregnant woman in her first 3 months. Now Lu Jiqing has gone to join the army, with Fu Hanya. Shen Jiqing is such a young girl, and she usually stays alone at home. We all know how hard that must be for her. If we didn't know, it wouldn't matter, but now that everyone knows, we should care about Shen Jiqing. We must not let outsiders spread rumors that we only know how to bully a pregnant woman, but now, who has extra things to give to another family's pregnant woman? Someone immediately scolded Fong Ruru. Fong Jiqing, are you even a person? You all live at the youth station, so you must know Shen Jiqing can't work because she's pregnant. Yet you try to stir us up to criticize Shen Jiqing. What are you really up to? Exactly, team leader, you need to see clearly. All of today's trouble was caused by Fong Jiqing. We're just following her lead. Wu Huaichun, who had been watching the scene, didn't expect the show to end like this. She walked over, carrying her belly, which was almost 2 months pregnant. Team leader, pregnant women in their first trimester aren't that delicate. I'm also in my first 3 months. Look at me, I go out to work every day. After finishing farm work, I still have to take care of my in-laws. She said this proudly. Yi Miao Miao and Wang Guixiang spat on Wu Huaichun's face at the same time. That's because you're mean, Yi Miao Miao added, and you know your in-laws and your husband don't love you, right? Wang Guixiang, considering her relationship with the Zhou family neighbors, changed her attack. Wu Jiqing, I know you often complain about your in-laws, but no matter what, you're their daughter-in-law. If you're standing here showing off that your in-laws don't treat you well, do you understand what filial piety is? Wang Guixiang believed she was the fairest and most considerate elder in the village. Usually, if she saw other women bullying daughters-in-law, she would step in to help the young women. But she thought this woman wasn't worth it. She even felt that the Zhou family elders had punished her less than they should have. Wu Huaichun was so scared she quickly said, I didn't. If her mother-in-law found out what she said, she would definitely scold her again. She turned around and ran away. On the other side, Fu Xiaoning, who had been secretly watching the chaos, was furious. She had thought she could use a young educated youth to shake Captain Sun Chuangui's position and also deal with Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin. But unexpectedly, everything just quietly settled down, and all her plans failed. Captain Sun Chuangui stopped Feng Ruru and said to everyone around, Feng Jiying, stand still. Look at how much time we lost during the harvest because of your selfishness. I will deduct your work points. Also, if you don't behave yourself as a young educated youth again, our production team will no longer need you. Yes, I understand, Feng Ruru replied, feeling wronged and starting to cry. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. If she had known, she wouldn't have caused trouble. As she turned to leave, she first felt like a drop of water had fallen on her shoulder. She thought it was rain. When she looked up at the sky, she suddenly felt as if her clothes were being pulled down by an unseen hand, so fast she couldn't react. This sudden, huge change scared Feng Ruru so much that she screamed loudly. Her scream quickly drew everyone's attention. In this rural area, women usually wore traditional bustier-style tops. But Feng Ruru was wearing a fashionable, tight-fitting bra, which made everyone present stare in shock. Oh my! What kind of little top is Feng Jiying wearing? It looks so pretty. She probably isn't married yet. An unmarried girl wearing such a bright red little top. She's so bold. Other young men looked at her with lecherous eyes. This city girl is really wild. Feng Ruru was so frightened she stood there blankly, only hugging herself. Finally, old bachelor Zhou Jianpain from the village went over, picked up her clothes from the ground, and draped them over her. While helping her, Zhou Jianpain also pinched her shoulder, making her shiver. But when she looked up and saw his fierce eyes, she didn't dare to make a sound. She still didn't know what kind of perverted man she had gotten involved with. The women from the Zhou family teased and laughed. Jianpain, you're just too honest. Everyone hasn't had enough of looking yet, and you went over to help her. Do you think she will thank you? She didn't think much of our family, Jianpain. She was so mean that when she made a mistake, she took off her clothes right in front of everyone. We all saw her completely, and she became a worthless object, which made Jianpain feel wronged. After putting on her clothes, Feng Ruru felt much better. She realized what had happened and looked at the gossiping village women with disgust. What are you talking about? Who's talking nonsense? You, a shameless and flirtatious troublemaker. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Feng Ruru felt embarrassed and angry, so she ran away. Shen Yunxin patted Yi Miao Miao's shoulder and asked, Are you okay? Yi Miao Miao shrugged. I didn't do anything to her. What could happen to me? Shen Yunxin said, I'm going home to make lunch. You can come to my place for lunch. Sun Chuangui didn't want to bother with these petty issues. He was planning to find Fu Daong and cause trouble for him. He knew that today's scene, which seemed to be caused by a young woman from the countryside, was probably stirred up by someone from the Fu family behind the scenes. Sun Chuangui went home, intending to push his bicycle and directly deliver a report to the commune. He wanted to get Fu Daong's son's job taken away. But when he pushed open the yard gate, he saw Fu Daong kneeling in his yard. "Fu Daong, why are you here instead of working in the fields?" Fu Daong said, "I want to ask you for help. I know you might not believe me, but I really don't want to oppose you." Xiao Ning is a bit naive, but she never intended to stir up so many people. Sun Chuangue coldly said, "Fu Daong, you've already begged me once, so it's no use. Don't kneel to me again." Fu Daong asked, "Then what do you want?" Sun Chuangue replied, "Your 2 sons are working in the city. Isn't that too much?" Fu Daong was so anxious, he wanted to kowtow. "No, I beg you, don't take my sons' jobs. Just because they call you uncle sometimes." Sun Chuangue sighed deeply. "Old partner, take care of your daughter. If you keep spoiling her, and she causes more trouble, I might just stop being the team leader. And Brother Fu, after so many years of corruption in the production team, you might end up eating peanuts." Fu Daong was so scared, he let go of his hands. Sun Chuangue rode away on his bicycle. After finishing work at noon, the people at the youth station brought some brown sugar, malted milk powder, and milk to give to Shen Yunxin. Wang Guixiang knew Shen Yunxin loved her homemade pickled vegetables, so she directly brought a big jar of them, thinking that the pregnant woman would enjoy eating them to help her appetite. Shen Yunxin opened the door, planning to go out and greet Yi Miao Miao, who was returning from work, for dinner. She didn't expect so many people standing at her door, all wanting to give her things. For the first time, she felt so much care from others and she was deeply warmed inside. The people from the youth station clearly pooled their resources to buy nutritional items. Shen Yunxin didn't really need these herself. She just said she wasn't feeling hungry and couldn't eat much, so she didn't accept anything. But she did take Wang Guixiang's jar of pickled vegetables. Wang Guixiang smiled and said, "Yunxin, as long as you can eat this, that's enough. When you're done, bring back the empty jar and I'll fill it up with more pickled vegetables from my big jar." "Thank you so much, Auntie Guixiang. You're so kind to me." Of course, she wouldn't take the pickled vegetables for free. When she visits Wang Guixiang alone next time, she plans to pay her. Su Yanhong said, "Yunxin, if you need anything in the future, just come and call us. Now that Lu Jiqing isn't here, we will definitely help take care of you." Zhang Jihua smiled kindly and said, "If Shen Ziking's family needs firewood or anything else, just tell me. I'll bring it over." Wang Guixiang added, "Pregnant women often have poor appetite and suffer a lot in the first 3 months. Every woman's experience is different, but don't worry, Yunxin. Auntie Guixiang here knows everything in this village. As soon as you open your mouth, I can find someone to ask about effective remedies for your condition." Deng Yanin patted her chest and said, "The vegetables in the backyard of the youth station are all planted by me, Yan Hong, and Qingqing. If you want to eat some vegetables, just go pick them." In fact, she was mostly responsible for managing that vegetable plot. "Thank you all for your care and concern." Shen Yunxin bowed to them. After they left, Yi Miao Miao also returned. Shen Yunxin looked at her and asked, "Why are you so late coming back today?" Yi Miao Miao waved the 2 rabbits she was holding. Even the rabbit skins had been processed. "You said yesterday you wanted to eat wild rabbits. I went to the mountain and caught 2 for you." Shen Yunxin felt like she was being spoiled. "It's so nice. I used the pickled vegetables Aunt Guixiang just brought to make boiled rabbit." Yi Miao Miao said, "That sounds great. You should cook one for yourself tonight, and tomorrow noon you can make it again so we can eat together." After lunch, Yi Miao Miao washed the dishes and then rode her bike to the city. Today, she not only planned to catch a thief, but also had a date with Fu Hanya tonight. She felt very happy. Shen Yunxin closed the courtyard door and went inside to take a nap. Over at the youth commune, Fong Ru took advantage of the lunch break to drag Li Shuer outside into the yard. "Shuer, what's going on with you today? When you saw me being bullied by so many people, you just stood there and watched. I thought you were my best friend. Don't you think what you did was too much?" Li Shuer looked seriously at Fong Ruru's angry face. She remembered her own past foolishness and felt a bit embarrassed. "Fong Ruru, how do you manage to think of me as your best friend every time you get into trouble? When you stole candy from a classmate and asked me to help you pay it back, I did. In middle school, You were even more daring, stealing handkerchiefs from the supply store and getting caught, and you asked me to get my dad to help fix it. After high school, you said you wanted to go to the countryside to be a youth worker and help build the rural areas. You even proudly told everyone in school about it. But now, you're in this big countryside, and you haven't even started farming yet. If you want easier work, just tell the team leader. Why do you keep thinking about hurting Yi Jiqing and Xin Jiqing? Sometimes, I really don't understand what's going on inside your head. This was the first time Fong Ruru had heard Li Shuer say so much at once since they met. She felt strangely anxious inside. Shuer, listen to my explanation. It's not that I don't want to work. I'm worried about you. Look, you, a factory director's daughter, came to the countryside with me every day. How tiring and hard it is. Today, I caused trouble partly for you. The team leader probably won't give us both easy jobs at the same time. So, I thought I'd bring in those 2 old youth workers too. That way, the team leader wouldn't have any reason to give us both tough jobs, and they'd have to assign us easier work. Li Shuer sneered sarcastically. So, you're doing all this just for me? She laughed, realizing how long she had been fooled by this woman's clever excuses. In fact, she probably couldn't stand Yi Miao Miao and Xin Yunxin and wanted to take action against them, but she ended up hitting a dead end. How could her heart be so cruel? Seeing the way Li Shuer looked at her, Fong Ruru felt more and more nervous. She avoided her gaze and said, Yes, Shuer, everything I did was for you. Li Shuer scoffed. Bah, if you really cared about me, why would you try to persuade me to go to the countryside? Fong Ruru asked. So, Shuer, you don't want to go to the countryside. Li Shuer glared at her. Are you trying to trick me with words again? Fong Ruru was startled. She was so surprised that Li Shuer seemed to have changed completely. She hurriedly explained, Shuer, please don't misunderstand me. I meant that when I was in Jing City, I didn't realize how hard going to the countryside would be. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have let you come with me. Li Shuer no longer wanted to beat around the bush. Just tell me what you want. Are you upset because I didn't help you today? Of course not. Fong Ruru's mind went blank. She couldn't understand how Li Shuer suddenly became so clever. In the past, she only needed to say a few words to trick this young lady into doing whatever she wanted, but now she felt very scared. Li Shuer knew Fong Ruru had a reason to find her. Most likely, she was asking for money again. After being unexpectedly confronted earlier, she was thrown off balance. She deliberately said, If you have nothing to say, I'll go inside to rest. Fong Ruru immediately reached out and grabbed her. Wait, Shuer, can you lend me some money? No, Li Shuer didn't even look at her this time. Why? Fong Ruru felt even more anxious. Li Shuer turned her head coldly and looked at her. Because you've borrowed so much money from me, and you've never paid me back. If you want to borrow money again, first pay back what you owe me. She used to be so naive, as if she had been cursed by Fong Ruru. Every time she lent money to Fong Ruru, she became like a cash machine. As soon as Fong Ruru asked, she would give her money, never thinking of refusing. Even when her own pocket money was gone, she would save and borrow to help her. But what did she get in return for her honesty and kindness? Fong Ruru lied to her, made her go to the countryside, and even wanted to harm her there. She decided that after the harvest, she would call her parents and find a way to send her back home. She didn't want to die here, and she also wanted Fong Ruru to help her return to the city and meet her parents properly. Fong Ruru was momentarily stunned by Li Shuer's refusal to lend her money, but she quickly reacted. If softness didn't work, then she would be tough. Li Shuer, stop right there. Don't be unkind. Do you know why you should lend me money? Because I've been your only good friend since we were kids. Look at yourself. Do you have any other friends besides me? If it weren't for me feeling sorry for you, you'd have been all alone and miserable long ago. So, why should I lend you money now? This is the countryside, not Beijing. Are you really sure you want to turn against me? Your parents aren't here. If you lose me as a friend, you'll be completely alone and suffocate from loneliness. After Fong Ruru's threats, Li Shuer finally remembered why she had only considered Fong Ruru her true friend since childhood. It all started in first grade, when she wore a beautiful new dress to school and was bullied by all her classmates. After the bullying, Fong Ru secretly came over and said she wanted to be friends, then borrowed 2 dimes and took a few candies. Later, her personality became withdrawn and she was afraid to interact with others. But Fong Ru would always talk to her first and take small benefits from her. Gradually, she was brainwashed into believing she only had one true friend. Without Fong Ru, she was nothing. It's so sad. All these years, she had truly believed Fong Ru cared for her. She even threatened her father to find jobs for Fong Ruru's older brothers. She hated herself for being so stupid in the past. Li Shuer burst into loud tears, overwhelmed by her foolishness over the years and the mockery she had endured. Fong Ruru heard the crying and smirked confidently. She walked over, placed her hand on Li Shuer's shoulder, and said, "Stop crying. I was just scaring you earlier. We've been best friends for so many years. How could we just end it like that? Now go inside and get the money for me. We'll still be good friends in the future." Li Shuer pushed her away and said, "Who still wants to be your good friend? Over the years, you've pretended to be my friend and tricked me out of a lot of money. You also forced my dad to find jobs for your 2 brothers. You better pay me back all that money, or I'll report you to the police." Fong Ru quickly calmed down after being scared. She sneered at Li Shuer and said, "Do you really think the police can do whatever they want just because you tell them? Everything you gave me was voluntary. I don't have to return it. Reporting me won't help. Unless you want to keep pretending to be my friend, all the effort you put into our relationship will be wasted." Li Shuer suddenly felt useless. She had been tricked for so many years, finally woke up, but now she couldn't get back her losses. The people in the dorm at the youth camp had already woken up from the noise. Zhong Qingqing couldn't take it anymore. She felt very empathetic toward Li Shuer. When she first came to the countryside, she was also naive and felt isolated. Luckily, she met kind people like Yan Hongjia. Now she wanted to pass on that luck to others. She strode out and grabbed Li Shuer's hand. "Li Ziqing, don't be afraid. Everyone at the youth camp can be friends. Don't let her fool you into thinking it's just the 2 of you left in the world." Li Shuer looked up at Zhong Qingqing with a firm look and nodded. "Yes, thank you, Zhong Ziqing." Fong Ruru was terrified. "Zhong Ziqing, don't be fooled by her. The reason I've only had me as a friend since I was young is because of her. Li Shuer is very difficult to get along with and even causes trouble. If my mom hadn't said I was lucky, I wouldn't even get close to her." Qingqing Zhong did not push Li Shuer away but pulled her behind her to protect her. "Fong Ziqing, do you know what nonsense you're talking? Right now, just your words could get you taken away for criticism." Ruru Fong trembled with fear. She didn't expect the times to change so much. The tricks she used to fool classmates no longer worked. Qingqing Zhong looked at her coldly. "Fong Ziqing, maybe you used to scare others who wanted to get close to Li Ziqing with these words. You always dress up beautifully, but your thoughts are so dirty and malicious." Li Shuer looked at the floral hairpin on Fong Ruru's head, the whitening cream on her face, her new clothes and pants, her yellow rubber shoes, and even the bra she bought at the overseas Chinese store. All these were bought with her money. She broke down crying. "Everything she has is bought with my money. Even the meal money she gave to the youth commune is mine. She came to the countryside with no money at all. Her family only gave her a nylon bag with 2 old sets of clothes to send her here." Fong Ruru looked up and saw everyone at the youth commune looking at her with contempt. She was about to go crazy. Since she became friends with Li Shuer, she had always been well-dressed and well-fed. Why had she ever received such looks before? No, she was a young lady. She was a young lady.
Li Shuer, you ungrateful traitor.
"I will tear your mouth apart." In her fury, she rushed forward, but Qingqing Zhong quickly pushed her away. "Fong Ziqing, you'd better stay calm. If you cause trouble again, we'll have the village militia come to take you." Hu Sancher was watching the scene and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, the village militia don't get involved in personal disputes." Su Yanhong turned her head and glared. "You troublemaker, shut up." Ruru Fong got more excited. "Li Shuer, don't hide from me." Li Shuer carefully tugged at Qingqing Zhong's sleeve. "Sister, thank you. Let me go ask her what she really wants." Qingqing Zhong nodded and let her go. Fong Ruru immediately stepped forward and held out her hand.
Give me the money.
Swear, be good. As long as you listen and obey, we will still be good friends. I am your only best friend. Li Shuer shook her head. Fong Ruru, stop pretending I'm a child. From now on, I won't lend you a single cent because I know you can't pay it back. I won't ask for the money I lent you before either. Please don't bother me anymore. I don't need a friend like you. Humph. She certainly wouldn't forget. Since Fong Ruru couldn't pay her back, she planned to get her father to squeeze some money out of Fong's family and then ruin her two brothers' jobs. That would settle everything. Li Shuer, you shameless person. How can you say I don't have you as a friend and act like I don't exist? Why didn't you say you didn't have me as a friend before? I was the one who came with you to the countryside. Fong Ruru raised her hand, but the new male youth, Ren Jun, quickly caught it. Fong Jiying, this is a youth gathering, not a place for you to cause trouble. If you keep forcing Li Jiying to lend you money, it's no different from stealing. Li Jiying can report you to the police. Fong Ruru didn't expect to be pulled so hard. She struggled and found that the man's strength was incredible. Her wrist, through her clothes, was tightly gripped like a pair of pliers. Let go of me. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Are you trying to marry me with this grip? Why was she so eager to get money from Li Shuer? It was because of what happened this morning. She was threatened, and if she couldn't get the money, she would be finished. Ren Jun, hearing Fong Ruru trying to extort money, was frightened and immediately released her. Fong Ruru angrily ran out. Li Shuer turned around and explained to everyone. It wasn't me who asked Fong Ruru to come with me to the countryside. It was Fong Ruru who tricked me into coming. Boo-hoo, she was so wronged. If she hadn't suddenly woken up this morning, she might have been truly harmed by Fong Ruru here.
Ren Jun handed her a handkerchief.
Don't cry. Society isn't as dangerous as you think. Look, today we're all on your side. We're all easy to get along with, no worse than Fong Ruru. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Zhong Qingqing saw her crying so hard tears were falling and handed her another handkerchief. She couldn't help but say, you really are something. How did she brainwash you so badly? When you first arrived, I knew something was wrong. I even thought she was your sister. Su Yanhong walked over and patted her shoulder. If she ever forces you to borrow money again, just come to us. She looked towards Fong Ruru's departing figure and said, this village isn't dangerous, but it's not as safe as you might think. From now on, try not to walk alone with us. Meanwhile, Fong Ruru ran out to find the only man who had helped her today, Zhou Jianpain. Brother Zhou, I didn't get the money. What should I do? Boo-hoo, Zhou Jianpain sighed. He had planned to work with some friends to extort some money from this woman, but she said all her money was given to her by her wealthy friend. Now she claims she didn't get any money. He hinted to her again, this kind of thing affects your reputation. You better not be hopeful that it will turn out well. Fong Ruru said, today I really felt like I saw a ghost and had bad luck. Believe me, I'm not the kind of woman who likes to undress in public. I know you, Brother Zhou, can talk to them. Can you help me ask them not to spread the embarrassing thing that happened this morning? Zhou Jianpain looked troubled. All right, I will try to help you, but since they didn't get the money, I can't promise they will agree to anything. Fong Ruru didn't want her reputation to be ruined in the village after today. She quickly grabbed Zhou Jianpain's hand, her mind racing. Maybe. Brother Zhou, can you help me one more time? This time, I won't let you help for nothing. My friend is really rich. Maybe you can kidnap her, and I'll tell her parents in Beijing to send money to bail her out. I promise, we'll make a big profit this time. Coincidentally, Li Shuer thought she could be fine without her. So she decided to give her one more chance to believe that she was her true friend. Zhou Jianpain just wanted to get some money from Fong Ruru, but he didn't expect things to develop like this.
That
might not be a good idea, Fong Ruru said. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. Li Shuer's family has plenty of money. Her father is the director of a machinery factory in Beijing, and her mother is a procurement officer. They have endless money, but only her as their precious daughter. Aren't you tempted? Zhou Jianpain was truly tempted. What do you plan to do? Fong Ruru replied. I'll trick her. Think about where we can hide her so no one can find her easily. Zhou Jianping said, I have an aunt who married into the neighboring city. When the time comes, I'll hide her somewhere. Feng Ru, okay. Tomorrow we will secretly take her to the neighboring city. No one will suspect anything. After they finished planning, the two of them went to work in the fields. After dinner that evening, Feng Ruru, feeling angry but trying to stay calm, went to talk to Li Shuer. Shuer, I want to apologize first.
I really know I was wrong.
But do you know why I borrowed money from you today? Li Shuer looked at her with confusion. Yes, today Feng Ruru argued with her over money. She really wanted to know what her reason was. Feng Ruru quickly pulled her outside. Li Shuer didn't want to be involved with her anymore and kept pushing her away, saying, Let me go. Feng Ruru took her to the riverbank. It's because this morning my clothes accidentally tore, and I was seen by many people. Now, some troublemakers in the village are spreading rumors about me. I had to borrow money from you to stop their gossip. I didn't expect that I would also offend you, so that's why. Li Shuer understood her doubts and felt some sympathy for Feng Ruru's strange experience that morning. But once she knew it could lead to her harm, she decided she wouldn't help her anymore. Feng Ruru continued, Shuer, I really don't know what I did wrong to make you misunderstand me so much. I truly value our friendship over the years. I know you just want your money back. Honestly, I've been hiding some savings, and I can give you part of it now. After saying this, Feng Ruru turned and ran away. Li Shuer looked at her leaving with a helpless expression. She wondered why Feng Ruru had to call her out just to return her money. Suddenly, someone hit her with a club from behind, and she fainted. Feng Ruru, who had gone to hide nearby, saw Zhou Jianping successfully carry Li Shuer away in a sack. She smiled broadly, her lips curling up to her ears. In her eyes, someone like Li Shuer, so foolish, deserved to be controlled by her forever. If she dared to escape her grasp, she would make sure she was punished. After Zhou Jianping carried Li Shuer away, Feng Ruru stood up and headed toward the village. When the young workers at the camp woke up early, they found that Feng Ruru and Li Shuer were missing. A whole night had passed. Su Yanhong was the first to notice their absence. Hu Suxiu, standing nearby with a sneer, said, Maybe these two sisters couldn't handle the harvest and ran away secretly. Deng Yanin replied, Hu Suxiu, can you stop being so happy about their misfortune? I can't say about Feng Ruru, but Li Shuer would never run away. Su Yanhong checked their beds and said, they didn't take anything with them. Maybe they got up early and left. While everyone at the camp was confused, Feng Ruru hurried back, panting. Everyone saw she was dressed in disarray and rushed over. Where's Li Shuer? Where did you take her? Feng Ruru smirked with a hint of pride. She knew everyone would suspect her first if Li Shuer went missing, so last night she went to find an alibi. She looked up, covered her face, and cried for a moment before saying, Last night, I called Shuer to the river to apologize and to return some money. But when I turned around to get the money, I was kidnapped by two troublemakers from another village. I only managed to escape this morning. Boo-hoo, Hu Suxiu was shocked. Feng Ruru, are you saying you slept with those troublemakers from another village? Everyone looked at her. Hu Suxiu hurriedly said, Don't think I'm lying. Something happened yesterday morning, right? Now, most men in the village are talking about wanting to be with her. Feng Ruru glared and shouted, Shut up. I didn't do anything with them. I fought with them all night. I am still a virgin, Su Yanhong said. Hu Suxiu, can you stop interfering in everything? This concerns a woman's reputation. Don't spread false rumors. Seeing everyone disapproving, Hu Suxiu covered her mouth and walked away. Su Yanhong then asked Feng Ruru, Where's Li Shuer? You said she went out with you last night, but she's missing too. Feng Ruru looked surprised. Her? I don't know either. Last night, when I was kidnapped, I shouted in the direction she was standing, but she seemed unwilling to listen. I even thought she had come back on her own. Su Yanhong felt a bad premonition in her heart. It's over. Now I have to trouble the team leader again. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianping carried Li Shuer, walking and stopping until dawn when they finally reached the city. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, gasping for breath. Once outside the city, he planned to take a bus. But the city was crowded, and he couldn't carry Li Shuer directly in a sack anymore. He opened the sack, and as Li Shuer, who had been suffocated all night, breathed in fresh air, she slowly started to wake up. Zhou Jianping took out a cloth soaked with sleeping medicine and pressed it firmly over Li Shuer's mouth and nose. Li Shuer fell into a faint again. He supported her as they walked out of the city. When passers-by looked at him suspiciously, he smiled and explained, "Sorry, she's my sister. She's sick. I'm taking her to see a doctor." He also kept his hand over Li Shuer's face to hide her. No one in the street suspected anything. Finally, when they reached the city gate, Zhou Jianping felt his heart pounding and let out a sigh of relief. Damn, he was so scared. After finishing this job, he planned to make Feng Ruer marry him, so he wouldn't have to share the money from selling Li Shuer. At that moment, Yi Miao, who had just returned from a date near the military area with Fu Hanya, was riding her bike back into the city. Although she and Zhou Jianping missed each other, and there was a city gate between them, she still sensed the residual energy from the special power she had given Li Shuer yesterday. How could Li Shuer be here? Yi Miao looked up, then turned her bike toward another city gate nearby. She reached out and grabbed Li Shuer's shoulder. Zhou Jianping felt the person in his arms loosen, and she, already feeling guilty, almost peed herself. Yi Miao looked down at Li Shuer in her arms, then raised her head, glaring at the unfamiliar man with a stern look. "I want to ask you who you are. How dare you abduct the girl from our production team? I think you're really tired of living." Zhou Jianping was so scared he wanted to run away, but when he looked up and saw Yi Miao, he recognized her. Yi Jiqing, what are you doing here?" "Li Jiqing is sick. I was taking her to the hospital." Yi Miao kicked him hard. "You human trafficker. How dare you lie to me?" Then she shouted loudly to the crowd, "Help. There's a human trafficker here trying to kidnap women." Recently, Yi Miao had been wandering around the city. She knew that people here strongly hated traffickers and thieves. Without her needing to do anything, the nearby people quickly gathered around and started beating Zhou Jianping. After Zhou Jianping was beaten almost to death, Yi Miao took the semi-conscious Li Shuer and the nearly beaten Zhou Jianping to the police station. 2 police officers helped Li Shuer inside first, then arrested Zhou Jianping. A young police officer stayed behind to talk to Yi Miao because she had been a regular visitor here recently, so they were already familiar with each other. The young officer turned to pour her a glass of water.
Congratulations, comrade.
"If this really was a human trafficking case, your efforts here are very important." Yi Miao was in a good mood early that morning, not because she had caught a trafficker, but she smiled and said, "Thank you very much, comrade young officer." Feeling a bit embarrassed, the police officer blushed and walked away. Zhou Jianping probably committed his first crime. The police didn't need much questioning to find out about his plans with Feng Ruer. They also found a drugged cloth on him, which confirmed his guilt. Next door, Li Shuer was helped to wake up by 2 female police officers. She explained that she had been invited out by Feng Ruer the night before and was knocked out by someone at the river. Her statement matched Zhou Jianping's, and the police confirmed that Feng Ruer was Zhou Jianping's accomplice. Zhou Jianping was immediately detained. The 2 police officers took Li Shuer and Yi Miao to the production team to arrest Feng Ruer. In the village, 2 police officers from the Progress Commune were checking the area, with Fu Deong sighing and following behind them. He doesn't know what has caused trouble in the village this year. In the past, only a few nearby villages experienced accidents once a year, but in the past few months, all these incidents have happened right here in their village. Fortunately, soon someone came to deliver the news that Yi Jiqing, along with 2 police officers and the missing Li Jiqing, had returned. Everyone quickly gathered at the village entrance. The 2 police officers publicly praised Yi Miao as a brave and good comrade for her heroic act, explaining how she successfully rescued Li Shuer. Then suddenly, they shifted the focus and ordered the village police and the team leader, Sun Chuangui, to arrest the girl Jiqing, Feng Ruer. When Sun Chuangui and the police arrived at the youth station, Feng Ruer was still discussing with Su Yanhong about calling the commune to inform Li Shuer's family, who was far away in Jing City. Sun Chuangui shouted loudly, "That's Feng Ruer, the girl Jiqing." Fong Ruru, already feeling guilty, was startled by Sun Chuangue's loud shout. She instinctively wanted to run away. Two police officers rushed forward and immediately pushed her to the ground. Still trying to run?
Be honest.
As a Jiqing, how dare you conspire with others to kidnap Li Jiqing? You really have a lot of guts. Fong Ruru, who had been preparing to clear her name, quickly closed her mouth, suspecting that Zhou Jianpain might also have been caught. While Yi Miao Miao was enjoying the cheers of the villagers, she looked into the crowd but couldn't see Shen Yunxin. Thinking about Shen Yunxin's love for gossip, she was surprised that she was absent from such a big event in the village. She hurriedly pushed through the crowd to find her. Shen Yunxin, who had been immersed in her work and leisure in her space, suddenly heard knocking at the door. She thought it might be Yi Miao Miao returning from work at noon. She stepped out of her space to open the door. You're back so early today. I made spicy cold rabbit from yesterday's 2 rabbits. We just need to reheat the rice, and lunch will be ready. Yi Miao Miao, startled all the way here, asked, What's wrong with you?
Huh.
Shen Yunxin looked confused. The village had such a big event, and you didn't go to see what was happening. I thought something had happened to you at home. Yi Miao Miao then quickly told her about Li Shuer almost being kidnapped, and Fong Ruru's conspiracy with Zhou Jianpain from the village. She also added that Li Shuer had a falling out with Fong Ruru at the youth station yesterday. Shen Yunxin missed the chance to see the gossip and felt very sad. She wondered how she had missed the exciting scene. Yi Miao Miao gently tapped the girl's forehead with her finger. Is it really so fun to stay alone in the space? Shen Yunxin nodded. Yes, it's quite fun. I plant flowers, pick fruits, watch TV, listen to stories, and make my own milk tea. I make it really tasty. I'll bring you a cup. The next day, the police officers from the commune arrived, bringing Yi Miao Miao a certificate and a bonus. Most importantly, they also gave her a work recommendation letter. Yi Miao Miao immediately opened the letter and was surprised to find she was assigned to be a police officer in the commune.
Congratulations, comrade.
The 3 of us will be colleagues from now on. My name is Chun Qiushi. You can call me Xiao Chun. My name is Wang Jianjun. You can call me Xiao Wang. Yi Miao Miao happily shook hands with them. My name is Xiao Yi. She was really happy. From now on, she would be a police officer in the village and no one would dare to mess with her. Shen Yunxin was pregnant now, and since she worked nearby, she could also take care of her. Yi Miao Miao became the first educated youth in the entire commune to become a police officer. The happiest person in the village was Sun Chuangue because this was a way to earn points and gain face for their village. Li Shuer also decided not to tolerate the Fong family from Jingshi any longer. She took half a day off to call her parents from the commune. She didn't dare tell them she had almost been sold out by Fong Ruru. She only said she didn't want to be friends with Fong Ruru anymore. She asked her parents to help recover some of the money Fong Ruru had borrowed, and also to dismiss Fong Ruru's 2 brothers from their factory jobs. Li's father and mother fully supported their daughter's decision. With decades of experience, they had long seen through Fong Ruru's tricks. Now that their daughter, who had been deceived for years, finally saw the truth, they felt very relieved. Unfortunately, Li Shuer's wish to return to the city quickly might not come true soon, as the social atmosphere in the city was very tense at this time.
Li vur komfortet her parents.
It's okay, Mom and Dad. I've made many friends here. The people at the Educated Youth Point are very kind to me. I don't feel any hardship here. There's no rush to go back to the city. Mother Li said, Good girl, you're so obedient. I will send you some more money and food coupons later. Don't be too hard on yourself over there. After hanging up, Li Shuer went to the supply store to buy brown sugar, milk powder, malt extract, some fruit, and other snacks. She took them back to give to Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin. Half a month passed, and Yi Miao Miao adapted to the daily commute between the commune and her work, as her job was very easy. She also brought back news that Fong Ruru and Zhou Jianpain, who had been sent to the farm for reform, were doing well. The village's production team finished the autumn harvest smoothly. The day after the harvest, it rained continuously for several days. Sun Chuangue was very happy because the rain didn't delay the harvest. Otherwise, he would have had to face criticism from the leaders at the commune. After the rain, the villagers went up the mountain to pick mushrooms and gather wild vegetables. However, the men in the village were now going to cut firewood because winter was coming soon after the harvest. The cold winter would last until spring, and for about half a year, they wouldn't be able to go out. The young workers at the youth sent down youth station naturally divided into groups. The women were responsible for storing food for the winter, while the men went up the mountain to cut firewood. Sun Yinxin refused Zhang Jihua's kind offer to help her family store firewood. Since Yi Miao Miao had become a police officer, even though she only worked at the commune, she still had ways to get coal. Their families planned to use coal for heating this winter. Sun Yinxin carried a basket and went with the other young women to pick mushrooms and gather wild vegetables in the mountains. Where there were many people, gossip was everywhere. The hottest gossip in the village was about the youngest son of the former team leader who had lost his job in the city. He secretly returned home the night before last. Since then, he hasn't done anything or gone out, and he's been causing a lot of trouble at home. Fu Deyong, who was the village's team leader before, hadn't committed any major crimes, but he wasn't a good person either. After he was removed from his position, his son's job was also lost. This naturally led to various rumors and speculations among the villagers. His son-in-law, Su Hao, saw that his family was in trouble and secretly asked Sun Chuangui for a divorce from Fu Xiaoning. However, Sun Chuangui betrayed him by telling Fu Deyong, and Su Hao was beaten up by the Fu family members. He was so scared that he didn't dare to come out the back door. Now, with Su Hao, a young man who couldn't share hardships, as a warning, Sun's family is even less willing to let their daughter marry Guiyoji, a young man from the village. Everyone in the village agrees that this is good because Guiyoji, like Su Hao, is seen as someone who depends on others. Sun Lily, in particular, is believed to have been tricked and deceived by Guiyoji. No family would want their daughter to marry someone like that. After being sent away for reform through labor, Zhou Jianpain and Fong Ruru have made some progress. Rumor has it that Fong Ruru, after going there, couldn't handle the hardships and tried to seduce the young leader inside. When Zhou Jianpain found out, he lost control and, in front of the young leader, forced himself on her. Zhou Jianpain was beaten badly inside, and his original 8-year sentence was extended to 12 years. His relatives in the family were heartbroken. Fong Ruru's situation isn't much better. Although she was a victim, her reputation is ruined. The men inside now think she is easy to take advantage of, and they often harass her secretly. Reporting this to the authorities didn't help, and the women in the village looked down on her and refused to help. Regarding Fong Ruru, Li Shuer also told the people at the young workers' camp about her family's recent situation. Fong's family even lost a job because of her, so her family doesn't care about her anymore. Wu Huaichun, a young woman who married into Zhou's family, was nearly having a miscarriage after being mistreated by her in-laws. Now she is resting in bed, pregnant, and not doing anything. Recently, Zhou's mother has been scolding and hitting her at home. Although villagers think Zhou's family was too harsh, they don't sympathize with Wu Huaichun because she used mean tricks to steal her husband from someone else. There is also good news in the village. Niumonli was deeply touched by Fu Hanyo's daily acts of kindness. They decided to get married. Fu Laifu and Sun Guifeng, the elderly couple, are busy preparing for the wedding. Everyone in the village who sees Niumonli praises her for being lucky. With everyone's support, Li Shi has gradually come out of her sadness. No one in the village dares to mention or mock her about what happened anymore. After the weather cleared, the villagers went to the commune to exchange grain and then started distributing it to the residents. This year, most of the new young workers needed to buy grain because there wasn't enough food otherwise. Sun Yinxin planned to lend some money to Deng Yanin to buy grain. Deng Yanin refused, but she secretly told Sun Yinxin that she occasionally earned extra money from the black market, so she had enough to buy some food. Zhou Baozhen hesitantly took out some money to buy grain. Currently, the wealthiest person among the young workers was probably Li Shuer, because Fong Ruru had exposed her family's assets and her parents' occupations. Since Hu Suxiu had no money to buy grain, she naturally saw Li Shuer as someone generous enough to lend her money. Swear, since you just arrived and don't know how much grain to buy or what types, I can teach you later and help you carry all the grain home. Can you lend me some money to buy grain? Li Shuer didn't want to lend her money, even though she had just arrived and hadn't known her long. She had already seen through what kind of person she was. But influenced by Fong Ruru since childhood, she found it hard to refuse others. Hu Sushio pressed on. Okay, Shuer, I know you have enough money to buy grain. If you lend me some, I'll do whatever you ask in the future, okay? Renjun saw what was happening and came over to stand behind Li Shuer. Hu, young worker, if you really want to borrow money, write an IOU. Or you can borrow from the production team. Because Li young worker's grain will be transported back with our help, and the team will allocate her the grain she needs. As for your idea of borrowing money and then doing whatever you want, that's very risky. Are you trying to make Li young worker look like a capitalist? Hu Sushio looked up weakly at the tall man, then sulkily touched her nose and turned to leave. Li Shuer turned around and smiled at the man. Thank you, Ren young worker. Shen Yanxin happened to see this scene. She tugged lightly on Su Yanhong's arm and whispered, Are these two also interested in each other? Su Yanhong smiled and whispered in her ear. Did you notice? The three young men who just arrived are all very proper-looking, the kind girls like. But because they're close to the water, the most promising ones are our single female young workers, Qingqing and Shui. Su Yanhong didn't say more, but Shen Yunxin understood immediately. In this era, soldier brothers, whether openly or secretly, are very attractive to girls. The educated youth here were given grain, which the young men helped carry back on carts. Not long after the grain was distributed, the wedding day of Nyomonli and Fu Hanyu arrived, and they held a celebration to invite guests. Everyone in the village went to Fu's house to celebrate the wedding. Yi Miao Miao even took a day off to represent Fu Hanya and bring a big gift for this good brother. That day was a good day. Along with Fu's family, Sun's family also married off their daughter from the youth station, Hu Sushio. Originally, Hu Sushio couldn't afford to buy grain that day, and Sun Cheng's mother saw this. She was worried about her son's marriage and, coaxing and persuading, told her son about the marriage proposal. Hu Sushio's family was poor, but the Sun family didn't want any bride price. They believed that the work points earned by the whole Sun family could support Hu Sushio. However, although the Sun family was large, they hadn't divided the household, so all their work points had to support everyone. Of course, Hu Sushio also had her own little plans. She was worried her grain wouldn't be enough to survive the cold winter. She thought she might have to stay here for many years. After marriage, she hoped her husband and in-laws might help her avoid working in the fields. But she had no bride price at all. Even her new clothes were just a piece of cloth hurriedly sewn together by her mother-in-law. The clothes didn't fit well. Seeing that Nyomonli had a fitting red wedding dress, small leather shoes sent from Beijing, and a bright red flower with pearl decorations in her hair, almost everyone at the youth station was gathered around her. She felt very sad. After dressing in her new clothes, she styled a big braid and quietly left the youth dormitory with her packed luggage. During the wedding banquet of Nyomonli and Fu Hanyu, everyone gathered together. They heard gossip from the aunts and realized that Hu Sushio was also getting married today. But after hearing this, no one at the youth station planned to go see her wedding. Since Hu Sushio's personality and her mouth often annoyed people at the youth station, and since she didn't inform everyone about her marriage, there was no need for them to join in the fun. After the meal, everyone gradually dispersed and went back to their own homes. Shen Yunxin naturally walked with the young educated girls from the Knowledge Youth Point. Yi Miao Miao affectionately linked arms with her, and they walked side by side. Recently, the two best friends had been living together every day, eating and sleeping side by side, which made their friendship even closer. But before they could go far, they suddenly heard loud, distressed screams coming from the Sun accountant's house behind the Fu family. In that moment, everyone quickly turned back toward Sun's house from all directions. Except for Fu Hanyu and Nyomonli, the newlyweds, everyone else had left the house. It was better that the doors and windows were closed, making it easier for the young couple to go into their bedroom. Nyomonli had been spoiled by her in-laws before marriage, so she didn't need to worry about being laughed at for not getting up during the day with Fu Hanyu. When all the onlookers arrived at Sun's house, they saw Sun's mother sitting in the yard, crying loudly and wiping tears. "My silly daughter. Oh dear." Wang Guixiang, who was among the first to arrive, turned around after seeing Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao. She hurried over to explain. Guoyoji, that scoundrel, took advantage of everyone being busy at Sun's and Fu's houses today. He tricked Sun Lily into bed. When Sun's family returned and found out, both of them were already involved. Sun Lily is now tied up at home by her two brothers. Her mother is so angry she almost fainted. Her brothers and Sun's accountant are inside fighting Guoyoji. The two sisters-in-law feel ashamed and have already gone to report to the police, saying they will charge Guoyoji with hooliganism. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that Guoyoji and Sun Lily could do such outrageous things. What could the police do if they came? It was something both of them did. If they were to be arrested, both would be taken away together. Shen Yunxin never imagined that Sun Lily's life would be so difficult to escape. Would she really have to marry Guoyoji, have 3 children after a few years, and then, after Gao Kao, Guoyoji would go back to the city, leaving her and their 3 children behind, making her suffer? Would she only wake up after enduring all that? At this moment, Sun Lily, with a cloth stuffed in her mouth, tearfully shouted, "Dad, older brother, second brother, please stop hitting him. It was all my choice. What if you kill him? I might already be pregnant with his child inside me. Boo-hoo, this damn love-struck brain." Shen Yunxin no longer cares about her tragic and miserable fate in the novel. She and Yi Miao Miao exchange a look and shake their heads, both thinking this woman is beyond saving. After hearing her daughter's shameful crying in the yard, Grandma Sun couldn't sit still. What a sin! It's so embarrassing! She stood up and turned back inside. Once in the house, she directly slapped her daughter's face, who was already tied up. "You shameless girl! Do you think what you did isn't embarrassing enough? Why are you so stubborn? Now, there are so many people outside the door. Go ask them. Who would support you marrying a dishonest young man who tricks and deceives you?" Sun Lily is the eldest daughter of the Sun family. She's been spoiled and protected by her parents and 2 brothers since she was young. But this time, her father, mother, and brothers are all heartbroken over her. At this moment, the 2 daughters-in-law of the Sun family have gone to the commune to bring over Yi Miao Miao's 2 colleagues. Sun Chuanghua also arrived. He shook his head at the police officers. "I don't know what to say about this. You 2 should go ask Accountant Sun what he thinks. Decide whether to let the young people get married or to take them away." The eldest daughter-in-law said, "We must take away these 2 who are secretly fooling around at home. My eldest son is in middle school now, about to graduate and get married. If they cause trouble like this, will he still find a good family?" The second daughter-in-law said, "Yes, take them away. My little sister-in-law is too spoiled from studying too much. She's too stubborn. Our family doesn't agree with the man she chose, but she's so stubborn." Sun Lily was completely blinded by her own foolishness. When she heard the police came to take Guoyoji away, she shouted anxiously, "Police officers, don't take him. It's not his fault. I was the one who gave him the medicine to breed the cows. If you want to arrest someone, arrest me." Grandma Sun was so angry she nearly fainted. She directly punched and kicked her daughter, who had lost her mind. "You shameless girl. Go die.
Just go die."
Grandma Sun really wanted to end her daughter's life herself. Luckily, the police and the men from the Sun family rushed into the house and stopped her before she could hurt her. Guoyoji, who was being beaten by the Sun family men, thought he saw a chance to escape. He turned around and ran out. Yi Miao Miao saw him and quickly went over, kicking him to the ground. "Pathetic fool. You still want to run? Get back there." Yi Miao Miao is now a police officer. Her kick was so forceful that no one dared to blame her for meddling. Guoyoji's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yi Miao Miao, but after being kicked, he tried several times to get up but couldn't. Finally, a colleague of Yi Miao Miao came out and took him back. This time, as a police officer, Yi Miao Miao also went inside to watch the scene. Inside the house, the elderly couple from the Sun family were completely disappointed in their daughter, Sun Lily, who had betrayed her family. Sun's mother directly issued a harsh warning. Lily, your father and I are so indulgent with you. It's our misfortune. Your two sisters-in-law are right. You only know how to rely on being spoiled and are ungrateful. But now you've done something so shameful. Do you think we will keep spoiling you? You said you drugged that troublemaker young man, so you should serve the prison sentence for him. You shameless girl. Sun's mother was truly furious this time and had decided she no longer wanted this troublesome daughter. Before her father could say anything to comfort her, Sun Lily panicked. Mom, I am your and Dad's most beloved daughter. How can you treat me like this? Would you rather send me to prison than help me and Guijiqing? Sun's mother couldn't hold back and kicked her again. You ungrateful little thing. I knew it. You just want to gamble that your father and I will be soft and protect you. If only you had half the brains to use on that troublemaker young man, how much better things would be. Sun's father directly said, Today, we really caused trouble for the police. Take them both away. Our family can't tolerate such shameful behavior, so we won't agree to their marriage. Just arrest them and decide what to do. He was so frightened that he suddenly knelt down in front of two police officers and cried loudly, Officers, you heard everything just now. I am innocent. It was Sun Lily who gave me the drug to make me do things, and that's why I got into trouble. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest her, not me. Sun Lily was stunned by Guoyoji's sudden betrayal. She stared in shock and said, You're talking nonsense. We were both willing today. Who really gave me the drug? I only said I gave you the drug because I wanted to protect you. I told you that if we acted as husband and wife early on, my parents wouldn't have any way out. Now you're blaming me. Accountant Sun kicked Guoyoji again and said, You beast, you tricked my good daughter so badly. Sun's mother looked at her two daughters-in-law and said, Please, officers, take them both away. Let the law decide what is right or wrong. Whatever the result, that's what it will be. By this point, the situation had escalated. Sun Lily's reputation was now worse than that of the widows in the village who had been caught cheating. It might be better to send her to reform school for a few years, and then she could say she married a man from another village. If she stayed in the village, rumors would never stop, and bigger problems could happen. She might even lose her chance to marry a second husband. Father, mother, older brother, second brother. Sun Lily begged everyone to take her in, but no one responded. She didn't want to go to reform school, but she still held some hope for Guoyoji. So she didn't want to say too much to please her parents. In the end, Sun Lily and Guoyoji were both taken away in front of everyone. Everyone there sighed in pity. Only Wu Huichuan spat at Sun Lily and cursed, Stupid, useless girl. Your parents love you so much. Why did you betray their hopes? Don't you know many families out there prefer boys? Daughters have no status at home. Your parents treat you well, no hard work, schooling, new clothes. But after what you did today, many villagers will think daughters are useless. At that moment, Shunyun suddenly realized that even the worst people have some good points. But now, Shunyun no longer felt sorry for Sun Lily. She was too selfish and spoiled. The consequences she faced were what she deserved. The next day, after Yi Miao Miao went to work and returned, she told Shin, Guoyoji and Sun Lily have both been sent to do labor reform. They each received a 3-year sentence. Since they were taken away yesterday, they've been causing a lot of trouble at the commune. The funny part is, winter is coming soon. Without warm clothes and food, it's hard to survive the cold here. Sun Lily's family sent her winter supplies, but Guoyoji didn't. Instead, he's thinking of turning against Sun Lily again. As she spoke, she poured herself a cup of floral tea and sipped it, only to realize that Shin Yinshin's face was flushed and her eyes sparkled beautifully. Suddenly, Yi Miao Miao guessed something. Your man, did he come back from training outside? Shin Yinshin nodded and smiled. All right, today you can indulge me a little because tomorrow night you can also indulge me. Yi Miao Miao happily rubbed her hands together. Okay, I won't disturb your good time with your man. I'll go tell the Sun family not to give Sun Lily too much winter supplies, or she might give them away to that unkind man. After seeing Yi Miao Miao off, Shin Yinshin closed the courtyard door and turned to enter her space. The man was no longer in the bedroom. She turned to see the bathroom door closed, then went over and opened it, walking inside. Really, I told you to wait for me to help you. Lu Yunting reached out and pulled her in, pressing her against a dry wall, whispering, Okay, come help me. An hour passed. Shen Yunxin noticed that after the man had gone through intense training outside, his body was getting stronger and stronger. But she was about to collapse. Her hands were almost broken. Lu Yunting, feeling sorry for her, lowered his head and kissed her small face. You go outside and wait for me. I'll finish up and then find you. Shen Yunxin shook her head. I don't want to give up halfway. I want to see how much my husband has improved. Seeing the girl's admiration in her eyes, Lu Yunting almost fainted from pleasure. Yunxin, I really want to die in your arms. Finally, it was done. Shen Yunxin was carried by Lu Yunting, who washed her hands thoroughly. After drying them, he carried her out. The two collapsed onto the bed, unable to stop kissing each other. Lu Yunting's large hand always protected Shen Yunxin's pregnant belly. Although the two of them had been apart for so long, Shen Yunxin still missed him. She raised her finger and kept drawing circles on the man's chest. Lu Yunting was touched by her. He gently comforted her. Okay, I will try softly in a moment. Shen Yunxin was so happy that she lifted her head and started to nibble more fiercely on the man. After more than 2 months, the cold winter, with heavy snow, arrived. Everyone in the village started to stay indoors to keep warm. Shen Yunxin's belly was getting bigger. For the first time, the roads were blocked by snow. Yi Miao Miao took a day off and sat with Shen Yunxin in a warm, spring-like house, enjoying pickled vegetable hot pot, drinking cold cola, and eating yogurt with jam ice cream. The pickled vegetables were made by Shen Yunxin after learning from Wang Guixiang 2 months ago, and they turned out very well. After eating, the two of them lay on the warm kong, a traditional bed, and didn't want to move. As they drifted into a light sleep, Yi Miao Miao suddenly heard some calls for help. Yes, now that Yi Miao Miao was a female police officer, she had done many things to help the people. Plus, after each date with Fu Hanya, the man would fill her with pure energy, strengthening her. Her current special ability was at its peak, like during the apocalypse. When she heard the voices, she woke up. The sky outside the window was already dark, but she quickly recognized from the sounds that something was wrong at the cattle shed. It seemed like there was a fire. Could someone really want to harm the professors? She gently nudged Shen Yunxin, who was sleeping beside her. Shen Yunxin woke up confused. What's wrong? Yunxin, something seems to have happened at the cattle shed. I need to wake up the 3 soldiers at the youth knowledge point and go check. Shen Yunxin immediately woke up. She had heard about the people and events at the cattle shed from Yi Miao Miao. Nothing serious, right? Yi Miao Miao, putting on a cotton coat, replied, If we go now, we might be able to stop something bad from happening. She finished dressing and was about to leave when she turned to Shen Yunxin and advised, I'm leaving now. You go to your space to sleep. You're pregnant, so be careful not to catch a cold. Shen Yunxin gently touched her belly and nodded, Yes, I understand. Yi Miao Miao took a flashlight and went to the youth knowledge point, knocking on the door of the male dormitory. The alertness of Renjun, Sugua, and Chen Jian was high, and they all got up. Renjun went outside and asked, Are you public security? Yi Miao Miao looked inside the house and said, Everyone stop standing around. I heard something happened at the cattle shed. Sure enough, when the 3 men heard about the trouble at the cattle shed, they immediately started moving quickly. After walking about 10 minutes toward the cattle shed, they saw the flickering flames. Renjun, Sugua, and Chen Jian's faces darkened, and they rushed toward the fire without hesitation. Yi Miao Miao followed behind, stepping in the footprints the 3 men left in the snow. When they reached near the cattle shed, Sugua and Chen Jian ran ahead, while Renjun stayed behind to watch Yi Miao Miao. Yi Jiqing, how did you know something was wrong here and come to tell us? Yi Miao Miao replied, I saw you 3 sneaking here to deliver supplies. Don't worry, my husband is now in the army, and I work as a public security officer in the commune. You don't need to doubt my identity. Besides, if I wanted to harm you and stop you from completing your task, why would I come to tell you tonight? Their houses and supplies for staying warm have been burned. If they stay out in this freezing snowstorm, they'll freeze to death. Renju nodded, thinking what she said made sense. He said, "Thank you. Not just tonight, but I also appreciate that you haven't revealed our identities." Yi Miao Miao waved her hand. "Don't thank me. You should go help now. I need to go inform the team leader to find new places for them to stay. Otherwise, where can they go in this cold snow?" Sun Chuangui was furious when he heard that the cattle sheds where the displaced people lived had been burned. He was annoyed with these city folks. They really were hard to deal with. But then he remembered Fu Daong, who had been demoted from team leader because a professor in exile had died, and he had to write a report. That made him worried too. After dressing warmly and taking a flashlight, he followed Yi Miao Miao. When Sun Chuangui arrived and learned no one was hurt, he let out a sigh of relief. He arranged for them to stay in an old house once owned by a wealthy landlord in the village. The house was very rundown and drafty. After arranging the new place, he didn't want to get involved anymore. But after Yi Miao Miao whispered a few words to him, he immediately understood. He looked at her with gratitude. The next day, Sun Chuangui told some strong workers in the village to help repair the house. Renjun, Sugua, and Chun Jian secretly brought them some daily supplies. A week later, Shen Yinxin excitedly told Yi Miao Miao good news. "Lu Jiqing just left me a note. He said he and Fu Hanya received a new mission to catch spies who are professors at the cattle shed. They can come back under the pretense of completing their mission." "That's wonderful." Yi Miao Miao jumped happily. "When will they return?" "This afternoon." Yi Miao Miao was so happy she almost jumped up to the ceiling. She held Shen Yinxin's hand and said, "But I have to go to work today. I'll go first. In the afternoon, see who gets back first. If he comes back first, let him go home and clean the house himself." In the afternoon, Shen Yinxin woke up from her nap and saw Lu Yunting in her room, wearing pajamas. "Why are you back so soon?" She was happy and instinctively wanted to jump into his arms. Lu Yunting, worried she might fall, bent down and held her gently. That evening, the two families gathered again for hot pot. They planned to stay here for a while before working with other forces to catch the enemy spies. The professors living near the cattle shed are top experts in physics and mathematics. After surviving this winter here, they should be able to be transferred back. After dinner, Fu Hanya hurriedly took Yi Miao Miao and left. Lu Yunting closed the doors and windows, then went over to hold Shen Yinxin in his arms. After a warm moment, they couldn't do anything else. Shen Yinxin looked up at him and said, "I remember your sewing skills are pretty good. Go to the space and make clothes for our son." Lu Yunting frowned. "How do you know so quickly that it's a boy?" Lu Yunting gently pinched her chin and said softly, "How could I not like the child my little sweetheart is going to have? Whether it's a boy or a girl, they are both ours and I like them. I promise to take leave and stay with you when you give birth." Shen Yinxin bit her lip and said, "But the due date for the baby isn't always very accurate." Of course, she also wanted him to be with her when she gave birth, but she knew his work was very special right now. Lu Yunting felt a wave of guilt inside. Shen Yinxin tidied his shirt collar and said, "Don't worry too much about me. Miao Miao is with me, and there are many people at the youth station. The village also has a midwife. Before winter, Aunt Gui Xiang took me to visit her. When she saw me, she said I was very lucky. All right, enough of that. You finally came back, and since my belly isn't very big yet, you should show me more love." As she spoke, she reached out and pulled open his shirt collar. Lu Yunting's eyes darkened a little. He picked up the girl and carried her into their space, into their main bedroom. Before the girl, he deliberately asked, "How much do you miss me now?" Fearing he might be too gentle, Shen Yinxin said, "I miss you very much. You need to be more forceful." Lu Yunting smiled, raised his hand to cover her eyes, and kissed her. What Shen Yinxin wanted most was happening with Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya. Since returning home, they had been kissing from the yard all the way into the room. Fu Hanya first pressed Yi Miao Miao onto the bed. After igniting a moment of passion, he carried her into their space. Both of their bodies were evenly matched, and after their bodies intertwined, they fought tirelessly until dawn. Next door, Shen Yinxin could only be lightly satisfied by Lu Yunting for a little while. Thinking about sewing clothes for their son, he got up, took the half-finished small clothes and pants, and continued sewing. Shun Yinxin was sleeping in a daze in her bed when she suddenly woke up and realized the man was indeed not there. She immediately sat up. Lu Yunting, sitting nearby, hurried over to comfort her. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Or did the baby move again?" Shun Yunxin shook her head. "I just suddenly felt you weren't here, so I woke up." Lu Yunting held her in his arms and kissed her. Shun Yunxin suddenly noticed several small clothes and pants that had already been sewn and placed by the bed. "I was wondering why you didn't sleep with me. Did you stay up all night sewing these clothes and pants?" she asked. Lu Yunting reminded her, "I remember everything you asked me to do." Shun Yunxin didn't expect that her casual remark, just wanting the man to feel a little involved with the child, would make him care so much. "I didn't tell you not to sleep and work on these sewing tasks overnight," Lu Yunting said. "We need to finish our task and go back soon. If I do a little more now, you can do less later." Before they traveled here, they didn't plan to have children, so there were no baby supplies in the space. Shun Yunxin told him, "You can't stay up working these days. I secretly asked Aunt Gui Xiang to find someone to help me. And don't worry about the baby's milk powder. Meow Meow is helping me buy some." She planned to use her super sleep-safe pants instead of disposable diapers for the baby, which should work fine. Lu Yunting hugged her tightly and kissed her. He felt he hadn't done enough to help her and their child when they needed him most. Shun Yunxin knew the man felt guilty. She said, "Just find a way to get more remittance coupons. Meow Meow, and I will buy the baby supplies." In fact, she had asked Meow Meow to keep an eye out for remittance coupons in the black market. With those, she could buy baby and mother supplies at the overseas Chinese store. Lu Yunting kissed the girl's forehead and said, "You can sleep a little longer. I'll make breakfast, and it will be ready when you wake up. Are you not tired?" Shun Yunxin grabbed his strong arm. Lu Yunting replied, "Being with my wife and child isn't tiring. Don't worry, I've drunk the spiritual spring water." Meanwhile, Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao, who had recovered with the help of the spiritual spring water, weren't tired either. They just wanted to stay close, like conjoined twins, and didn't want to be separated until dawn. But outside, an annoying old woman came knocking on their door early in the morning. Sun Xiaohua didn't want to come. She felt embarrassed because now everyone in the village knew that Fu Hanya had cut ties with her and that he wasn't her biological child. The shameless members of the Fu family forced Fu Hanya to come yesterday afternoon after hearing he had returned. She was scolded all night, and since there were few people in the village early in the morning, she mustered her courage and came. Fu Hanya got up to put on his clothes and pants. Yi Miao Miao knew neither of them felt like cooking, so she picked up a compressed biscuit, broke it into 2 pieces, one big, one small, and planned to share with the man and herself. Fu Hanya grabbed the biscuit offered by the girl and said, "Don't eat this. Lu Jiqing will definitely get up early to make breakfast for his wife. Later, we'll go next door to eat." Yi Miao Miao raised an eyebrow and looked at the man. "When did you become so close to Lu Jiqing, like brothers in the same pants?" Fu Hanya replied, "Fate is a wonderful thing. Just like you and Shin Jiqing are now as close as sisters." Yi Miao Miao said, "It's great. The 4 of us who traveled here have become the best friends." After dressing, Fu Hanya went out to see Sun Xiaohua. "Auntie, what's the matter with you looking for me?" Seeing Fu Hanya's cold face and hearing her call her auntie, Sun Xiaohua's heart sank. She hesitated and said, I am your mother. Please, for the 20 years we raised you, help us one more time. My eldest son lost his job, and our family is really struggling. Your sister-in-law is pregnant and needs to recover. You've joined the army, and your wife is a police officer. You're doing so well. Please help your brother find another job. I promise. Once he finds work, I won't bother you again." Fu Hanya said, "Auntie, you know you're quite annoying. I warn you not to come looking for me or my wife again, because we have no relationship anymore. If you keep bothering us, I'll take you to see the team leader." Sun Chuangui would definitely use grain as leverage against Sun Xiaohua, given Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao's current status. There's no need to think hard about who Sun Chuangui would support. Tears filled Sun Xiaohua's eyes. You really want to be so heartless? You're too much. After saying that, she turned around and cried as she left. Of course, she mainly wanted to go back and cry in front of the Fu family to make her story clear. But after she cried and went back, no matter how badly she spoke about Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao, it didn't stop her husband and son from insulting her together. Fu Laikai, leaning on his old pipe, said, "Old wife, you're really useless." Fu Dazhuang immediately eagerly agreed. "Mom, please don't blame Dad for saying that. You really are too useless. You're his mother, Fu Hanya. In the past, when he didn't come back, it was okay if you couldn't control a daughter-in-law. But now he's back, and you still can't control things. Our family didn't have much grain to share this year, and Xiaoyu is pregnant. We don't know how long the grain will last, maybe until next year.
What if I don't have a job?
What will our family do?" At this moment, Wu Xiuyu, who was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, started banging pots and pans loudly. But the two men in the house seemed not to understand her hints, so she had to run outside herself. "Mom, it's one thing if we adults can't eat enough, but you and Dad can't let your 3 grandchildren go hungry. That's not right. If others find out that our 3 children are hungry, it would be embarrassing for our Fu family." She glanced at her father-in-law sitting by the fire, knowing he cared about his reputation. Sun Xiaohua, also feeling helpless, weakly said, "Starting next spring, all 4 of us adults will go out to work. Can't we support the 3 children? Dazhuang and Xiuyu, you two must stop being lazy. Now, your capable little uncle isn't here to help you anymore." Fu Dazhuang, like his father, cared a lot about face. When he heard Sun Xiaohua criticize him for not working hard, he exploded. "Mom, that shout made the neighbors nearby all listen carefully." Niomamli pulled back the curtain slightly, holding her quilt and snuggling in Fu Hanyo's arms, saying, "Your eldest uncle's family is really like vampires. Fu Hanya has cut ties with them, but they still want to suck their blood. Your older cousin is too lazy and weak." Fu Hanyu smiled and kissed his wife's face. "I'll go talk to my second brother now." Niomamli held him back. "Why are you in such a hurry? Their family hasn't caused any trouble yet. Wait a little longer." "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." Fu Hanyu was holding his wife close with one arm and gently touching her pregnant belly with the other. Yes, Manli Nyo was pregnant shortly after they got married. Sure enough, the drama from the Fu family began again. Fu Laikai spoke. "Old lady, he's your only biological son. How can you say such things about him? The son is right. If he doesn't find a job, he won't make it. If he doesn't work, his wife might leave him." This was meant to criticize Wu Xiuyu. Wu Xiuyu didn't mind. She turned and went to the kitchen. As long as Fu Dazhuang could find a job, she was happy. Sun Xiaohua said, "What can we do now? That troublemaker has threatened me. If I go bother him again, he might take me to see the team leader. You know the team leader just wants peace. Our family shouldn't lose points just because we don't get benefits." Fu Dazhuang looked worried. "That team leader is really unfair. He doesn't support us villagers, but protects those young city folks." Fu Laikai looked coldly at the foolish mother and son. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Just endure it, wife. Go to their house and kneel at the door. That way, they can't bother you, and the villagers will feel sorry for you. Many people will criticize them. I want to see how thick their skin is." Sun Xiaohua looked upset. "Old man, it's freezing outside." "Do I have to go?" Fu Laikai replied. "Yes, it's freezing. Otherwise, who would pity you and criticize those two? You're so stupid. If you kneel, then when someone sees you, pretend to faint in the snow. Later, Dazhuang can carry you back, and Xiuyu can make you some ginger tea to warm up." Sun Xiaohua thought, "It's so easy for you to say. Why don't you go yourself?" But she didn't dare say that aloud. Fu Dazhuang urged, "Mom, hurry up and go." Fu Hanya left again, and last night it didn't snow. "Someone will see you if you go out now." Sun Xiaohua had no choice but to sigh and turn away. Fu Hanyu was waiting for his wife's instruction. When he went outside to get his coat, his mother brought out a bowl of steamed eggs with brown sugar and pig fat, and also handed him a lunchbox. "Take this to Shun Jiqing. It's good for pregnant women." Nuomonli called from inside. "Mom, come in quickly. I can smell the delicious aroma." All right, I'm coming, Sun Guifang said affectionately as she carried the bowl inside. Fu Hanyu put the lunchbox in his pocket and then ran out. He arrived at the neighbor's house before Sun Xiaohua. When he knocked on the door and found no one home, he went directly to the next door. When he knocked, Fu Hanyu opened the door. Second brother, I was just about to find you. I have something to tell you. Fu Hanyu took him into a warm room. He greeted the other 3 people inside with smiles, then handed a lunchbox to Shen Yunxin. Shun Jiqing, this was specially made for you by my mother. Shen Yunxin took the lunchbox and opened it. Inside was her favorite fragrant steamed eggs with brown sugar and pig fat. Yi Miao Miao came over and said, Wow, there are 2 eggs. Can I have one? Shen Yunxin reached out her hand, and Lu Yunting naturally handed her 2 spoons. Fu Hanyu told Fu Hanyu about the disgusting plan his uncle's family had come up with. Second brother, you need to think of a way. Your aunt is about to come to your house to accuse you, and second sister-in-law. You know how easy it is for people in the village to follow the crowd. Yi Miao Miao listened and said nonchalantly, Let's try. Is her old body and weak legs stronger than our determination? Fu Hanyu said, Second sister-in-law, aren't you afraid of gossip in the village? When second brother goes to the army, you'll be alone here. Yi Miao Miao looked confident. What's there to be afraid of? Not only am I Shin Jiqing, but I'm also Shin Public Security. When the time comes, who dares to cause trouble or slander me? Fu Hanyu gave her a thumbs up. You're really impressive, second sister-in-law. Yi Miao Miao looked at Fu Hanyu and said, Actually, I know of a job opening. A steel factory in the city is hiring a driver. Do you dare to go? When Fu Hanyu heard this, his eyes lit up and he became excited. Of course I want this job. Second sister-in-law, you really are my real second sister-in-law. From now on, if there's anything good outside, just tell me, and I'll help you bring it back. Yi Miao Miao waved her hand. Don't rush to flatter me. I just know the steel factory has a hiring quota. If you praise me too much, when you go for the interview, you can only say I'm your real second sister-in-law. But you need to know how to drive. Your second brother and Lu Jiqing just came back, so ask them to teach you. Fu Hanyu looked at him. I know that with your current skills, you can definitely pass the factory's recruitment test. But driving a truck across provinces is risky. Later, I'll go to the city with Lu Yunting. You should come with us. Fu Hanyu knew his second brother was trying to find connections in the city to give him more training opportunities. He was so happy he almost floated. Second brother, you really are my real second brother. Fu Hanyu looked at him. When you get in, if there's a chance, try to bring Jiang Xueshi in too. If the 2 of you work together in the future, I'll feel more at ease. Fu Hanyu was so happy, he almost looked like a silly kid. Yes, thank you, second brother. Fu Hanyu asked, Do you know why I want you to team up with Jiang Xueshi? He nodded. I know. It's dangerous on the road. Having your brothers with you definitely makes me feel more at ease. After saying that, he turned to leave. Second brother, wait a moment. I'll go back and have breakfast, then come over. Wait a moment. Lu Yunting had already used the chicken soup they didn't finish this morning to cook him a bowl of chicken noodle soup while they were talking.
Eat it.
I might not come back often in the future. Remember to take good care of Shin Jiqing. Fu Hanyu took the bowl and chopsticks without hesitation and started eating. Brother Lu, don't worry. I've always treated Shin Jiqing as if she were my sister-in-law. To avoid delaying things, Fu Hanyu quickly finished his bowl of noodles. When they left, they glanced at the neighbor. Sure enough, Sun Xiaohua was kneeling in the snow. While the others still hadn't gone out much, they took a detour around the youth center and headed toward the village entrance. Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin stayed inside the warm house, sewing small clothes and pants for the unborn little one acting as mother and the other as godmother. Time passed slowly, and soon someone started knocking on the door of the yard. Shen Yunxin opened the window and looked outside. She saw Su Yanhong approaching and nodded to signal her to come in directly. Su Yanhong hurriedly pushed open the courtyard gate and entered the yard, asking, Yunxin, are Miao Miao and the others here? As Su Yanhong pushed the door open and entered, Yi Miao Miao waved at her, saying, Yes, I'm right here. Su Yanhong said, That Sun Xiaohua is really mean. She actually knelt at your door. More and more people are coming to watch the fun in the village. What do they want from you and Fu Hanya? Yi Miao Miao replied, she wants to ask for a job for her own son. Hearing this, Su Yanhong sneered. They really have wild ideas. Her son did some shady things at the factory. Now, no factory in the city would want Fu Dazhuang. What are you planning to do? If Sun Xiaohua faints in front of others and tries to frame you, the villagers' gossip won't spare you. Shen Yunxin said, the villagers who spit on us only do that to people like you and me. Miao Miao is now with the police, so they won't dare. Hearing this, Su Yanhong realized the point and looked at Yi Miao Miao, asking, so, what do you all plan to do now? Yi Miao Miao said openly, ignore her. If she accidentally freezes to death, that old fool would be better off. Su Yanhong nodded. All right, since you all know what you're doing, I'll head back now. In the snow, Sun Xiaohua was so cold, she was trembling and couldn't help but fight. Seeing that the crowd was mostly gone, she closed her eyes and lay down on the ground. Sure enough, someone shouted in shock, oh no, she might die. That young couple inside is really ruthless. Sun Guifang came over to speak, saying, when I went back to report, I said that the eldest sister-in-law had already fainted in the snow. Did her own son come? If her own son doesn't come, how can we rely on outsiders? Wang Guixiang also arrived with a few good friends, working with Sun Guifang. So, her own biological son is still alive? Then, what are we standing here for? Hurry up and catch Fu Dazhuang, that unfilial son. Making his own mother kneel in this freezing snow shows how unfilial he is. Our production team should arrest him and his wife to be criticized. Sun Xiaohua, lying in the snow, heard what these people were saying, but she didn't react because she was now filled with deep hatred for the people of the Fu family. She was very cold lying in the snow, so cold that her bones ached, but no one cared about her life or death. Wang Guixiang and the others deliberately did not go to help Sun Xiaohua in the snow. Instead, they led a group to the Fu family's gate to scold them. Just then, Fu Dazhuang and Wu Xiuyu, who were about to leave, were blocked. Why are you two dragging your family around and trying to run away, ignoring your mother and mother-in-law? Sisters, although Sun Xiaohua often does bad things, she is now being bullied by her son and daughter-in-law. We can't just watch and do nothing. Let's catch Fu Dazhuang and Wu Xiaoyu and give them a good scolding. Fu Dazhuang was stunned and scared. Hey, why are you here to catch me? My mother is clearly kneeling at Fu Hanya's door. Wang Guixiang said, you still know she's your mother? You're an unfilial son. Wu Xiaoyu asked two children nearby to help lift the older women. She turned around and tried to run. Sun Guifang walked over and slapped her hard. Wu Xiuyu, if you dare to run today, we'll go to your Wu family village to find people. See if your family dares to protect you. Inside the Fu family's yard, chaos quickly broke out. Fu Laikai was hiding inside, warming himself by the fire, not wanting to get involved. He really didn't expect things to escalate like this, but since it had already happened and it didn't involve him, he didn't want to care. Wu Xiuyu, after being caught, angrily shouted into the house, Dad, didn't you hear that Dazhuang and I are about to be taken away? Do you still want to ignore this family? Fu Laikai thought to himself, what the hell am I supposed to do? It's embarrassing enough. If anyone should care, it should be that shameful wife of mine. There were two militia members in the village, both nephews of Wang Guixiang. When they heard about the scolding, they quickly arrived with people. Fu Dazhuang and Wu Xiuyu were dragged to the grain-drying yard and tied up in 5 places, ready to face the village's scorn. Since there was excitement to watch, everyone in the village who was staying warm in winter hurried over. Soon, the two in the center of the yard were surrounded in 3 layers inside and outside. Fortunately, Nyomonli was the first to inform the people at the youth station about the good show, so this time, the young people found a great spot to watch. Yi Miao Miao habitually protected Shen Yunxin, who was pregnant, by her side. As more people arrived, Wang Guixiang stood in the middle and said, everyone listen up. Early this morning, these 2 troublemakers made their mother kneel in the freezing snow. Even when Sun Xiaohua fainted in the snow, they didn't care. Tell me, isn't it right to call out such unfilial children and criticize them? As she finished speaking, someone eagerly grabbed a snowball and threw it at Fu Dazhuang and Wu Xiuyu. Fu Dazhuang, You ungrateful son who can't even make a hole, making your mother kneel in the snow. We'll deal with you for her. Someone else urinated in the snow and then threw the soaked snowball at the two. Wu Xiuyu opened her mouth to curse, but a dirty snowball was thrown into her mouth, making her almost faint from the smell. Wu Xiuyu, you shameless woman. The Fu family paid a lot of bride price to marry you, and this is how you treat your mother-in-law? Here, have a snowball from me. Seeing her daughter-in-law trying to resist, Fu Dazhuang could do nothing but obediently squat down, shielding his head. Wang Guixiang walked over to Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin, proud and claiming credit. Miao Miao girl, I know Sun Xiaohua, that shameless woman, was targeting you and your little family. How is it now? I hope you haven't called me Anne in vain. Shen Yunxin gave a thumbs up. Auntie, you're amazing, Yi Miao Miao said. Auntie, you're my idol. Wang Guixiang looked surprised. What's an idol? Yi Miao Miao replied. It means I want to grow up to be a kind-hearted woman like you. Wang Guixiang burst out laughing. Time was almost up. Seeing Fu Dazhuang and Wu Xiaoyu almost buried under rotten vegetable leaves, foul-smelling dog poop, and snowballs, Wang Guixiang decided to step in and restore order. Before leaving, she looked at Shen Yunxin and advised, Yunxin girl, you're pregnant. The weather outside is freezing cold. You shouldn't stay here any longer. Go back quickly. At this moment, Sun Guifeng also arrived on time to take Niu Manli back. Shen Yunxin knew that Yi Miao Miao liked to play. She said, that's fine. I will go back with Aunt Guifeng and Manli. Yi Miao Miao suddenly grabbed her hand. You dare? If you accidentally fall and hurt my godson, I won't forgive you. Shen Yunxin laughed and playfully hit her. After they returned home and warmed up inside, Shen Yunxin sat on the Kong bed, holding her belly, and drank a cup of spiritual spring water. Suddenly, they heard footsteps outside. They both leaned against the window to look outside. It was the militia, carrying guns, chasing after pigs, and they had driven Fu Dazhuang and Wu Xiuyu back. Finally, they ordered the frozen Fu Dazhuang to carry the unconscious Sun Xiaohua back home. They warned the couple that if they ever mistreated the elderly again, they would be publicly humiliated and detained for a whole day, something that wouldn't cause death. Fu Dazhuang shivered with fear. Wu Xiaoyu's eyes were full of hatred. They were both from the Fu family, but why was only she suffering like this? The village was no longer lively, but the trouble in the Fu family was just beginning. Sun Xiaohua, completely frozen, lay on the bed with no one to care for her. After returning, Wu Xiaoyu brewed herself a bowl of ginger soup. Then she stormed into the house, pointing angrily at Fu Lakai by the fire, shouting that she wanted a divorce from her son. While drinking the ginger soup, Fu Dazhuang suddenly remembered the warnings from Wang Guixiang and other women when he returned. They said they would visit soon, and if they found that Sun Xiaohua wasn't well cared for, they would come for a bigger public humiliation and even report him to the authorities for being unfilial and causing his mother's death. He shivered with fear and hurriedly brewed more ginger soup. Wu Xiuyu, upon hearing this, stormed into the kitchen and caused a big fuss. Fu Dazhuang, are you crazy? Today we almost got killed by that useless wife of yours. Why are you still caring about him? Fu Dazhuang replied, he's my mother. Hearing his son's anger, Fu Laokai, sitting by the fire, stood up and went into the kitchen. He suddenly slapped Wu Xiaoyu hard. You heartless woman. Our family only married you as a daughter-in-law, and you almost ruined our son. Wu Xiuyu didn't expect to be hit by her father-in-law. After shouting, she saw Fu Dazhuang not helping her, so she jumped up to fight Fu Laokai herself. The two of them fought back and forth fiercely inside the kitchen. In the next room, Sun Xiaohua lay happily on the bed, smiling. Today, they never thought the person who got the worst treatment would be this daughter-in-law. Wu Xiaoyu, a mean and greedy woman, has completely ruined her reputation after today's trouble. Someone like her can't even think about returning to her family or remarrying. Who would want her? In the evening, Fu Hanya and Lu Yunting, who went to the city to check things, returned. Fu Hanyu had practiced in the city all day and came back with them, but he went straight home. After entering the house, Fu Hanya and Lu Yunting first warmed themselves by the fire to get rid of the cold, then went to see the woman. "Why are you so late coming back?" Yi Miao Miao walked over and looked at the man with a gentle, slightly complaining gaze. She had been waiting for him all day, and she had to go to work tomorrow. Fu Hanya held her soft hand and said, "We brought dinner back for you and Xin Jiqing from the state-run restaurant. After eating, we'll go home." Shen Yunxin also went over and took Lu Yunting's big hand, saying, "Miao Miao wants to eat grilled fish tonight. Dinner is ready. Come and eat." On the table was a fat, fresh grass carp, caught by Yi Miao Miao earlier that afternoon when she opened a hole in the river and fished it out. She also gave one to the people at Jiqing's place. Lu Yunting took out hot kung pao chicken and pickled pork with vermicelli from their packed food from the state-run restaurant. Yi Miao Miao, Fu Hanya, and Lu Yunting all drank cold beer, while Shen Yunxin drank warm milk that Lu Yunting had boiled with spiritual spring water. After taking a sip of milk, Shen Yunxin suddenly lost her appetite. Lu Yunting noticed her little mood and kept it in his eyes. He turned around, poured 2 glasses of spiritual spring water, and took away both his cold beer and the warm milk in her hand. "I'll drink this with you." Shen Yunxin turned her head, looking at the man beside her with deep emotion. Lu Yunting inserted a straw into his cup and then offered it to her. "Try drinking a little of this." Shen Yunxin felt very happy inside. She obediently bit the straw and drank, then looked into the man's eyes, feeling as if the spring water had become even sweeter. Yi Miao Miao saw this and, not wanting to be outdone, hugged Fu Hanya's arm and affectionately leaned on his shoulder to complain, "Look, they're both here again. I tell you, on the train coming to the countryside, I sat across from them. I almost died from their constant sharing of affection." Hearing this, Fu Hanya reached out his large hand to gently touch the girl's waist and then affectionately kissed her on the forehead. Yi Miao Miao's heart softened and swelled with happiness because of the man's sweet words. She blushed and said, "Let's eat first." The 4 of them happily started eating together. Fu Hanya and Lu Yunting carefully removed all the fish bones before putting the fish into the bowls of the girls they liked. Meanwhile, a surprise visitor arrived in the village. He was following Zhou Yunyao as her cousin. The 2 of them deliberately walked past the youth station, one after the other, and the man even looked over at their small courtyard proudly, as if showing off. Inside the house, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya heard the crunching sound of footsteps in the snow. The 2 men exchanged a knowing glance silently. Yi Miao Miao was immersed in Fu Hanya's loving feeding and didn't notice the danger this time. Zhou Yunyao and the man returned to Zhou's family. Zhou's parents, an older couple, had already gone to bed. When they heard the knocking at the door, Zhou's mother loudly scolded and prepared to send Wu Huaichun, who was already ready to sleep, to open it. Wu Huaichun, feeling annoyed but holding her belly, went to open the door. When she saw Zhou Yunyao, she smiled immediately. "Hubby, you're back. You finally came home. Boo-hoo, you don't know how much I missed you." Zhou Yunyao hadn't returned for several months. The moment Wu Huaichun saw him, she thought to herself that she must make him happy tonight. She didn't want her in-laws to bother her now that she was about to give birth. She just wanted this man to love her. But the man was indifferent and pushed her away. "Why are you crying as soon as we meet? Haven't you seen I brought guests home? Use your eyes and go to the kitchen to make us a bowl of hot noodle soup." Wu Huaichun's eyes filled with tears as she looked at the man who was scolding her harshly and treating her like a servant. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. They hadn't seen each other for several months. She just wanted to act cute and get the man to feel sorry for her. At this moment, hearing the sound of their son returning, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou came out dressed. "Yunyao, why are you back? Didn't you say your factory was very busy?" Mother Zhou deliberately said this to Wu Huaichun because they still wanted to keep Wu Huaichun working hard for their family. In reality, their family wouldn't really let Wu Huaichun enjoy a peaceful life at the factory. Yunyao smiled at his mother and said, "Mom, look who I brought back. This is my cousin Zhou Biao, from my cousin's family. At the factory, I have to call him Brother Biao." Mother Zhou didn't even remember she had such a distant relative, but she understood her son was eager to introduce him. She went along and said to Zhou Biao, "Oh, what a good young man. Is my cousin feeling well lately? Zhou Biao showed a big white smile and said, Auntie, don't worry. My mother is in good health. How about you and uncle? Are you both feeling well? Mother Zhou didn't expect this sudden relative to be so talkative. She smiled and said, My husband and I are also doing well. Father Zhou, standing at the door, looked confused but smiled happily. It's cold outside. Come inside quickly. Wu Huai-chun silently cursed the Zhou family for still bringing relatives over and for making her, a pregnant woman with a big belly, do the cooking and serve them. As she turned to leave, she felt a man's hand pull her small hand. She was happy, thinking it was Yun Yao, but when she turned around, she saw her cousin Zhou Biao closest to her. She broke out in a cold sweat. This man was so disrespectful to her. But she had no face to say anything. It would only make the Zhou family dislike her more. She could only swallow her humiliation and quietly hide in the kitchen. The Zhou family all went inside to warm themselves. In the kitchen, Wu Huai-chun was busy, listening to the laughter coming from the main room. She was so angry she wanted to pour poison into the pot. But she still had to rely on Yun Yao in the future. She couldn't understand why, before they got married, she only needed to use one finger to make Zhou Yunyao fall head over heels for her, but after they officially married, she couldn't attract that man anymore. After eating hot noodle soup, Zhou Yunyao took Zhou Biao to the guest room to rest. Don't you believe in your son? Zhou's mother stopped thinking much and just felt happy. I believe. After comforting his parents, Zhou Yunyao turned back to his own room. Seeing Wu Huaichun flirting with him, he couldn't help but walk over because he was in a good mood. After the two in bed finished, Wu Huaichun snuggled in the man's arms, still hoping he would take her to the city this time too. Zhou Yunyao pretended to be asleep, snoring loudly. Unbeknownst to the couple, Zhou Biao, who was living next door, heard every noise they made inside the room clearly, and it made him anxious and restless. Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya finished dinner and hurried back home. Lu Yunting tidied up the kitchen and then came out to see Shen Yunxin sitting on the Kong, folding the baby's small clothes and pants. He felt warm inside. He walked over, hugged the girl from behind, one arm around her waist, gently supporting her growing belly, and the other arm around her small legs, lifting her into his arms to go inside. Wait a moment. Outside, the sound of snow falling again was heard. Shen Yunxin placed her hands on the man's shoulders, looked up, and kissed his lips. Lu Yunting understood her meaning. He gently put her back on the Kong, cupped her face, and deepened the kiss. They both felt a fiery desire, wanting to melt into each other completely. Outside, the snow was falling softly, but inside, the atmosphere was full of spring warmth. After drinking the spring water, Shen Yunxin still blushed and her heart raced as she hugged the man's neck, unwilling to let go. Lu Yuntian was worried she might catch a cold, so he carefully dressed her and then held her close, speaking softly. Try not to go out much these days. People have come to the village and they are after those professors at the cowshed. Shen Yunxin realized something. How could it happen so quickly? Did you and Fu Hanya go to the city today to plan something? Lu Yuntian nodded. He briefly explained their plan with Fu Hanya. Since there's no way to prevent trouble forever, they spread some rumors in the city today. Unexpectedly, other spies from different groups arrived in the village tonight. Shen Yunxin felt sad. After you finish your mission, are you going to leave? Yes, Lu Yuntian replied with a heavy heart. Shen Yunxin yawned and raised her hand.
I'm sleepy.
Carry me inside so I can sleep. Luckily, they shared a space, or she might really have been reluctant to let the man go. The next morning, Fu Hanya didn't dare to take his wife next door for a meal again. He set an alarm to wake up early and prepare a breakfast with love, fed Yi Miao Miao, and then sent her to work at the commune. At the entrance of the commune, Yi Miao Miao got off her bike, still yawning. Fu Hanya handed her a water bottle brewed with spring water. "Tonight, I won't let you fool around anymore." Yi Miao Miao took the bottle and deliberately looked at him with a teasing gaze. "Are you willing?" Fu Hanya wouldn't be willing. Just that look made him want to hold the teasing girl and kiss her enough. Yi Miao Miao looked very satisfied as she watched his eyes darken. "Come pick me up after work this afternoon." Fu Hanya said, "I'll try my best." Last night, Yi Miao Miao also learned about their plan. She said, "Don't try too hard. I can go home by myself." Fu Hanya didn't reply. If he could find the time, he would definitely come to pick her up himself. 3 days passed. There was no movement at the cow shed or in the village. Instead, the Zhou Yunyao family caused a huge scandal. Early on the 4th day, Wu Huichuan, heavily pregnant and wearing thin clothes, ran across half the village to Sun Chuangui's house. "Help! Captain, help!" Her running and shouting quickly attracted the early risers in the village. Sun's wife, who was the early riser and the one who opened the yard door for Sun Chuangui's wife, saw Wu Huichun in this state. Wang Huifang was startled and said, "Oh my, you're so big with this belly, running in the snow. Aren't you afraid of falling or freezing? That wouldn't be good for you or the baby." Wu Huichun couldn't care less about that now. Seeing that the aunt genuinely cared for her, she clung to her arm and cried loudly. "Auntie, please help me. Please help me." Wang Huifang looked at her helplessly. "What happened at your home? Are your parents-in-law bullying you again?" As they spoke, neighbors nearby, hearing the commotion, came out dressed and curious. Wu Huichun cried even louder. "No, Auntie. I know as a daughter-in-law, I should be respectful and help my husband take care of my parents-in-law. I shouldn't complain. This time, it's not my parents-in-law bullying me. It's Zhou Yunyao who brought his cousin home the night before last. Their family actually allowed that cousin to bully me, a pregnant woman. I woke up this morning and saw that man lying on the bed with me and my husband." "Boo-hoo." Wang Huifang was stunned.
What?
"You're pregnant? Who is that man from the Zhou family? They won't even spare a pregnant woman with a big belly? That beast is truly wicked." The neighbors, who had gathered around, were also angry. They all started condemning the Zhou family. "What kind of wicked person is this Zhou family bringing into our village? Catch him so everyone can see what he looks like. Call the police. Make sure that beast is sent to farm labor." Inside the house, Sun Chuangui heard the situation escalating and was worried someone might report to the local police, which would damage the reputation of the production team. He quickly put on his padded coat and went outside. "Don't go to the commune. Find Yi Jiqing. She's a police officer now. Just bring her here." Wu Huichun, hiding in the captain's wife's arms, secretly smirked, watching how she would deal with the Zhou family this time. In the past, she always claimed injustice and grievance, and everyone used filial piety to suppress her. This time, she was determined to take this chance to ruin the Zhou family's reputation completely. This time, unless her family begged her to give them some benefit, she would never let things go easily. When the villagers came, Yi Miao was getting up, planning to enjoy the carefully prepared breakfast from Fu Hanya. Hearing the knocking, Fu Hanya went outside to open the door. The visitor said, "Comrade Yi is still at home, right?" Fu Hanya nodded. "A big incident happened in our village. 2 days ago, Zhou Yunyao's cousin came. That cousin, a scoundrel, actually behaved badly towards Wu Jiqing, who is pregnant and has a big belly. Now Wu Jiqing has gone crying to the team leader to complain. The team leader asked us to come and invite Comrade Yi to come and handle justice." Hearing this shocking news, Yi Miao couldn't wait to rush out of the house. But thinking about the Zhou family, she calmed down again. Yi Miao first reached out and pulled Fu Hanya into the yard. She then stepped outside and asked, "Is this really true?" The villager hesitated a bit. "It probably isn't Wu Jiqing making trouble for no reason. This concerns her reputation and the Zhou family's reputation," Yi Miao asked, "and the person who committed the crime?" The villager said, "I don't know. Maybe he's still at the Zhou family." Yi Miao said seriously, Now, you two go with me to the Zhou family to catch the person and bring the Zhou family members to confront Wu Huaichun. The villager said, bring your husband along too. I'm worried that just the few of us might not be able to catch him. Yi Miao shook her head. You two go with me to the Zhou family to catch him, and you two go to the youth camp to find help. When people are unsure, they tend to listen. The two villagers, instead of knocking on the neighbor's door, simply went around to the youth camp. Seeing that they really went to the youth camp, Yi Miao took the remaining two villagers and headed to the Zhou family. The Zhou family was indeed arguing, but not because they blamed Zhou Biao for bullying Wu Huaichun. Instead, they were discussing how to help Zhou Biao get out of trouble. However, Wu Huaichun, that shameless woman, had already run out to complain. The situation was still uncertain about how it would turn out. In the end, the three members of the Zhou family decided to let Zhou Biao hide in the mountains for a while. Zhou's mother said she would prepare some dry food for him, while Zhou Yunyao and Zhou's father worked together to comfort Zhou Biao. Zhou Biao was very angry. He was furious that Wu Huaichun, such a flirtatious woman, would refuse him. Now, suddenly causing such a big incident, I don't know if it's good or bad. What should he do next? Should he directly attack the people over at the barn? At this moment, Yi Miao Miao arrived with the villagers. Two villagers tried to knock on the door, but she kicked it open directly. Zhou Biao heard the noise and stood up, ready to run. Zhou Yunyao quickly pointed the way to him. In the backyard, you should go through the back. Yi Miao Miao heard this, turned around, and went around the wall to chase after him. It was actually gunfire. Neither Zhou's family members, nor the two villagers who had entered Zhou's house were able to stay calm. Yi Miao Miao dodged the bullets, obviously unharmed. Not only that, but at the moment she was about to catch the man, she deliberately let him go, frightening him so much that he rolled down the snowy slope in a panic. Zhou's mother reacted quickly, feeling a strong warning in her heart. She pinched her son's arm and quietly asked in a low voice, "What kind of person did you bring back this time?" Zhou Yunyao still held on to hope and said, "Mom, don't worry. Maybe that shot was fired by Officer Yi." As soon as the mother and son finished speaking, they saw Yi Miao Miao walking in with a cold face. They stopped talking. Yi Miao Miao looked at them coldly. "I heard he's a distant relative of your family, right? You better explain clearly." Then she opened her palm and placed the bullet casing in front of the Zhou family members. The two villagers were so frightened their legs trembled. Officer Yi, did they catch that man?" "He has a gun," Yi Miao Miao said. "He ran away. He probably won't come back for now." When Zhou Yunyao heard that the man had escaped, a strong, unspoken denial rose in his mind. He reached out, trying to grab the bullet casing to destroy the evidence. Yi Miao Miao kicked him directly, hitting him where it hurts most. Zhou Yunyao immediately felt Yi Miao Miao's explosive strength. It seemed as if that part of him had been kicked apart. As for the others, they didn't see exactly where Zhou Yunyao was hit, only that he was clutching his lower abdomen and pretending to be hurt. At this moment, two more villagers arrived with young men from the countryside, along with a few other villagers who had heard the gunfire and came to help. Shan Yunxin also wanted to go out and see what was happening, but she was heavily pregnant, and the snowy, slippery, cold weather outside made Lu Yunting refuse to let her go out. To distract the girl, Lu Yunting picked her up and placed her on his lap, focusing on kissing her. After the gunfire, everything outside quickly returned to silence. Inside, the warm fire in the charcoal basin occasionally crackled softly. Shan Yunxin was completely lost in the man's kisses. She cupped his face and eagerly leaned in to kiss him, her fingers slowly unbuttoning his clothes and belt. Her fingers traced over his firm, muscular chest and abs, moving downward. He didn't want her to see the chaos outside, so he had to find other ways to make it up to her. After the girl unbuttoned his pants, Lu Yunting finally surrendered and gently lifted her onto the bed. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao and a few others arrived at the village chief's house. Sun Chuangui saw they all came safely and breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you all okay?" "No one got hurt." Yi Miao Miao shook her head. "I've already sent the village militia out to patrol and reported to the police." This really annoyed him. Even in the middle of winter, they couldn't have peace. Sun Chuangui was furious. When he saw Zhou Fu, he raised his foot to confront him. You old fool! What kind of relative did your family offend? Are they really distant relatives? If anyone in the village gets hurt today, I'll make your only son eat sunflower seeds. Zhou Fu, Zhou Mu, and the foolish, greedy Zhou Yuniao now realized how serious the situation was. They were more afraid than Sun Chuangui and didn't even have the courage to resist. Wu Huichuan didn't care whether Zhou Yuniao would end up eating sunflower seeds. If Zhou Yuniao was unlucky enough to be executed, that would be even better. The child in her belly would then be the only descendant of the Zhou family, giving her more leverage to get benefits from them. Right now, her main goal was to take the opportunity to shame Zhou's parents in front of everyone in the village. She stepped forward and said, Parents, I also think the village chief is right. That Zhou Biao coming to our house, are they really relatives? Which family's male relative would climb into a woman's bed? Is this part of your family tradition? Mrs. Zhou was so angry that she shifted her focus. She raised her head and sternly said to Wu Huichun, You little brat, shut up. Don't you see what time it is? Stop talking about these unimportant things. Wu Huichun sneered and asked, Mother-in-law, you think that me lying on the same bed as your nephew is just a small matter? So, does that mean when you visit relatives, you often lie on the same bed with other men from your family? Is it your cousin, your younger brother-in-law, or your older brother? The crowd, originally tense because of the gunshots, was now drawn in by the loud argument between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Since everyone had nothing else to do, they all turned their attention to watching the drama unfold. Mrs. Zhou was so furious she yelled, You shameless woman, shut up. I already explained to you this morning he just got up, went to the bathroom, and accidentally entered the wrong room. Why won't you believe me? Seeing that everyone's attention had shifted back to her, Wu Huichun happily retorted, I don't believe you at all. You, an old woman, nag at me about being filial to you every day. That's fine, but now you're letting your nephew bully me, a pregnant woman. You're really something else. Then she turned to the onlookers and said, I'm a living person lying in bed. Do you believe that he just got the wrong room and squeezed into bed with me? We don't believe it. This time, the whole village was laughing at them. Mrs. Zhou's face turned pale with anger. Mr. Zhou lowered his head and said nothing. He just wanted to hide himself completely. Zhou Yuniao also kept his head down and didn't dare to move. As a man, he knew that the most embarrassing thing to admit was his own fault. Last night, he only wanted to please Zhou Biao. He never expected Wu Huichun to dare say such shameless things. The onlookers saw that the three members of the Zhou family wanted to pretend they weren't involved. Someone who often argued with Mrs. Zhou stepped forward and provoked, Li Menying, your daughter-in-law says you slept with so many men. Are you sure you only squeezed into one bed with them? Did they do anything to you on the bed? I don't think your son and old Zhou look alike. And your daughters, they all look quite different. Everyone burst into laughter at this. Father Zhou was indeed provoked because he suddenly remembered something from his youth. Li Menying really liked her cousin. She claimed that when she was pregnant with Zhou Yuniao, she stayed at her parents' house for a while. When her son was just born, some villagers also said that the baby didn't look much like her. But before Father Zhou could get angry, Mother Zhou quickly rushed over to confront the widow who was deliberately causing trouble. Zhou Pandai, I won't let you get away with this. Don't think I don't know you've had a thing with my old Zhou since you were young. Now that you're a widow, you still want to smear me. I will tear apart your shameless mouth. She's gone crazy. This is truly madness. At this moment, Father Zhou also remembered his own youthful adventures, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Zhou Yuniao looked up at his father, who was standing still as if he had been struck by a spell. He couldn't believe his father was really involved with this widow. This whole situation was too chaotic. Mother Zhou and Zhou Pandai had already pushed each other into the snow, fighting fiercely. Wu Huichuan also looked stunned. She only wanted to pressure the Zhou family into giving her some benefits. How did the scene suddenly turn into this? Yi Miao Miao heard several ants gathering nearby, talking excitedly. She turned her head to look, and the ants warmly invited her over. In fact, the situation in the Zhou family wasn't the most bizarre. The village had countless stories. A few years ago, rural life was less regulated. After dark, there were no TVs, no mobile phones, and no electric lights. So, it was hard to tell which man was sleeping with which woman after sunset. But everyone kept these things private. As long as no one was caught, it was understood. If it ever got exposed, everyone would laugh. Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin had also heard some of these stories from Wang Guixiang before. But after hearing all this now, they realized Wang Guixiang's stories were quite conservative. Meanwhile, Mother Zhou and Zhou Pandai started fighting. As the fight went on, they went from pulling each other's hair to grabbing each other's clothes. Eventually, their clothes became increasingly less. Sun Chuangui couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, "Zhou Shangfu, what are you standing there for? Come over and pull your wife away." Zhou Shangfu was the full name of Father Zhou. Father Zhou heard his name being called and had no choice but to muster his courage and go over to intervene. As soon as he pulled Mother Zhou away, he was slapped.
Zhou.
"Did you just touch her? You old fool." Father Zhou really couldn't say anything in his defense. Brother Zhou Pan continued to provoke. "Li Menying, if you have the guts, come at me. Bullying old Zhou is nothing. Zhou Pan, you shameless widow. Today I will tear you apart." Mother Zhou shouted and tried to join the fight, but she secretly scratched at Father Zhou's face, pretending it was accidental. She was taking revenge for herself, not caring that she knew about the little affair between Father Zhou and the widow in front of her. Wu Huichuan watched the older generation fight fiercely and saw no one paying attention to her. She ran over, grabbed Zhou Yunyao's arm, and started crying. "Yunyao, please don't dislike me because of your cousin. I am really the victim. The baby in my belly must be yours. I am loyal to you, really." A few onlookers, attracted by Wu Huichuan's crying, came over to speak up for her. "Yes, Yunyao, don't be confused. This is all because your parents didn't handle things well." Wu Jiqing was so scared she ran out pregnant. Yunyao, timid as a quail, nodded repeatedly. Yes, the answer right. I will treat her even better from now on." Wu Huichuan cried. "Yunyao, take me to the city with you this time. I can't stay with my parents anymore." Yunyao looked up at the unfriendly eyes of the ants staring at him. He forced a smile and nodded. Okay. Wu Huichuan said, "Then I'll go home now to pack. I'll stay in the city ahead of time." Yi Miao Miao reached out and stopped her. "Don't rush to leave. Your family show isn't over yet." She then opened her palm, revealing a bullet. "This is the bullet your man's cousin shot me with. Now that Zhou Biao has run away, if your family doesn't clarify Zhou Biao's identity, no one can leave." As she finished speaking, 2 police officers from the commune and dozens of armed militia arrived quickly. The Zhou family had never seen such a scene. The 3 generations, old and young, were all so frightened they collapsed. Wu Huichuan looked at Yi Miao Miao with confusion. "What do you mean? Today you're not here to help me with the case of being bullied by Zhou Biao? That Zhou Biao isn't a relative, so what other status could he have?" Yi Miao Miao glanced around at the curious onlookers, knowing that the news about Zhou Biao being an enemy agent couldn't be revealed publicly just yet. Yi Miao Miao had to come up with a quick excuse. "Because I am now with the police, he hit me, so of course I have to be taken in for questioning." She used this as a chance to show her authority. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 of her colleagues took out silver bracelets to handcuff Zhou's parents. Zhou Yunyao saw things were getting bad. He knew Yi Miao Miao was good at fighting, so he forcefully pushed Wu Huichuan, who was pregnant, aside.
"Ah,
My belly." Yi Miao Miao caught Wu Huichuan and gently pushed her to the side, then chased after Zhou Yunyao and kicked him into the snow. "I warn you, if you try to run again, I'll break your leg." Wu Huichuan turned her head to look. She was now completely disappointed in this man. She even wished he would go away forever. Just now, if Yi Miao Miao hadn't caught her firmly, she might have fallen on her big belly and had a miscarriage. In the end, Zhou's family, including Wu Huichuan, was all taken away. Only the onlookers at the scene looked confused. What exactly happened to the Zhou family? I don't know either. Could it be related to the gunshot from this morning? Stop talking about it. It sounds pretty scary. The team leader told us not to ask anymore. Let's all go home. In the afternoon, after work, Yi Miao Miao immediately went to share today's gossip with Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin handed her a cup of hot milk tea she had just made. It turned out that Zhou Biao was an enemy agent planted at the machinery factory. He believed the information that Fu Hanya and Lu Yunting shared about a professor in the village's barn in the city. So, he asked Zhou Yunyao to help him, promising a promotion at the factory once the task was done. That bastard Zhou Yunyao not only helped him with the task but also revealed that he had his eyes on Wu Huichuan at her home. To please him, Zhou Yunyao even planned to send Wu Huichuan away. Shen Yunxin was surprised and widened her eyes. Wu Huichuan is so pregnant now. Was she really bullied by that man? Yi Miao Miao said. Wu Huichuan refuses to admit what happened last night with that man. But according to Zhou Yunyao, he sneaked the man into his room while Wu Huichuan was asleep last night. Wu Huichuan only found out this morning when she woke up and saw the man lying beside her. That means she thought the man sleeping next to her was Zhou Yunyao. It's hard to believe nothing happened between them. Shen Yunxin said, Zhou Yunyao is really not a good person. Luckily, Zhong Qingqing didn't marry him. Yi Miao Miao replied, that bad man is still around. Today, we found out at the factory that he's renting a house in the city and is involved with a female worker from their factory. Shen Yunxin was shocked and opened her mouth wide. I remember, he went to the city shortly after marrying Wu Huichuan and never came back. Does Wu Huichuan know about this? Yi Miao Miao shook her head. We're just investigating the case. No one has told Wu Huichuan about this. Shen Yunxin remembered how quickly Wu Huichuan became pregnant with Zhou Yunyao's child last week. Knowing that people in this era don't have enough knowledge about contraception, she asked curiously, did the woman living with Zhou Yunyao in the city have a child? Yi Miao Miao shook her head. That woman knows Zhou Yunyao has a wife in the village. She didn't dare to get pregnant. Shen Yunxin said, women like her are probably rare in this era. Yi Miao Miao immediately understood that Shen Yunxin was imagining a better life. She quickly added, Zhou Yunyao's brothers-in-law are doing pretty well in the city. That woman wants Zhou Yunyao to help her find a job for her brother in the city. Otherwise, she'd have to give up her own job. When we questioned her, she even begged us to forget about her brother's job. She didn't want others to know about her and Zhou Yunyao. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao looked at each other and shook their heads with sighs. This woman is really unlucky. After finishing the remaining milk tea, Yi Miao Miao still felt hungry. What are we having for dinner tonight? Are they coming back this evening? Shen Yunxin shook her head and reached into her space to take out a plate of washed strawberries and grapes. We're having spicy hot pot tonight. Lu Yunting went out earlier, and I asked him to prepare all the ingredients for the hot pot. Yi Miao Miao saw the girl smile with her crescent-shaped eyes, which looked very sweet. She gently tapped her nose with her finger and said, Xiao Yunxin, your Lu Jiqing takes good care of you. Shen Yunxin asked, is your Fu Hanya not good to you? When talking about her own man, Yi Miao Miao also smiled happily. He's very good. These days, he went into the mountains to hunt a lot of food for me. He slaughtered, cleaned, and sliced everything. I'll take some out, so we can have hot pot tonight. Shen Yunxin pinched her smiling face and said, you're really happy now. I remember the first time I saw you on the train, you were so cold and distant. I was a little afraid to talk to you back then. Yi Miao Miao replied, actually, we're the opposite. I was attracted to your sweet and gentle look. I thought you and your man must be truly in love. I wish I hadn't broken up with Fu Hanya. Fortunately, they are now together and very happy. After eating, the two women lay side by side on the kong, a traditional bed, and fell asleep. Yi Miao Miao held Shen Yunxin's hand and said, there might be some big movements at the cattle shed tonight. I will stay here and keep you company. Shen Yunxin turned to hug her arm and pouted playfully. Miao Miao, it's so good to be best friends with you. It made her feel very safe. When Shen Yunxin leaned in, Yi Miao Miao clearly felt her soft chest, big and soft. The sensation was much more comfortable than her own. Yi Miao Miao reached out gently and touched one of her soft parts, joking. How are you so big? Look at mine, it's so small. Shen Yunxin remembered that when she wasn't married or living with Lu Yunting, her own parts were small too. Now, since Yi Miao Miao was her best friend, she felt comfortable sharing her experience. She blushed and whispered in Yi Miao Miao's ear. Yi Miao Miao listened and thought that if Fu Hanya treated her like that, she would blush even more. When I go back, I'll ask him to try. They changed the subject and talked about other things, then gradually fell asleep. After a while, they were awakened by a few sporadic gunshots outside. Yi Miao Miao was the first to get up and peek out the window. She was a little worried. I want to go see if I can help. Shen Yunxi nodded. Go ahead, I will go to the space. After getting dressed, Yi Miao Miao left. Once Shen Yunxin entered the space, she couldn't sleep either. She took out her tablet and opened the Tomato Novel app. At 4:30 a.m., Lu Yunting returned home. Shen Yunxin heard noises outside the room. She threw down her tablet and went out to meet him. Are you hungry? I saved a hot pot for you tonight just for you, she said. Lu Yunting first stood by the charcoal fire to warm himself, then walked toward her. I want to kiss you first, he said. Shen Yunxin raised her finger and pointed to her lips. Lu Yunting smelled the sweet, soft scent on her and looked down at himself, noticing he might still have dirt on him. He said, I'll go take a shower first. Shen Yunxin reached out to stop him, then gently rubbed her soft body against him. She pointed to her lips and said, Kiss here first. I won't mind. Thinking they might soon be apart again, Lu Yunting pressed his thin lips against her soft pink lips, demanding and intense. Shen Yunxin felt weak all over from the kiss. Then, the man suddenly picked her up and carried her into the bathroom. The sound of water started, along with Lu Yunting's deep, pleased hum. An hour and a half later, they returned to bed. Lu Yunting massaged her tired, sore hands. By the way, they talked about tonight's success. That Zhou Biao was too overconfident. After escaping, he even boasted that he gathered all his enemies online under the pretense of eliminating top Chinese research professors. But Feng Hanya and Lu Yunting had already moved the professors from the barn during his escape, so the people Zhou Biao brought today actually attacked the soldiers protecting the professors at the youth station. The 5 of them, along with the traps they set earlier, quickly finished the fight. Afterwards, they went to the county town before returning. Shen Yunxin listened and said, Luckily, Zhou Biao was so foolish and overconfident. Because of that, you not only won a great victory but also exceeded your mission, right? Lu Yunting nodded.
Yes.
So Feng Hanya and I asked the leaders for a day off. We will rejoin the team tonight. Shen Yunxin gently held the man's handsome, determined face, her heart aching. Are your missions always this dangerous? Lu Yunting didn't deny it. He placed his large hand over hers and said softly, Yunxin, you can trust me. She nodded. I'll get you something to eat. You can rest after breakfast. Lu Yunting glanced at the time. It really was time for breakfast. When they walked into the dining room, Shen Yunxin was carrying his meal, while he held a nutritious breakfast he had prepared for her during his free time. They looked into each other's eyes and smiled sweetly. Outside, the weather was freezing, so after eating, they both went to rest. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya were also getting ready to rest after spending a joyful morning together. Suddenly, Yi Miao Miao remembered something Shen Yunxin had told her the night before. Under the blanket, she took Fu Hanya's hands and placed them gently on her shoulders.
Fu Hanya paused, surprised.
Miao Miao. He thought she wanted to play around again, but she quickly stopped him.
Wait.
That's not what I meant. I just want you to help me massage.
Fu Hanya looked puzzled.
Blushing, Yi Miao Miao patiently explained the method Shen Yunxin had told her about. After listening, Fu Hanya smiled. You don't need to worry about such things. Yi Miao Miao pouted and playfully hit him. I just want to take care of myself, is that wrong? Fu Hanya chuckled softly, leaned down, and kissed her. Then he began to gently massage her shoulders as she had asked. Before long, they were both laughing and enjoying the moment together. By afternoon, Yi Miao Miao had fallen asleep, exhausted but content. Fu Hanya tucked her in, kissed her gently on the forehead, and then went to the kitchen to prepare a loving meal for her. That evening, after both women saw their partners off, Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin happily moved in together again. Yes, Although she felt a little sad when saying goodbye to her beloved man, the deep friendship between the two girls living together as roommates made her feel happy about their future together. They would rely on each other for a long time, which was a good thing. The next day, Yi Miao Miao returned to her job on time. After submitting a sick leave note from yesterday, she started her workday. After work, she first visited the captain's house to deliver a message, then went home to drink some hot tea and share her funny work story with Shin Yunshin. Today, she only handled one very boring case of petty theft. But near the end of the day, an interesting piece of news came from their office. It was that Zhou Yunyao was going to be sent to eat peanuts because he had direct contact with enemy agent Zhou Biao. The eldest brother-in-law of the Zhou family had some influence and managed to prevent the old couple from being sent to the farm for re-education. However, they would have to go to the commune every day for ideological struggles, which was a huge shame for the local Zhou family, who felt their family's reputation was being tarnished. Shen Yunshin asked, "What about Wu Huaichuan?" Yi Miao Miao replied, "She's still as selfish and cunning as ever." She pretended to be a helpless victim to avoid facing the consequences for the Zhou family. In fact, Wu Huaichuan knew Zhou Biao's true identity was problematic. She had only been pretending to be submissive in front of the Zhou family these past few months. When she heard that Zhou Yunyao was really going to be sent to eat peanuts, she felt secretly happy, with no sadness or regret. Because the four sisters of the Zhou family didn't know what Zhou Biao had done, they weren't affected this time. As long as these four sisters stayed in the Zhou family, it wouldn't fall apart. But Zhou Yunyao was the only male heir of the Zhou family. If he died, the only bloodline in the family was now in her belly. Soon, the Zhou family would be begging her to give birth to the child. After hearing the news, she turned around and went straight back to her room, closing the door. She stayed inside until Sun Chuangui left. Outside, Zhou's mother was crying so hard she couldn't breathe, saying, "Yunyao, my son, why did you have to suffer like this? You are the only bloodline of our old Zhou family." Wu Huaichun heard this and opened the door to come out. "Mom and Dad, I have made up my mind. The child in my belly cannot be born without a father. I will go to the hospital tomorrow to have the baby aborted. Shameless girl, say that again. It was you who almost destroyed Yunyao's family. Our family spent so much money to help you marry into us. And now you can say such cold and heartless words." Father Zhou, angry, paced around the room until he found a stick. He swung it, intending to hit Wu Huaichun. Mother Zhou reacted quickly. She hurried over to stop him. "Dad, calm down first." Father Zhou knew it wasn't the time to hit his daughter-in-law. She was carrying the only bloodline of their family. He then turned and hit Mother Zhou with the stick. "It's all your fault, you shameless girl. Why didn't you teach your son properly? Now he's gone astray and risking his life." Mother Zhou endured 3 hits from her husband. She knew her son was gone forever. After he let go of her, she rushed to Wu Huaichun and begged, "Huaichun, you can't think like that now. The baby in your belly is almost 6 months old. If you abort it now, it will also hurt your health. Please keep the baby. Even though Yun Yao is no longer here, your father and I will treat this child as our own. Your 4 aunts will also treat him like family. So, you don't need to worry about the child's lack of a father." Wu Huaichun listened for a long time but didn't hear any plans for herself. She snorted coldly and directly clarified, "And what about me?" Father Zhou said, "As long as you give birth to this child, if you want to marry someone else in the future, we won't interfere." Wu Huaichun replied, "Dad, that condition sounds pretty good, but it's not what I want." Father Zhou asked, "Then what do you want? Do you want to eat my and your mother's hearts?" Mother Zhou quickly reached out and grabbed his hand, giving him a meaningful look, indicating that their main goal now is to persuade her to give birth to the child. Wu Huaichuan clearly knew what the Zhou family was planning. She sneered and said, "Let my 4 aunts find me a job in the city. This might be her last chance to leave Shanghai, but she definitely couldn't spend her whole life as a rural person in this countryside." Father Zhou said, "You really have wild ideas. Do you think it's so easy to find a job in the city now?" Wu Huaichuan didn't like the old man's cold sarcasm. She angrily replied, "Then give me money." Give me 2,000 yuan, or I will harm the baby in my belly, the only bloodline of your Zhou family. She had already thought it through. 2,000 yuan could buy her 2 jobs in Shanghai. She could send the money back to her family to help her get a job and also help her cousin get a job. That way, her mother and uncle would help her return to Shanghai. Although she might still be exploited by her family after going back, having a job was better than staying in this countryside. Father Zhou said, "No matter if you want a job or money, you must guarantee that the baby you carry is a boy. If it's a girl, we won't give you a single penny. Fine, then go find another daughter-in-law who can give you grandchildren," Wu Huaichuan said, about to take scissors and cut her belly. Mother Zhou was terrified and quickly knelt down to beg her. "Huaichuan, don't be impulsive. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Whether you have a son or a daughter, we will still love the baby, right?" After speaking, Mother Zhou secretly signaled to Father Zhou. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they must first ensure the baby is born safely, or they might lose both. Wu Huaichuan knew very well what these 2 old people were planning in their hearts. She said, "No matter what, tomorrow I want you to call back my 4 aunts. I want you to write me a guarantee letter. Either guarantee to find me a job in the city or guarantee to give me money. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing whether the baby in my belly is a boy or a girl." The next day, the 4 daughters of the Zhou family came back, though they looked reluctant. Wu Huaichuan personally wrote the guarantee letter. The eldest sister of the Zhou family picked up the guarantee letter, looked at it, then put it down. "Father and Mother, I can't sign this guarantee now. Why can't you sign it?" Mother Zhou walked over and slapped her daughter's shoulder, then kept giving her meaningful looks. Big sister Zhou helplessly said, "Mom, do you know how big a trouble Yun Yao caused this time? You don't know how much our 4 sisters have suffered in our in-laws' house just to protect you and Dad from being sent away for reform. Over the past few years, all 4 of our brothers-in-law's promotions have been affected because of Yun Yao. Our in-laws have warned us that if we support our family again, we will be asked to leave." Wu Huaichun didn't expect Yun Yao's matter to affect others. She asked, "Does that mean I won't be able to find a job in the city anymore?" Big sister Zhou replied, "What do you think?" Wu Huaichun said, "Then, will the child I give birth to also be affected by his criminal father? I won't have this baby." She was also thinking about finding a way to remarry. Mother Zhou, standing nearby, was so frightened she almost fainted. The 4 sisters quickly went to help her up and pinched her between her ribs. "Mom, don't get too upset. In the future, we can't openly support our family, but we will secretly take things home. No matter what, we will support you and Dad and the baby in your daughter-in-law's belly." The last sentence was directly spoken to Wu Huaichun by Big Sister Zhou. Mother Zhou looked at Wu Huaichun and begged, "Please have the baby." Wu Huaichun said, "If you want me to have the baby, then give me 1,000 yuan." Mother Zhou cried, "We don't have that much money. Do you think I was born a bad mother-in-law? When you forced Zhou Yunyao to marry you, we had already spent most of our family savings. The remaining money was used for Yunyao to find a job and make connections in the city. These past few months, I was just worried about that money, so I targeted you." Seeing the pale faces of her 4 sisters, Wu Huaichun clenched her teeth and said, "Then find a way to give me 800 yuan. If you keep bargaining with me, I really won't have this baby." Big sister Zhou firmly said, "We can only come up with 500 yuan now. As long as you have the baby and are willing to take good care of him, we will treat you as family. Until you find another man you like and marry, we will never make things difficult for you." Big sister Zhou said, "If you think it's too little, then go and get the child aborted now. Our family will kick you out immediately. At most, the 4 of us sisters will find a way to adopt a boy with the surname Zhou to be raised by my parents as a new son." Wu Huaichun saw the determination on the faces of the 4 Zhou sisters, so she had to accept the situation. 500 is 500 yuan. Either you pay now or sign a guarantee." Big sister Zhou replied, "We can't sign a guarantee now, but we will try to gather the money within a week. If they sign the guarantee now, they would have to take the document to their in-laws' house later, and all 4 sisters would be driven back by their in-laws." Wu Huaichun compromised. Soon, the ridiculous story of the Zhou family spread through the village. Some shameless people, taking advantage of the old couple's daily visits to the commune for criticism, secretly came to propose marriage to Wu Huaichun. Wu Huaichun clearly knew that these people were mainly interested in the 500 yuan she received. She immediately grabbed a broom and a stick and drove them away. A few days later, a faint sadness filled the youth camp. The ox cart in the village was parked outside the youth camp. It turned out that the 3 soldiers who came as youth volunteers were being transferred back because their mission was complete. The important professors who had been staying in the cattle shed had been picked up by higher authorities the night before. Both Yi Miao Miao and Su Yanhong had told Xinyan Xian about this. Since it hadn't snowed for several days, the weather was nice. Xinyan Xian also wore a padded jacket and went to the youth camp. Wow! The 3 soldiers each found their own partners. Each couple was reluctant to part. Ren Jun and Li Shui became a couple. Ren Jun was also from Beijing. I've asked my parents to visit your parents. My marriage report has been sent to the military. Once it's approved, I will come to marry you in Beijing. Li Shui never expected to meet someone she truly liked here. She thought she would just wait for the order to return to the city, but now she was about to get married. After the wedding, she would go to the southern province with the army. Su Gua and Zhong Qingqing also became a couple. Both were from Beijing, and Zhong Qingqing's family was well matched with Su Gua's. However, Zhong Qingqing couldn't follow the army immediately after marriage because Su Gua was not eligible. However, Su Gua took out his mother's family heirloom bracelet, which had just been sent from Beijing, as a token of their love. Qingqing, keep this safe. My marriage application has already been sent to the military, just like our battalion commanders. Once it's approved, we'll take leave and go back to Beijing to get married, okay? Zhong Qingqing shyly agreed. Yes. Next, the last couple was Chen Jian and Li Shui. Because Li Shui is slow to warm up, their relationship developed more gradually. Chen Jian said, "From now on, we'll keep in touch through letters. If you have any questions or problems, write to me. I will respond. Okay?" Li Shui replied softly, lowering her head to hide her blushing face. Although her response was quiet, it was clear she was very happy. After they finished, Su Yanhong quietly said to Xin Yunxin, "Chen Jian's parents both work full-time. They are a bit concerned about Li Shui's family background, but Chen Jian is very patient and caring. He's helping Shui, who has been hurt before, to slowly open her heart. I think they are a very sweet couple." Xin Yunxin understood why Su Yanhong thought Chen Jian and Li Shui were a sweeter pair. Because Su Yanhong and Zhang Zihua also had a complicated love story. She asked, "What are you and Zhang Jiqing planning?" Su Yanhong blushed and smiled. "We're almost there. We plan to find a date to get married before the new year." He's already arranged with the team leader to get land for building a house. The team leader also wants us to stay on as youth team leaders, so our house will be closer to the youth point. The team leader said they'll give us an extra piece of land as compensation. After spring, once the house is built, we'll invite you to celebrate with us. Xin Yunxin smiled happily with her. Congratulations, soon. It was the end of January, and the village became lively with preparations for slaughtering pigs and dividing the meat for the new year. Su Yanhong and Zhang Zihua also went to get their marriage certificate. They bought a bag of candies on their way back from the commune and shared wedding candies with everyone. After eating the candies, Li Shui and Zhong Qingqing received letters from the Southern Province Military District. The marriage applications of Ren Jun and Su Gua were approved, and they could start preparing to go back and get married. After the wedding, Li Shui would definitely follow the military, and Zhong Qingqing's parents had also arranged a job for her in Beijing. So, the two of them would not be coming back anymore. While the production team was slaughtering pigs and dividing the meat, they pooled their money and bought pork directly from the team leader, preparing a big feast for all the young workers to enjoy. Yi Miao Miao, Shen Yunxin, and Niu Monli were also invited to join. Congratulations to you both. Thank you, everyone. Li Shui was influenced by the lively and happy atmosphere. After the meal, she quietly wrote a letter to Chen Jian, telling her that she also wanted to get married. She knew Chen Jian had been waiting for her to say this. The next day, when she saw Li Shui and Zhong Qingqing off, she also went to the commune to mail her letter. It was New Year's, and Shin Yunshin's belly was already over 6 months along. Her big pregnant belly, like a blown-up balloon, made her start to move less easily. But she and Yi Miao Miao both wanted to eat the various fried balls that the village women had mentioned. Under Shin Yunshin's guidance, and with help from the side, the two amateur cooks started frying New Year's treats in the kitchen. The first was fried large meatballs, with added crispy lotus root pieces. After frying, Yi Miao Miao took the first bite, delicious. Next were fried radish balls. Then fried date balls. They didn't seem to like the texture much, so they fried fewer of these. The fourth was fried dough rings, with both sweet and salty flavors. The fifth was fried snacks because Yi Miao Miao remembered them from childhood and was nostalgic, so she fried more. The sixth was fried fish fillets, which were very tasty. They decided to stop at these 6 types, as the number 6 is considered very lucky and auspicious. They worked in the kitchen all day and finally finished frying all these treats. Now, they just had to wait for the new year. Su Yanhong learned that Fu Hanya and Lu Yenting wouldn't be coming back to celebrate the new year with them, so she invited the two of them to join the young workers at the youth camp for the New Year's dinner. Li Shui blushed as she announced to everyone that Qin Jian had replied to her letter. They are likely to get married soon. However, after getting married, she doesn't plan to move back to the city. She wants to stay here and continue working as a young worker. When the opportunity arises with Qin Jian, she will follow him with the military unit. Everyone clapped warmly. Shui, congratulations. Congratulations. Li Shui shyly smiled. I also wish everyone happiness and joy in the new year. Without your help and support, I wouldn't be a military wife and still choose to stay here. At this moment, Zhou Baozhen, who had been hiding among the crowd since the Zhou family's trouble, suddenly stepped forward. She stood by the fire and bowed to everyone.
Sorry.
I want to apologize before the new year. When I first came here, I was stubborn and spoiled, showing off my power with others' influence. Now I realize how silly I was. I want to say I know I was wrong. I might be here for many years as a young worker. Zhou Baozhen's apology was sincere. But those she hurt can choose not to forgive her. If they want to reconcile, it's unlikely to happen. After she finished speaking, Su Yanhong looked around and saw no one paying attention to her. As the team leader, she decided to give her a chance. Zhou, how do you feel about being a young worker here now? Zhou Baozhen honestly replied, I think it's good that I accidentally came here to be a young worker. If I weren't here, I'd probably be sent to another place with my parents to herd cattle. She then started crying softly. Shin Yunshin and Yi Miao Miao exchanged glances. They knew the Zhou family's troubles were caused by the Xing family. If Fu Hanya and Lu Yenting hadn't gone to join the army, their families might have ended up like the Zhou family. Su Yanhong said, All right, stop crying. The past is the past. Our relationship with you might not be very close in the future, but if you truly want to get along peacefully with us, we won't make things difficult for you. Zhou Baozhen raised her sleeve to wipe her tears and nodded. I know you are all good people. It was my own narrow-mindedness before. After she finished speaking, she walked over to Yi Miao Miao. Police Officer Yi, I'm sorry. I know I was reckless and hurt the person I care about most. It's you. I truly realize I was wrong. Actually, my cousin doesn't deserve you. Yi Miao Miao nodded. Don't worry. I believe in settling scores immediately. You already paid for your recklessness that day. Once I get my revenge, I'll let it go. Even though I am a police officer now, I would never do anything illegal or personal. Zhou Baozhen remembered the last time she fell into a cesspit. It still made her feel sick. She couldn't help but gag and turned around to run outside and vomit. Inside, everyone continued talking and joking. Help! Someone's been murdered. Suddenly, they faintly heard this cry from inside. When everyone stopped to listen carefully, Zhou Baozhen ran in from outside. It seemed like a serious fight was happening. She saw 2 figures rush past quickly. The voice shouting for help sounded like Aunt Sun Xiaohua. Help! Someone's been murdered. The voice was faint again. It was definitely Aunt Sun Xiaohua's voice. Strange. The villagers said Aunt Sun Xiaohua had fainted from the cold and was bedridden, unable to move. But her loud voice didn't sound like a sick person. Everyone quickly ran outside. They saw Wu Xiaoyu holding a kitchen knife, chasing after Sun Xiaohua. According to the story, the paralyzed Sun Xiaohua was running very fast, like she was trying to get help from Officer Yi Miao Miao. She kept running around the house while Wu Xiaoyu chased her with a knife. It looked like a game, with the two women running in circles. But it was obvious to others that Wu Xiaoyu only pretended to be fierce. She never really wanted to hurt anyone. Every time she swung the knife, she deliberately missed, scaring Sun Xiaohua into screams and wails. Soon, the villagers watching the scene realized it was a playful contest between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. When Sun Xiaohua saw more people coming, she immediately ran over to ask for help.
Help!
Please help me. My daughter-in-law has gone crazy. Seeing Sun Xiaohua complaining and pulling others to complain, Wu Xiuyu suddenly threw her knife and rushed forward. This scared Sun Xiaohua and the villagers so much that they almost fainted. Both of them collapsed to the ground, trembling and fainting. Wu Xiaoyu's eyes were red with anger. If she didn't need to eat peanuts to kill someone, she truly wanted to cut down this lazy mother-in-law who was pretending to be sick and tormenting her. The people at the youth station also moved over. Yi Miao Miao looked at Wu Xiuyu, who was sitting on the ground gasping heavily, and asked, "What exactly happened?" Wu Xiuyu replied, "It's nothing. I was just joking with my mother-in-law." After saying that, she went over and pinched the neck of the villager sitting nearby, waking her up.
Ah.
There's a ghost. The villager who woke up was still replaying in her mind the moment she saw Wu Xiuyu's kitchen knife before fainting. Now, after seeing Wu Xiuyu, she was so scared she scrambled to run away. Wu Xiuyu didn't bother to pay attention to them. She then pinched Sun Xiaohua's neck, her thumbnail almost digging into her upper lip. When Sun Xiaohua woke up, she didn't know if she was scared or in pain. She screamed and also tried to run. Wu Xiuyu looked coldly at her fleeing figure and cursed, pretending, "Huh? Keep pretending. Weren't you just lying on the bed unable to move? That old fool who was just about to run around the village 18 times. Was that you?" Sun Xiaohua suddenly stopped, realizing the situation. It's over now. Everyone in the village knew she was pretending to be sick. Wu Xiuyu pointed at her back and continued to curse, "Sun Xiaohua, you old fool. So, what if I'm the most unfilial daughter-in-law in the village? Now, everyone can see what kind of mother-in-law you are. You pretended to be sick and made me unable to lift my head in my own village. Tonight, on New Year's Eve, you still won't stop tormenting me. I'm just waiting for the day you grow old and paralyzed. When that day comes, I'll see to it that you're taken care of until you die." How bitter and hateful were Wu Xiuyu's words at this moment. They made Sun Xiaohua, standing nearby, shiver 3 times. Yi Miao Miao took the chance to quietly pick up the kitchen knife from the ground. Seeing the knife finally taken away by the police, the onlookers dared to speak about justice. "Wu Xiuyu, just forget it. You're now a mother yourself, and you have a son. In the future, you'll also marry a daughter-in-law here. We all see that. Yes, Wu Xiuyu, I remember you have not been obedient to your mother-in-law since you married into our village. Unlike before, when your family would secretly plan against your younger brother, ever since Fu Hanya cut ties with your family, you have started to bully your mother-in-law every day. If you hadn't forced her to kneel in the snow, she wouldn't have had the chance to pretend to be sick. Look at how you've only been caring for her a few days, and you're already so angry you want to hurt her with a knife. Wu Xiuyu, you've become such a daughter-in-law that you might be the worst in several nearby villages. Wu Xiuyu, don't forget, you are hurting your mother-in-law, not your own mother. If a girl like you hadn't married out of our village, that would be one thing. But now that you are here, you can't blame us for interfering. And you still dare to shamelessly say in front of us that you want to take care of your mother-in-law to death. Now tell us how you plan to do that." Clearly, the women in the village still prefer to support Sun Xiaohua. Sun Xiaohua immediately straightened her back and started scolding Wu Xiuyu. "Wu Xiuyu, you are a heartless daughter-in-law. Honestly, since you married into our family, I haven't treated you badly. But look at how you've treated me. Ever since your second brother had a falling out with the family, you've been scheming to dominate us at home. You rely on having 2 children to think you can boss me around. If you don't want to work, You want everyone to treat me like a servant. You even suggested I kneel in the snow. No, that wasn't my idea." Wu Xiaoyu was furious. The idea of kneeling in the snow wasn't hers. It was the old man's idea. She didn't believe the old wife didn't know about it. She was angry because the old wife was trying to blame everything on her now. But everyone around only believed Sun Xiaohua's words. They started criticizing Wu Xiaoyu harshly. Wu Xiaoyu was so angry. Since Sun Xiaohua pretended to be paralyzed, she had been deliberately soiling herself in bed, making her wash the sheets every day in this cold winter. But now, everyone saw her suffering and pretended not to notice. Wu Xiaoyu was so angry she wanted to go over and tear Sun Xiaohua apart. But as she took a step forward, she suddenly felt sharp pain in her stomach.
Done.
Tonight, she was holding in anger and chasing after the old man, which caused her to go into labor. It seemed like she was about to give birth.
Ah.
My stomach. Until Wu Xiaoyu was kneeling on the ground, holding her pregnant belly, the people around finally paid attention. She's been fussing all night. Is Wu Xiaoyu really about to give birth? She's not even 8 months pregnant yet, and her belly looks like she's about to pop. Sun Xiaohua stood nearby, watching Wu Xiaoyu in labor with a cold look. She had waited a long time for this moment. She wanted to see if Wu Xiaoyu would still act proud when she was giving birth. All the women around went over to help. Someone advised, "Xiaohua, don't just stand there. At this time, family matters should be put aside. The most important thing is to help your daughter-in-law deliver the baby." Sun Xiaohua looked upset. What does this have to do with the big grandson of the Fu family? These little brats are born from whatever kind of mother they have. None of my grandchildren or granddaughters pay any respect to me as their grandma. It was clear Sun Xiaohua was feeling very hopeless and heartbroken. As she finished speaking, Fu Laikai came out and slapped her hard twice. Fu Dazhuang picked up Wu Xiaoyu from the ground and went to find the village midwife. The men from the Fu family arrived very quickly. It was obvious they had been there earlier, hiding in the crowd like cowards. After Wu Xiaoyu was taken away, a pool of blood was left on the snow, shocking everyone. Sun Guifang quickly reached out to cover Niu Manli's eyes. All pregnant women, don't look. Yi Miao Miao also hurriedly raised her hand to cover Xin Yunxin's eyes, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Xin Yunxin gently shook her head. "I'm fine." She then cupped her belly with both hands, thinking about the child she lost in the aftermath. She couldn't help but feel heartache again. Meanwhile, Wu Huichuan, frightened, closed her eyes and slowly walked toward the Zhou family, holding her belly. The next morning, the village finally heard that Wu Xiaoyu had given birth. The baby was a big, chubby boy. However, Wu Xiaoyu, exhausted from a whole night of bleeding, had injured her body. She would likely be unable to have more children like her mother-in-law. Wu Xiaoyu is still not awake. The Fu family didn't have enough money to take Wu Xiaoyu to the hospital. Now that they heard she might never be able to have children again, they didn't want to care for her anymore. They only went to the village to borrow some red sugar and boiled water to feed her. The whole family then focused all their energy on their newborn grandson. At this moment, Wu Huichun heard this news and felt very worried and upset. Her own due date was near, and with Zhou Yunyao dead, she was afraid that Zhou's family only cared about her unborn child and wouldn't care about her anymore. She stayed alone at home, thinking all morning. By noon, she heard that Wu Xiaoyu, who was in a coma, still hadn't woken up. With no other options, she took out the 500 yuan she had taken from Zhou's family. She went to the youth station, feeling very reluctant to part with the money. But knowing her life was at risk, she gathered her courage and knocked on the door. Zhou Baozhen opened the door, and Li Shu-yi came out with her. Wu Huichun thought that her most trusted person was Su Yanhong. Since Su Yanhong was the leader of the youth team, if she had real trouble during childbirth, Su Yanhong could help her. "Hello, I am here to see Captain Su." Su Yanhong and Zhang Zhihua were busy preparing money for their wedding and house. Deng Nen also needed to earn money, so they sometimes went hunting in the mountains secretly to make extra cash. But they definitely couldn't tell Wu Huichun about this. Zhou Baozhen simply said, "They're not here." Wu Huichun was very anxious. Where did they go? I need to see her urgently. Li Shui said. They went to buy things in town. Come back tonight and look for them then. In the evening, Wu Huaichun, heavily pregnant, returned to the youth station. She just happened to see Su Yanhong coming back. She hurried over, grabbed her hand, and said, Captain Su, Sister Yanhong, can you help me with something? Su Yanhong had the best relationship with Zhong Qingqing. Although Zhong Qingqing had now found her true happiness, she still felt a bit worried about her sister. Wu Huaichun saw the hesitation in Su Yanhong's eyes. She held her arm and was about to kneel on the ground. Captain Su, I beg you, please help me. Su Yanhong looked down at her big belly. Her heart softened, and she quickly reached out to help the person up from the ground. Wu Jiqing, just tell me what's wrong. What are you trying to do? Get up quickly. Zhou Baozhen and Li Shui also came out together. Why does Wu Jiqing want to ask Sister Yan for help? I don't know, Li Shui said suddenly, then thought of something. Maybe she's being bullied at her in-law's house. We know that the educated youth group sticks together. If she's being bullied here, she's probably coming to ask for our help. Zhou Baozhen nodded in understanding. She had been helped by the educated youth group herself, but she wasn't stupid. She had stayed here for several months and could see clearly that these young people from the countryside couldn't handle things alone. So, she wisely chose to admit her mistakes and support the group. After Su Yanhong helped her up, she sighed softly. Just tell me what happened. If I can help within my power, I will. Thank you, Captain Su. Wu Huaichun finished speaking and saw Yi Miao Miao, who had just finished her shift at the commune, riding her bicycle back in her police uniform. Suddenly, she had a comforting thought. Captain Su, can you come with me to talk to Officer Yi and Ji Qingshin about my situation? Su Yanhong thought that Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin were not strangers. She agreed to go along. However, Shen Yunxin had prepared a table full of good food, waiting for Yi Miao Miao to come back for dinner. Suddenly, they heard knocking at the door, which frightened them, and they quickly hid some of the food in the space. Yi Miao Miao went out to greet Su Yanhong and Wu Huaichun. The room was warm from the charcoal fire, making it feel like spring inside. The decorations looked very cozy. Seeing Shen Yunxin's pregnant belly, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Yi Miao Miao noticed Wu Huaichun's gaze and said impatiently, Just tell us what you want to say. Hearing Yi Miao Miao's unfriendly tone, Wu Huaichun was afraid they wouldn't help, so she knelt down again. Hey, why are you kneeling again? Su Yanhong reached out to help her, but Yi Miao Miao stopped her. Don't bother. If she wants to kneel and talk, let her. Wu Huaichun looked at her with a sad, wronged expression. Shen Yunxin saw Wu Huaichun kneeling and protecting her pregnant belly. Thinking she was also pregnant, she softened and gave her a way out. Stand up and sit on the bench behind you to talk to us, or just stop talking. Wu Huaichun appreciated Shen Yunxin's kindness. She nodded gratefully, then supported herself on the bench and sat down. She took out 200 yuan she had hidden in her pocket. Do you know? Last night, Wu Xiaoyu gave birth all night without anyone caring about her. The midwife said she should be taken to the hospital, but no one from the Fu family wanted to send her. After giving birth, she was weak and fainted. The Fu family only borrowed some red sugar from the villagers and gave her a little to eat. When I came to ask, I heard she still hasn't woken up. Why are women so pitiful during childbirth? Su Yanhong understood her meaning. You came to see me today because you're worried that the Zhou family will treat you the same way when you give birth, right? You want us to help you. Wu Huaichun nodded. She handed over the money she had taken out. Captain Su, if I encounter a dangerous situation like Wu Xiaoyu during my childbirth, I hope you can use 100 yuan from this to help me get to the hospital. As the youth team leader, just say the money was collected by your team. After I give birth, I'll come back to settle accounts with the Zhou family. The other 100 yuan is my thank you for your help. I also hope Officer Yi can witness our agreement today. Su Yanhong didn't know what to choose. She really needed money, but as the youth team leader, she couldn't accept money to do her work. If she took the money and something went wrong during Wu Huaichun's childbirth, she would have to fight the Zhou family. She would need to bring the youth team members with her, but only she would have benefited from the money. She would feel guilty about that. If Wu Huichuan turned against her after giving birth and spread the story, she would be even more embarrassed. Shen Yunxin saw that Su Yanhong was feeling conflicted. She said, Wu Huichun, if you have your baby and are feeling better, will you turn your back and take back this 100 yuan, and also ruin Sister Yanhong's reputation? Su Yanhong felt that Shen Yunxin was speaking for her, but if it were her, she wouldn't dare to ask. Wu Huichun quickly waved his hand and said, I definitely wouldn't do that. I realize now that I made mistakes before. I sincerely want to be friends with you all. I understand that we are all educated youth, and only by helping each other can we survive here. Yi Miao Miao turned around and wrote a promise letter, then brought it over and placed it in front of Wu Huichun. Look carefully. You only received the 100 yuan because you asked Su Yanhong for help. Since it's a payment, it shouldn't be returned. If you do something disgusting later, I will take you to the commune and have you and your in-laws face criticism every day. Wu Huichun didn't hesitate. He took the pen, signed his name, then bit his finger and pressed his fingerprint. Su Yanhong sighed in relief after receiving the promise letter. Shen Yunxin added, Miao Miao, give me the paper and pen, and I will write her a power of attorney. If she really gets into trouble and the Zhou family refuses to take her to the hospital, Sister Yanhong can use the power of attorney she writes now to report her to the police. Wu Huichun clapped happily. That's a good idea. Shen, the educated youth, is really thoughtful. Yi Miao Miao reminded her, we're not helping you, we're just helping Sister Yanhong. After sending Wu Huichun away, Su Yanhong looked at Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao with some embarrassment. Shen Yunxin walked over and patted her shoulder. Sister Yanhong, don't feel guilty. This is what you deserve. Even though you're the leader of the educated youth team, helping Wu Huichun with the Zhou family isn't your duty. Your relationship with her is just so-so. Helping her and accepting some benefits is what you should do, Su Yanhong said, but I definitely won't go to the Zhou family alone. Sai, I think I'll just take out that 100 yuan and share it with everyone who helped me. Shen Yunxin said, that's also good. Anyway, Yi Miao Miao and I probably won't want this money later. Yi Miao Miao knew that Su Yanhong and Zhang Zhihua needed money to build their house and hold their wedding banquet. Neither set of parents helped them. They relied entirely on themselves. She said, I won't be on duty tomorrow and will take a day off. I plan to go hunting in the mountains. Sister Yanhong, ask the young people at the youth station if anyone wants to go with me. We will meet at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning. That sounds good. We always gain a lot when we go out with you. If they find out, they will be very happy. Su Yanhong was the happiest. She and Zhang Zhihua could slowly save money again. After seeing Su Yanhong off, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao brought out dishes from the space one by one. While eating, Shen Yunxin secretly kept offering Yi Miao Miao her favorite dishes. Yi Miao Miao couldn't quite understand her intentions. She deliberately kept a serious face and said, You're pregnant with such a big belly now. Don't think about going to the mountains. After you give birth to my godson, I will go anywhere with you. Shen Yunxin sighed and touched her swollen belly. She said, Once I get this kid out, I don't want to have more children. I've been so bored this winter. Yi Miao Miao looked at her pitifully. With you like this, I don't even want to have a daughter for you. Seeing you pregnant these months, I'm honestly a little scared. Shen Yunxin said, It's more than that. You can't imagine how uncomfortable I am. Who can understand? Lu Yunting isn't often with her now, but even pregnant, she sometimes has needs. Sometimes, when they finally meet in space, she just wants to throw herself at him. Yi Miao Miao asked, Have you really not been intimate these months? Shen Yunxin looked dissatisfied. Every time, it's not satisfying enough. Hearing this, Yi Miao Miao immediately shook her head. I don't want you to have a daughter anymore. After dinner, the two went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Then they watched TV together and went to bed. More than a month quickly passed. The weather here is getting warmer, but it wasn't yet spring. Sometimes it still snowed outside. One sunny day, Shen Yunxin, nearly 8 months pregnant, went to Wang Guixiang's house to pick up tiny shoes and hats she had sewn for her baby. Since making these 2 items was quite difficult, she had outsourced the sewing to her child's grandmother. By the way, I also chatted with the child's grandmother to pass the time and gossip about the village. That's right, Shen Yinxin thought that after she gave birth, she would ask Wang Guixiang, an experienced caregiver, to help take care of her postpartum recovery. She decided to make Wang Guixiang her godmother, so that in the future, when Wang Guixiang helped her with the children, she could secretly give her money without anyone suspecting. Wang Guixiang had many children when she was young, and now she has the most grandchildren. Her children are well-behaved and keep themselves tidy. Shen Yinxin liked to bring candies for these children every time she visited. She enjoyed hearing them call her Auntie Shen and thank her. Sometimes, she would also help them with their homework, which made their mothers like her even more. Now, Wang Guixiang's daughters-in-law also like her very much. Today the weather was nice, and many old friends came to visit Wang Guixiang. Shen Yinxin sat nearby, eating sunflower seeds and happily listening to the latest village news. Wu Xiaoyu had just finished her postpartum period. Her cousins from her maternal family were talking badly about her because she was not respectful to her mother-in-law in the village. This made her family less willing to support her now. She is now behaving better in the Fu family and no longer dares to order her mother-in-law around or refuse to do chores. The Fu family now seems peaceful and calm. However, as women, they didn't believe Wu Xiaoyu wouldn't seek revenge on Sun Xiaohua after her postpartum period. They wondered when the next big fight between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would start. Hu Suxiu, who married on the same day as Niu Monli, has not yet become pregnant. Her mother-in-law is getting anxious. Recently, Sun's wife has been throwing things and scolding Hu Suxiu openly and secretly, calling her an unproductive hen. She also uses Niu Monli, who got pregnant right after marriage, to tease Hu Suxiu. Sun Guifang was the first to disagree after hearing this. She thought Hu Suxiu had bad manners and was afraid of making enemies among her daughters-in-law, so she went to scold her mother-in-law. At this point, the older women praised Niu Monli for marrying well. Sun Guifang and Sun Xiaohua were very different types of mothers-in-law. Sun Guifang truly wished she could treat Niu Monli like her own daughter. Compared to Fu Dazhuang, Fu Hanyu was more capable. I heard he had been promoted to a full-time driver in the city. Fu Laifu no longer followed his older brother Fu Laikai around. He no longer listened to his brother and interfered in his own family affairs. Let's talk about the house of the former village leader. Fu Dayong's youngest son lost his job and came back feeling down. Recently, he stopped causing trouble at home. I heard that during the new year, his older brother, who is married and living with his wife, recommended a girl from the city to his younger brother. They seem to like each other. It looks like the youngest son might also be leaving home soon to support his wife by moving in with her family. Both of Fu's sons have married into other families and become live-in sons-in-law. Such things are considered quite shameful in the countryside. Because of this, Fu's youngest son has stopped causing trouble. Now, Fu Daong spends his days arguing with his wife, criticizing her harshly. These men are so annoying. If their children succeed, they take all the credit. But if their children cause trouble or make them look bad, they blame the mother for not raising them properly. In spring, the villagers, both men and women, start to get restless. I heard that recently, several men and women from other families were caught in inappropriate situations at night. Although the authorities are trying to crack down on such behavior, as long as nothing serious happens, no one really intervenes. Shen Yinxin heard this and remembered that Yi Miao Miao had recently handled similar cases in other villages. So she shared a little gossip she knew. While their gossip group was getting more excited, Wang Guixiang's little grandson, Taitu, suddenly ran over loudly and said, "Auntie, I have something to tell you. Zhou Yunyao's wife is going to have a baby with Wu Jiqing." Wang Guixiang knew that Wu Huichuan liked to cause trouble, and the Zhou family was not kind either. She warned her grandson cautiously, "If she's going to have a baby, let her do it." "Why are you coming to find your aunt?" Taitu rubbed his head and said, "I don't know either. She gave me some candies and asked me to help her find my aunt." Wang Guixiang walked over and pretended to scold him. "You little rascal, does our family lack food? Just a few candies can buy your loyalty." Shen Yinxin stepped in and said, "Auntie, don't scold Taitu. I believe he's not after the candies. He has a kind heart. Hearing her granddaughter praise him, Wang Guixiang couldn't hide her smile. But she still warned Shen Yunxin, "You're pregnant now, so don't go to their house." The Zhou couple go to the commune every day for political study sessions, and their tempers are very bad. When Taitu nodded, he said, "When I went over there earlier, I heard their family arguing." They argued for a while, then Wu Jiqing suddenly shouted loudly. We kids ran over to see what was happening. Wu Jiqing recognized me and asked me to come back and pass on a message. Wang Guixiang slapped her thigh and said, "Damn it. The Zhou couple probably plans to bully the daughter-in-law just because she's about to give birth." Her other old friends gathered around and said, "The Zhou family did such a wicked thing. No wonder their older son died before them, leaving them to mourn. If we didn't know about this, it wouldn't matter, but now that we do, we must step in and stop it. It's truly evil." Shen Yunxin didn't understand and looked at Wang Guixiang with confusion. Wang Guixiang, feeling a bit sorry, explained, "You haven't had children yet, so you don't understand. When women give birth, it's like walking through hell. If a pregnant woman is suddenly hurt or frightened near her due date, it can seriously harm her body. Sometimes it's mild, like Wu Xiuyu, but sometimes it can be deadly, causing the mother to die while the baby survives. In the past, only when the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was very bad would the family take advantage of such a moment to harm the daughter-in-law. Now that Zhou's son has died, it's clear they only want the child in Wu Huaichuan's belly." Shen Yunxin was shocked. She didn't realize the Zhou family was so cruel. No wonder Wu Huaichuan cried and begged them for help after seeing Wu Xiuyu's situation. She knew Tai Tu was very smart. She patted his shoulder and said, "Tai Tu, go quickly to the Jiqing station and tell Su Yanhong to bring the Jiqing team here to help. Also, ask someone to go and bring the ox cart from the village." Shen Yunxin knew that the Zhou couple were locals. She didn't even trust the midwife they invited, so she had to be ready to send Wu Huaichuan to the commune hospital at any moment. Wang Guixiang, after hearing Shen Yunxin's plan, remembered something frightening. She said, "Yunxin, you're very thoughtful. There are really families that conspire with midwives to do harm." A few years ago, in a nearby village, a lonely girl got married, but her mother-in-law didn't get along with her. On the day she was giving birth, her mother-in-law bribed the midwife to hurt her. Not long after giving birth, she fell seriously ill and passed away. For the elderly couple in the Zhou family, Wu Huaichun's relatives are not nearby, and she is no different from that orphan girl. Fortunately, the young people in their village are very united. Otherwise, their village might have also experienced a tragic case like that of the orphan girl. Shen Yunxin held Wang Guixiang's hand and said, "Godmother, let's go and take a look now." Wang Guixiang was worried and said, "You better not go. You're almost 8 months pregnant. What if you get scared?" Shen Yunxin reassured her, "Don't worry, Godmother. I'm a big girl now. I won't get scared. If I go, I'll only learn more." Before they got close, they heard Wu Huaichun crying out for help from the Zhou house yard. They quickened their steps. They saw Wang Guixiang's good friend leaning over the wall of the Zhou yard, asking loudly, "Li Manning, what are you doing to your daughter-in-law?" Why is Wu Jiqing shouting for help? The elderly couple from the Zhou family was hiding inside, pretending to be dead and not coming out. Others helped shout loudly, "Li Manning!" Zhou Shangfu. Unable to avoid it, Li Manning, arms akimbo, came out cursing. "What are you shouting about? Are you calling for spirits? Haven't you heard that my daughter-in-law is about to give birth? I was busy boiling water for her in the kitchen. Your daughter-in-law is about to give birth, yet she keeps shouting for help. Did you two do something to her?" Hearing this, Li Manning sneered. "What could we do to her? She's just inexperienced because it's her first birth and she's spoiled. When it hurts, she just yells and fusses. If your daughter-in-law is about to give birth, why didn't the midwife come to help? Do you think I, with only half a skill, should deliver the baby?" Li Manning said. "What's wrong with me being half-skilled? Do you think hiring a midwife is free? You guys should pay for it. Besides, she's our daughter-in-law, not yours. If you're so worried, why not take her to your house to give birth? And while you're at it, do her postpartum care there too. We'll pay for it." Su Yanhong and the young people from the youth team came to help. Zhang Zhihua also borrowed a bullock cart from the village, which was covered with thick straw and 2 beds of cotton blankets. Seeing that the young people from the village had all come out, Li Manning felt a moment of panic. But she still crossed her arms and went over to stop Su Yanhong. "What are you young people doing? I tell you, Wu Huichuan is no longer just a young worker. She is now our daughter-in-law. You, these rude young workers, should not interfere. Her matter is our family's business." Someone couldn't stand it and interrupted. "Su, young worker, don't listen to her. Their family didn't even hire a midwife today. If Wu Huichuan gives birth at home, she might risk her life." As soon as the words finished, inside the house, Wu Huichuan cried out painfully. "Ah, it hurts so much. I'm going to die. Help!" Su Yanhong was anxious and worried. "What have you all done to her at home?" Li Manning hurriedly stopped them. "I warn you, don't interfere. Wu Huichuan has married into my family now. She is part of my family. Why do you think you can control our family's affairs?" Su Yanhong replied. "Because we are all young workers, and today we will not stand by and do nothing." Shen Yinxin saw that Li Manning just wanted to delay time. The longer they waited, the more it might work against her. She loudly said, "Yanhong, stop arguing with her. Bring out the power of attorney Wu Huichuan signed. If they refuse to acknowledge it, call the police to arrest them." Shen Yinxin's words hit Li Manning's sore spot because they and her husband were currently being criticized and feared the police very much. Su Yanhong saw through Li Manning's plan. She took out the power of attorney, saying, "Aunt Zhou, look carefully. This is the document Wu Huichuan previously entrusted us to send to the commune hospital for her delivery. It's signed by witness Yi Gongan. Do you dare to deny it now?" Li Manning's face turned pale with fear. She no longer had the strength to stop them. Su Yanhong, along with Zhou Baozhen, Li Shiyi, and 2 young male workers, went inside to help. When they entered the room, they were shocked by what they saw. No wonder Wu Huichuan kept crying for help. The old couple from the Zhou family had actually tied Wu Huichuan's hands and feet to the bed with ropes. What were they trying to do? No decent family would tie up a pregnant woman like that to give birth. Su Yanhong glared fiercely at the guilty-looking old Zhou father. Zhou Baozhen couldn't help but muster the courage to scold loudly. "Uncle Zhou, you're a man and also Wu Jiqing's father-in-law. Wu Jiqing is now preparing to have a baby. How can you, a grown man, appear in your daughter-in-law's delivery room?" Li Shiyi saw Uncle Zhou's face turning more and more pale. She knew her harsh words had an effect. She also gathered her courage and shouted, "Uncle Zhou, you're behaving like a bully towards your daughter-in-law." He had attended a lesson about criticizing bad behavior, so he knew that acting like a bully was a serious crime, and he might even face punishment. Hearing this, Uncle Zhou was so frightened he fell to the ground with a thud, completely overwhelmed with fear. I didn't do anything." Wang Guixiang's older friends rushed in after hearing this. These women fiercely scolded Uncle Zhou, making him so embarrassed he couldn't speak. Wang Guixiang, outside, listened eagerly. She also wanted to join the scolding. As a woman, she deeply disliked the immoral actions of the Zhou couple. But she still needed to protect Shen Yinxin, who was nearly 8 months pregnant. Soon, Su Yanhong and others used a blanket to carry Wu Huichuan onto a cart. Su Yanhong also got on the cart to care for the uncomfortable Wu Huichuan. Zhang Zihua hurriedly pushed the cart away. Shen Yinxin said, "Shi, go to my house and ride my bicycle to the commune hospital to help. I'm worried Yanhong and the others might be overwhelmed there." Zhou Baozhen volunteered. "I'll go with Shi too." In the evening, Yi Miao returned from work and brought news to Shen Yinxin. Wu Huichuan had given birth to a big, healthy grandson. Her baby was very large, and luckily she was sent to the hospital to deliver. Otherwise, her life might have been at risk. She had acted quite responsibly this time. She also gave Su Yanhong all the remaining 100 yuan she had planned to use for her delivery, saying she was very grateful for their help in saving her. The Zhou couple learned she had a big, healthy grandson. They called all 4 of the child's aunts back. However, Wu Huichuan openly declared in front of them at the hospital that her baby would have the surname Wu, not Zhou. The Zhou couple was so upset they almost kneeled. She secretly told Su Yanhong that once she returned home, she would use her son to carefully control the Zhou family. After listening, Shen Yunxin commented, "Fortunately, Wu Huichuan isn't someone who easily gives up. Otherwise, she would have been completely worn down by the Zhou family long ago. If Wu Huichuan hadn't falsely claimed that the Zhou family owed her 500 yuan, she wouldn't have had the money to protect her life when she was giving birth." Shen Yunxin's stomach was hungry, and she also felt the little one inside kick her hard, as if the baby was also very hungry. Time to prepare for dinner. Yi Miao Miao went to the kitchen and brought out a clay pot. This afternoon, Shen Yunxin received many fresh vegetables from various ants' houses. After bringing them home, she made a big stew with pork belly. When Yi Miao Miao opened the lid, she was attracted by the appearance of the ingredients inside. She took a bite first, nodded repeatedly, and said, "Delicious. My godson's mother's cooking is getting better and better." Shen Yunxin smiled and said, "I added my special spicy broth base for Lu Yunting. Even a shoe sole would taste good in this pot." Shen Yunxin liked spicy flavors. Lu Yunting was worried that she couldn't eat outside seasonings while pregnant, so he had previously prepared several kinds of spice mixes and stored them in the space. After dinner, Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin each held a tablet and relaxed after their meal. Suddenly, Shen Yunxin heard Lu Yunting call her from the space. "Yunxin, I'm back." Shen Yunxin quickly put down her tablet. Yi Miao Miao, noticing her reaction, was also happy. "Are they back?" Shen Yunxin said, "Let me ask first. Since the new year, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya had been assigned to work outside." Hearing her question, Lu Yunting replied, "Not yet. We're still on a mission in the southern province." Yi Miao Miao looked disappointed after hearing Shen Yunxin's report. She stood up with her tablet. "I won't bother you two lovers catching up. I'm going back." Shen Yunxin comforted her. "I'll ask Lu Jiqing to prepare something delicious. I'll treat you tomorrow morning." After seeing Yi Miao Miao off, Shen Yunxin turned and entered the space. Her belly was getting bigger, and Lu Yunting could only hold her tightly from behind when he embraced her. They hadn't seen each other for over a month. Shen Yunxin looked up and eagerly kissed the man. Lu Yunting gently pinched the girl's chin with one hand, while the other tenderly stroked her pregnant belly. Shen Yunxin suddenly made a soft sound and gently pushed away the man who was nibbling on her. Lu Yunting asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Shen Yunxin pointed to her belly and said, "It seems like the little one inside can feel that Dad is back. He's happy and kicking me inside." She then took the man's finger and pressed it on the spot where she was kicked. Lu Yunting carefully felt it, as if he had touched the child's tiny foot. He smiled but looked serious and said, "Little one, you can't bully your mom. If you do, when you come out, I will scold you." Shen Yunxin felt her stomach calm down again. She looked up at the man and praised, "The father of the baby is really useful." Lu Yunting's mind moved. He thought he could be even more helpful. He gently pinched her cheek and kissed her again. Shen Yunxin also felt her heart flutter because of the man's charm. But soon, she felt something hard pressed against her waist. Shen Yunxin's face turned bright red. Lu Yunting quickly kissed her soft face and apologized. "Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom." "Wait a moment," Shen Yunxin said, grabbing his arm. Her fingers lightly brushed the faint muscles on his arm as if unintentionally. Lu Yunting understood. It turned out that their feelings for each other were mutual. He bent down gently and carried the girl to the big bed in the bedroom. Shen Yunxin closed her eyes softly, feeling a little shy but also full of anticipation. She nestled into the man's broad arms, mostly humming and sometimes softly crying. An hour later, Lu Yunting came out of the bathroom. He picked up the girl and held her in his arms again, gently massaging her limbs to relax her muscles. Shen Yunxin half closed her eyes, finding a comfortable position in his arms, and asked, "Where are you now in the southern province?" Lu Yunting leaned down and kissed her, saying, "Fuan and I are still in the mountains on a mission. Tonight only he and I are on duty. He's outside scouting. I took a break to come back and be with you. As a reward, I will go to the kitchen later and cook a few dishes that Yi Jiqing likes." So, she didn't ask anymore. She raised her hands to hug the man's neck and said, "Both of you need to be careful outside. My child, Meow Meow, and I are waiting for you to come home. Lu Yunting hugged her arms tightly, then leaned down to kiss her before saying, Is there anything wrong with your health? Is the baby bothering you? Shen Yunxin gently shook her head. I'm very healthy and feel fine. I drink spiritual spring water every day. The little one in my belly is probably nourished well by the water. He's grown bigger now and is quite naughty, often bothering me. Hearing this, Lu Yunting frowned. He gently stroked her belly with his fingertips and then scolded the baby in a serious tone. As a mother and child, Shen Yunxin already felt the little one inside her was scared and disappointed. She raised her hand to pinch the man's handsome face and said, All right, my little baby has apologized. Dad, please don't be so stern. Lu Yunting looked at his wife and child in front of him. His heart softened completely. He held her hand, kissed her finger, then leaned down to kiss her face and lips. After this month, we will finish our mission and go back. There will be a reward for completing it. Fu Hanya and I will apply for a double room. Your belly is getting bigger, so it will be more inconvenient. I will come back every night to stay with you. When you're close to giving birth, I will take leave to stay with you. Shen Yunxin knew he was worried about her postpartum care. She said, Don't worry. You know Aunt Gui Xiang from the village is very capable. She has had many children herself and has taken good care of her daughters-in-law during their postpartum period. I am lucky to have her as my godmother. I told her that after I give birth, she will come to take care of me. Lu Yunting remembered that Wang Guixiang was indeed a very capable woman. He said, That's good. He had also planned to ask Fu Hanya's second aunt because Fu Hanya told him she was very good at caring for people. Last time he visited, he saw that Niu Manli was well taken care of. After finishing their conversation, Lu Yunting hugged Shen Yunxin and patted her shoulder to help her fall asleep. Once Shen Yunxin was peacefully asleep, he quietly got up and went to the kitchen. He prepared some nutritious meals full of love for Shen Yunxin and also cooked her favorite dishes for Yi Miao Miao, following Fu Hanya's instructions. All the meals were ready. Lu Yunting then turned around and went to the bathroom to wash off the smell of cooking fumes from his body. Back in the bedroom, holding her beloved girl, she closed her eyes and slept for 2 hours. She woke up at 4 in the morning, drank a glass of spring water, then returned to the forest in the southern province to swap shifts with Fu Hanya. She also brought a pot of spring water for the man. Shen Yunxin slept peacefully all night without dreams or worries about the baby inside her. However, when she woke up and felt her partner's side of the bed empty, she felt a little sad inside. Suddenly, Yi Miao Miao's voice came from outside. Yunxin, are you up? Shen Yunxin quickly dressed and went to the kitchen to pick a dish that Fu Hanya had ordered for Yi Miao Miao, then took it out. Try this. Fu Hanya picked this dish for you. After taking a bite, Yi Miao Miao nodded happily. Your Lu Jiqing is really thoughtful. He probably made this dish according to the menu my man gave him. Shen Yunxin also picked up her chopsticks, took a piece, and ate it. She said, You used to like this kind of flavor. While eating the familiar dish, Yi Miao Miao's heart grew more nostalgic. When will they come back? Shen Yunxin counted on her fingers. Today is exactly the 15th. We still have to wait another half-month. Yi Miao Miao casually said, They've been gone for such a long time this time. Did they go to the battlefield? Shen Yunxin thought carefully. From Zhou Huai, she could see the history of this parallel universe's Huagua in the novel. At this time, they should really be fighting in the southern province. Goodness, Lu Yunting. Last night, he only cared about saying sweet words to her. He didn't even tell her that where he was now was so dangerous. The weather is getting warmer, and the village is starting to get busy, preparing for spring planting. The broadcast announced that the team leader was calling people to meetings every day. Next to the youth station, Su Yanhong and Zhang Jihua's house was also beginning construction. Their schedule was tight. They needed to finish building the house and hold their wedding banquet before the village started the official spring planting. Villagers helped with the construction. They didn't spend much on labor, but they made sure the food was good, or the house wouldn't be built quickly. Yi Miao Miao learned about this and took a day off. She took them to hunt in the mountains. Now that spring had arrived, everyone went to the mountains and harvested a lot. Shen Yunxin looked at the fresh, tender wild vegetables they brought back, and felt very excited. Having been cooped up inside all winter, she really wanted to go hunting in the mountains too. After Wu Huichuan gave birth, she finally left the hospital at the village commune's doctor's advice to rest and recover. Her return was very grand. She held her baby, and the baby's grandparents and 4 aunts surrounded her, all eager to show care for both mother and child. This time, even the older women in the village said Wu Huichuan was impressive. Her pregnancy brought a grandson to the Zhou family. Since losing their son Zhou Yuniao, the Zhou couple now valued male children even more. Wu Huichuan's delivery of a boy seemed to revive her poor situation in the family. Wu Huichuan also learned to show gratitude. She deliberately let the ox cart pass by the youth station, then got off and handed out a big bag of candies to the villagers helping build her house, telling them to make the house sturdy. She also gave candies to other young people. Wu Huichuan's actions made Mother Zhou feel very sad. All the money spent was from the Zhou family. Along with Mother Zhou, her 4 daughters also felt distressed. The Zhou parents had no money of their own. The expenses for supporting their daughter-in-law and nephew were all paid by the 4 sisters. They had hoped that their daughter-in-law would have a girl, thinking that would free them from worries. But Wu Huichuan's good luck brought a boy to their family. Since childhood, the 4 sisters had been brainwashed by their parents that the male heir was the only bloodline of the family and must be supported. Wu Huichuan was very generous with her money, giving out all her candies to gain popularity. On a sunny day, Shen Yunxin, pregnant, strolled to the youth station. Li Qingqing, who hadn't been seen for a while, suddenly came over happily, handing out 2 candies to everyone. She announced she was getting married to Niu Dali and invited everyone to her wedding feast. She emphasized she just wanted to make friends and didn't want any gifts. It seemed she had realized the importance of unity with the youth station through Wu Huichuan's situation. After handing out candies, Li Qingqing left. Su Yanhong noticed her strange walk and whispered to Shen Yunxin, "Li Qingqing is pregnant." Shen Yunxin looked at Su Yanhong in surprise. "You've never had a child, so how do you know so much?" Su Yanhong smiled and said, "I haven't eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. Think about how many pregnant women I've seen recently. You, Niumanli Wu Huichuan." "Now it's her turn," Shen Yunxin asked. "Can you tell how long she's been pregnant just by her walking?" Su Yanhong thought carefully. "Probably about 3 months. So, this child was conceived during the few months of winter hibernation." Shen Yunxin also remembered Niu Dali, the man. He seemed honest. "I heard that he lost his parents when he was young and was very poor, so he never married." Shen Yunxin thought they kept their secret well. Even under the watchful eyes of the village's busy old women's gossip group, no one found out about the pregnancy. Su Yanhong added, "Li Qingqing probably found a good man this time. Niu Dali also goes hunting in the mountains. Yanan and Jihua have seen her several times when they went to the black market secretly." While they were whispering, pregnant Niumanli came over. "What are you secretly talking about?" "Li Qingqing is going to marry Niu Dali. She came to invite me to her wedding feast and said she also invited you. Is that true?" Su Yanhong nodded. "Yes, it's true. She even asked me to pass on a message. She was the one who personally came to see you." Shen Yunxin looked at Niumanli with curiosity. The new girl from the city was treated so specially. She felt like she knew more about Li Qingqing's gossip. Niumanli walked over. "Don't look at me like that. I don't know much. Fu Hanyu is out driving trucks now. Her husband Niu Dali is pretty good at hunting. Fu Hanyu secretly helped him deliver goods several times. That's probably why she treats me a bit differently." The day arrived for Li Qingqing and Niu Dali's wedding celebration. All the educated youths in the village came to the feast, along with a few distant relatives of Niu Dali. There were 3 tables in total. Although there weren't many people, the dishes on the tables were rich and full of flavor. Only Su Hao brought a red thermos and left without joining the meal. However, Li Qingqing still felt upset with the Fu family. As soon as Su Hao left, she threw the thermos away. Then she turned back to the yard, carefully carried a bowl of plain water, and explained to Shen Yunxin, "Don't overthink, Shen Jiqing. We're still upset about the train incident, but those small things no longer matter to me. I no longer hold a grudge against my former mother-in-law. What I resent is that he should have known I was being schemed against by Fu Xiaoning before they married, yet he, as my ex-boyfriend, did nothing to help. Also, when the police officers brought me back, all the other educated youths supported me staying except for that useless guy. Today is such an important day for me. I don't want to see him again. This useless person. Shen Yunxin also picked up her bowl of plain water and clinked it with Li Qingqing's, saying, "It's good that you can let go of the past. Don't act impulsively or be harsh with others in the future. I wish you a happy wedding." Li Qingqing sincerely thanked her. "Thank you, Shen Jiqing. Your words really pointed out all my past mistakes." Yi Miao sat beside Shen Yunxin, hugging her shoulder and said, "Admitting mistakes and improving is the best. You'll be happier in the future. Thank you all for your blessings for Qingqing." Niodali then came over with a bowl of white wine. This was the first time Yi Miao saw Niodali. After the four of them toasted, Li Qingqing followed Niodali to another table. However, Shen Yunxin noticed Yi Miao suddenly zoning out. She gently nudged her with her elbow and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Miao whispered in Shen Yunxin's ear, "I feel like Niodali is hiding a secret. You should stay away from him." Shen Yunxin nodded. "I was just here to have a meal with you all today. I probably won't have much contact with them in the future." Outside the lively courtyard, Su Hao, who was driven away by Li Qingqing, unexpectedly saw Fu Xiaoning secretly flirting with a man. The man was wearing a uniform that looked like a leader's outfit. Su Hao has long known that Fu Xiaoning is not the type to follow traditional rules or be faithful. They had no real marriage feelings from the start. Fu Xiaoning was after his money, and he was interested in Fu family's status in the village. Now that Fu family has fallen apart, he doesn't blame anyone, just himself, for making a bad choice. It was like Fu Xiaoning also made a mistake with him. But Fu Xiaoning shouldn't secretly meet men and should not deliberately prevent their divorce. Su Hao gathered his courage and angrily walked over, planning to catch them in the act. Unexpectedly, Fu Xiaoning suddenly looked up from the man's shoulder and saw him. Seeing Fu Xiaoning's fierce eyes and realizing he was being threatened, Su Hao was stunned at first. Then he saw Fu Xiaoning lean close and whisper something into the man's ear. The man didn't turn around or stop. He quickly walked ahead. Only then did Su Hao realize he hadn't even seen the man's face clearly. He was so angry, he wanted to chase after them. But to his surprise, Fu Xiaoning, who had done something wrong, approached him aggressively. Fu Xiaoning was of average height and build, but her strong presence made her intimidating. She walked up and pushed him forcefully, causing Su Hao to stumble and almost fall into the dark soil nearby. Seeing someone was there, Fu Xiaoning immediately turned the situation around. "You, Su Hao. You married me and ate from my family's food, but you still secretly think about your ex-girlfriend Li Qingqing. She's already remarried today, and you still went to her wedding. You unfaithful scoundrel. Just wait and see how I deal with you today." Su Hao didn't expect that he was secretly bringing a gift to Li Qingqing and got caught. Feeling guilty, he was suddenly pushed down by Fu Xiaoning, who started hitting him like a scolding wife. "You bastard. None of you educated youths are good for anything." Fu Xiaoning, who was quite strong, cursed and hit him in front of several women. Su Hao was almost unable to fight back in a short time. Finally, some women couldn't stand it anymore and came over to break up the fight. All right, Xiaoning, at least show some respect to your husband. It's enough that a grown man like him has been beaten up like this." Fu Xiaoning obediently was pulled away, but her real goal today wasn't to fight her husband. She wanted to ruin his reputation. Su Hao dared to lie about their marriage. When they divorce, she will make sure to take everything from him. Another kind aunt who helped Su Hao up saw the man's face all bruised and couldn't help but chuckle. Then she said honestly, "Su Jiqing, don't be mad at me, but tell me, are you still a man if your wife scratches you like this and even pins you down? No wonder your wife wants a divorce." Talking about this, Su Hao remembered that after he married Fu Xiaoning, the only time he felt like a man was on their wedding night. He felt so wronged he almost cried. Fu Xiaoning took the chance to blame Su Hao again, pointing at him. "Aunties, you all need to hear this. I was a good girl, married him for so long, and yet he still thinks about his ex-girlfriend. Today, Li Qingqing got remarried and had her wedding, but he still can't let her go. Why is he treating me like this? Oh, I feel so wronged. The aunts listened and shook their heads at Su Hao. These young men from the youth camp really weren't good people. Su Hao cried sadly, but he didn't bother to explain. Instead, he argued with Fu Xiaoning about old issues. Aunties, don't listen to her. She was just making things up. Did you see her hugging some wild man here? Before he finished, Fu Xiaoning walked over and slapped his face. Su Hao, tell the truth. When did I ever hug some wild man here? Fine, if you saw it, then tell me his name and what he looks like. Su Hao froze, and before he could react, Fu Xiaoning raised her other hand and slapped him again. Everyone looked clearly. This scoundrel is just trying to slander me. I am still your wife. How can you treat me like this? You young men from a youth camp, none of you are good. The surrounding ants truly believed Fu Xiaoning's words. Su Jiqing, just be a decent person. I know there are good young men in your youth camp. Don't be a rotten apple. Listening to the harsh words from the women, Su Hao felt a deep sense of helplessness. It seemed no matter what he said, he was always wrong. He felt so frustrated that he turned around and ran away. Fu Xiaoning laughed happily behind him. That useless man dared to compete with her, and she had won again. Suddenly, Su Hao felt very scared. The Fu family members were all shameless and cunning. What else did they want to do to him? He wandered outside all day. Finally, he returned to the Fu family in the evening. To his surprise, he found that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were not at home. Was he the only one in the house? He was hungry, so he went to the kitchen. When he opened the pot, he saw braised pork and noodles made from white flour inside. This was a good meal. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started eating quickly. But after a few bites, he suddenly heard a creaking sound. He recognized the sound. It was the same as the one from their bedroom on their wedding night. It seemed the bed there had some problem and still hadn't been fixed. Just as he was about to continue eating, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Did Fu Xiaoning sleep with some other man at home? He was so angry that he rushed out. When he saw the closed door, he raised his hand to knock, but then he remembered how Fu Xiaoning had falsely accused him earlier that day. Suddenly, he heard her voice. Director, I really miss you so much. The man said, Xiaoning, don't worry. You're so talented. When there's a vacancy in the commune, I'll think of you first. Fu Xiaoning replied, Director, I'm not that kind of woman. I think working as a sales clerk at the supply store is pretty good too. The man asked, don't you want the position in the commune office? Fu Xiaoning said, of course I want both. Don't you think I have the ability? Their tone was very flirtatious, clearly not about normal work skills. Su Hao was so angry, he kicked the door hard. Director, huh? You two adulterers, you're doomed. Feeling self-righteous, he even took his belt and tightly tied the latch outside the door. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, everyone, come quickly. Catch the adulterers at the Fu house. This news was indeed very shocking. Su Hao had made some progress. However, Fu Xiaoning opened the window and let the man go. The man, before leaving, expressed that he was very satisfied with the exciting game today. Neighbors around the Fu family quickly came out to watch. Fu Daong and his wife also returned from outside. He walked over and kicked Su Hao in front of everyone, saying, you little brat, what are you crazy about? Are you trying to catch someone cheating? Fu's mother cried as she spoke to the onlookers. What kind of trouble is our family in? Why did my daughter marry such a useless man? Now he's shouting about catching her cheating to slander her. We can't live like this anymore. I think my daughter should divorce him. Su Hao, having been beaten by the Fu family before, was now used to it. When Fu Daong tried to hit him, he dodged and shouted while spinning around in the crowd. Uncles and aunts, please believe me. I heard everything inside the house. A director was sleeping with Fu Xiaoning. They closed the door and slept on my bed and my wife's bed. The bed was creaking from their movement. I want to ask, did any officials come to inspect our village today? The only leader visiting their village today was a director from the commune, but He was there to see Sun Chuangui, not to visit Fu Deong. Besides, he was a commune director, and they wouldn't dare to say otherwise. Seeing that no one was responding to him, Su Hao hurriedly said, "Uncles and aunts, please believe me. I even locked the door when I called you. The couple inside can't escape now. Let's go in and catch them cheating." A few curious women really wanted to follow him inside to see. Fu Daiyong's eyes narrowed coldly as he glared at them, saying, "I dare anyone to break into my house tonight." Although Fu Daiyong was no longer the team leader, he had been one for many years, and his authority still remained. No one dared to step forward. Fu Daiyong glared at Su Hao and angrily scolded, "You little brat with no sense at all. Stop accusing my daughter. You say you locked the door, so those two inside can't escape. If you have the guts, go in now and catch them to show everyone. Since everyone is here watching, if you dare to slander my daughter, I will divorce her. Get out of my house right now." Su Hao didn't expect Fu Daiyong to speak so confidently, almost feeling intimidated. After a moment of silence, he gathered his courage and went inside again. He took off the belt locking the door, clenched his teeth, and kicked the door open. The room was dark and he couldn't see anything, but Su Hao was sure a man and a woman were hiding inside. He stood at the door and shouted loudly, "You two troublemakers, come out now. If you don't come out, I won't hesitate to go in and catch you myself." In the darkness, Fu Xiaoning curled her lips into a cold smile, then slowly walked out after tidying herself up. The smell inside the room had long been blown away by the open window. She was amused at how Su Hao, the naive fool, didn't even notice the bad smell in the room. Her wild man had already run away. When Su Hao saw Fu Xiaoning walking out alone, he was stunned. Where's the director?" Fu Xiaoning rolled her eyes at him and calmly said, "You didn't believe me, right? You go inside and look for him yourself." "Do you believe I didn't find a wild man?" Su Hao was so angry he turned around and grabbed a flashlight, then searched the room. He looked under the bed and inside the cabinets, but couldn't find anyone. His heart started to panic, pounding hard, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Suddenly, he felt a cold wind blowing in from outside the window. He looked up and saw the two windows wide open. He immediately understood what had happened. He turned around and glared at Fu Xiaoning. "You let that wild man escape through the window." Fu Xiaoning sneered and pointed at him, scolding, "Su Hao, do you want to be so disgusting? You're lying and shouting that everyone is accusing me. You said you locked the door and told the people outside that I was with a wild man. That was you. Now the truth is out, and you still want to deny it? The wild man ran out through the window. Su Hao, you just dislike being poor and love wealth. You have long looked down on my father because he is no longer the team leader. You are trying every way to get a divorce from me. Fine, I will fulfill your wish. Immediately get out of my house." Su Hao wanted to divorce Fu Xiaoning, but he didn't want to leave in such a disgraceful way. He clenched his teeth and reached out his hand, saying, "If you want a divorce, fine. Last year, I worked hard and earned full work points, but you never even stepped into the fields. If you give me the grain I earned last year, I will agree to the divorce." Fu Xiaoning, you shameless man. You come to my house to eat and drink, and I, a young girl, even sleep with you for free. I give you all the benefits, and now you want to slander my reputation and steal my family's grain? Dream on. After saying this, the couple started fighting. The onlookers outside listened carefully to this scene. Everyone felt complicated inside. They couldn't believe all the words Fu Xiaoning said. But they knew that Su Hao had been wanting to divorce her for the past few months, so they also suspected that Su Hao was falsely accusing Fu Xiaoning of cheating at home. Da Yongfu strode into the house. He kicked Su Hao, who was fighting with Fu Xiaoning, in a surprise attack. "Su Jiqing, are you done causing trouble? I just told everyone that if you dare to slander my daughter, you can leave my house. Do you think I'm just talking nonsense? You really think that because you and the other young workers are many, we, the Fu family, can't do anything about you? Today, the Fu family planned to make a big fuss and justify driving Su Hao away. Someone had already gone to the youth workers' station to find Zhang Jihua, asking them to handle Su Hao. Yi Miao Miao and Xin Yanxin happened to be at the youth station too. But this whole thing sounded very embarrassing. The Fu family deliberately informed these young workers, and when they arrived, their faces might be slapped hard. So only Zhang Jihua, the team leader, bravely went there. Everyone else decided to wait and watch tomorrow's gossip. After all, these village scandals couldn't be kept secret. Zhang Jihua hurried over but was immediately pulled aside by Fu Deong, who started complaining and reporting. Then he said, "Captain Zhang, I beg you to take Su Jiqing away. My daughter will be ruined if she keeps staying with this crazy man." Zhang Jihua frowned. He looked up at Su Hao and said, "Do you really want to divorce Fu Xiaoning? Even if you do, you will still be a youth. Our youth camp has no reason to stop you from living elsewhere, so don't worry about having no place to go." While everyone was waiting for Su Hao to speak, he finally made up his mind. "I won't divorce her. I don't want to divorce Fu Xiaoning like this. I don't know why I'm so unlucky today. Everything seems to be against me. Now, you all probably think I caused such a big trouble and that I have no face staying at Fu's house. But I want to say that I didn't slander her, Fu Xiaoning. I am the one being bullied by her family. So I definitely won't just leave Fu's house without a clear reason today." Zhang Jihua saw Su Hao's determined look. He also stood up to Fu Deong, saying, "Uncle Deong, Su Jiqing is a youth, but he doesn't want to divorce your daughter. That's your family matter. Please don't use us youth to talk about your family issues." Among our youth team, there are also outstanding members like Yi Gong'an. Yi Miao Miao is now a police officer, so Fu Deong dared not say more. He was so angry that he raised his hand to hit Su Hao. "You little brat. You've bullied my daughter into this state and now refuse to divorce her. Today, I'll beat you to death." Although Su Hao is gentle by nature, after working on farms for half a year, he had developed strong muscles. Facing Fu Daiyong's aggressive attitude, he turned around and grabbed a bench to defend himself. Fu Xiaoning was also startled. "Su Hao, how dare you? If you lay a finger on my father, I'll call my brothers to come and beat you to death," Su Hao said. "Then go ahead and fight me. Anyway, after you beat me to death, your whole family will follow and end up eating peanuts." The Fu family was at a loss with Su Hao suddenly standing up like this. This also made the carefully planned scheme by the Fu family fall apart. The next day, the incident from last night quickly spread throughout the village. Last night, Su Hao was lucky not to choose divorce, or his reputation would have been even worse. He felt helpless and unable to express his feelings. Although many outside are saying Su Hao is not honest, and that his big argument not only damaged his wife's reputation but also made him lose face as a man, some people still believe Su Hao. His sister, Fu Xiaoning, has two brothers who are eager to climb higher socially and would rather marry into wealth. Do they really think Fu Xiaoning, as their younger sister, would be content to stay with Su Hao, a poor young man? Shun Yunxin wandered around the village. After gossiping at Wang Guixiang's house with a few older women, she headed back home because she needed to prepare dinner. As soon as she returned, she heard Lu Yunting calling her from the space. She immediately closed the courtyard gate and stepped into the space. "Husband, have you guys just returned from Nanxing?" Lu Yunting saw that the girl was still wearing a floral cotton jacket. He gently pinched her face and asked softly, "Are you outside?" Shun Yunxin smiled happily, her eyes curved with joy. "Yes, as a pregnant woman, I can't stay at home all the time. This afternoon, I went to visit my godmother and others. Now that I just got back, I heard you calling me." Lu Yunting leaned down and kissed her. Seeing that she was very happy even when he wasn't around, he felt reassured. "We're back from Nanxing. Fu Hanya wants to meet Yi Miao tonight at the usual place." Shun Yunxin nodded. It's been almost 2 months since Yi Miao and Fu Hanya last saw each other. Although Yi Miao didn't say much, she knew she must be missing him a lot. "Are you on the train now, heading back?" Lu Yunting nodded. "Yes, I brought some good things for the kids this time." As he spoke, he took Shun Yunxin by the hand and led her into their villa. There were 2 big boxes filled with diapers for children. She had asked Fu Hanyu to keep an eye out while he was outside driving, but they still couldn't find any. Shun Yunxin was very surprised. "You guys weren't in the deep mountains this time. How did you get these things?" Lu Yunting replied casually. "I stole them from enemy supplies." His words were light, but they made Shun Yunxin feel nervous. She gently pinched his arm and said, "Why did you take risks for these? It wouldn't be hard to buy more cotton and fabric to sew your own. I've already drawn the design plans and plan to start sewing soon." Lu Yunting smiled as he gently ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, wife. For you and the baby, I will be careful with what I do." Shen Yunxin took his hand and kissed it. "How long will you stay here today?" Lu Yunting bent down and picked her up. "Tonight, after I put you to sleep, the train will be arriving at the station." Shen Yunxin was very happy. She sat on the sofa and then kissed his face and lips. Lu Yunting used one hand to massage her slightly swollen leg, while the other held her head, and they kissed. "I and Fu Hanya did a good job on this mission. When we return, we might both get promoted. We also have a half-month holiday. I plan to come back when you give birth to help you recover." All good news made Shen Yunxin feel almost too happy to handle. She happily reached out and secretly unfastened his belt. "Husband, do you wanna?" Of course he wanted to. Lu Yunting was only listening to her soft voice and couldn't hold back. Shen Yunxin felt the hard object pressing against her waist. She smiled and reached inside. "Today, we have plenty of time. Can I comfort you?" Lu Yunting definitely wanted to. He was already feeling very thirsty and his ears turned red. But when he saw her pregnant belly, he felt a bit guilty. "Aren't you tired?" Shen Yunxin leaned into his arms and bit his firm collarbone. "If I get tired, you can cook something delicious for me tonight." Lu Yunting hugged her tightly, his lips close to her ear, and slowly closed his eyes. Time passed little by little. Shen Yunxin's arms felt sore, but hearing his gentle hums in her ear made her feel accomplished. Recently, he had been coming back every night just to help her sleep, massaging her limbs and acupoints on her feet. She blushed and persisted a little longer. In the evening, Yi Miao Miao returned. Shen Yunxin served her a plate of pan-fried small steak and a glass of red wine. Yi Miao Miao knew Shen Yunxin didn't usually cook Western food. She was surprised and said, "They're back." Shen Yunxin nodded. "You can finish these gracefully first, then ride your bike to your favorite spot to meet him for your date." Yi Miao Miao could no longer wait. "Can I go now?" she asked eagerly. Shen Yunxin reached out and gently pressed her shoulder. "You can't rush it, because the train doesn't know you're in a hurry." Yi Miao Miao had no choice but to sit down and enjoy a big meal peacefully. The next morning, Yi Miao Miao, who had fought all night with a man last night, returned feeling very energetic. She looked like a fairy who had absorbed the man's energy, happily riding her bike and greeting the dogs on the street with joy. On her way back, she specifically visited Shen Yunxin's house because she brought delicious food from a government restaurant for her best friend. Seeing her so happy and sweet, Shen Yunxin couldn't help but be curious. She pulled open Yi Miao Miao's collar and looked inside. There were many love marks on her neck. It was clear she had been loved very passionately. She must have been very happy. Shen Yunxin felt a little jealous, like a cat had scratched her heart. Now, she and Lu Yunting could only kiss. When she wanted more, she could only be gently held and comforted by Lu Yunting. Shen Yunxin silently made a firm decision to herself. After this baby is born, she would never have another one. Yi Miao Miao cheerfully said, "Xiao Yunxin, I took a day off today to rest, so I won't have lunch with you. I'll come back tonight to play." Days passed and spring truly arrived. The villagers became busy. If there was enough help at home, children, the elderly, and pregnant women didn't need to work outside. Shen Yunxin invited Niu Monli to go wild vegetable picking in the nearby mountains with Wang Guixiang and others. The older children were busy gathering pig grass. Soon, the small house built by Su Yanhong and Zhang Jihua was finished. They moved in and planned to hold a warm house banquet and a wedding celebration the next day. All the young people in the village came. Even Su Hao, who had never attended any banquet since marrying Fu Xiaoning, was there. Wu Huaichuan, who had just given birth, was holding her son and also came. It was said that Wu Huaichuan's son's name had not yet been decided because she was still in a dispute with some greedy people from the Zhou family. Her in-laws were very obedient to her now. Although her 4 older sisters-in-law had complaints, they could only be angry, but not speak out. This is what is called evil people meet their own kind. Li Qingqing's pregnant belly was already showing. She looked about 4 months along, but she didn't care about others' opinions at all. After she met Su Hao, both of them were afraid of messing up the happy celebration for Su Yanhong and Zhang Jihua, so they both kept their distance. Su Yanhong and Zhang Jihua are both old, educated youths. They are well-liked in the village. So many villagers came to the wedding celebration. The weather was sunny and warm, with gentle sunlight shining on the yard of the educated youth camp. The wedding feast was lively and joyful. However, Shen Yunxin's pregnancy was nearing its end. Her belly was getting bigger, which affected her appetite. Today, she just came to join the fun. Wu Huichun looked at her belly and said, "Shen educated youth really has good luck. I think you're likely to have a son this time." Shen Yunxin couldn't really argue with her because there was a 99% chance her baby would be a boy. But she didn't like Wu Huichun's comments about preferring boys over girls. Not every woman wants to be biased and only want a son. Yi Miao Miao still looked determined not to favor anyone. She said directly, "Shen educated youth is lucky enough not to need to have a son. It doesn't matter if this baby is a boy or a girl." Wu Huichun realized she might have guessed wrong and that her words could pressure Shen Yunxin. She hurried to explain, "I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying the same as Yanbong." Seeing that Wu Huichun truly didn't want to cause trouble, Yi Miao Miao initially wanted to say something about not promoting the idea of valuing boys over girls. But Shen Yunxin gently tugged her hand. "Today is a happy day. Let's not argue about this," Shen Yunxin whispered, then helped Yi Miao Miao by adding a piece of meat to her plate to comfort her. Yi Miao Miao could ignore anyone's face, but she would definitely give Shen Yunxin hers. After eating the meat, she said nothing more. Wu Huichun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Zhou family couldn't be trusted. She genuinely wanted to make friends with the people at the educated youth camp. She didn't want to ruin the harmony between herself and these people because of a single comment. Next to her, Nyomonli listened to both sides' words. She touched her pregnant belly with some confusion. Later that evening, she happened to see Fu Hanyo's car returning. She pulled the man and asked, "Tell me honestly, do you want me to have a boy or a girl?" Fu Hanyu gently stroked her face with affection and said, "My little ancestor, I told you before, I like both. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they're all my children." Nyomonli patted her head in frustration and said, "It's over. I think I have pregnancy syndrome. My memory is getting worse, but I asked Shin Jiqing, and he didn't have it." "Why do I have it?" Fu Hanyu quickly tried to comfort her. "What is pregnancy syndrome?" Nyomonli looked at the man with a worse mood. "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand." Fu Hanyu said, Okay, I don't understand, and that's my fault. So, let's just have this one baby. After we have it, we won't have any more, okay?" Nyomonli remembered that she got pregnant right after they got married. She looked at the man with some disbelief. "Did you get the things I asked you to buy?" Fu Hanyu replied, "I got them. Several boxes. All from abroad. Didn't I already give them to you for safekeeping?" Hearing this reminder, Nyomonli thought carefully and then remembered. Oh no! She felt even more upset. How did her mind become so terrible? Outside, Sun Guifeng heard the arguing between the young couple. She knocked on the door and came in worried. "Hey, kid, did you bully your wife?" Fu Hanyu felt wronged. "Mom, I really didn't." "Momly, please help me say something." Nyomonli watched her mother-in-law step in and hit the man a few times. She finally calmed down and said, "Mom, he didn't bully me. It's just that I suddenly can't remember things well and feel very lost." Sun Guifeng sighed softly. "Some women find pregnancy more difficult. It's all because this brat isn't caring enough for you. I'll take him out and teach him a good lesson." Nyomonli was very happy to see this. But Sun Guifeng did teach Fu Hanyu some ways to help her relieve pregnancy discomfort. It was quite effective. The next day, she happily ran to share this valuable experience with Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin saw that Nyomonli was truly caring for herself. She and Lu Yunting had read books on how to take care of pregnant women, so they knew these things. But Sun Guifeng's knowledge was still incomplete. She took out paper and pen to add a few more tips for Nyomonli. After finishing, she also gave Nyomonli a cup of spring water, which should help her with her memory loss during pregnancy. As she was sending Manli off, she suddenly felt as if her stomach was about to start acting up. Shen Yunxin quickly held Manli's hand and said, "Manli, please help me. Quickly get someone to take me to the hospital. I think I am about to give birth. This mischievous little girl seems eager to come out early." Manli thought, luckily Fu Hanyu is at home today. He even drove the truck back last night. This clever child arrived just in time. "Shun Ziking, don't be afraid. I will go and ask Hanyu to drive over and take you to the city hospital." Manli was genuinely worried about Shen Yunxin. She protected her belly and almost ran back. Shen Yunxin sat alone in the yard. Facing childbirth for the first time, she was surely scared. When she was afraid, she thought of the man who had grown up with her since childhood. At this moment, Lu Yunting was resting at the training ground. Suddenly, he heard his wife's voice echo in his mind. "Husband, I think I am about to give birth." Lu Yunting was startled and felt his heart tighten with worry. This was 2 weeks earlier than their expected due date. His wife's voice sounded again. "Husband, don't worry. I just want to share this with you. I am feeling fine now. I packed everything yesterday. Manli has already gone to call her husband to come and take me to the hospital. Luckily, Fu Hanyu and his truck are just in the village. Miao Miao is back too." Lu Yunting knew his wife must be very scared to tell him these things through the space. Now that Yi Miao Miao has returned, his wife's mood relaxed a lot, and he felt more at ease. Next to him, Fu Hanyu noticed his unusual expression and placed a hand on his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Lu Yunting stood up and said, "My wife is about to give birth. I need to rush to the hospital now." Fu Hanyu was worried and quickly followed him. "I'll go with you." Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao learned that Shen Yunxin's belly might be about to start labor. She was so scared she threw down her bicycle and rushed to the girl. "Xiao Yongxin, how do you feel now? What should we do? Should I take you to the hospital immediately or call Aunt Guixiang first?" Yi Miao Miao looked even more frightened than Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin realized that at this moment, she could only stay calm as a pregnant woman. She took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and then said, "Miao Miao, don't be afraid. I feel okay now. Bu Manli has gone to call Fu Hanyu, and he should be here soon. Right now, go help me take the bag I packed yesterday from the room." They had planned to prepare for the hospital visit in the next couple of days, so everything they needed was already packed. Yi Miao Miao was so anxious that she used her special ability. She turned and quickly went inside, grabbed the bag, and rushed back to Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin's face was pale from the contractions. "What's Fu Hanyu doing? Why hasn't he come yet?" Yi Miao Miao was so worried she threw the bag onto her back, then carried Shen Yunxin in a princess-style hold and rushed outside. When she ran out, she saw Sun Guifang and Wang Chunhua, the village midwife, running over, both out of breath. Seeing Yi Miao Miao holding Shen Yunxin so strongly, they were both surprised and widened their eyes. "Guifang, auntie, where is Fu Hanyu?" Both Sun Guifang and Wang Chunhua shouted in shock. "Quick, put her down. If you drop the pregnant woman who's about to give birth, it would be terrible." Yi Miao Miao said, "Don't worry, I won't drop her." Sun Guifang said, "Chunhua, go check Shen Ziking and see if it's still possible to get her to the hospital." Wang Chunhua stepped forward, checked Shen Yunxin's pulse, and felt her belly. She said, "It's okay, no need to worry. Shen Ziking's baby is doing well. She's just started labor, and it will take a few hours before she gives birth. I can deliver the baby here. It's still possible to take her to a big hospital now." Yi Miao Miao knew that Wang Chunhua was a very skilled midwife. The midwife recommended by Shen Yunxin's family was her. But she and Shen Yunxin were both from the future, having traveled back in time, and they trusted hospital doctors more. "Auntie Wang, can you come with us to the hospital? With you there, it will be safer on the way." Yes, yes, yes. That was the plan from the start. "I can go with Shen Ziking to the hospital." At this moment, Fu Hanyu also ran over, panting heavily. "I've parked the car by the roadside. Sister-in-law, we can leave now." Yi Miao was angry that he was so slow to come over, but suddenly remembered that the large truck couldn't drive on the village's small road. She silently suppressed her temper. "Go carry Aunt Wang and follow me." The next moment, She saw Yi Miao walking quickly while holding Shin Yunxin, which surprised everyone present. Wang Chunhua said, "This Yi police officer is truly the most heroic woman I have ever seen." Yi Miao turned her head and looked at Fu Hanyu, who was still standing there stunned, and sternly said, "Hurry up." Fu Hanyu immediately carried Wang Chunhua and ran to catch up. Sun Guifeng stood there watching the four people's backs and said, "Don't worry, everyone, stay calm." After speaking, she turned around to help close the small door of Shin Yunxin's home, then went back to inform Wang Guixiang about the news. At the city hospital entrance, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya arrived almost at the same time as Fu Hanyo's truck. Lu Yunting saw Shin Yunxin and Yi Miao inside the truck and immediately rushed over, climbed into the truck, and held his wife tightly to protect her. The driver in front, Fu Hanyu, was startled. He only saw a figure suddenly jump onto his truck.
Who are these people?
They are so impressive, he felt like he was far behind. When the truck stopped, Shin Yunxin slowly opened her eyes. She sniffed the familiar scent on the man, which made her feel more at ease.
Don't worry about me.
On the way here, Miao used her special power to protect me. I didn't feel any bumps. Lu Yunting finally took a moment to thank Yi Miao. "Thank you so much." After Yunxin gives birth to the baby, "You can have any feast you want." Yi Miao finally handed Shin Yunxin over to Lu Yunting and let out a sigh of relief. She waved her hand and said, "No need to thank me. Yunxin is my best friend, and I am her child's godmother. But your big feast definitely has to be made for me." She had been continuously using her energy along the way, which exhausted her. She felt like she needed Fu Hanya, that energy supply station again. At this moment, Wang Chunhua came over after getting out of the car in front. "Let me see how Shin Jiqing is doing." "Oh, this bumpy ride didn't do anything to her, right?" Shin Yunxin stretched out her hand and said, "Aunt Chunhua, I'm fine. I feel good." After feeling the pulse and gently touching Shin Yunxin's belly, Wang Chunhua sighed in relief. Shin Jiqing's body and the baby inside her are both strong. Mother and child are doing well. However, she should be giving birth soon. "Let's hurry and get her to a doctor." Lu Yunting first jumped out of the carriage, then caught Shin Yunxin in his arms and ran with the girl toward the hospital. Wang Chunhua quickly followed inside. As Yi Miao Miao was about to jump down from the carriage, she saw Fu Hanya standing below with open arms, ready to welcome her. She was so touched. Her energy supply station was back. When Fu Hanya held Yi Miao Miao in his arms, he started continuously transferring his energy into her body. Moved, Yi Miao Miao hugged the man's neck. Uncertain, Fu Hanyu approached and asked, "Second brother, is second sister-in-law hurt?" Fu Hanya knew they were on the busy street. They were holding each other like this was not appropriate. Someone might come and criticize them soon. He gently set Yi Miao Miao down and said, "Second sister-in-law is fine. Now you should drive your truck back to the factory to return it. Otherwise, someone might report you later." Fu Hanyu finally realized and blushed. "Don't worry, second brother. I'll drive the truck back to the factory now." Yi Miao Miao held Fu Hanya's hand. "Let's go inside first to see Yunxin and our godson." Shin Yunxin had already been taken into the delivery room, and Wang Chunhua sat on a bench nearby, waiting. Lu Yunting stood outside the door, pacing anxiously. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Miao Miao whispered to Fu Hanya, "Go buy some food at the state-run restaurant and arrange a place for Aunt Chunhua to stay." Wang Chunhua heard this and immediately stood up and walked over. "No need to trouble yourselves. My youngest daughter is married and living in the city. Once Shin Jiqing safely gives birth, I'll go find my daughter and see my little grandchildren." Yi Miao Miao replied, "All right then, let Fu Hanya take Aunt Chunhua there later." "Okay." Suddenly, inside the delivery room, Shin Yunxin let out a loud cry of pain. Her voice made Yi Miao Miao feel heartbroken. Fu Hanya clenched his wife's hand tightly. After experiencing all this, he no longer dared to let Yi Miao Miao have children. Lu Yunting stood outside the door in pain. He really wanted to rush in and take all this pain for Shin Yunxin. Wang Chunhua smiled and said, "Shin Jiqing's voice is strong and full of energy. That's a good sign, showing the mother is in good condition. It also reminds her husband that women really work hard to give birth to children. But I think Lu Jiqing is a good man." Shun Jiqing and this baby are lucky. After saying that, she turned to Fu Hanya. You should go outside and buy some food. Some pregnant women get hungry easily after giving birth. If you can find chicken soup, buy that. If not, steamed egg custard is good. Okay, and Chunhua, I understand. Fu Hanya replied softly, gently squeezing Yi Miao Miao's finger before turning to leave. When he returned with the lunchbox, he happened to meet Wang Guixiang and her 2 sons at the hospital entrance. Zhou Wu saw him and said, Hanya, you're here too. Fu Hanya nodded and walked over. Are you here to see Shun Jiqing? Come with me, Wang Guixiang said. Seeing Fu Hanya, Wang Guixiang breathed a sigh of relief. Is my goddaughter okay? Fu Hanya told her. It's going smoothly. She should be fine. The 4 of them went to the corridor outside the delivery room. A nurse said Shun Yinxin had already given birth and was transferred to a regular ward. They immediately went to the regular ward. Shun Yinxin indeed gave birth to a chubby, white baby boy. The boy was taken by Yi Miao Miao and Wang Chunhua to another empty bed to play with. Little guy, I'm your godmother, Yi Miao Miao said, loving this tiny, wrinkled, red little bundle. When Shun Yinxin returned to the ward, Lu Yenting fed her a cup of spiritual spring water. Her energy was back, but her stomach was starting to feel hungry. Lu Yenting looked down at her and softly said, What do you want to eat? Chicken soup or steamed egg custard. He had already prepared these foods in the space. Shun Yinxin knew the man probably wanted to take the food out of his bag directly. Seeing that Wang Chunhua was still there, she quickly grabbed his hand. Forget it, I won't eat those now. Didn't Fu Hanya already go out to buy food? You should go help me prepare a cup of malted milk. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the ward was pushed open. Yinxin, are you okay? Hearing Wang Guixiang's voice, Shun Yinxin felt warm and deeply touched. Although they had no elders here, everyone, whether Wang Chunhua or Sun Guifang, took special care of her during this big event. Wang Guixiang even came overnight to visit her. Godmother, don't worry. I'm doing fine. Right now, I'm just a little hungry, as if they were mother and child. Shun Yinxin's words were just spoken when she heard the little baby, who was just born, crying. Lu Yintian turned around to look at the baby. Wang Chunhua, with her experience, said, This baby is probably hungry too. I don't know if Shun Jiqing has milk right now. Lu Yuntian picked up the baby, gently patted him to soothe him, and said, Let the baby's mother rest first. I'll go make some formula milk. Wang Guixiang smiled as she took the baby and comforted him, saying, Little baby, don't cry anymore. Dad is going to make you some milk. See how much Dad loves and cares for your mom. But you are your parents' little treasure, and they will all love you too. Everyone in the room smiled. Wang Guixiang took out her lunchbox. I steamed some brown sugar eggs for the baby's mother. Eat up so you can have milk to feed the baby. Fu Hanya also took out the food he bought. Annie, I bought chicken soup from the state-run restaurant. Wang Guixiang reached out to take the lunchbox. Let's eat together. Yunxin really needs nourishing right now. As long as it's good food, eat as much as you can. After everyone finished eating, Wang Guixiang took her 2 sons and Wang Chunhua to the soap factory staff compound because their daughters had married workers from the soap factory. Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya went outside to find a guest house. The ward became quiet. The bed next to them was empty, and after closing the door, only their family of 3 remained in the room. Shun Yinxin's eyelids were starting to feel heavy, but she still wanted to see her little baby. There were so many people earlier, and she hadn't even had a chance to see her own mother. Husband, please go and bring the baby to me to see. He lowered his head and gave Shun Yinxin a deep kiss on the forehead, saying, Yinxin, thank you for your hard work. From now on, I will work hard for you and our child, giving you both the best. Shun Yinxin looked at the child, who was watching her, and smiled. Her heart was suddenly captured by this child. No wonder his godmother didn't want to let go when she held him today. She and Lu Yenting both have good looks, and with the nourishment of spiritual spring water, she believes this child will grow up to be a handsome and charming young man. She looked up and kissed her husband lightly on the lips. Husband, I think our life now is really good. Even when I was pregnant with him, I sometimes felt like we were just people who came into this world through a story, and it seemed like only you and I existed in this world. But today, my feelings are different. When I was giving birth, so many people sincerely helped us. Now I suddenly feel like our past selves were just a dream, and this here is real. What do you think, husband? Lu Yunting felt tender toward her. After she endured such pain giving birth today, it felt even more real to him. He held her and said, "Wherever you are, I am there." He had felt this way before, during his dangerous journey through the forest filled with gunfire in the southern province, but he didn't want to worry her, so he kept silent. "Husband, it's really good to have you." Sun Yunxin was exhausted. She had wanted to ask what name to give the child, but before she knew it, she had fallen asleep in her husband's broad arms. Little Bao, who was still full of energy, was carefully caught by Lu Yunting's strong hands. Suddenly, the little guy waved his tiny hands to grab his grain storage, a metaphor for his private area. Although he was her biological child, Lu Yunting couldn't help feeling a bit jealous when he saw this scene. His exclusive territory had been taken over by this little guy for several months. He knew the child was hungry. After glancing at his sleeping wife, he gently calmed the child down and then went to prepare milk with spiritual spring water. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya, who lived in the guest house, actually shared a space of their own. After making love late into the night, Fu Hanya was helping his wife massage with both hands when he suddenly noticed she seemed a bit distracted. "Miao Miao, what's wrong? Are you tired?" Yi Miao Miao looked down at the man's hands and said, "Keep going, I'm not tired." Fu Hanya felt a little desire again. When he leaned down to kiss his wife, she suddenly slapped him away. "I have something to tell you." "Yes, go ahead. Today you also held our godson, right?" "Yes, he's such a soft, cute little bundle of flesh."
So adorable, Fu Hanya recalled seriously.
"If we have a daughter, she will probably be even softer and cuter than a boy. Would you like that? Do you want to have a girl?" Fu Hanya understood what his wife was thinking. "You also want to have a daughter?" "Yes," Yi Miao Miao said with a hopeful look. "I suddenly really want to know what it would be like if we had a daughter. For her, can you wait a few more months?" Hearing this, Fu Hanya lightly teased her. "Do you think I'm the kind of man who just clings to you? I'm just a little scared. Giving birth is very painful for women. I truly feel sorry for you and don't want you to suffer." Yi Miao Miao smiled and shook her head. "I'm not afraid." Then she pulled the man to have children together. The next morning, Grandma Wang Guixiang and Grandma Wang Chunhua arrived early, bringing chicken soup for Sun Yunxin and a few large buns for her husband, the child's father. Sun Yunxin had just woken up and was hungry. When she opened the pot lid, the aroma made her feel dizzy. The chicken soup was much more fragrant than the one Fu Hanya bought at the state-run restaurant yesterday, and even more fragrant than the carefully brewed one by Lu Yunting. She sipped the chicken soup while greeting her husband to have a taste, then told him to learn from his godmother, so he could learn too. However, Grandma Wang Guixiang said, "This chicken soup doesn't need to be learned by Xiao Lu. Its special aroma comes from the herbs added by Aunt Chunhua to help you produce milk. Once your milk supply is enough, you won't need to drink this soup anymore." Hearing this, Sun Yunxin's face turned red. Lu Yunting also felt a bit uncomfortable inside because he didn't want his wife to breastfeed the baby. He was thinking of training their son to get used to drinking formula. With the blessing of the spiritual spring water, Sun Yunxin stayed in the hospital for 3 days. The doctor said her body recovered very well, so they were discharged. Sun Yunxin herself didn't like staying in the hospital either. Fu Hanyu and Jiang Xuexue came to pick them up in a large truck again. This time, they added a windproof cloth on top of the truck bed, and inside, there was a soft mat. After Sun Yunxin sat with the baby, she couldn't feel the cold wind at all. On the way back, the car moved very slowly, so there was little bumping or shaking. They returned home at noon, and in the afternoon, friends from the village gradually came to visit Sun Yunxin and the baby, bringing gifts. It wasn't until evening that the house finally became quiet. Lu Yunting first fed the baby with formula and then put him to sleep in his crib. The crib was designed by Sun Yunxin and made by the village's old carpenter. Then he turned around and hugged his wife, discussing, "Yunxin, I think we should prepare a few thank you dinners in the next few days to thank everyone who helped us this time. Shen Yunxin nodded in agreement. Since her husband was at home these days, she asked him to handle the arrangements for the dinners. Have you thought of a name for little Bao? We need both a formal name and a nickname. The baby had been born 4 days ago, but they still casually called him little Bao. Lu Yunting thought for a moment. Let's call the nickname Anan. Shen Yunxin nodded immediately. That's a good name. As parents, of course, we hope our child grows up safe, healthy, and happy. And the formal name? Lu Yunting smiled and said, I'll look it up in the dictionary tonight and tell you tomorrow. Shen Yunxin said, You must give it a beautiful name. Suddenly, Shen Yunxin felt a sharp pain in her breasts, where her milk supply had been gradually swelling over the past few days. She remembered what Aunt Chunhua had told her. She looked up at the man beside her, feeling a little shy, and said, I think my milk is coming in. Please go and bring Anan over. Lu Yunting turned around to pick up the baby from the crib. Shen Yunxin first turned her back to the father and son, unbuttoned her clothes. Then she turned her head to pick up the baby, saying, Quick, give me Anan. Lu Yunting gently carried the baby over. After trying for a while, the couple realized that Anan, the little one, was sleeping so soundly that they couldn't wake him, even though he had just finished a big bottle of milk. They looked at each other silently, and Shen Yunxin could only silently ask Lu Yunting for help with her eyes. Lu Yunting's ears turned bright red instantly. Honey, he started to say. If the baby won't eat, then let the baby's dad take over. Otherwise, she, as the mother, couldn't keep waiting for the baby to wake up hungry. After the two adults finished fussing, the little one in the crib beside them finally woke up. Based on their experience with taking care of the baby, they guessed he was probably hungry and woke up looking for food. Shen Yunxin really wanted to teach the child how to be more considerate. Lu Yunting quickly went to comfort his wife, so she could continue sleeping. He immediately got up, took the hungry and crying in and out, helped him pee and poop, then used spiritual spring water to prepare a big cup of milk powder for him. The little one sat happily in his dad's arms, drinking milk eagerly, holding the bottle with both hands. After feeding, Lu Yunting took a wet wipe to clean the child's mouth, and then looked at him with a gentle smile, seeming to really like his dad. Of course, Lu Yunting liked his son very much, but after thinking carefully, he gently pinched the chubby little face and said softly, From now on, let's keep drinking milk powder, okay? The little one smiled again, his bright eyes looking at his dad as if he agreed. Lu Yunting leaned down and kissed him, softly telling him, In this world, besides Mom, the person I love the most is you. You are more important than me, but you are even more important than your mom. Anan smiled again. He seemed to really enjoy kisses from his dad. After all, it was his dad who first fed him, changed his diaper, and gave him his first bath. Anan was a very easy child to take care of. As long as he was well fed, he could be comforted and put to sleep quite easily. Lu Yunting carefully placed the child into his own special crib, then gently climbed into bed, holding his peacefully sleeping wife close, greedily enjoying her presence. Shen Yunxin, you belong only to me. Your love and your body are all mine. Since they were young, the two of them have had a very good relationship and have never had any third parties. After Lu Yuntian finished speaking, he realized how deeply he loved Shen Yunxin in a somewhat obsessive way. But so what? He loved Shen Yunxin, and he would never hurt her. I love you. Lu Yuntian kissed Shen Yunxin's forehead deeply, then held her tightly and closed his eyes to sleep with her. Since she was pregnant, they hadn't slept so close and cuddled together for a long time. The couple, like conjoined twins, slept together for a long time without knowing how much time passed. Shen Yunxin started to feel uncomfortable again. She now somewhat empathized with the child and couldn't blame him. She also felt it wasn't the right time for this. Soon, Lu Yuntian woke up with her. Wife, what's wrong? Shen Yunxin looked a bit troubled. I'm pregnant again. Please bring the baby over so I can feed him. Lu Yuntian glanced at the small crib beside their bed, where the baby was sleeping peacefully. He turned to his wife and said, Before you fell asleep, and woke up hungry once. I fed him until he was full, and now he's sleeping soundly. It hasn't been long, so he probably isn't hungry right now. Sun Yunxin, who saw her honest and kind husband, didn't know his other side. She also seriously felt guilty. Do you think I'm a bad mother? Sometimes I miss when Anan is hungry, and I just miss the chance to feed him properly. Lu Yuntian felt guilty and gently patted her back. You're not a bad mother. The hard part, pregnancy and giving birth, are your efforts. I'll take full responsibility for raising him. From now on, let's get him used to drinking formula. Sun Yunxin nodded in agreement. She wasn't really set on breastfeeding. If she had known earlier, she would have decided not to drink that chicken soup. The next day, she told Wang Guixiang she wouldn't drink that kind of chicken soup anymore and would just feed the baby formula. Wang Guixiang thought Sun Yunxin simply couldn't produce enough milk and didn't argue. As long as the baby's father could support them and the baby could drink formula, that was fine. Breastfeeding was also quite exhausting. That evening, Lu Yuntian, who had been a full-time dad all day, held his wife and announced the name he chose for the baby. Sun Yunxin listened and chewed slowly. Lu Yunchao, Zhao. That's a nice name. It sounds quite like a family of three. After another week, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya's vacation countdown began. While Wang Guixiang helped take care of Sun Yunxin during her postpartum period, Lu Yunting, Fu Hanya, and Yi Miao Miao went up the mountain to hunt and prepare a thank-you banquet. Yi Miao Miao mainly went to enjoy the mountain in spring, which is very interesting. Once Sun Yunxin finished her postpartum rest, she would bring her to play on the mountain. After the banquet, there was only one day left for Lu Yunting to be a full-time dad at home. That night, Xiao Anan, who had been carefully fed by Lu Yunting, seemed to sense the approaching farewell. When drinking milk powder, he would open his eyes wide and stare hard at his dad. If he could speak, he probably would want to call out. Sun Yunxin leaned over and said, "This little guy drinks milk made with spring water every day, and he seems to be getting smarter." Lu Yunting nodded in agreement. Sun Yunxin then asked the child, "Xiaopan, you like your dad so much. Do you like mom too?" The little one couldn't speak but happily danced around after hearing this. Sun Yunxin's heart melted. She hugged the child and kissed him tightly. That night, the couple lay in bed, cuddling closely. Lu Yunting occasionally kissed her cheeks and lips. Sun Yunxin also felt very excited. She whispered, "I think the spring water helps my body recover well. I feel I can go to the hospital for a checkup early. If everything is fine, I want to." The couple hadn't been intimate for almost a year, and they felt it was time to enjoy themselves. Lu Yunting knew his wife had been craving his touch for a long time. He was happy but kept a rational attitude, saying, "Wait until you've finished your postpartum rest and get checked to the hospital. Otherwise, what would you tell the doctor if they ask?" Sun Yunxin had to give up this impulsive idea. She leaned against his arm and rubbed it, then touched his tempting abs before falling asleep. The next day, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya went to the military together. Sun Yunxin continued to stay at home for her postpartum rest. During the day, Wang Guixiang took care of her. Xiao Anan was very sensible and obedient. When he wasn't hungry or needed to poop, he hardly cried. He ate and slept on schedule, and even his bowel movements were regular. Wang Guixiang always happily praises him for being a very easy child. She has lived so long and has never seen such an obedient and sensible kid. Also, little Anan is getting more and more handsome. Every day, someone comes specifically to see him. Anan is not afraid of strangers. Every time visitors come, Wang Guixiang proudly carries him outside to show off that he is her adopted grandson, obedient, sensible, and beautiful. Yi Miao Miao comes home from work every day and immediately holds her adopted son, unwilling to let go. In sharp contrast to the well-behaved and handsome Anan is Wu Huichuan's son. Sun Yunxin heard Wang Guixiang say that Wu Huichuan's son's name had been decided. The Zhou family had chipped in another 500 yuan, and she finally agreed to let the child take the surname Zhou, naming him Zhou Yaozu. The name Yaozu doesn't seem strange to the older generation now. But Sun Yunxin, from a later time, couldn't help but roll her eyes at this. Wu Huichuan, from the start, only interacted closely with her to control her child. She did no work, only took care of the kid. Zhou Yaozu was difficult from the beginning. either crying or throwing tantrums, even waking up several times at night. At first, the old couple in the Zhou family thought their daughter-in-law was seeking trouble and just wanted peace. But now, seeing that the child only listened to his biological mother, they realized something was wrong. But it was already too late. Zhou Yaozu, away from Wu Huichuan, would cry or throw tantrums. Now, the old couple had to go to the fields themselves to earn work points to support their daughter-in-law and grandson. Wu Huichuan's goal was achieved. Now she only spends her days wandering around the village with the child. Sometimes she comes to Shen Yunxin's place, claiming she wants to learn from her. She says her Yaozu is too unruly, and she wants to see how well-behaved and sensible Lu Anin is raised. Strangely enough, although Zhou Yaozu is almost 2 months older than Anin, whenever Anin is awake, just giving Zhou Yaozu a look makes him immediately obedient and quiet. But after Wu Huichuan leaves with the child, Zhou Yaozu still cries and throws tantrums as usual. When Shen Yunxin heard about this pattern, she happily picked up Anin, kissed him, and comforted him. My little Anin is the best and most obedient. Mommy loves you the most. Anin loves to be close to his mother. But deep inside, he knows the person his mother loves most is his father, and the person his father loves most is his mother. Anyway, the love from his parents doesn't really depend on the word most. He just listens and understands. After work, Yi Miao Miao returned home, and Shen Yunxin and Wang Guixiang casually shared this funny story with her. Wang Guixiang praised Anin for being so young and already able to impress others. She said that when he grows up, he will be a remarkable person. Having lived through the end times for many years, Yi Miao Miao listened and started to think deeply. Later, after dinner, Wang Guixiang left and Yi Miao Miao quietly told Shen Yunxin, I suspect that Anin might have some special mental abilities. Shen Yunxin looked at her in surprise. But my husband and I are just ordinary people. Yi Miao Miao thought carefully. He's just lucky. On the day you were born, I was giving you energy to protect you during the truck ride, and he probably absorbed some of it. Plus, with the spiritual spring water, his talent is extraordinary, and he might have figured things out on his own. Shen Yunxin then wondered, could he also be someone who traveled here from the end times? That was a real possibility. Yi Miao Miao decided, I'll try to test him. The little guy was currently chewing on his fingers in his crib. Yi Miao Miao used her water-based abilities on the child. She found that Anin could absorb supernatural powers, but he seemed unaware of it. He still smiled happily at Yi Miao Miao, as usual. She carefully looked into his eyes and discovered that she had activated his mental control ability. Since Yi Miao Miao was much stronger than the current Anin, she could subtly take control whenever he accidentally used his mental powers. She noticed that his inner world was very pure, not like an old soul with a story. Relieved, Yi Miao Miao put the child down, comforted him, and gave him a new toy to play with. Then she turned to Shen Yunxin. Don't worry. Anin isn't a traveler, and he doesn't carry anyone else's memories. He's just a very talented child. Shen Yunxin also felt relieved after hearing this. Fortunately, the child didn't carry others' memories. He was simply a pure, new beginning for this world. That night, Shen Yunxin held the child and entered the space to find his father. Recently, things had been special. The child's godfather and godmother hadn't gone out on dates. Fu Hanya had dedicated all his time to Lu Yunting. So, every night, Lu Yunting could come to the space to reunite with his wife and their family of 3. Anin was so happy when her dad held her in his arms. Knowing that children are not small adults, Shen Yunxin told her child's father about Yi Miao Miao's discovery tonight right in front of Anin. Lu Yuntian was quite surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect his son to be so talented. Shen Yunxin felt a little worried and said, we don't know yet if this is good or bad for Anin. You see, very smart children can be very sensitive. Lu Yuntian quickly disagreed. Anin won't be like that because I love you very much and he will like us the most. As long as he doesn't break the law, he can do whatever he wants, so he won't have those worries of being a genius. Shen Yunxin thought for a moment and found it reasonable. She leaned down and kissed the child in her husband's arms, saying, Anin will be a month old soon. Everyone is busy with spring planting. My stepmother is quite old, so I can't ask her to help with the celebration. I think on his full moon, I will cook a pot of red eggs and send them to everyone. Lu Yuntian nodded. I'll go cook the red eggs now. Anan's full moon was in 3 days. Early in the morning, Shin Yunshin took all the red eggs her child's father had cooked in the space and put them into a large iron pot outside. Then she lit a fire. When Wang Guixiang came over to help cook the eggs, she found that Shin Yunshin had already finished cooking. She felt distressed and said, Yunshin, how early did you get up? Shin Yunshin secretly felt guilty inside. Godmother, I'm fine. I've been lying down for a month. Now that the baby is a month old, I feel relaxed. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I got up and cooked these eggs. Wang Guixiang sighed softly and said, Yunshin, you're the best at pretending everything is fine. When your man isn't home and there are no parents or in-laws to help, you're still so capable. You're young but very capable. Shin Yunshin truly felt very guilty because she thought she wasn't as tired as her godmother imagined. These red eggs were cooked by Lu Yuntian during his nights in the space over the past few days. She just held the baby and helped a little in the kitchen. After the baby's full moon, Lu Yuntian finally couldn't hold back and urged Shin Yunshin to go to the hospital to check her recovery. The next morning, Shin Yunshin carried her child on her back and was about to ride her bike to the hospital when Yi Miao Miao suddenly arrived beside her on her own bike. Shin Yunshin turned to look at her, thinking that her child's godmother was coming to accompany her to the hospital. She said, You rarely have a day off, so you don't need to come with me. I'll find a quiet place outside the village later and put Nin into the space to sleep. You should go back and rest more. Yi Miao Miao replied, I plan to go to the hospital. I didn't mean to come with you. Before Shin Yunshin could respond, she reached out to feel her child's godmother's forehead. Are you feeling sick? Is there something wrong with your health? Yi Miao Miao said, I just want to go to the hospital to check. Maybe I'm pregnant too. Shin Yunshin's eyes widened with concern. Are you surprised? She was so happy she almost shouted. You said you didn't want to? Yi Miao Miao reached out to play with Anan, who was lying on his mother's back with big, round eyes. I don't know why, but the moment I saw Anan, I felt my heart race. I want to have a sister for him. Shin Yunshin was also very happy. Your brother is a year older than your sister. When the time comes, Anan can take care of her. Yes, that's what Han Yi and I also thought, she said, then looked at Anan and asked, Anan, do you want to help your godmother take care of your sister? Anan couldn't speak yet, but he looked at Yi Miao Miao and made a little sound, then giggled. Shin Yunshin was already eager. Let's go to the hospital quickly and see if you're really pregnant. Yi Miao Miao trusted Fu Hanya's strength completely and was confident. At the hospital, Yi Miao Miao went to the gynecology department and Shin Yunshin went to obstetrics. At noon, they met again outside the hospital holding their test results. I'm pregnant. My body has fully recovered. They put away their test results. Yi Miao Miao touched her belly and said, Let's go to the state-run restaurant for lunch. By the way, isn't Anan hungry? Just as she finished speaking, Shin Yunshin heard Anan crying loudly inside the space. She looked at Yi Miao Miao and said, The baby must be hungry now that he's awake. Let's find a quiet alley so I can go in and check on him. Yi Miao Miao nodded. The two of them headed down the street. At this moment, Lu Yunting, who was about to go to the cafeteria with Fu Hanya, heard the child's crying from the space. He quickly handed his lunchbox to Fu Hanya and said, Anan is crying. I need to check on him. Fu Hanya nodded and let him go inside to see the child.
He went to get food for them.
Lu Yunting turned and ran inside. The couple entered the space together. Shin Yunshin looked up and smiled when she saw the man. Why are you here too? I was about to get food in the cafeteria when I heard the child was hungry, so I came in. I'll prepare his milk now. Lu Yunting replied and turned to find the milk powder. Shin Yunshin went over, picked up the baby from the crib, and gently comforted him. Anan, don't cry. Dad is getting your food. It seemed like Anan understood her words and smiled. Lu Yunting prepared the milk with warm, temperature-controlled spiritual spring water, then brought it over to feed the baby. When he took the child from Shin Yunshin, he asked, How did your checkup at the hospital go? Shin Yunshin didn't expect him to know so much about her whereabouts. She deliberately kept him guessing. Guess? Lu Yunting, holding the baby with one arm and pulling the woman closer with the other, said, I guess I can enjoy some good food tonight. Sun Yunxin playfully slapped his arm. You're annoying, she said, speaking such suggestive words in front of the child. Lu Yunting couldn't help but pinch her waist lightly. Still annoying? Sun Yunxin held his hand, and their eyes met with sparks flying. Luckily, the baby finished drinking and made a gurgling sound. Sun Yunxin quickly grabbed some tissues to wipe the milk from the baby's mouth. After burping the baby, Lu Yunting placed him back in the crib. Sun Yunxin said, Anan usually doesn't sleep at noon. I'll carry him out later. Today, he can see the city. Lu Yunting wasn't really listening. He pressed Sun Yunxin against the wall, blocking Anan's view with his body, then leaned down and kissed her passionately. Although it was only a few minutes, both of them became emotional. Lu Yunting's eyes were cloudy, like a wild beast eager to swallow her. In Sun Yunxin's eyes, a gentle sparkle reflected a faint pink hue like peach blossoms. She looked at the man softly comforting her and said, All right, I will give you this tonight. Please be patient a little longer. Lu Yunting took the girl's finger into his mouth and gently sucked on it several times before calming the fire inside him. His voice was sexy and husky as he spoke. Okay. Sun Yunxin was also excited by the man's charm and her heart was pounding. If it weren't for Yi Miao Miao waiting outside, she wouldn't want to leave. She changed the subject and said, Miao Miao is also pregnant. Lu Yunting smiled slightly. Yes, I guessed that a long time ago. Sun Yunxin looked at the man in surprise. Lu Yunting explained, if there hadn't been a problem with Yi Miao Miao's side, Fu Hanya wouldn't have been able to stay away from her for so long, no matter who he was with. The man really understood men best. Sun Yunxin pushed the man away and bent down to pick up Anan from the crib. Then she instructed the man to use a backpack to tie the baby onto her back. Lu Yunting felt sorry for her. Isn't it heavy to carry the baby like that? Sun Yunxin replied. How heavy can he be now? Besides, I am his mother. No matter how heavy he is, I can handle it. However, Lu Yunting felt very guilty inside. He lowered his head and kissed his wife, and also kissed the child on her back. He solemnly promised his wife and child, I will definitely give you the best life. Sun Yunxin cleverly eased the brief sadness of parting. Anan, say goodbye to Dad. Anan really understood. He made a sound towards his father and waved his hand. Lu Yunting saw the child and felt his heart melt. This was the result of his wife working hard for 10 months and risking everything to give birth to their beloved child. Sun Yunxin carried An and went with Yi Miao Miao to the state-run restaurant. While her mother and godmother were eating, he kept watching the busy people coming and going inside the restaurant, feeling very curious. What surprised Sun Yunxin the most was that her and An seemed to dislike noisy children. When a couple entered with a crying baby, he looked over there. The crying suddenly stopped immediately. This was exactly like how he usually calmed down the noisy kid, Zhou Yaozu. Sun Yunxin looked up and saw that the couple was also very surprised that the child finally quieted down. Yi Miao Miao sat opposite Sun Yunxin. This time, she clearly saw how Anan used his special abilities to control that child. She whispered, You really have a clever little one. He's smart, a bit mischievous, and a little proud. When Anan grows up, he will be extraordinary. Just now, after controlling that kid, he even knew to close his eyes and rest. Sun Yunxin said, My husband and I only hope he stays safe, healthy, and happy in life. After dinner, the two of them went for a walk around the city, bought a lot of things, and stored everything in a hidden space. They also went to the black market and bought several old hens. Yi Miao Miao couldn't help but ask curiously, Why do you need to buy so many old hens? Sun Yunxin reached out to touch her still flat belly, to help my future daughter-in-law strengthen her health. Chicken soup is very nutritious. Yi Miao Miao felt very touched. Then you have to make some for me later. Sun Yunxin nodded. Okay. On the way back, Sun Yunxin put Anan, who was sleeping on her back, into the space. Yi Miao Miao finished her dinner and played with Anan for a while before leaving early, sensing that her best friend was a bit distracted. She could guess why just by looking at her. Sun Yunxin held the child and entered the space. Since it was still early, she took out some toys for the child to play with. Then she went to the bathroom for a bath, adding a few drops of rose essential oil into the tub. When she finished her bath and came out, Lu Yunting had already returned, feeding milk to the child. The couple secretly exchanged a glance, sparks flying in their eyes. Thinking about the upcoming battle tonight, Shen Yunxin couldn't help but feel shy and ran away. Lu Yunting finished feeding and patted him to burp, then said a few more words, and quickly fell asleep. Lu Yunting turned and went into the master bedroom, closing the door. Shen Yunxin hid under the blankets, feeling very excited. But she didn't expect that after a day of intense training at the military, her husband had boundless energy. She felt like she was on cloud 9 all night. Lu Yunting held Shen Yunxin and kept turning over and over, trying different ways to get closer, making Shen Yunxin cry and beg several times. It was even more intense than their first night together. Shen Yunxin finally realized that her husband's gentle and caring behavior over the past few months was all an act. After abstaining and intense training, Lu Yunting, once allowed, became like a fierce wild animal. Until the next morning, after Lu Yunting finished washing Shen Yunxin and carried her out of the bathroom, Anan outside was crying, either hungry or needing to pee. Shen Yunxin woke up suddenly. She opened her eyes, weakly patted her husband's chest, and said, "Go check on the baby quickly." Lu Yunting gently kissed her and said, "Rest assured, I will go see the baby." Shen Yunxin was truly exhausted, her whole body feeling weak and sore. Every bone felt soft. She fell asleep immediately, wishing she hadn't used rose essential oil for her bath last night. At this moment, Lu Yunting felt deep sympathy for his tired wife, but last night, he simply couldn't control himself. God knows how hard he had been holding back these past few months. Shen Yunxin didn't need him to coax her to sleep. She turned around and went to check on the baby. She didn't know how long she had slept before she heard Anan crying from hunger in her dream, which made her move her fingers and slowly wake up. When she woke, she checked the time, almost noon. No wonder the baby was hungry. She quickly drank a glass of spring water to refresh herself, then gently picked up the baby from the crib and comforted him for a while. First, she apologized to the baby, then helped him pee and poop, and finally fed him formula. After eating, Anan went to care for his mother, reaching out to touch Shen Yunxin's mouth. Shen Yunxin was deeply touched and smiled at her child, saying, "Don't worry.
You're full now."
Mom is going to eat. There was ready-made food in the space, so she didn't need to cook. The weather outside was sunny. In the afternoon, Shen Yunxin carried Anan to sit under the 100-year-old tree at the village entrance to chat and eat fruit. Anyone not working in the fields for points would gather here in the village. Before they got close, they heard Zhou Yaozu crying loudly and refusing to give up. Shen Yunxin looked down at her son. Sure enough, Anan was using his mental control again. Soon, Zhou Yaozu's crying stopped. "Xiao Anan, are you tired? You mustn't be stubborn." Anan's pretty little face suddenly froze. He clearly didn't expect his little trick to be uncovered by his mother. Shen Yunxin gently kissed his soft, pink cheek. "Don't overexert yourself, okay?" This time, Anan felt guilty and didn't dare to show anything. He tilted his head and leaned into his mother's arms. Shen Yunxin softly patted his back to comfort him. All right. Your little secret was first discovered by your godmother, and your dad knows too." Anan closed his eyes peacefully. Shen Yunxin wanted to say a few more comforting words, but Wu Huaichuan called her. "I knew my Yaozhuo suddenly stopped crying. Yunxin, hurry, and bring Anan over. We all want to see him." Shen Yunxin carried the child and went over. As Wu Huaichuan said, everyone around gathered to see Anan. One elderly woman smiled and played with Anan, then happily said, "This kid changes every day. He's getting cuter and cuter." Shen Jiqing and Lu Jiqing really know how to raise children. Wu Huaichuan then spoke seriously to Shen Yunxin. "Yunxin, you haven't come out this morning. You probably don't know. There's a teacher at the commune school who is reported for secretly keeping a lot of forbidden books. He's been transferred away." After the team leader attended a meeting today, he said the commune decided to hold exams and rehire a teacher. Fair competition. As long as you pass the exam, everyone has a chance to become a teacher. Wu Huaichuan saw that Shen Yunxin was indeed a bit happy after hearing the news. She knew her plan to sell Shen Yunxin's good reputation had succeeded. But she also knew Shen Yunxin probably wouldn't have a chance to take the exam because she was the only one at home and needed to look after the child. Wu Huichuan was different. If she passed the exam and became a teacher, she could leave Yaozhua with her mother-in-law. The Zhou family would be very happy. Without Shen Yunxin as a strong competitor, Wu Huichuan believed she wouldn't be worse than others. However, she didn't expect that after having a child, Shen Yunxin's mindset had changed a lot.
Now she also wanted to get this job.
Having a child made her think more carefully. No matter what, she wanted to have a job in the future. It would also give Xiaonan more security. You all can chat first. I suddenly remembered I have something at home, so I need to go back for a while. Hey, Yunxin. Wu Huichuan watched Shen Yunxin walk away, feeling nervous inside. She wondered if she had made a mistake. Maybe Shen Yunxin also wanted to take the exam. Really, it's quite frustrating. Not long after Shen Yunxin left with an inn, Zhou Yaozu suddenly started crying loudly again. Wu Huichuan had to turn around and comfort the child. All right, little ancestor, stop crying. Look at Anan. She's 2 months younger than you, but she doesn't cry or make trouble. She was feeling very annoyed now. To make things worse, an unkind older woman nearby said, Anan is a boy, but he looks even better than the girl. Everyone likes him. The best part is, he's not shy or fussy, which makes him even more special. Wu Huichuan was already upset because Shen Yunxin also wanted to take the exam. Hearing these harsh words about her own child made her even more upset. She hugged her child and turned to leave. She didn't realize that as she walked away, the gossiping women's words immediately turned to her. I don't know what kind of trouble the Zhou family got into to end up with such a clever and calculating daughter-in-law. She's young but has already caused her husband's death. Her parents-in-law work hard to support her, and she can't even take care of her own child. All the kid does is cry every day. Li Qingqing was quietly passing by with a basket of pig grass on her back. She knew these gossiping women in the village were no good. She touched her growing pregnant belly and thought she'd rather go out every day to gather pig grass than get involved in their backbiting. Shen Yunxin also knew she couldn't believe everything Wu Huichuan said. She went home and took a bag of brown sugar to find the village head. Sun Chuangui told her there was indeed good news. Everyone could take the exam and compete fairly. However, he didn't want to accept the brown sugar this time. Lu Yunting was in the army, and Yi Miao Miao was in public security. He didn't dare accept gifts from Shen Yunxin. Brown sugar was very valuable now. Even money couldn't buy it easily. But as the saying goes, giving many gifts isn't wrong. Plus, Shen Yunxin had stored a lot of brown sugar in her space, so she didn't mind giving it away. Village head, just keep this for yourself. Take it home to make the auntie and children happy. Sun Chuangui really values this brown sugar. As the saying goes, people are soft-spoken when they eat. After hiding the item in his pocket, he quietly leaned close to Shen Yunxin and whispered a few words. This time, the recruitment is open to everyone in the commune. It sounds impressive, but since you're a military family member and Yi Jiqing is also working as a public security officer here, as long as you take the exam, those inside won't dare to tamper with your results. Sun Chuangui almost said outright that having connections is more important than ability this time. Shen Yunxin didn't expect that recruiting a teacher in such a small commune could be so complicated. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Since only one teacher is being hired for the whole commune, this job is easier and more respectable than farming for work points. Anyone who has gone to school for a few days would want to compete for this position. Finally, when Yi Miao Miao finished work and came home, Shen Yunxin brought out a pot of fragrant old hen soup from the kitchen. The chicken meat had been torn into small pieces and mixed with spicy red oil. On the table, there was also a plate of wild vegetables she had dug up from the ground. The main dish was a bowl of chicken soup with shrimp dumplings, which Lu Yunting had made and stored in the space. Yi Miao Miao first sipped a small bowl of the chicken soup, then immediately gave Shen Yunxin a thumbs up. My godson's mother's cooking really improved. Now, in my heart, you've caught up with Lu Jiqing at home. Shen Yunxin sat across from her and said, I have something to tell you. The commune is recruiting a teacher, do you know? Yi Miao Miao nodded. Do you want to go too? Shen Yunxi nodded. I want Anin to not rely only on his father for support. He should be able to depend on me too. Yi Miao Miao understood immediately. She said directly, I'll get some study materials for you tomorrow. I tell you, this teacher exam is highly competitive. But I already know how to prepare the study materials today. As long as Yunxin you wanna, you can definitely pass. Shen Yunxin knew that Yi Miao Miao wasn't overthinking. She simply shared what Sun Chuangui had told her. After hearing this, Yi Miao Miao said fiercely, I'll see who dares cheat. I am in public security, and Lu Yunting is now an officer. Plus, you have our resources. Don't forget, when you first arrived, you also received a bravery award with us. Just based on that, as long as you truly work hard and beat them with your exam results, I believe no one in this commune can compare to your connections. After listening to Yi Miao Miao's analysis, Shen Yunxin suddenly felt very confident. If she truly had to compete in the exam, she, who had survived 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of mock tests, was not afraid of anyone. After dinner, Yi Miao Miao went back to rest. Shen Yunxin also held in and entered the space. She played with the child for a while, finally waiting for Lu Yunting to come home. Lu Yunting first took a shower in the bathroom, then came out and held both the mother and son in his arms. He kissed his wife twice and kissed his son once. Anin knew that Dad favored his mother, but he was already very happy. He cheerfully raised his little hands and waved at his dad. Shen Yunxin also looked up and kissed the man's lips. She got up and went to the kitchen to bring a bowl of chicken soup. This is the old hen chicken soup I cooked for Miao Miao today. I also left a bowl for you. Lu Yunting looked at the nourishing old hen soup and raised an eyebrow. He said, Wife, you actually gave me this? Are you trying to tell me I didn't satisfy you last night and wasn't enough? Shen Yunxin's eyes widened in surprise. She reacted quickly and reached out to snatch the bowl from his hand. Rogue. Give it to me. I won't let you drink it anymore. Her good intentions felt ruined by this man. Lu Yunting raised the bowl high and drank it all in one gulp. Then, in front of the girl, he turned the bowl upside down to show it was empty. Looking into her eyes, he challenged, Too late. Shen Yunxin really didn't want to talk about him anymore. Ever since she took it off, this man had shown his worst side to her. His antics were almost lawless. After being carried to bed, Shen Yunxin didn't even have time to speak before Lu Yunting forcefully took her breath away. He kept pushing until Shen Yunxin couldn't help but cry and beg for mercy. Only then did he stop holding her and soothing her constantly. Sorry, wife. I love you so much. I love you more and more. I can't help myself. I love you. He spoke these words in a pleading tone. Shen Yunxin weakly lay on the pillow. Hearing the man whispering sweet words in her ear with no limits, contrasting sharply with his aggressive advances a second ago, softened her heart completely. After gradually calming down, Shen Yunxin changed to a more comfortable position, snuggling in the man's arms, and told him about her day. After listening, Lu Yunting gently kissed her forehead and said, Isn't it true that you don't like working? Shen Yunxin also didn't plan to hide it from him. I want to raise the child with you, so Anin has more support. Hearing this, Lu Yunting felt even more caring for his wife. He said, Just focus on your exam. If someone in the community has a closer relationship than yours, I will deal with them. Shen Yunxin felt more at ease. She knew Lu Yunting was not the kind of man who made empty promises. Since he dared to say such confident words, it meant he was sure of himself. I'll go talk to my adoptive mother and her family tomorrow. If I really become a teacher, I will ask her to help take care of Anin during the day. Not mentioning the little one was fine, but when she did, she heard Anin suddenly crying outside the room. He was probably hungry or needed to use the bathroom. Lu Yunting quickly got up, put on a sleep robe, and went out to comfort the child. Shen Yunxin closed her eyes and listened to Lu Yunting gently soothe the child. When she learned that the little one was hungry, she felt at peace and fell asleep. Shen Yunxin carried some gifts and went to find Wang Guixiang. On the way, she met Wu Huaichuan, who was finally not holding Zhou Jiao. Wu Huaichuan had dressed herself beautifully. Seeing Shen Yunxin, she proudly showed off, Yunxin, isn't this blocky dress pretty? And these little leather shoes, my 4 older aunts bought them for me. Shen Yunxin only glanced at Wu Huichuan and guessed her family's little plans. She nodded and said, "Yes, very pretty." Wu Huichuan proudly said again, "Today I'm going to the city's recycling station to buy some materials for studying. Do you want to come with me?" Shen Yunxin shook her head. "No, I won't go. You go by yourself today." Wu Huichuan twirled her small braid on her chest with her finger and said, "All right then, I'll go first. Goodbye." As Shen Yunxin stepped out, she met Su Yanhong. The two talked briefly about the news that the community was recruiting teachers. Su Yanhong said, "Only Zhou Baozhen from our youth team really wants to take the exam. Several others in the village who have gone to school said they want to try." Wu Huichuan and Zhou Baozhen planned to go to the city's recycling station today to buy study materials. Shen Yunxin was surprised. "Does Li Shui not want to take the exam? She said she doesn't like being a teacher." Su Yanhong suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Niumon Li really wants to go, but her due date is right around the time of her exams." She also listened to her husband analyze that this exam has many tricks that ordinary people hope to avoid. He told her not to bother herself and said that if there's a chance in the future, he would buy her a job in the city. So she gave up that idea and decided to wait peacefully to have her baby. After speaking, Su Yanhong raised her voice and looked toward Wu Huichuan's departure direction. "I think Wu Huichuan has been a bit proud lately. I just reminded her to stay close to her family, especially Zhou Yaozu, because as long as Zhou Yaozu stays with her, her family will always treat her well for the sake of the child. But she thinks my good intentions are just to compete with her for the exam opportunity. It really made me angry." "Big sister Yan, don't be upset," Shen Yunxin said, patting Su Yanhong on the back. She knew that Su Yanhong might have unknowingly shown genuine care for Wu Huichuan. She couldn't help but kindly remind her, everyone has their own fate. "Big sister Yan, you shouldn't worry too much about her," Su Yanhong nodded. "You're right. I need to learn to respect others' destinies." When they were about to part ways, Su Yanhong was again attracted by the cute and on Shen Yunxin's back. She couldn't help but tease the child before leaving. Shen Yunxin took a few more steps forward and heard Mother Zhou at home soothing the crying Zhou Yaozu, her voice sweet and coaxing, like she was comforting her little darling. Shen Yunxin reached out and gently touched Anan, who was quiet and sensible on her back. "Anan is still the best." Wang Guixiang was at home tidying up her grandchildren, who were struggling with their studies. When Tai Tu saw Shen Yunxin coming, he cheered as if she was a savior. "Annie is here." Wang Guixiang turned around and saw Shen Yunxin carrying some things, and, with Anan on her back, she quickly stepped out to greet her. "Oh, dear Yunxin, if you need anything, just tell me and I'll go." Shen Yunxin handed over the gift and said shyly, "Godmother, I came today mainly to ask for your help." Wang Guixiang immediately put on a serious face. "I don't want anything. Since I've accepted you as my daughter, I will naturally help you. Why do you bring these things just to show off?" Shen Yunxin said, "Godmother, please accept this first. I'm not giving these to you, but to my older brothers and sisters-in-law. The commune is hiring teachers and I want to take the exam to become one. If I pass, I'd like you to help me watch over Anan. I can only come to pick him up after work each day. So, I thought I should give some small gifts to build good relations with my brothers and sisters-in-law." Wang Guixiang had nothing to say. She sighed softly. Their family hadn't split up yet and she genuinely wanted to help Shen Yunxin. But it was also necessary to get along with the other family members. "Yunxin, if you want to take the exam, you should start reviewing now. I'll go to your place in the next few days to help take care of Anan. You can rest assured." As she spoke, Wang Guixiang gently took Anan down from Shen Yunxin's back and comforted him skillfully. Anan also liked his grandma very much. They talked for a while longer. Shen Yunxin saw the children scratching their heads while doing homework. She went over to explain the confusing parts to them. The children from the Zhou family loved studying. They listened carefully as Shen Yunxin explained practice questions. "Wow, Auntie, you're amazing. You explain better than our teacher," they said. Shen Yunxin playfully tapped each of their heads. All right, no more praising me. Let's hurry and look at the next question." Wang Guixiang didn't disturb them. She quietly carried Anan to the kitchen. Soon after, Wang Guixiang came out of the kitchen and called the children and Xin Yunxin to each have a red sugar water egg. At noon, the Zhou family members returned from work. The children proudly told their mother about the math problems Xin Yunxin had taught them that day. Every parent hopes their children will succeed. Seeing that the children not only loved studying but also learned so much, the sisters-in-law looked at Xin Yunxin with gratitude. Wang Guixiang called her sons into the kitchen to talk. Her sons naturally listened to her. As for the old man in the family, he always obeyed her decisions. Because she had prepared well in advance, during the meal, Wang Guixiang mentioned that she might help take care of Anan in the future. All the son, daughter-in-law, and the children of the Zhou family supported this idea. The Zhou family members unanimously agreed, without any objections. The issue of who would help take care of Anan was settled. Xin Yunxin then focused on studying materials at home. Soon, the day of the exam arrived, which was a Sunday. Yi Miao was worried and wanted to send Xin Yunxin to the commune, but she was stopped. So, she stayed at home with Wang Guixiang to take care of Anan. All the participants from the various production brigades arrived early at the commune school, waiting in the classroom for the exam. Coincidentally, Xin Yunxin's seat was next to Fu Xiaoning. When Fu Xiaoning found her seat, she snorted at Xin Yunxin, who was already seated nearby. She felt confident because she had the support of the director. For her, this exam was just a formality, and she was determined to secure the teacher position this time. Everyone else was just there to follow along and be the supporting players. The exam papers were handed out. Xin Yunxin immediately picked up her pen and started writing. She wrote smoothly, with neat handwriting and a tidy paper. Next to her, Fu Xiaoning was stunned. She looked up and saw others around her struggling, some scratching their heads, some writing and then erasing, constantly changing their answers. Fu Xiaoning stretched her neck to look at others in the classroom, and most seemed to be in the same state. Only Xin Yunxin appeared to have the answers already in her mind, focused solely on answering the questions. Fu Xiaoning became confident. This time, she planned to swap Xin Yunxin's exam paper. After finishing her own answers, Xin Yunxin looked up and saw that there was still plenty of time. Everyone else was still struggling painfully with their papers. She lowered her head again to check her exam paper carefully. After reviewing it once, she suddenly thought, if someone wanted to cheat in this exam, what methods might they use? Where would they start? Xin Yunxin was no longer looking at the questions. She was carefully leaving anti-counterfeit marks on her paper. When the time was up, the exam bell rang. Xin Yunxin was the first to walk up and submit her paper, then she left the classroom. She rode her bicycle home for dinner. In the afternoon, she had an interview scheduled. While waiting in line, Xin Yunxin saw that several people ahead of her either hesitated to speak or fidgeted nervously, failing to address the interviewers' questions directly. The interviewers' faces showed clear disappointment. She also overheard many others complaining that after the exam, they still had to do an interview, and the study materials didn't teach how to answer questions. They found the interview very difficult. Xin Yunxin thought that small interviews like this were not a problem for her. She quietly gained more confidence in this selection process. When it was her turn, she answered every question from the school director, senior teachers, and principal very smoothly. She was confident and quick to respond, always hitting the key points they wanted. She could even recite some famous quotes from the party at any moment. Everyone present was very pleased with her. Sometimes, in such situations, ability isn't the most important thing. Being able to support the party's ideas and beliefs is more important. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here trying to hire a new teacher for the school. After Xin Yunxin finished her interview, Principal Zhang almost wanted to approve her immediately. The head of education next to him gently stopped him and whispered, "Principal, don't get too excited. Comrade Shun is so excellent, her exam results should be good too.
There are still more than 10 people left.
Let's wait and see. We need to go through the process, or else the others might cause trouble again." Principal Zhang sighed. He was very satisfied with Shun Yunxin, especially because she answered the questions about political beliefs very well. He didn't want to hire someone who might cause trouble and get scolded by higher-ups. But since the school is part of the collective, he had to consider others' feelings sometimes. Fu Xiaoning was behind Shen Yunxin in line. She looked through the glass and saw that Shen Yunxin's interview went very smoothly, which made her very annoyed. She pressed her ear to the door and listened to some of Shen Yunxin's answers. When it was her turn, she got nervous and forgot most of Shen Yunxin's answers. She tried to imitate her, but stumbled over her words. After the interview, not only did the people sitting across from her react strangely, but she also felt very frustrated with herself. She went out and turned into a small alley. Looking around to make sure no one was there, she pushed open the gate of the commune director's yard and went inside. Today is Sunday. When she entered the house, she saw the director lying on the comm, a traditional bed, listening to the radio. She immediately took off her clothes inside the room and turned to face him, leaning in close. "Director, you shouldn't listen to this. Listen to my heartbeat instead, okay?" Fu Xiaoning was acting cute, bending over and pressing herself close to the man's face. The older man chuckled happily and reached out to playfully tease the lively young Fu Xiaoning. "Little fairy, did you not do well on your exam today?" "No, not at all. As long as the director is here, I can't possibly get bad grades." Fu Xiaoning knew the director liked hearing her praise him, so she kept talking happily, finally convincing the old man to promise he would help her get the teacher's job. Shen Yunxin was surprised and happy to see Miao Miao holding an N and waiting for her after leaving school. And immediately found his mother and happily danced around in his foster mother's arms. At that moment, the school gate was crowded, and only after the little boy's reminder did Yi Miao Miao notice Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin ran over. Yi Miao Miao handed the child to her. "And already saw you. You and your son are really in sync." Shen Yunxin hugged the child, kissed him gently, then looked up and said, "Of course. This is my own little one." Yi Miao Miao looked up and said, "I'm too lazy to go home and cook. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for a meal and then head back. Today I'll treat." Shen Yunxin didn't expect Yi Miao Miao to not ask how she did on her exam. She couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you ask how I did?" Yi Miao Miao smiled and patted her head. "What's there to ask? I'm just about to go to the state-run restaurant to celebrate you." Shen Yunxin playfully scolded her. "You're so annoying." Yi Miao Miao laughed loudly, then reached out to put her arm around Shen Yunxin's shoulder. The two of them chatted happily as they headed to the restaurant. Shen Yunxin finally shared everything that happened during her exam with Yi Miao Miao. Today, the state-run restaurant had a special supply of yellow beef. Currently, Nyo Nyo is a small farming helper. Usually, they don't eat beef unless it dies from illness or an accident. It's rare to find beef to eat. They ordered a bowl of radish stew with beef brisket and a small stir-fry with yellow beef, along with 2 large bowls of rice. Just enough for 2 people. The restaurant was crowded. Yi Miao went to the front desk to wait for the food. Shen Yunxin pretended to take a bottle from her bag, but actually took it from her space to prepare milk for an N. And N was happily waiting in his mother's arms to eat. Shen Yunxin was also enjoying the joy of feeding her child when Yi Miao suddenly returned hurriedly, carrying a tray. "Yunxin, look secretly at the 2 o'clock direction in front of you. Wu Huai-chun is on a date with another man." Hearing this, Shen Yunxin quickly looked in that direction. Wow. Wu Huai-chun was being flirted with by a man next to her, and she was smiling happily, like a blooming rose. Today, she was wearing a dress given to her by her 4 aunts, made of fabric called bragi. Her hair was styled into 2 braids hanging in front of her chest, with small red flowers at the ends. If you didn't know, you wouldn't realize Wu Huai-chun was a widow who had a child. The Wu family's goal was clear. They wanted Wu Huai-chun to find a new love quickly. Once she remarried, she wouldn't compete with their family for Zhou Yaozu, and they wouldn't have to keep supporting Wu Huai-chun anymore. Yi Miao sat down and asked mysteriously, "Do you think the man she just found is a good person?" Shen Yunxin looked at the man again and shook her head, commenting, "He's so smooth-talking and good at flattering women. I think he's probably from the city, maybe a young man sent to the countryside." Yi Miao nodded in agreement, saying this man was probably not a good person. She picked up her chopsticks to serve food. "Eat, eat." And it was full. Shen Yunxin gently patted his back to help him burp while eating. And Anne's eyes were fixed on Shen Yunxin. He loved his mom very much. After finishing their meal, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao prepared to leave. The man sitting diagonally opposite Wu Huaichun and the slick-talking man were still chatting happily. After tying an onto Shen Yunxin's back, the two of them left. It was already getting dark outside. Suddenly, Wu Huaichun chased after them. Yi Gong and Shen Jiqing, wait a moment. Both people stopped and looked back when they heard this. Wu Huaichun quickly ran in front of them and whispered, Yunxin, can you please not spread what you saw earlier about me and that man? Yi Miao Miao asked, which man? We didn't see anything. Shen Yunxin also shook her head, indicating she knew nothing. Wu Huaichun was surprised that these two were so sensible. She was very pleased and said, thank you. I will remember your kindness. Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin exchanged a knowing look. They thought, who cares about these trivial matters? They just liked watching the drama and didn't want to gossip. Wu Huaichun turned around and took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and faced Shen Yunxin. She said, since you helped me just now, I want to return the favor. Yunxin, be careful of Fu Xiaoning. After our exams and interviews today, we both realize we can't compete with you. But we saw Fu Xiaoning eavesdropping during your interview. You should know her family's style and methods. So, from now on, your biggest threat is Fu Xiaoning. Shen Yunxin replied, okay, thank you for sharing this with us. Wu Huaichun nodded and left. Yi Miao Miao said, I remember you mentioned that you marked your exam paper. If Fu Xiaoning dares to tamper with your scores, I will deal with her. I've been itching to handle a big case lately. Shen Yunxin thought she also wanted to get rid of that persistent Fu Xiaoning. She said, let's go back first. We'll wait for the school to announce the results in 3 days. They reached the bicycle they had parked nearby and suddenly saw a very suspicious person crouching next to it. Catch the thief. Yi Miao Miao reacted quickly and ran up to kick the person to the ground. Shen Yunxin also ran over. She had wanted to intervene earlier but didn't have time. She wasn't worried about the thief. She was concerned that Yi Miao Miao, who was pregnant, might have hurt herself. Stop fighting. I'm not a thief, Su Hao said, raising his face and hands in a surrender gesture. After seeing his face clearly, Yi Miao Miao reached out and pulled the person up from the ground. You really are Su Hao. Su Hao, are you crazy? Why are you sitting by our bike for no reason? I almost kicked you to death just now. If you want to cause me to lose my job, just say so. Su Hao, holding his injured ribs, said, I didn't mean to. I was just waiting over there because I saw your bike. Shen Yunxin asked, what do you want from us? Su Hao looked at Yi Miao Miao and said, Yi police, please help me. Yi Miao Miao frowned and looked at him. Just tell us what's wrong. If you don't say it, how can I know if I can help? Su Hao said, I want you to help me catch someone cheating. I believe Fu Xiaoning is now lying in some director's bed. Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin exchanged a look and said, Su Hao, do you remember the last time you caused a big scene in the village trying to catch Fu Xiaoning cheating? That was pretty embarrassing. Thinking about that failed attempt that made him lose face, Su Hao admitted, yes, I remember. That's why I want to ask for your help this time. Yi Miao Miao almost laughed out of anger. So, you want us to join you in making fools of ourselves again? Then she took Shen Yunxin's hand. Let's go, Su Hao hurriedly said. Can you wait a moment? Shen Yunxin also held Yi Miao Miao's arm firmly. Let's hear him out first. Seeing a chance, Su Hao quickly said, last time I really caught Fu Xiaoning with that director. I'm not lying about her. I have proof this time. Shen Yunxin turned to look at him. What proof? Have you already caught them? Su Hao explained. Recently, Fu Xiaoning has been acting very proud at home. She said she could become a teacher even if she didn't get the highest score because she wants to be a teacher. Since then, I've been watching her every move. Yesterday, she went to the city to get her hair done and bought new clothes and shoes. When she left, she was dressed very fancy. And the most important thing is, because of this exam, Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin became very interested. What is it? Yi Miao Miao asked eagerly. Su Hao looked embarrassed and said, today, she wore the red lingerie she first used to flirt with me. I haven't seen her wear it in a long time, and she hasn't come home yet. I strongly suspect she's gone to see that wild man again. The man is probably the director, who promised to help her find a job last time. Yi Miao was anxious. Su Hao, can you just say everything at once? Don't leave out the important parts. Do you believe I'll get mad if you keep teasing me? Su Hao looked sincere. Honestly, I don't know who that director is. But last time, he came to our village to oversee spring planting. I don't know exactly which director he is. Shen Yunxin raised her hand to signal Su Hao to stay calm. She looked at Yi Miao, who was standing still and thinking carefully. She knew that Yi Miao, as a public security officer, was very familiar with the officials and personnel in the community. Yi Miao quickly thought of a suspicious person. She named him, saying, "It's very likely to be Go Fugua." He was recently appointed as the deputy director of the community last year. Go Fugua is a widower who lost his wife. Since he has no wife or children to worry about, he works very diligently. He often goes down to different production teams to supervise work. He lives alone in the housing assigned by the community. He's definitely someone Fu Xiaoning might be interested in. Su Hao couldn't wait. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Go Fugua's house right now and catch him. I'm sure Fu Xiaoning is probably lying in his bed right now. Shen Yunxin agreed. Fu Xiaoning was not a woman who stayed put. She was very likely to be targeting Go Fugua. Yi Miao was cautious. Wait a moment. It's not right to rush over like this. I'll call my 2 colleagues to come with us. Yi Miao thought carefully. But Shen Yunxin was also worried. If you go alone with your colleagues, Su Hao and I will stay at Go Fugua's gate. What if Fu Xiaoning runs out from inside? Su Hao nodded firmly. That's what he was thinking too. Yi Miao agreed as well. Meanwhile, Fu Xiaoning and Go Fugua were on the bed, lost in passion. They were having such a good time that they forgot everything else. Fu Xiaoning is passionate and charming. When in bed, she acts cute and playful, making Go Fugua feel like he's taken a powerful tonic, eager to risk everything for her. When Shen Yunxin and Su Hao arrived at Go Fugua's house, they both curiously pressed their ears to the door to listen inside. Shen Yunxin, who often drinks spiritual spring water, was the first to hear something, but because there was an open courtyard in the middle, they could only faintly hear a man and woman calling each other inside. They weren't sure if the woman inside was Fu Xiaoning. Seeing that Su Hao didn't seem to notice, Shen Yunxin decided not to tell him. She was worried that if Su Hao got too impulsive and rushed inside, it might cause trouble. Soon Yi Miao Miao and her 2 colleagues arrived. Chen Qiushi was a bit annoyed because he had plans to go to the movies with a girl he was set up with tonight. Now, their first date was ruined. Wang Jianjun simply took some time from being with his wife and kids at home and didn't say anything. Su Hao immediately went to greet them, saying, 3 police officers, you're finally here. I am the husband of the woman inside, who's been acting suspiciously. I've been waiting here. They haven't come out yet. Yi Miao Miao glared at Su Hao for talking nonsense. Shen Yunxin approached and said to Yi Miao Miao, there is indeed a man and a woman inside. Stories about catching someone cheating or having an affair always attract a lot of interest. Chen Qiushi, hearing that the usually serious deputy director Go was secretly having fun, got excited. Xiao Yi, Xiao Wang, what are we waiting for? Let's go in and catch them. Yi Miao Miao trusted Shen Yunxin completely. She turned to the others and asked, should we find an excuse or just break in directly? Wang Jianjun, the most experienced among them, looked at Su Hao and said, if it's true, there's no need to tiptoe around. Since Su Hao is here, if we don't find anything, we can just say he reported us. These police officers were quite straightforward. Su Hao looked speechless. Yi Miao Miao, used to leading the way, walked up and kicked open the big door. The 3 of them rushed inside immediately. Shen Yunxin was worried that Su Hao, the scapegoat, might run away, so she grabbed him and went inside together. Clearly, the people inside heard the sound of the door being kicked open, and suddenly the lights in the room turned on. This actually helped pinpoint their location accurately. Yi Miao Miao led the team and rushed inside again. Fu Xiaoning, who was naked and just about to put on clothes, was stunned on the spot when she saw so many people burst into the room. When Su Hao heard the woman scream and confirmed it was Fu Xiaoning, he eagerly rushed in. So it's you, Fu Xiaoning. Let's see how you try to argue your way out this time. It was so embarrassing. Go Fugua knew he was finished. He tightly held the blanket to cover himself, ignoring Fu Xiaoning's safety. Seeing she couldn't cover herself anymore, Fu Xiaoning was furious and decided to go all out. She was about to hit Su Hao while naked. "Su Hao, you bastard. You refuse to divorce me, so you're just waiting here to scheme against me, aren't you? Police officers, I have something to say. Go Zhuren and I are in love. He will marry me. My marriage with Su Hao has long been over. Everyone in Xiangshang Brigade knows we're getting divorced. But this bastard refuses to agree." Fu Xiaoning chased and hit Su Hao, making him shout. The two played a game of cat and mouse inside the room. Because Fu Xiaoning was naked and had no clothes on, Chen Qiushi and Wang Jianjun, both grown men, decided to leave. Yi Miao saw the man and woman running and chasing inside the room. She shouted, "Su Hao, can you act like a man and catch this crazy woman?" Hearing this, Su Hao suddenly stopped. Fu Xiaoning, who was chasing him, bumped into him. He raised his hand and held her down. Fu Xiaoning, fierce and struggling, yelled, "Su Hao, you bastard. I won't give up on you." Yi Miao turned around, found 2 sets of men's clothes in the wardrobe, took them out, and threw one set onto Fu Xiaoning and the other to Go Fugwa sitting on the bed. "I warn both of you. Stop dawdling. Put on the clothes quickly and come with us to give your statements." It was dinner time. Su Hao remembered the last time he was ruthlessly mocked by the Fu family in the village. Suddenly, he ran outside to the yard and shouted loudly, "Everyone, come catch the adulterers. Director Go and my wife are having an affair." The entire commune was small, so this shocking news spread quickly. Su Hao's shout also woke up the people trying to steal exam papers in the nearby commune school office. Since Go Fugwa was about to get into trouble, he knew he couldn't help him do bad things anymore. Fu Xiaoning and Go Fugwa came out of the yard and were surrounded by curious onlookers from all directions. Fearing that everyone might not understand, Su Hao stepped aside and explained, "Look, this is my wife, Fu Xiaoning. Her father was the former team leader of the Shangxing Production Brigade. Their family has always looked down on me, a young worker from the countryside. Now, she's openly cheating on me with another man right in front of me. The Fu family's team leader? I know her father is Fu Deong. I heard they have 2 older brothers who married into other families. People in the village have said for a long time that their family has strange values and is shameful, such a shameless little fox. Director Go has only been here a short time, and she's already after him." Everyone was pointing fingers at Fu Xiaoning. Some women even wanted to poke her face with their fingers. Su Hao felt very pleased inside. He had endured a year of frustration, and today he finally vented his anger on Fu Xiaoning. Yi Miao, Wang Jianjun, and Chen Qiushi would definitely have to work overtime tonight. Since Fu Xiaoning and Go Fugwa were caught in the act, the officials mainly took their statements, had them sign and seal documents, and planned to send the confession files upstairs tomorrow morning for review. After that, they would wait for the higher authorities to decide their punishment. Shen Yunxin and Anan played next door in the interrogation room. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, they finally saw Yi Miao finish her shift. The two rode their bikes back to the village together, with Anan sleeping in her space. Meanwhile, Su Hao, excited and full of energy, ran back to the village to report the bad news to Fu's family. He also took the opportunity to spread the story to everyone in the village. Finally, he went to the team leader's house and told Sun Chuangui about the incident. Sun Chuangui couldn't sleep. Although Fu Xiaoning caused the trouble herself outside, she was still a member of the Shangxing Production Brigade. If the story was true, it would seriously damage the reputation of their brigade. When Yi Miao and Shen Yunxin returned, they were just surrounded by villagers eager to know what happened. Fu Deong was the first to rush forward and ask, "Police Officer Yi, my daughter." Yi Miao looked at everyone wanting answers and announced, "That's right. Fu Xiaoning and Deputy Director Go from the commune were caught in the act tonight. We found them inside a house. They are now in the commune's custody, and the authorities will have the results by the day after tomorrow." Hearing this, Fu's mother fainted on the spot from shock. Sun Chuangui sighed heavily. "Our production team's reputation is really damaged." Sigh. The villagers whispered among themselves, pointing at Fu Daong and others. Su Hao took the chance to add salt to the wound, saying, I want a divorce. This time, it's not your Fu family that doesn't want me, but I want to leave Fu Xiaoning, the woman who's been unfaithful. You little brat, stop right there. Fu Daong turned around and tried to chase Su Hao, ready to fight. Fu's mother, who had fainted earlier, was so angry she woke up. She stood up and chased into the night. It was getting late. Shen Yunxin yawned and pulled Yi Miao Miao to go home together. Inside, Lu Yunting was already feeding Xiao and in formula. The little one was very happy when with his father. Shen Yunxin took a shower first, then came out. The family of 3 played together for a while. She also told her husband about what happened today, and then fell asleep quietly in his father's arms. Lu Yunting gently picked up the baby and placed him in the crib, then turned to hug his wife sitting on the carpet. Shen Yunxin cupped his handsome face and said, Miao Miao wants to meet Fu Hanya tomorrow night. Okay, I understand. Lu Yunting smiled and picked her up from the ground. Shen Yunxin looked at him curiously, touching his face. What are you laughing at? Lu Yunting stared at her with intense eyes but said nothing. He closed the bedroom door with his foot and quickly showed her with his actions what he was laughing about. That night, Shen Yunxin begged for mercy twice on the bed, acting cute and shy. Lu Yunting truly cared for her and restrained himself, not going too far. On the 3rd day, news that Shen Yunxin was chosen as the commune teacher spread back to the village. Along with this news, it was also reported that Fu Xiaoning and Su Hao had divorced, and she was pregnant. She claimed that the baby in her belly was Go Fugua's. Go Fugua had already become a husband to Fu Xiaoning, so he firmly believed her claim that she was pregnant with his child. He thought that once she was pregnant, she would immediately divorce Fu Xiaoning and they would get married. Fu Xiaoning married Go Fugua. With the help of her older brother, sister-in-law, and second brother, she avoided being sent to reform through labor, only paying a fine and facing criticism. However, Go Fugua was removed from his position as commune director and was sent to serve 5 years of reform through labor. He would never know that Fu Xiaoning was not actually pregnant with his child. Her family only wanted to trick him into marrying Fu Xiaoning to lessen her guilt. Once the fuss died down, Fu Xiaoning planned to have a miscarriage and then slowly divorce Go Fugua. As for why Su Hao was willing to cooperate with Fu's family to help Fu Xiaoning escape blame, it was because they offered him many benefits. Now, he had gained respect and admiration in the village, and everyone praised him as a kind and loyal man. He saw no reason not to go along with it. Shen Yunxin was scheduled to start teaching at the school next Monday. To ensure an N would be well cared for in the Zhou family, she brought some gifts today and discussed with the Zhou family about paying Wang Guixiang monthly for looking after the child. She wanted everyone in the Zhou family to be happy to help take care of Anan. While passing by Zhou Yinyao's house, she overheard Wu Huichuan arguing with Zhou's mother. Wu Huichuan, listen carefully. Yaozu's family name is Zhou. He is our Zhou family's Yaozu. And you, as Yaozu's biological mother, what does that mean? Be honest with yourself. Do you truly want to remain our Zhou family's daughter-in-law forever? Wu Huichuan knew she had made a mistake and done something wrong, so she ignored Zhou's mother's words and kept trying to comfort Zhou Yaozu. Son, I am your mother. I am part of you. Don't forget, from a young age, you have been closest to me. Yaozu, come here to Grandma. You are the most precious grandson in our Zhou family. In the future, only our Zhou family will take care of you. At this moment, Wang Guixiang came over and explained to Shen Yunxin, in my opinion, the Zhou family's pride is really unkind. They are so young and already think only of themselves. During these past 2 weeks, Wu Huichuan obediently left her son aside and focused solely on studying to become a teacher. But she was fooled by Li Menying, the smiling fox. In just half a month, Zhou Yaozu stopped being close to Wu Huichuan. After Wu Huichuan finished her exam, she found out about this and argued with Li Menying several times. After hearing this, Shen Yunxin understood the full story. Actually, Su Yanhong had warned Wu Huichuan about this before her exam, but at that time, she was dazzled by the Zhou family's flattery and truly thought they loved her. After sharing the gossip, Wang Guixiang looked happily at Shen Yunxin and said, "Congratulations, Yunxin. You really got into being a teacher. My goddaughter is now a teacher in the commune. That's a big honor to tell others. I was about to come find you. You go to work peacefully, and Anin will be with me. Just pick him up after work." Then she saw Shen Yunxin holding a gift again and quickly reached out to stop her. "Girl, I understand your kindness, but don't give them any reason to expect more. You should take those things back, godmother," Shen Yunxin said, mainly worried about the Zhou family sisters-in-law. Wang Guixiang reassured her, "Don't worry. I have a good position at home. Just tell them at noon that you will pay for taking care of Anin. If you're really worried about their intentions, just find a good reason to bring a small gift when you come to pick up Anin next time. That's called building trust little by little." Shen Yunxin thought this made sense and replied, "All right, I'll listen to you, godmother." Wang Guixiang said, "Let's go back to your house first, put these things away, and then bring Anin to my place." Meanwhile, the Zhou family was still causing trouble. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law argued over who would have custody of Zhou Yaozu. It was all so pointless. As Shen Yunxin and Wang Guixiang turned to leave, they saw the 4 older aunts from the Zhou family arrive with a man. This man was the same one Shen Yunxin saw on the night of her exam, the one who had a date with Wu Huaichuan. Shen Yunxin felt that the Zhou family's drama was about to get very interesting. She quietly whispered to Wang Guixiang the story of Wu Huaichuan and that man. Wang Guixiang listened and became alert. So, Wu Huaichuan was really caught by the Zhou family this time. This will be interesting. Let's wait here a bit before we leave. The 4 sisters of the Zhou family seemed well-prepared and unafraid of the onlookers. The eldest sister raised her voice and said to Wang Guixiang, "Auntie, today our Zhou family might be clearing out our troubles. Please, Guixiang auntie, find a few older women to come and help us judge the situation." Wang Guixiang turned and went to find them. Shen Yunxin stayed where she was, waiting for the Zhou family's big scene. Soon the show began. Wu Huaichuan turned around and saw Ma Xiaoshui, and she couldn't help but panic and shout. She was finally starting to understand. In this world, there aren't that many perfect matches. It turns out everything was a trap set by the Zhou family. First, they took her son, Zhou Yaozu, and then they arranged for a handsome man to trick her. Ma Xiaoshui saw Wu Huaichuan trying to pretend she didn't know him and spoke first. "Wu Jiqing, do you remember me? We just met at the commune school the day before yesterday. You said your name was Wu Huaichuan, and you were a Jiqing. I fell in love with you at first sight." Wu Huaichuan shouted angrily, "Shut up. Who knows you?" The eldest sister of the Zhou family stepped forward and said, "Wu Huaichuan, don't think we are bullying you because we are all from the Zhou family. The reason we found out about you and Ma Xiaoshui is because my sister-in-law married into the village where Ma Jiqing was sent. Ma Jiqing truly cares for you. Since he saw you, he drew your picture."
Isn't that romantic?
"But someone recognized you from that picture. My sister-in-law told me about your relationship, and I just found out that my sister-in-law, you already have someone you like." Wu Huaichuan hated this Zhou sister-in-law with all her heart. She shouted, "Yes, I was interested in Ma Jiqing when I took the exam. So what? We didn't do anything inappropriate. I swear I will never remarry for my son Yaozu. Men are all poor.
Ma Xiaoshui is just a poor guy."
After she came back that night and thought about everything, she decided not to bother with this poor Jiqing anymore. But now she realizes that Ma Xiaoshui might still be a trap set by the Zhou family. The 4 sisters of the Zhou family didn't expect Wu Huaichuan to wake up so quickly. They thought that as long as they brought Ma Xiaochuan in front of Wu Huaichuan today, they could drive Wu Huaichuan out of the Zhou family. The eldest sister of the Zhou family was unwilling. She secretly pushed Ma Xiaoshui. After reacting, Ma Xiaoshui bravely stepped forward and said to Wu Huaichuan, "Wu Jiqing, how can you treat me like this? Did you lie when we met that day and said we were meant to meet soon? I don't care if you're remarried or if you've had children with other men. I won't dislike you." Wu Huaichuan looked into the deep, loving eyes of the man. She almost fell for him, but then she remembered her poor childhood days. She immediately sobered up, raised her hand, and slapped him hard across the face. Ma Xiaoshuai's head was knocked crooked, and 5 bright red finger marks appeared on his face. Wu Huaichun cursed. Yes, I lied to you. I lied about everything. Now, get out of here. Seeing that Wu Huaichun wasn't falling for their tricks, the 4 sisters of the Zhou family felt helpless. The mother of the Zhou family bravely stepped forward and shouted at the crowd outside, "Everyone, come and judge for us. Why is our family so unlucky? My son was cursed to death by this woman, and now she's out there flirting with other men and refuses to admit it. She not only refuses to leave our house but also wants to take my grandson. Why is my life so bitter? Heaven, why don't you send a lightning strike to kill this shameless woman? Trying to curse me to death, huh? Even if my beloved grandson died, I wouldn't die." After saying this, Wu Huaichun reached out to grab Zhou Yaozu. Taking advantage of her mother-in-law's moment of distraction, she successfully snatched her son. Zhou Yaozu was already a crybaby, and now, after such a big shock, he cried even more loudly. "Cry. If you keep crying, I will strangle you." Wu Huaichun was tired of comforting this crying child. She made a move as if to choke him, frightening the Zhou family members. The mother of the Zhou family was so scared, she knelt down immediately.
Stop.
He's your own son. Zhou Yaozu had never experienced such a shock since birth. He truly dared not cry anymore. Wu Huaichun kept squeezing the child's neck and said, "Listen carefully. If anyone tries to kick me out of the house again, I will hurt the only child of the Zhou family. Do you hear me clearly?" Fearing that Zhou Yaozu might lose his life, Zhou's mother quickly agreed. "Yes, we hear you." Wu Huaichun then turned to look at the 4 sisters of the Zhou family, especially the eldest sister. "You all must kneel and promise in front of the whole village. If you ever have bad thoughts about me again, I will ruin your marriages one by one." The 4 sisters knelt down. "We won't dare anymore. We won't do it again." Wu Huaichun saw that the eldest sister was still rolling her eyes while kneeling and spoke with a cold, heavy laugh. The next day, Wu Huaichun took Zhou Yaozu to the city. On the 3rd day, the eldest sister of the Zhou family secretly returned home with a lot of luggage in front of the whole village. After some investigation, it was known that Wu Huaichun had really gone to cause trouble at the eldest sister's in-laws' house. Her in-laws already disliked Zhou Yunyao for being involved with their family. They had long been unhappy with the eldest sister, and now they took advantage of the situation to divorce her and send her back. The eldest sister was forced out of her in-laws' house with nothing. When her parents heard that their daughter was no longer valuable, they also lost their good attitude toward her. The eldest sister then insisted on calling her other 3 sisters back. Wu Huaichun threatened them that if they tried to make a big fuss, they would all be divorced and sent back to their parents' home to work. After hearing this, the 3 sisters of the Zhou family no longer dared to speak up for their eldest sister. Even the old couple agreed that this was the truth. From then on, no one in the Zhou family paid attention to the eldest sister. The chaos in the Zhou family temporarily came to an end. After dealing with these family matters, today is Monday and Shen Yinxin is preparing to go to work. Wang Guixiang came early in the morning to pick up Tinan. Shen Yinxin was very touched. "Godmother, why did you come in person? Didn't we agree that I would take it in there?" Wang Guixiang smiled and said, "From now on, you don't need to send her. I'm getting old, and my eyesight is not good. I will come to pick up Anin every day." She then took Anin into her arms. "Anin, do you like Grandma?" Anin couldn't speak yet, so she just nodded and giggled. Shen Yinxin could tell that Wang Guixiang genuinely liked Anin. Anin was also very familiar with her, so she felt completely at ease leaving the little girl in her care. Next door, Yi Miao Miao had planned to wait until Shen Yinxin took Anin over, then they would ride their bikes to the commune for work. But now, hearing voices outside, she pushed her bike and came out. Sharp-eyed Wang Guixiang immediately noticed that Yi Miao Miao's walking posture seemed a bit off. She exclaimed happily, "Miao Miao, you wouldn't happen to be pregnant too, would you?" Since Yi Miao Miao had already married Fu Hanya early on, she now dared to share this news openly. Yi Miao Miao smiled and replied, "Yes, Auntie, you're right. I'm almost 3 months along." Wang Guixiang calculated the time and smiled. "You must have been moved when you saw Yunxin give birth to Anin. Yes, that's right, Annie. Wang Guixiang knew that Yi Miao Miao was less open than Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin had taken the initiative to recognize her as her godmother, and Yi Miao Miao, like Shen Yunxin, was a child without family help, so she took the initiative to ask, I think you and Yunxin are destined to be connected. Would you like to accept me as your godmother? Yi Miao Miao was surprised by how suddenly happiness came. Now that she and Shen Yunxin both had jobs, she would need a family member to help take care of her future children. Shen Yunxin responded even faster than Yi Miao Miao, praising Wang Guixiang warmly. Godmother, you are such a kind and understanding person. Miao Miao, what are you waiting for? Call her godmother now. Yi Miao Miao remembered that Shen Yunxin had given gifts when she accepted her as a godmother, and she said again, Godmother, I'll buy a gift for you tonight to thank you. Wang Guixiang quickly waved her hand, saying, There's no need for a gift. I accept you both as my daughters. One as a teacher, the other as a police officer. That would make me look so good. My family wouldn't dare to ask for more. Wang Guixiang is well-liked among the elderly women in the village. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao recognized her as their adoptive mother, and the other elderly women in the village naturally accepted them. Yi Miao Miao quickly smiled and said, All right, thank you, adoptive mother. Today I will go to the supply and marketing cooperative to pick out some fabric for you to make small clothes for my child. Wang Guixiang replied, Go ahead, go ahead. You all should hurry to work. On the way, Shen Yunxin told Yi Miao Miao, I have nice, comfortable cotton fabric in my space. Tonight you can bring it over, so that adoptive mother can make small clothes for my daughter. It will be just right. Hearing this, Yi Miao Miao gently touched her belly and said softly, Our little one is so lucky. Let's follow what your adoptive mother suggests, okay? The school in the commune was closer than the administrative office, so Shen Yunxin arrived at the school before Yi Miao Miao. However, once she arrived, she found that the teachers there were very cold to her. They greeted her warmly, but she only responded indifferently or ignored her altogether. After thinking for a moment, she understood. Everyone in the commune wanted to be the teacher for this position. She had won the exam and stood in this role, so naturally, some people wouldn't like her. But for her son, she wasn't afraid. Shen Yunxin told herself she was here to work and earn money for milk powder, not to make friends. So she was unaffected by these people's attitudes and confidently strode toward the principal's office. Today, the principal was busy and not there. The school's director of education, Wang Ming, showed her around and explained the school's situation. He also carefully told her about the class she would be leading. Finally, he introduced her to a teacher named Bai Pengfei. This is Teacher Bai Pengfei. He is responsible for teaching the students' arts classes at our school. This is the new teacher, Shen Yunxin. She will be in charge of teaching 6th grade students math. Teacher Bai, you are one of the top in our school in both political awareness and ability. Please help guide Teacher Shen during this period. Listening to the director's words and looking closely at the young man named Bai Pengfei, Shen Yunxin realized that Bai Pengfei was probably the most influential person in the school. She smiled and greeted him first. Hello, Teacher Bai. Since I just arrived, I might bother you a lot. Please give me your guidance. Bai Pengfei looked at Shen Yunxin's confident and natural reaction and was momentarily surprised. He didn't expect that this woman, who looked young and beautiful, was also so sensible and considerate. It really caught him off guard. He replied, Teacher Shen, you're too polite. Since you're new here, if you have any questions in the future, just come and ask me. After exchanging polite words, Bai Pengfei led Shen Yunxin to the 6th grade classroom. After Shen Yunxin introduced herself to the students, she began her lesson. In the morning, she only had one class. The students all went to the playground to gather and listen to Bai Pengfei's lecture on his thoughts about arts and literature. Shen Yunxin and the other teachers also stood behind the students to listen. Opportunities like this for group lessons on arts and literature are rare at the school, so today was a special occasion. However, crowded places often lead to gossip. Shen Yunxin overheard a few teachers whispering nearby that they probably wouldn't have many more classes soon. Instead, they would take the students out to learn farming and do manual work, which was their least favorite part of teaching. Shen Yunxin understood what they disliked. If they took the students out to farm, they wouldn't be able to stay in the office drinking tea and reading newspapers all day. Sure enough, before White Pengfei finished his class, the principal returned and said there was an important matter to discuss with him. It was almost noon, so the class was dismissed. Sun Yunxin only took one box of rice from the cafeteria. She didn't plan to force herself to mingle with teachers she didn't know well or like. She carried her lunchbox and went to find Yi Miao Miao. Yi Miao Miao had been assigned a dormitory at the commune. After lunch, she could rest there. In the room, there was a dish prepared by Lu Yunting and a nourishing chicken soup that Sun Yunxin specially made for Yi Miao Miao to strengthen her health. The two of them took out the delicious dishes and closed the door to enjoy their meal. After eating, Sun Yunxin told Yi Miao Miao about her first day at work and her observations. She also mentioned the small cliques among the teachers at the school. Suddenly, Yi Miao Miao remembered something. She said, "Wait a moment, I'll personally take you to the school gate dressed in my uniform. It's just about making connections, and you know I can do that." Sun Yunxin happily threw herself into her arms, acting spoiled. "Miao Miao, I'm so glad to have you." Despite being best friends for so long, Yi Miao Miao still blushed a little and pushed the person away. All right, time to sleep." They each went to their own space to rest. As soon as Sun Yunxin lay down on her bed, Lu Yunting held her in his arms. "How was your first day at work today?" Sun Yunxin didn't want to share only the good parts, so she comfortably nestled in his arms and told him about her experiences and feelings at school. After listening, Lu Yunting's eyes grew deeper. He already wanted to support his wife. His voice became softer and gentler. "I'll help you," Sun Yunxin said. "No need for that now. I can handle it myself." Lu Yunting gently cupped her face and kissed her. His finger brushed her light pink lips, and his thin lips moved close to her ear as he whispered in a husky voice, "Do you want to try it once?" His low, husky voice made her feel like she was electric, and Sun Yunxin felt her whole body tingle. She couldn't help but turn over and bury her face in his chest. Softly, on his beating heart, she whispered, "Yes. Be gentle. I have to work this afternoon." In the afternoon, Yi Miao Miao, dressed in a police uniform, accompanied Sun Yunxin to school. The news spread quickly. This time, when Sun Yunxin entered the teacher's office, the people around finally showed her friendly smiles. She greeted them proactively, and they responded warmly. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Shen, what's your relationship with Officer Yi from our community? Why did she personally come to send you to school?" Sun Yunxin understood their curiosity. She deliberately answered ambiguously, "Oh, she's my best sister." Whether they thought they were real sisters or not was up to their imagination. Everyone in the office knew the truth now. Sun Yunxin's success wasn't just based on her skills, she also had connections. But compared to Bai Pengfei's relationship with her father-in-law's family, it was less obvious. No one knew exactly where Bai Pengfei's sister had lost out. Bai Pengfei saw some bold people looking his way, and he glared at each of them in return. Soon, everyone who needed to attend classes went to their lessons. Sun Yunxin thought about her last class in the afternoon. She found it a bit boring. At this moment, Bai Pengfei took advantage of the empty office to walk over holding a pile of materials. "Teacher Shun, you only have one class this afternoon. Could you help me organize these materials? I need to prepare a display board for next Monday." Sun Yunxin knew that Bai Pengfei held an important position at the school, but she also understood that the article he wanted wasn't something she could write casually. She said, "Teacher Bai, I can help you review these materials, but if you want me to write it in my own words, I won't be able to do that." Bai Pengfei didn't expect Sun Yunxin to be so cautious. No wonder she was the perfect choice in the eyes of the principal. If he really wanted to, he had other ways to handle it. Thinking about what might happen next, a cold glint appeared in his glasses. Outside the classroom, Zhang Shuihua had just finished using the restroom and was running back when she saw Bai Pengfei's true face. She also looked worriedly at Sun Yunxin, who was carefully examining the materials. After taking a deep breath, she chose to turn around and hide behind a corner. Bai Pengfei said, "All right, I will write the article for the school's display board. But you need to look at these materials. If there are any mistakes in the data I include, please help me correct them." "Okay, don't worry, Teacher Bai. I will do my best to review these." Sun Yunxin watched the man's back as he left, secretly making a funny face at him. This hateful, ugly man. She needed to think of a way to fight back. After Bai Pengfei walked away, Jiang Shuihua finally dared to enter the office. She saw Shen Yunxin not reading the materials but drinking tea and reading the newspaper. She couldn't help but want to remind her, but she hesitated, thinking about how frightening Bai Pengfei could be. She held back her words. Shen Yunxin noticed her. She could tell that in the entire office, only she and Jiang Shuihua, who looked about her age and seemed new to the school, were present. Jiang Shuihua took the initiative to greet her. What a coincidence, Teacher Shen. Don't you have any classes now? Shy, Jiang Shuihua nodded. Yes, I also have my last class this afternoon. I teach math too, just like you. Shen Yunxin seemed to realize that some teachers at the school liked to bully newcomers. The older teachers always scheduled their classes first so they could finish early and go home sooner. As expected, Jiang Shuihua let out a gentle sigh and continued. Since we are new here and don't have families or children to take care of, teachers' afternoon classes are usually scheduled last. While the office was only the two of them, Shen Yunxin took out a big white rabbit candy and offered it. Teacher Jiang, how long have you been here? Jiang Shuihua thought Shen Yunxin was quite friendly, and she had a sister who worked in the police. Most people at school already accepted her, so she took the candy seriously and started talking with Shen Yunxin. I've been here for almost a year. I came right after finishing technical school. Honestly, I didn't want to be a teacher here, but my parents didn't want me to work somewhere else. So, they used connections to get my uncle to help me get this job. She didn't dare say that her family had little contact with her uncle. Her parents spent a lot of money to have her uncle help her get this position. Most people working here had some connections. If others found out she had little real relationship with her uncle, she would be in big trouble. Among a group of experienced teachers, it was rare to find a cute, innocent girl like her. Shen Yunxin liked her more and more. Teacher Jiang, you teach 5th grade math, right? Jiang Shuihua nodded.
Yes.
Don't worry, working here is pretty easy, just if I don't get bullied. Shen Yunxin looked at her. Just what? Jiang Shuihua looked at her bright, beautiful face and almost got lost in her. She really didn't want to see such a gentle and lovely girl fall into trouble with Bai Pengfei. Suddenly, someone ran in and said, Teacher Jiang, Teacher Shen, you two need to go quickly to the playground for the assembly. Shen Yunxin responded, Got it. Thank you for letting us know. Jiang Shuihua watched the messenger leave and sighed softly. Sigh, it looks like today we are again assigned to 5th and 6th graders for outdoor farm work in the afternoon. Shen Yunxin also remembered the news she heard on the playground this morning. She walked over and linked arms with Jiang Shuihua, asking, Are all the teachers taking the students out together? When talking about this, Jiang Shuihua looked sad and said, Of course not. It's usually the teacher who gives the last class of the day who is responsible for taking students to learn farming. After school, they also have to take the students back to school. So activities like this usually fall on us two math teachers. Shen Yunxin was surprised to find out that there was an unwritten rule like this in the school. Isn't anyone supervising? She thought about writing an anonymous letter to report it. She was also eager to finish school early to spend time with Nin. She wouldn't want to be like Jiang Shuihua, always willing to be pushed around. 5th and 6th grades are each one big class. Other grades might have 2 or 3 classes because there are more students. But in the countryside, if children grow up and don't like studying, they are often expelled to help their families earn work points. So, by 5th and 6th grade, there is usually only one big class left. Shen Yunxin and Jiang Shuihua counted the students on the playground, then set out with them. Bai Pengfei ran over and said, Sorry, Teacher Shen. Just now, I should have helped you take the class to learn farming, but I have to go to the city for a publicity event. I'll leave now. If you have any questions about the Yangyang production team, just ask Teacher Jiang, who is with you. Shen Yunxin really wanted to roll her eyes at this hypocritical, greasy man, but she held back in front of him. It's okay, Teacher Bai. I can do farm work too. You go ahead with your work. Jiang Shuihua just listened quietly, knowing that Bai Pengfei was trying to shift the blame onto her. If something went wrong with the 6th grade today, it would be because she didn't take good care of Shen Yunxin. She also wondered if Bai Pengfei was deliberately warning her. After leaving the school, Jiang Shuihua went over to comfort Shen Yunxin. Teacher Shun, don't worry. We don't have to do farm work. We just need to watch over these students. Later, I will ask the head of the Yangyang production team to try to assign students from both classes together. If you have any questions, just ask me. Shen Yunxi nodded to the responsible Jiang Shuihua. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. The Yangyang production team is the closest team to the commune. Shen Yunxin and Jiang Shuihua each carried a red flag and led the students on foot. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the production team. Production team leader Bai Tao personally came to greet them. Oh, Teacher Jiang, you have a new partner today. This should be your new teacher Shen from your school, right? Jiang Shuihua quietly warned Bai Tao. Team leader, Shen's older sister, is the only female police officer in our commune. Bai Tao smiled and said, Thanks for the reminder, Teacher Jiang. I understand. Well, then, Teacher Jiang, take your 5th grade students over there to pull weeds, and Teacher Shen, take the 6th grade students to the other area. Jiang Shuihua opened her mouth to speak, but Bai Tao quickly interrupted her. It's better if students from both classes don't work in the same field. Although the two fields are not far apart, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Jiang Shuihua was left speechless. Bai Tao ran off very quickly. Shen Yunxin saw that Bai Tao was also quite cunning. She went over to comfort Jiang Shuihua, saying, It's okay. These two fields are not far apart. If I have any questions, I can just come ask you. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao finished reading all the newspapers in the office. Bored, she started flipping through the case files. Suddenly, she discovered a strange case at the commune school. A female teacher was caught writing love letters to seduce a male teacher, who was the same Bai Pengfei that Shen Yunxin mentioned at noon. She took the case file and went to ask her colleague Chen Qiushi in the office. She learned that Bai Pengfei was the son-in-law of the director of the commune timber factory. His wife, Chen Suifan, was very possessive of him. After Bai Pengfei married into the Qin family, the Bai family status rose significantly. Rumor has it that he also plans to get his sister hired as a teacher in the commune. Yi Miao Miao remembered that Shen Yunxin was chosen as the teacher this time. She felt very uneasy and decided she must tell Shen Yunxin about this after work. At the same time, a strong wind suddenly started outside, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Over at Xiangyang Brigade, Jiang Shuihua and Shen Yunxin finished assigning students to pull weeds in the field and sat down to catch their breath. Suddenly, they were frightened by the sudden extreme weather. Jiang Shuihua saw the rapidly changing weather and felt a jolt in her heart. She immediately stood up, saying, The children might catch a cold in the rain. Teacher Shen, we need to quickly gather the students and find shelter from the rain. She finished speaking and ran toward the area where 5th grade students were. Shen Yunxin quickly went to find the 6th grade students. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Gather together and follow the teacher. We need to go hide from the rain. The students listened fairly well. After gathering them, Shen Yunxin had them count themselves before leading them toward the 5th grade area. Jiang Shuihua had brought her students to this community to participate in farm lessons many times. She led 2 classes running to a cave to hide from the rain. When they reached the cave, heavy rain was pouring outside. Suddenly, Jiang Shuihua remembered something serious. She asked, Teacher Shen, are all your 6th grade students still with you? No one got lost, right? Don't worry, all the students are here. I just had them gather and counted each one, Shen Yunxin replied. Noticing Jiang Shuihua looked worried, Shen Yunxin gently patted her shoulder and asked, You seem nervous. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing how kind and gentle Shen Yunxin was, Jiang Shuihua couldn't hold back her feelings. Teacher Shen, please be very careful of that creepy man, Teacher Bai. Shen Yunxin looked surprised and listened as Jiang Shuihua spoke quickly. He's shameless and married into the community wood factory family. His wife likes him, but is very jealous. I heard that when the school was hiring new teachers, he wanted to get his sister hired. I don't know how he failed, but I heard you got excellent exam and interview scores, so you took his sister's spot. He will definitely try to harm you. Shen Yunxin asked, Teacher Jiang, please tell me everything you know. You seem to know how he might try to hurt me. Jiang Shuihua swallowed hard and said, There used to be a beautiful female teacher in my position. Her name was Fan Xiuxiu. Before you came to this school, she was the youngest and prettiest teacher. But her husband died early, and her in-laws kicked her out. Without support, Fan Xiuxiu was harassed by Bai Pengfei. Shun Yunxin was shocked again. She knew Bai Pengfei was two-faced, but she didn't expect him to be so cruel and heartless. Jiang Shuihua continued. What happened later was even more unbelievable. Fan Xiuxiu wanted desperately to keep her job. She secretly begged Bai Pengfei several times, but it didn't work. She even wrote a letter to report Bai Pengfei, but the letter ended up in Bai Pengfei's wife, Chen Suifen's hands. Bai Pengfei then falsely accused Fan Xiuxiu of being shameless and trying to seduce him. They even forged a suggestive love letter to frame her for harassment. When the police came to investigate at the school, other teachers confirmed her innocence. As a result, Fan Xiuxiu was accused of being a troublemaker and was sent away. After Fan Xiuxiu left, I was transferred here as a teacher because of my cousin. Bai Pengfei also planned to let his sister join the school. Although he didn't like me, he didn't dare to target me because of my cousin. Instead, he framed teacher Yufendu. Shun Yunxin knew that Yufendu was the teacher who had been detained and questioned for personal ideological reasons. Teacher Jiang, I don't mean to doubt you. Do you have any proof of what you're saying? I have a sister who works in the police. Jiang Shuihua shook her head. I don't have proof, but I'm not stupid. I can guess the truth behind many things. If you believe what I say, Shun Yunxin, you should be more careful around Bai Pengfei. Shun Yunxin nodded heavily. Teacher Jiang, I believe you, and I trust that you're willing to tell me this. Jiang Shuihua felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, I was also upset today because I was isolated with them this morning. At that time, everyone said you wouldn't last 3 days before Bai Pengfei kicked you out to make room for his sister. I'm a timid person and not very brave. Shun Yunxin raised her hand and placed it on Jiang Shuihua's shoulder. Jiang Shuihua, you're really kind. I truly appreciate you telling me all this. Jiang Shuihua was happy that Shun Yunxin didn't blame her. She said, Teacher Shin, if only our small police unit is behind you, it might not be enough. If you want to keep your job, you need to be prepared to stand up to Bai Pengfei. Remember, be very careful with anything he gives you. That man is extremely cunning and will use any means necessary. Shun Yunxin thought about the materials Bai Pengfei handed her today. It seemed she needed to review them carefully. She sincerely said, Thank you, Jiang Shuihua. Jiang Shuihua doesn't really like being a teacher deep down. She prefers when someone calls her by her name and she smiles as she responds, Yes, Yunxin, I understand. At that moment, a 6th grade student suddenly shouted loudly, Teacher Shin, something's wrong. It seems like 2 students are missing from our class. Shun Yunxin heard this and ran over with Jiang Shuihua. Shun Yunxin asked which 2 students were missing. Jiang Shuihua counted the heads of the 6th grade students again and confirmed that indeed, 2 students were missing. She quickly turned to the 5th grade class monitor and said loudly, 5th grade students, check if anyone has fallen behind. Class monitor, please verify. Report to Teacher Jiang. All our 5th grade students are here. Shun Yunxin found out who the 2 missing students were. The 2 students who fell behind in 6th grade are relatives of the principal and the head of discipline. Their names are Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang. A bad feeling suddenly rose in Jiang Shuihua's heart. Why just these 2? Shun Yunxin explained, I think they deliberately got lost. I asked other students and they said that when they came to this mountain cave, Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang were still with them. But I don't know exactly when they fell behind. Jiang Shuihua pointed out sharply, but the incident has already happened. No matter what, the school will definitely blame you. Could this be another way Bai Pengfei is trying to remove someone from their position? This scheming man is really frightening. Shun Yunxin calmly said, Let's first find a way to look for them. We should go to the village and ask the villagers for help. At this time, the rain had stopped outside. Jiang Shuihua said, Yunxin, you stay here and keep the students company. I know this place better. I'll go to the village and ask the team leader for help. Shun Yunxin thought about mentioning that the team leader, Bai Tao, was not someone easy to deal with. Without some benefit, he probably wouldn't help. But then she suddenly remembered that those 2 students had deliberately gotten lost. Whether they are found or not isn't really important. Right now, they just need to do their best to act. Yi Miao Miao saw that the rain had stopped and arrived early at the school gate, waiting to pick Shen Yunxin up to go home together. As she passed by, a teacher recognized her and greeted her proactively. Yi Public Security, you're here to pick up teacher Shin? Yi Miao Miao nodded at her. The other person said, unfortunately, teacher Shin took the 6th grade students to farm today. Plus, it just rained heavily, so it will probably be a while before she can bring the students back. Yi Miao Miao noticed that the person emphasized teacher Shin Yunxin alone. She immediately asked worriedly, may I ask which production team they are in now? Xiangyang production team. After Li Tsueju finished speaking, she hurriedly left. She felt she could only help up to this point and didn't want anyone to find out she was helping Shen Yunxin. Yi Miao Miao was very angry. Today was Shen Yunxin's first day at work, and she was sent out to teach farming with students. The safety of the students was entrusted to her as a newcomer, which was too much. It was clearly bullying a new person. She resisted the urge to go to the school to complain and turned around to ride her bike quickly to Xiangyang production team. She wanted to help Shen Yunxin bring the students back safely first. When Yi Miao Miao arrived, she saw the villagers slowly gathering. She asked one person and learned that Shen Yunxin and another teacher, along with 2 classes of students, were trapped in a cave because of the rain. Now, 2 students were missing, and the team leader had asked them to help find the students. Someone cursed, it's almost dark now. How are we supposed to find people? Yi Miao Miao instinctively thought Shen Yunxin wasn't asking the team leader for help, because if she were, the situation wouldn't look like this. So, Shen Yunxin was probably still in the cave. She turned around and ran. Inside the cave, Shen Yunxin heard Yi Miao Miao's voice like a heavenly sound. She ran out. Miao Miao, I'm here. Yi Miao Miao saw Shen Yunxin appear safe and sound. She breathed a sigh of relief and patted her shoulder. I'm glad you're okay. Shen Yunxin said, I have a problem. 2 students from the 6th grade I was responsible for got lost. I suspect they deliberately got lost. Miao Miao, can you help me find them? Yi Miao Miao looked up at the sky after the heavy rain, feeling like heaven was helping her. She said, check if those 2 little troublemakers have anything on them. I'll follow the clues to find those little rascals. Shen Yunxin knew the clues Yi Miao Miao wanted. She turned around and went into the cave to get the clothes that the 2 people had taken off because it was too hot while pulling weeds. Yi Miao Miao formed 2 drops of water at her fingertips. The water first seeped into the clothes and then fell to the ground, turning into 2 white misty clouds that quickly dispersed. Shen Yunxin was very impressed by her friend's water-based powers. 10 minutes passed. Yi Miao Miao raised her hand, and the 2 small water drops flew back, condensing on her fingertips again. I found them. Shen Yunxin asked, where are they? Let's go catch them now. Yi Miao Miao shook her head. These 2 little troublemakers are very sneaky. Let me teach them a lesson. If they knew to respect spirits, they would come to us crying and begging for help. Shen Yunxin understood. Yi Miao Miao was about to use her powers to deal with them. Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang came out of the cave, planning to return to school. Suddenly, it was as if they saw a ghost. They felt someone had slapped them. Did you hit me? Did you hit me? While they were questioning each other, a slap suddenly landed on both their faces at the same time. This time, they felt water drops sliding down their cheeks. They looked up at the big tree above, where water was dripping. They had never experienced water drops that felt like a slap on their faces before. Ah! There's a ghost. Ghost! They shouted and tried to run, but their feet were suddenly pulled hard, causing them to fall flat on the ground. Vines seemed to come alive and suddenly whipped at their legs. When they looked back, nothing was there. They rolled up their pant legs with water stains and saw a cut on their skin. At this moment, Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang were extremely scared. Ah! There really is a ghost. Help! After struggling to get up from the ground, they kept running. Xiangqiang, let's go back. I'm really scared. I don't want to die like this. Zhang Xiang nodded. Yes, let's go back quickly. To the school. We can't bring these bad things home with us. Wang Xueqiang suddenly remembered what Bai Pengfei had told them. But Teacher Bai said we should wait until tomorrow to go back. After we go back, we might falsely accuse Teacher Shun of being irresponsible and neglecting us. We might even pretend to be sick to drive Teacher Shun out of the school. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them tripped over a stone under their feet. They clearly felt a heavy hit on their legs, not from hitting something themselves, but as if someone had picked up a stone and slammed it hard onto their legs. This time, neither of them dared to look back and check their legs. They got up and tried to run again. But as soon as they stood up, they slipped and fell to the ground, scraping their knees. Zhang Xiangqiang seemed to realize something. Can you stop talking about what Teacher Bai told us to do today? Haven't you noticed that after you said those things, we became even more unlucky? Wang Xueqiang pointed in another direction. Let's run over there into the village. Maybe the villagers can help us get rid of the evil spirit. Zhang Xiangqiang nodded. Yes, we need to crawl into the village. After changing their minds, they suddenly felt the pulling and tugging sensation under their feet disappear. They were able to stand up. They hurriedly ran into the village. When passing by a small river, they suddenly tripped and fell again. A strange sound echoed in their ears. Listening carefully, it came from the water in the river. Do you two little ghosts know you did wrong? Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang looked at each other, both hearing it. Oh no, they really had met a ghost. They quickly bowed to the river and said, We were wrong. We know we were wrong. Wrong about what? Wang Xueqiang said, We shouldn't do bad things, bully classmates, or bully teachers. I shouldn't have taken Wang Xiaocao's candy today. I shouldn't have hit Lin Yaozu. Last week, I shouldn't have taken Liao Baogan's living expenses. And I will never disturb the class again. I won't argue with teachers or make them cry. We also shouldn't have listened to Teacher Bai and secretly fallen behind to slander the new Teacher Shin.
Boo-hoo.
There are so many mistakes, so many. I promise I won't do them again. Zhang Xiangqiang listened to their repeated apologies and realized that the two brothers had caused a lot of trouble at school by bullying others. If there truly was justice, could they ever make up for all their wrongdoings this time? You two little troublemakers are like tiny demons. Since you admit your mistakes, I'll give you a chance. From now on, you must apologize and make up for what you've done, one by one. Do you understand what you need to do now? Wang Xueqiang cried loudly. But I don't know what to do. Boo-hoo. Zhang Xiangqiang saw water suddenly splash from the river, hitting Wang Xueqiang's face and startling him so much he wet his pants. He hurriedly suggested, Let's first find our classmates and meet up. Then we'll apologize to Teacher Shin and later, we'll apologize to other teachers and students and pay back what we owe. Go quickly. Again, 2 splashes of water hit them hard on their backsides. They were so scared they ran wildly, stumbling all the way toward the cave where Shin Yunxin and others were. At this moment, Bai Tao, who had been lazily working with the villagers, finally arrived with Jiang Shuihua to look for Shin Yunxin. Teacher Shun, I talked with Teacher Jiang. I'll send some team leaders to escort the students back to school first. Then, you and Teacher Jiang can take the other villagers nearby to find the 2 missing students. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang ran over like they'd seen a ghost, nearly knocking him down. Teacher Shun, we're sorry. We were wrong, and we want to apologize. Shin Yunxin saw the 2 boys kneeling on the ground and wasn't surprised. She only glanced at Yi Miao Miao beside her. Jiang Shuihua came over and asked, How do you 2 still know how to come back? Wang Xueqiang looked up and blurted out like a bamboo tube spilling beans, Teacher, we saw ghosts. We know we were wrong and came to admit it. We deliberately fell behind today. Bai Laoshi told us to do it. He said he wanted us to disappear for 2 days so that when he and the school decided to blame Teacher Shin, we could come back. When we return, if Teacher Shin still refuses to leave the school, we'll pretend to be sick, so sick that no doctor can cure us. Anyway, we're going to cooperate with him to drive Teacher Shin out of the school. Everyone present heard every word clearly. Bai Dao secretly had some contact with Bai Pengfei. He looked at the 2 children kneeling on the ground in disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Zhang Xiangqiang looked up at him. Yes, everything we said is true. Bai Pengfei ordered us to do this today. He gave each of us 10 yuan. Captain Bai, do you really not know anything about this? Bai Dao was so scared he stammered. You don't talk nonsense and make things up here. I am the team leader. What does this have to do with your school? Zhang Xiangqiang sneered. But I saw Bai Pengfei accepting bribes from you several times. You must have gained a lot from him. Bai Dao broke out in cold sweat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Zhang Xiangqiang said, We're not talking nonsense now. There's a ghost in your village. Just wait. All of you who have done bad things will meet that ghost. Anyway, we now know we need to change our ways and we're not afraid. Yi Miao Miao came over. I am with the police. Please come with me, students, to give a statement and explain what Bai Pengfei ordered you to do today. Police comrade. Bai Dao was so frightened he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Yi Miao Miao rolled her eyes at him. Such a coward, yet still daring to do bad things. There's no evidence yet that he took bribes. Even if she's with the police, she can't do anything unless someone reports him. Before leaving, Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang both looked up at Shen Yunxin. Teacher Shen, can you forgive us? We promised the ghost in the river that we must get your forgiveness. Shen Yunxin forced a smile and said, Just follow this police sister and go back for an investigation. If it's true that a school teacher ordered you to do these things, then I can't blame you. They understood. Teacher Shen would only blame the person who truly wanted to harm her. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Teacher Shen. Thank you, Teacher Shen. We promise we will never be bullies at school again. From now on, we will study math more seriously than anyone. Miao Miao has to work overtime again tonight. She has already asked someone to notify her 2 colleagues to capture Bai Pengfei. Jiang Shuihua and Shen Yunxin safely took the other students back to school. Yunxin, do you think we can drive Bai Pengfei out of our school this time? Shen Yunxin could tell that Jiang Shuihua was very afraid of Bai Pengfei. She gently patted her shoulder and said, This isn't something we can handle. It's getting late, so you should go home now. I still need to wait for Police Officer Yi to come back with her. Jiang Shuihua really wanted to stay and see what happened to Bai Pengfei, but if she didn't leave soon, her family would come to pick her up. She didn't want her family to worry about her because of this. Shen Yunxin knew that Yi Miao Miao, who was pregnant, had spent a lot of energy teaching those 2 little troublemakers today. She first found a place to enter her space and contacted Lu Yunting, asking Fu Hanya to find a way to meet Yi Miao Miao tonight. After leaving her space, she went to the teacher's office and moved all the materials Bai Pengfei had given her that day into her space. She planned to stay up all night to find problems in those materials so she could strike back hard at Bai Pengfei and prevent him from turning things around. After leaving the school, she went to find Yi Miao Miao. I'm not waiting for you to come back with me. Fu Hanya will come to see you tonight. Yi Miao Miao smiled and praised her. Nice, I really like the surprise you gave me. Shen Yunxin said, I'll bring you a nutritious breakfast tomorrow morning. Yi Miao Miao looked at the darkening sky and said, Be careful on your way home alone. Shen Yunxin replied, Okay, I understand. After saying goodbye, Shen Yunxin took a sip of the spiritual spring water from her space, then rode her bike and sped off. When she arrived at Wang Guixiang's house, her family was having dinner. Anin was very well behaved, neither crying nor making trouble, just happily dancing when she saw her mom. The Zhou family didn't disturb their mother and child reunion. Seeing the happy child, Shen Yunxin's heart almost melted. She went over and picked him up. Zhou's eldest sister-in-law, Huang Shirong, turned to the kitchen and brought out a special bowl of food. Yunxin, come and eat first. The kids told me you took the 6th graders to farm work this afternoon. I know you'll be home late tonight, so we kept dinner for you. Just eat here with us before you go back. Thank you, sister-in-law. Shen Yunxin walked over holding her child and sat in the seat specially reserved for her by the Zhou family. Wang Guixiang looked at her with concern and said, Being a teacher is really not easy. With your husband not at home, you're handling everything at school and at home alone. You've worked hard, Yunxin. Shen Yunxin smiled and explained, Mother, I'm not tired. Today was just a special day. It won't be like this every day. After dinner, Shen Yunxin took Anin home. The mother and son entered the space and found that Dad was there tonight too. Shen Yunxin happily walked over with her child. Why are you back too? Fu Hanya isn't here. Don't you need to watch over things tonight? Lu Yunting took the child and said, "Today is a special situation. I don't feel safe leaving you and alone. Fu Hanya has already gone out. I'll wait until he comes back to help him." Shen Yunxin leaned on his strong shoulder for a moment and said, "It's good you're back. You can spend more time with Anan. I have some other things to do tonight." Lu Yunting reached out and put his arm around her shoulder. "I've already asked for leave. I'll go to your school the day after tomorrow." Shen Yunxin was surprised. "Why are you coming to our school?" Lu Yunting said, "To give the students a military training class. Mainly, I want everyone at your school to know I'm your man, so they won't dare to bother or bully you anymore." Shen Yunxin felt happy and warm inside. She tiptoed and gave the man a big kiss on his face. Yi Miao's two colleagues went to Chen's house to catch Bai Pengfei, but didn't find him. Bai Pengfei had some business in the county today and stayed at a guest house in town tonight. After sending off the two police officers, Bai Pengfei's wife, Chen Suifan, started to panic. "Dad, how did things turn out like this? It's unbelievable. Those two kids took money and got caught, and now they're even trying to turn the blame on Pengfei." Chen's father was very unhappy about this. "You know how it is, if you walk by the river you won't get wet." His sister wants to be a teacher. He's framed teachers at their school many times. "Can't something go wrong, Dad?" Chen Suifan shouted angrily. "At this point, you must find a way to help your son-in-law get through this. Besides, Pengfei's family only has a sister left without a job. Shouldn't we help her find a good teaching job?" Father Chen sighed as he looked at his only daughter. Their family truly owed Bai Pengfei in a past life. At his daughter's urging, Father Chen put on his coat and went out to find connections to help with Bai Pengfei's matter. Zhang and Wang from the county came to the commune early the next morning. Shen Yunxin, delivering breakfast to Yi Miao Miao, happened to meet them. They both exchanged a knowing look, realizing that the case involving Bai Pengfei might take a new turn. Yi Miao Miao, holding her lunchbox, wanted to rush in to see what was happening. No matter who tried to protect Bai Pengfei today, she was determined to stand her ground. Last night, Fu Hanya told her that even if she acted out, he could still protect her. Shen Yunxin grabbed her arm. "Don't confront them directly. I found a clue about Bai Pengfei last night. I'm holding back revealing it for Zhang's sake, but if they try to defend Bai Pengfei, don't blame me for losing face." Yi Miao Miao replied, "All right, wait for my signal." She went inside and heard the two police officers from the county scolding honest Chen Qiushi like a kid. "Do you know what you're doing? Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang are minors. Why are you holding them here? Their parents will report you if they find out. Can you handle the consequences?" Chen Qiushi, feeling helpless, explained, "Leader, we didn't really detain the kids last night. I stayed with them and played games. We weren't planning to interrogate them." Su Keifu shouted angrily. "You dare to argue with me?" Chen Qiushi didn't dare reply. He felt frustrated. Clearly, the leaders didn't want to hear him. Just then, Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang ran out. "Uncle, please don't be angry with Brother Chen. We had a lot of fun here last night. Brother Chen didn't treat us like criminals. We only want to point out that Bai Pengfei is the one who ordered us to do bad things and falsely accused Teacher Shen, Xiangqiang and Chang. Shut up quickly. This has nothing to do with you." Principal Zhang hurried over and pulled the two children behind him. Su Keifu then angrily said to Chen Qiushi, "I heard you took a statement last night. Go get the case files you wrote last night, so I can see them." Chen Qiushi obediently went to get the case files that Yi Miao Miao had written last night. But after Su Keifu looked at the files, he suddenly got very angry, closed the file, and was about to smash it at Chen Qiushi. Chen Qiushi was also a timid person. He just stood there without moving. Yi Miao Miao couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly moved forward smoothly and caught the file that was about to hit Chen Qiushi's head. "Leader, do you know what your behavior just was? Are you trying to harm your subordinate?" Yi Miao Miao's bold words shocked the few adults present into silence. Only Zhang Xiangqiang and Wang Xueqiang clapped happily, saying, "Miao Miao, you're so amazing." Yi Miao Miao didn't feel offended by the leader. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Principal Zhang, saying, "So, after such a big incident yesterday afternoon, Principal Zhang still slept well last night? Today you haven't even personally caught Bai Pengfei, who incited minors to commit crimes. It seems you slept quite peacefully last night. Principal Zhang knew that Yi Miao Miao was friends with Shen Yunxin and could tell she was indirectly criticizing him. But for Shen Yunxin's sake, he didn't want to argue. He kindly reminded her, "Yi police, you're still young and just recently became a police officer. There are many things you don't know. We seniors can't blame you." Hearing this, Su Keifu saw that Principal Zhang was giving them an excuse and said, "Only Principal Zhang is an outsider here. Since Principal Zhang is willing to give you juniors a chance, I won't pursue this further." "You should withdraw this case," Yi Miao Miao replied. "I'm not withdrawing. Why should I? It's ridiculous." "Is it because Bai Pengfei is the daughter-in-law of the factory director?" Chen Xiushi wanted to stop Yi Miao Miao, but it was too late. Su Keifu indeed received benefits from Director Chen today, which was supposed to help Bai Pengfei. However, after just reviewing the case files, he felt more confident. "Because your case files mention stories about ghosts and spirits, this case must be dropped. Otherwise, not only will you all get into trouble, but it could also involve these two innocent children." After hearing this, Yi Miao Miao angrily slapped her forehead, regretting her rashness. She had forgotten how crucial this period was, and that some words should not be casually mentioned. Chen Xiushi thought Yi Miao Miao was very upset about not being able to help her friend. He gathered his courage and said, "Leader, this isn't so serious. Maybe we should rewrite the case files." Bai Pengfei really used two underage children to do harm. Su Keifu, who was worried about not having a chance to show his authority, pointed at Chen Xiushi and shouted angrily, "You little brat, are you teaching us how to forge witness statements? How can someone like you, who doesn't understand the law, be in the police force? I think you should stop working." Yi Miao Miao sneered at him. "If you're angry, take it out on me. Anyway, I'm pregnant now, and in a few months, I'll need to take leave, which will take up your police resources." Su Keifu didn't expect this rebellious woman to directly confront him. He was about to speak and agree, but Yi Miao Miao deliberately stepped ahead of him. "But if you want to dismiss me, you have to follow the proper procedures. So until your official decision to fire me is made, I am still a police officer here." After speaking, Yi Miao Miao signaled to Wang Jianjun, who had been standing at the door for a while. The three of them had worked together for a few months and had developed some understanding. Wang Jianjun turned around and ran to find Shen Yunxin. Shen Yunxin had already prepared the materials and was waiting at the school gate. Seeing Wang Jianjun run over, she guessed the situation was probably very bad. She immediately ran to the office compound of the commune. Meanwhile, Bai Pengfei learned that his father-in-law had already settled everything for him last night. Now he was leisurely having breakfast with his wife, Chen Suifan. He knew that as long as he kept his wife happy, even if he caused a big mess, his kind father-in-law would help him clean up. However, he miscalculated this time. Wang Jianjun and Chen Xiushi suddenly arrived at Chen's house and took Bai Pengfei away. "You bunch of reckless police. What do you want to do? Be careful. I will complain to my dad about you." Chen Suifan was so angry she started shouting and chased them all the way to the door. Suddenly, someone quietly whispered a few words to her, which made her so scared she almost fell down.
What did you say?
"I know my husband well. I can testify for him. He definitely wouldn't have any political problems." Chen Suifan confidently told the person who came to deliver the message. The messenger looked uncomfortable and said, "Comrade Chen Suifan, please don't be impulsive now. Go find your dad and think of a way. Our leaders really don't want to see your Chen family get involved." Chen Suifan was both angry and worried, but she listened to the messenger and hurried to the wood factory to find her dad. When factory director Chen heard that his daughter said Bai Pengfei was caught because he kept some secret documents and had political mistakes, he almost fainted from anger. "Dad." Chen Suifan quickly ran over to support the old man, crying and begging, "Dad, you can't fall now. Pengfei still counts on you to help him." Hearing this, factory director Chen was even more furious. He raised his hand and slapped his daughter's face, then painfully advised, "Suifan, think about our Chen family and me. As long as our family is safe, not just by Pengfei, if you find 10 more handsome young men, that's fine too." Chen Suifan cried loudly, "But Dad, I only love him," sob. Factory director Chen said, Anyone who tries to interfere now will be risking their life. Do you want to send your dad to jail too? The most urgent thing now is to quickly cut all ties with Bai Pengfei and his family. Meanwhile, when Bai Pengfei was brought into the interrogation room, he kept shouting and trying to argue. Yi Miao Miao directly slapped the prepared documents onto his arrogant face. Su Keifu and Principal Zhang sat nearby with grim faces, listening. They had to admit that Bai Pengfei now needed someone even more aggressive than Yi Miao Miao to suppress him. After calming down, Bai Pengfei looked at the documents and almost cried. These were originally meant to deal with Shen Yunxin.
There were no serious issues in them.
All they needed to do was kick Shen Yunxin out of the school. But now, a big problem has arisen. He is surely being falsely accused and framed. He saw that Principal Zhang and Su Keifu were on his side. He quickly told them his original plan to harm Shen Yunxin. Then he knelt down, crying and begging, "Director Su, Principal Zhang, I really didn't want to cause such a big trouble. These materials are indeed in my possession, but Shen Yunxin also handled them. She must have had bad intentions and planted harmful ideas to harm me." Yi Miao Miao raised her foot to kick him. "Now that things have come to this, you still refuse to repent and keep arguing. I think you should be taken away for punishment. Someone like you should be dealt with severely." Principal Zhang trembled upon hearing this. He knelt down and made a pleading gesture to Su Keifu and Yi Miao Miao. "Please, I beg you, give him a chance to live." Su Keifu raised his hand. "Xiao Yi, don't just talk nonsense. The investigation of this case is no longer under our control. We are only responsible for delivering the evidence and Bai Pengfei to the Revolutionary Committee. How they decide is up to them." Unexpectedly, Bai Pengfei, this coward, was so frightened that he panicked and started biting wildly. "Director Su, you took so many benefits from my father-in-law. Are you really going to wash your hands of this now? I tell you, if I go to jail, I won't let you go first." Su Keifu was so angry he kicked him hard, almost risking his life. Yi Miao Miao quickly stepped in to stop him. "Leader, don't get so excited. I am also a witness now." Principal Zhang, realizing he couldn't afford to offend them, pretended to faint immediately. Su Keifu hurriedly said to Yi Miao Miao, "Can we just forget about firing you?" Yi Miao Miao smiled and said, "I think we should handle this officially. I'm curious, who will be fired first, us or you?" Su Keifu was so angry he almost had a fit. "Are you crazy?" Yi Miao Miao nodded. "Leader, you're right. I am sick. I can't stand any injustice because I am petty and vengeful." Just now, after Shen Yunxin submitted the materials, she quietly told Shen Yunxin to immediately notify Fu Hanya that she was being bullied and needed his support. Shen Yunxin then found a chance to enter her space and told Lu Yunting about it. Afterward, she was curious and asked, "Are you guys in the military now? Did you find a powerful backing?" Last night, she was busy organizing information and didn't ask about the man who had only been in the military for a few months but had already managed to prepare a report to become a 3-day instructor at their school. Lu Yunting happened to be free and went to the bathroom, entering the space. "Just about recent events. Do you remember last year when I helped find the real body of Niu Zhengwo? Before his death, Niu Zhengwo's superior on the battlefield became a military district commander. The old commander was very grateful that I found the real Niu Zhengwo. My superior and Fu Hanya's superior wanted to promote us because of this friendship. A month ago, they arranged for us to compete with other officers in the military. During the competition, we became close friends. One is the son of the city's Revolutionary Committee director, another is the son of the city's police chief, and the third is the son of a state-owned mine manager." Shen Yunxin was so surprised she almost dropped her jaw. "You two are doing so well now. Why are you only telling me this now? That's nothing. Our biggest wish now is to work hard so you and Yi Miao Miao can qualify to follow the army." Lu Yunting really wanted to pinch the girl's cute face, but thinking about where he came from, he held back. "I'm leaving now. See you at noon." Seeing Lu Yunting leave, Shen Yunxin also turned to go out. She just happened to see Bai Pengfei being led onto a car. Yi Miao Miao was also in the car. Chen Qiushi came over and told her, "Teacher Shen, don't worry. Bai Pengfei definitely won't have a chance to turn things around this time. With Yi Miaomiao responsible for escorting Bai Pengfei, Shen Yunxin felt reassured. In the afternoon, the Qin family learned that the authorities sentenced Bai Pengfei to be sent to a farm for reform. The investigation into others involved would continue gradually. Chen Suifan was furious. She thought the main culprit who harmed Bai Pengfei was Shen Yunxin at school. While the Qin family was still safe, she was determined to take revenge for Bai Pengfei. The next morning, Shen Yunxin happily went to work at the school because she was waiting for Lu Yunting to arrive. But as soon as she arrived, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. All the teachers were pointing and whispering about her. Shen Yunxin thought they were upset with her for being too harsh on Bai Pengfei. Last night, she heard Yi Miaomiao say that Principal Zhang might also be involved. At this moment, Jiang Shuihua hurried over, panting heavily. Yunxin is in trouble. Chen Suifan is trying to use her old tricks to slander you, accusing you of writing love letters to seduce her husband, Bai Pengfei. Now she's shamelessly showing those so-called love letters to the director to cause trouble. I think she just wants to make a scene so you lose your job, Shen Yunxin thought about Bai Pengfei's problem. Chen's family must be busy trying to distance themselves from Bai Pengfei right now. She didn't want to argue with Chen Suifan, who was acting crazy. She needed to find someone who could really deal with Chen Suifan's madness. Jiang Shuihua stopped her. Yunxin, where are you going now? Shen Yunxin said, I believe Director Chen has the duty and ability to control his daughter. I'm going to talk to him. Just then, Chen Suifan, who had somehow found out about the situation, ran out like a mad dog and blocked Shen Yunxin. She yelled, You pretty little fox, you look so nice, but you're just a troublemaker trying to seduce my husband. Instead, you're framing him and spreading lies, aren't you? Shen Yunxin reached out and grabbed Chen Suifan's stylish, freshly curled hair. She slapped her hard twice, making her face, which was already chubby, look like a pig's head. Chen Suifan reacted and tried to scratch Shen Yunxin, but Shen Yunxin kicked her away easily. Everyone around just watched the fight quietly. Jiang Shuihua wanted to step in to help, but seeing how fierce Shen Yunxin was, she held back. Shen Yunxin, who drank spiritual spring water as normal water, had a much stronger body than most people. When Chen Suifan was kicked to the ground, she felt her tailbone hit something and was in pain, unable to move for a moment. Shen Yunxin took the chance to point at her and scolded, Chen Suifan, I see you've been blinded by Pengfei's lies. Not to mention that your Qin family should now avoid that scoundrel Bai Pengfei. I am a military officer's wife, and I am a military family member. Would I fall for your greasy, creepy man? If you dare to falsely accuse me and smear my reputation, I tell you, I am not a soft target. Anyone who tries to bully me will face consequences. Today, I will hold your Qin family accountable. Why you, Teacher Shen, you're actually a military wife? The director of education, Wang Ming, was very surprised. He had planned to go along with the crazy behavior of Chen Suifan and naturally drive Shen Yunxin out of the school. If Shen Yunxin hadn't submitted those documents, Bai Pengfei wouldn't have been transferred to their school and they wouldn't have been involved. He thought their school couldn't afford to have Shen Yunxin, who was a troublemaker, but he didn't realize they couldn't afford her even more. Jiang Shuihua happily said, Yunxin, I didn't know you are a military wife. I will report to the police to catch those who harm military families. Seeing Shen Yunxin ignoring him, Wang Ming quickly went over and said, Teacher Shen, I was wrong. I really shouldn't have believed the crazy words of Chen Suifan. I almost damaged the reputation of military families. Please don't blame me. Shen Yunxin looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. At this moment, someone else stepped in to help control Chen Suifan. Other teachers around changed their attitude and started flattering Shen Yunxin. Teacher Shen, your husband is in the army. You should have told us earlier. Now that this has happened, if we had known you are a military wife, we would have taken better care of you. Teacher Shen, you look great. Sorry we didn't recognize you since you're already married. My husband is also in the army, and I am a military wife too. Now we have each other. Teacher Shen, will the Qin family really be affected by Pengfei this time? Shen Yunxin looked at the person asking and said, What's wrong? Do you all think the Qin family won't have problems, so you all choose to stand with them? That person awkwardly smiled and said, Yes, it's normal. We are just ordinary people. Teacher Shen, please understand. Shen Yunxin couldn't blame this group of followers, but she knew she had to make an example to scare them. She looked coldly at Wang Ming and asked, "So, Director Wang, do you think like them too?" Wang Ming looked like he was choked. As a school leader, he dared not say he was afraid of the Qin family's power and wanted to drive Shen Yunxin out. After being silent for a while, under everyone's watchful eyes, he forced a smile and said, "Teacher Shen, you are so modest. Maybe we should be a little more confident in the future." Just as he finished speaking, two men suddenly strode into the school from outside the gate. One of them was Lu Yunting, dressed in a military uniform. The other quickly introduced himself to everyone, saying, "I am the new principal of this school. My surname is Zhang. I hope incidents like today don't happen again. But Director Wang, as the head of discipline at the school, you are also a key figure here. Look at what you've been doing while the principal is away, helping outside forces bully our teachers. From today, you are no longer the head of discipline." Wang Ming was terrified, but at this moment, his job was at risk. He mustered his courage and shouted loudly, "Principal Zhang, please give me a chance. I've been the head of discipline here for over 10 years. If you're just going to dismiss me now, that's not fair. All right. My full name is Zhang Changming. If you have any objections to how I handle things, you can write to the higher authorities to question me." At this busy time for the school, Wang Ming didn't dare to complain to the higher authorities. He sheepishly turned and left. No one spoke up for him. Zhang Changming continued to introduce the other teachers, saying, "This is Lieutenant Liu, sent by the military to conduct 3 days of physical training for our students. He is also the family member of our teacher, Shen. Now, everyone quickly go back to your classes and gather all the students on the playground." Everyone looked at Shen Yunxin with envy, then at the tall, handsome, and young Lu Yunting, and they felt even more envious of Shen Yunxin. If Lu Yunting had appeared earlier, Chen Suifan's face, which was already thick-skinned, would have been too embarrassed to spread rumors about Shen Yunxin flirting with her husband today. Suddenly, someone loudly asked, "Principal Zhang, this comrade Chen Suifan is by Peng Fei's wife. She also falsely accused and spread rumors that teacher Shen was seducing by Peng Fei. What should we do about her now?" Zhang Changming saw a hint of arrogance and contempt on Chen Suifan's face. He deliberately said, "I know your father, Chen Gang, is the manager of the timber factory. But now, to deal with the trouble caused by your husband, by Peng Fei, he is busy with his own affairs. As his daughter, you can't help him at this critical moment. Moreover, you are now abusing your power to slander our teacher at the school. Just wait, this time, I will report and complain about your father. Regarding you personally, you're suspected of slandering and spreading rumors about military family members. Just wait for the police officers to come and handle you." After speaking, Jiang Shuihua arrived with Chen Qiushi and Wang Jianjun. Chen Suifan started to feel a little nervous. She really wanted to attack Shen Yunxin again, but when she saw Lu Yunting's tall figure standing next to Shen Yunxin, she could only point at them in warning. You. Unable to do anything, she turned her attention to Jiang Shuihua, who was standing beside Chen Qiushi and Wang Jianjun. "You little troublemaker, you're not a good person. If it weren't for you coming here to be a teacher and take my position, my little sister-in-law would already be a teacher now. My husband wouldn't have worked so hard for so long. I think you're just a flirt who likes to seduce men, a little fox spirit." Chen Suifan stood up and rushed toward Jiang Shuihua. Shen Yunxin knew that Jiang Shuihua was a gentle person and probably wouldn't fight back. She hurriedly tried to go help. "Stay here and don't move." Lu Yunting grabbed Shen Yunxin's hand to stop her. He ran over, grabbed Chen Suifan's arm, and twisted it behind her back. A clear cracking sound was heard. Her arm was dislocated. Chen Suifan let out a loud, pig-like squeal. Lu Yunting pushed her forcefully toward the police officers, saying, "Why are you just standing there? Are you going to watch her continue to act out and hurt people?" The other teachers clapped excitedly. "Teacher Shen, your partner is so brave and impressive." Shen Yunxin felt proud, but she knew her man was always very handsome when fighting. Jiang Shuihua didn't dare to be alone anymore. She also ran over to the other teachers. Chen Suifan wasn't afraid of the police. When Chun Xiushi and Wang Jianjun tried to catch her, she spat at them and kicked them. Get out of here. Do you even know who my dad is? With just the two of you, you dare to try to arrest me? I think you two don't want your jobs anymore. After shouting, she turned and glared at Lu Yunting. Lu, don't forget you're a soldier. You just broke my arm. Is this how you treat the people? If I don't report you, I will sue you. Let's see if you can still stay in the army. This woman is too crazy. Chun Xiushi and Wang Jianjun quickly took the opportunity to hold her down. Let me go quickly. Chen Suifan struggled wildly, shouting, I will report you. I will complain about how you are treating me. At this moment, Director Chen finally ran over, his heart aching for his frantic daughter. He went up and slapped Chen Suifan hard. You rebellious girl. If you dare to act crazy again, I will send you back to the mental hospital to lock you up. Director Chen was so angry, he almost felt like vomiting blood. Shen Yinxin heard the whispers of someone nearby. I heard that Chen Suifan might really have some mental illness. When she liked Bai Pengfei, it was not long after she was discharged from the hospital. Bai Pengfei, this weak guy, not only endures her daily, but also makes her happy. When he has her wrapped around his finger, he uses the Qin family's resources to make the entire Bai family thrive. Across from them, after receiving the slap, Chen Suifan finally sobered up a bit. She cried and knelt down, shouting, Dad, I really can't live without Pengfei. Please find a way to bring him back, okay? Or you should also find a way to get rid of those who hurt Pengfei. As soon as Chen Suifan finished speaking, Qin Gang immediately felt Lu Yunting's oppressive gaze. He saw Lu Yunting in his military uniform, which made him shiver. He started hitting Chen Suifan again, punching and kicking her. You rebellious girl. Crazy. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and brought you back from that place in the first place. You troublemaker. You should stay in the mental hospital for the rest of your life. No one try to stop him. My whole life has been ruined by you, you crazy person. Finally, Qin Gang dragged Chen Suifan away, like pulling a dead dog. Chun Xiushi and Wang Jianjun hurried to catch up. Director Chen, wait. Your daughter is suspected of harming a soldier's family member. Your family still has legal responsibilities to bear. Everyone around watched the father and daughter's figures, filled with silence. Do you think Director Chen can save his arrogant daughter this time? Didn't Principal Zhang just say he was going to report Director Chen? I think Chen Suifan definitely won't be able to rely on the Qin family's power to bully others anymore. Lu Yunting gently pinched Shen Yinxin's finger and whispered in her ear, Don't worry, Qin Gang has already been reported by a lot of people. The Qin family is finished. Yesterday, I bullied Yi Miao Miao and the two police officers, Director Su and another officer, were reported. Now, Director Su is under investigation and Yi Miao Miao is fine. Also, Bai Pengfei's family will all be taken away for detention. He would never leave anyone around Shen Yinxin who might pose a threat. How could Shen Yinxin not feel the careful care and protection from her husband? She was very touched, but since there were many people around, she only secretly pinched his finger to show she wanted to reward him when they got back. Lu Yunting looked down at his lovely wife, full of anticipation for tonight. Soon, all the students had gathered on the playground. Shen Yinxin looked at the groups of young children on the field. She felt a little sorry for her husband and said, You've been training so many students alone these days. Lu Yunting reminded her, Fu Hanya is also back. Shen Yinxin saw Yi Miao Miao happily walking out of the school holding her husband's hand. She smiled at her best friend from afar. It was so good. They would have a happy 3 days. The students were doing military training, and the teachers didn't have classes, so they could only do some support work. In the afternoon, the new principal, Zhang Changming, held a meeting with all the teachers. He reviewed the work previously assigned to them and changed some unfair rules. Now, he required all teachers to actively participate in a large ideological and political activity, and he was the organizer of all these events. After the meeting, Shen Yinxin finally finished work on time and went to pick up the nin. Jiang Shueihua happily held Shen Yinxin's arm and said, It's so good. From now on, we won't have to do those dirty and tiring jobs that the seniors used to give us just because we're new. Yinxin, you're really a lucky star. Since you came here, everything has gotten better. She had endured for almost a year, and since Shun Yunxin arrived, she had seen changes and benefited from them. Shun Yunxin gently squeezed her arm and whispered, "Stay calm at school and don't let those seniors see that we, as newcomers, really like these new changes." Zhang Xuehua calmed down a bit and whispered excitedly, Yes, Yunxin, you're so smart." In the evening, Shin Yunxin and Lu Yunting went to pick up Anan. The little one was very happy. After saying goodbye to Wang Guixiang, the couple hugged their child and stopped by to deliver brown sugar and malted milk to Niu Monli, who had just returned home after giving birth. Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya happened to be at Fu's house, watching the children. Niu Monli also had a big, chubby son, and both mother and baby were safe. This made the elderly couple at Fu's house very happy. When the four of them left after seeing the children, they heard the neighboring Fu family's loud arguments again. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were fighting fiercely, and there was the frightened crying of the baby recently born to Wu Xiuyu. Sun Guifang explained to them, this family is really lazy. Without Hanya to support them, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can't get along. The two men in the family work but earn very little. Their children are almost impossible to support. Wu Xiaoyu no longer feeds the baby because she says the family doesn't give her good food, so she has no milk. They can't afford formula, and the baby cries all day from hunger, looking thin and small like a little monkey. Yi Miao Miao couldn't help feeling sad for her husband. Seeing how they are now, I really feel sorry for you. Before I came, you did so much work for them and put in so much effort. Fu Hanya looked at his wife gently and comforted her. Maybe all the hardships I went through before were just to meet you. Now I think everything was worth it. Yi Miao Miao looked at the man in front of her, feeling both bittersweet and happy inside. She just realized that during the end times, Fu Hanya deliberately lost a battle to her and let himself be captured to become her slave. It was really annoying. This man, whether during the end times or now, always shows her deep love. Sun Guifang saw the young couple showing affection and didn't say anything. She quietly stepped back. Shin Yunxin now had a child of her own. When she heard a child about the same age as Anan crying heartbreakingly, her heart ached along with it. Lu Yunting, holding Anan, also felt that the child in his arms was not doing well. He gently covered the child's ears with his fingers and then said to his wife nearby, "That child is crying too sadly. Anan seems uncomfortable listening to it. Let's go back first." Shen Yunxin, hearing that the child was unwell, immediately snapped out of her thoughts. She lowered her head to kiss the child in her husband's arms. "Anan, you will always be our little treasure." Anan opened his bright, black eyes and finally he smiled. Actually, he just felt sorry for the child next door, who was facing a difficult start in life. Now, he has received the careful care and love from his parents, and he feels happy again. When they got home, the family of three entered their space. Lu Yunting went to bring out the lunch he prepared earlier today. Seeing that the man didn't want to waste even a minute, Shen Yunxin knew what he was thinking. He is a very eager man. Just yesterday night, she had to scold him for being hungry. But after they finished eating, it wasn't time for Anan to sleep yet. Lu Yunting then held the child and went outside to talk privately with his son. When he returned, he was holding a sleeping and Shen Yunxin was surprised. Anan usually eats and sleeps regularly. Why did he sleep so early today? Inside, Anan thought to himself, sigh, Mom and Dad are so in love. He can only be second in their hearts. What can he do? Lu Yunting placed the child in the crib, then went to hug his wife nearby. Shen Yunxin remembered that just a moment ago, the child was in her husband's arms. Now, suddenly, it was her. She couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. After closing the door to the master bedroom, Lu Yunting leaned down and kissed his wife passionately. First, Shen Yunxin was gently pressed onto the sofa, then onto the balcony, then into the bed, and finally into the bathroom. When they returned to the bed, it was already late at night. After holding his soft, exhausted wife for a while, the alarm clock on the bedside rang. It was time for him to check on and reluctantly, Lu Yunting kissed his wife's red lips, then got up and left. Shan Yunshin also didn't want to let go of her husband, who was so caring and loving, but she told herself she couldn't take away even the time for her son's meal. She reached out and placed her hand on her husband's pillow, then fell asleep unknowingly. After taking care of their son's needs, Lu Yunting returned and saw the girl resting her arm on his pillow. He smiled happily. He quietly moved her arm and gently picked her up, holding her tightly in a possessive way as they fell asleep together. Shan Yunshin was not yet completely asleep. She sniffed the familiar scent of her husband and felt more at ease. She held him even tighter. On the other side, Yi Miao Miao, who is nearly 3 months pregnant, finally understands the feeling of love and longing that Shan Yunshin experienced during her pregnancy. She really wants to have a passionate reunion with Fu Hanya, but both of them know they can't because of the baby. Fu Hanya can only do his best to comfort his dissatisfied wife in bed. The next morning, Yi Miao Miao sees Shan Yunshin looking lively, like a beautiful, energetic fairy. She seems very happy and her whole body is glowing. She quietly pulls open Shan Yunshin's clothes to peek inside. Wow, she ate well last night. There are many love marks on her, which she envies. If only she had also been pregnant with her, at least they would have each other. Shan Yunshin quickly buttons up her clothes. Yi Miao Miao gently ruffles her hair and says, "All right, for my goddaughter, you should tolerate a little bit of hardship." Yi Miao Miao nods a little sadly. The happy moments of the couple going to work together pass quickly. As a police officer, Yi Miao Miao wishes she could stay at the community school all day. The day just flies by. On the third morning, on the way to work, Shan Yunshin and Yi Miao Miao are both very clingy to their men. Because Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya will return to the army after finishing training with the children this afternoon. Both men hold the bicycles with one hand and hold their wives' hands tightly with the other, fingers intertwined. When they arrive at the commune, the two couples part ways. Lu Yunting takes Shan Yunshin directly to the school. Fu Hanya takes Yi Miao Miao to the commune's office compound. They park their bikes at the gate of the office compound. Fu Hanya takes a cloth bag from his back and hands it to Yi Miao Miao so she can get food from the space inside when she's hungry and at work. They stand at the gate, exchanging meaningful looks for a while before reluctantly parting. But Fu Hanya's striking military uniform suddenly catches the attention of Ma Xiaochuan, who is unloading goods and about to leave in his car. Ma Xiaochuan recognizes Fu Hanya. He remembers that Fu Hanya used to be involved in the black market and is from the same village as Niu Zhengwo, so he has a deep impression of him. But why is this guy suddenly dressed in a military uniform? The small truck drove a short distance, and he quickly told the driver beside him to stop. He decided to follow Fu Hanya to find out the truth. Ma Xiaochuan had now disguised himself, but he still needed to stay undercover in this place. So, he gave up his job at the meat factory and now worked as a porter at the supply and marketing cooperative. He arrived at the school gate of the commune. Ma Xiaochuan suddenly saw Lu Yunting dressed in a military uniform. He was so scared that he quickly put out the cigarette in his mouth. This Lu Yunting was also a soldier. Niu Zhengwo was tricked by him, so it's very likely that he was the one who exposed Niu Zhengwo's identity. He also caused their intelligence line to be broken. If Niu Zhengwo hadn't been so clever and played tricks on their pursuers, many of their brothers might have been hurt or killed that time. Hatred filled Ma Xiaochuan's eyes. He spat on the ground with resentment. Suddenly, Lu Yunting felt like he was being watched. When he looked up, Ma Xiaochuan was so frightened that he immediately turned around and ran away. He hesitated for just a moment, but when he reached the school gate, he found that the feeling was gone. Fu Hanya walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yunting's expression was serious. "I don't know. I just felt like someone was following us." As a partner who had gone through life and death many times, Fu Hanya trusted Lu Yunting's instincts. He warned, "Could it be that enemy agents here saw us in uniform and want to target us?" Lu Yunting continued his analysis. "Normal enemy agents wouldn't be after us. It must be someone I have a grudge with." Fu Hanya asked, "Could it be those people from Niu Zhengwo's group last time? They've already been exposed. So why haven't they left here?" Lu Yunting said, They're not ordinary enemy agents. Don't forget the disguise on Niu Jiangwo's face. Those people still dare to stay here, which shows they are very confident. Even if we stand in front of them now, we might not recognize them. Fu Hanya knew what Lu Yunting was most worried about. He looked toward the school building and said, "You stay here and protect her. I'll go out and contact the organization to report this matter." Lu Yunting nodded. After watching Fu Hanya leave, he turned and walked into the school. At this time, the students had already started gathering. He saw Shen Yunxin talking and communicating with the students. He was afraid of scaring her, so he decided not to tell her anything. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaochuan left the commune and headed straight to the village where Niu Jiangwo used to live. He remembered Niu Jiangwo mentioning that Lu Yunting had a family member nearby. He wanted to take revenge on Niu Jiangwo and also give those overconfident soldiers a lesson. This time, he caught a woman related to Lu Yunting. He was determined to torment her until all the soldiers' families in the area were frightened. At this moment, everyone in the village was working in the fields. Ma Xiaochuan only met a delicate woman at the village entrance. Seeing no one else around, he approached and asked, "Comrade, hello. Do you know how to find Lu Yunting's family?" Fu Xiaoning turned her head to look at the unremarkable, short man in front of her. When she heard he was looking for Lu Yunting again, she sneered contemptuously and said, "The person you're looking for is someone I dislike." "I won't tell you." Ma Xiaochuan watched her walk away with a playful look. He said slowly, "What if I say I came here just to seek revenge?" Fu Xiaoning became interested. "Are you serious?" Ma Xiaochuan nodded. "If you don't help me, I will come after your family." Fu Xiaoning shivered at his lecherous gaze. Summoning her courage, she said, You dare? This is our village territory. If you try anything, I will call for help immediately." Ma Xiaochuan clicked his tongue and pretended to reach for the timid woman. Fu Xiaoning was so frightened she almost fainted. She quickly said, "I'll help you." "I'll help you, okay?" Ma Xiaochuan said. "Speak quickly." Fu Xiaoning explained, "I really dislike the person you're looking for. But right now, you can't find them here. The couple is at the commune school today." Ma Xiaochuan remembered that Lu Yunting was also at the school. After cursing under his breath, he suddenly thought of a plan. "Come with me to the school and trick Lu Yunting's woman into my hands." Fu Xiaoning wanted to push Shen Yunxin into a deep abyss, not only stealing her man, but also her job. But she knew she couldn't provoke Shen Yunxin now. She had no choice but to refuse, saying, "I have a grudge with her. I can't trick her." Ma Xiaochuan saw that the other person was unwilling to cooperate, so he directly raised his hand and hit Fu Xiaoning on the head. "I know you, the young daughter of the former village team leader's family. Let me tell you, if you don't help me, I will go to the city and bring down your older brother, older sister-in-law, second brother, and second sister-in-law. Who will still protect your family then?" Fu Xiaoning's head buzzed from the blow. She finally realized that the man in front of her was not a kind person. He pushed her forward as he pushed her along. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at the man behind her. She said, "We can't catch Shen Yunxin. How about we go after Lu Yunting and Shen Yunxin's son instead?" Ma Xiaochuan became interested. "Where is their son?" Fu Xiaoning replied, "He's in the village, still a baby. You can easily take him away." Ma Xiaochuan quickly followed Fu Xiaoning to the Zhou family's house. Unfortunately, Wang Guixiang was busy sewing clothes and was still watching over an inn. "Go distract that old woman," Fu Xiaoning said firmly. She walked over nervously. "Aunt Guixiang, she's busy sewing clothes." Wang Guixiang looked up with a confused expression. "What do you want from me?" Fu Xiaoning smiled and said, "I'm here to ask for your help. I know you get along well with Aunt Chunhua. Today, I don't feel well, and I was wondering if you could help me by asking Aunt Chunhua to check my pulse." "Oh, you're willing to let someone look at your stomach?" Wang Guixiang and others in the village thought Fu Xiaoning didn't look pregnant. She was just pretending to avoid punishment. Fu Xiaoning walked over and pulled her up. "Aunt Guixiang, I've known you since I was little.
Please help me."
I really don't want to go alone to ask Aunt Chunhua." Wang Guixiang put down her work, bent down, and reached for an in the stroller. Fu Xiaoning suddenly reached out to stop her. "Aunt, don't move the child.
Aunt Chunhua is right next door.
We'll be back soon. Wang Guixiang thought it was in her own yard, and since everyone in the village was familiar, the child was just playing and was now sleeping. She didn't think much, and was pulled away by Fu Xiaoning. Outside, Ma Xiaochuan saw the two women leave and immediately climbed over the wall into the yard. He tiptoed to the stroller and saw that the baby had woken up. He was so frightened that he quickly covered the child's mouth. But when he looked into the small child's dark, shiny eyes like an ancient well, he suddenly felt as if he were haunted by a nightmare. And then it's over. This person must be a bad guy. I don't know where Grandma went. Luckily, Grandma isn't here. If she had been here and tried to take him away from this bad person, she might have been hurt. Grandma is so old. It would be bad if she got injured. After hesitating for a moment, Anin decided not to use his mental powers on the man in front of him. He was so exhausted that he closed his eyes again and fell asleep. Damn, this is really strange. Ma Xiaochuan woke up and cursed, then bent down to pick up Anin and run away. Wang Guixiang turned around and saw Ma Xiaochuan running away. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked back and saw that the gate of her yard was open. She ran inside and saw that Anin in the baby stroller was gone. Oh no! That terrible kidnapper. Mayanin. Wang Guixiang looked at the empty stroller in frustration. Then she stood up quickly and ran outside, shouting loudly, "Someone's kidnapping children. The kidnapper has entered the village." Fu Xiaoning heard the noise. She was both happy and scared. She immediately turned back home, packed her things, and planned to go to her older brother and sister-in-law's house in the city to hide for a while. Wang Guixiang quickly reached the fields. When people heard her shouting about catching the kidnapper, they gathered around her. "Guixiang, what's wrong?" Wang Guixiang, panting and crying, said, "Anin was taken by a kidnapper. Please help us catch him." After saying that, she shouted loudly to her younger son, "Zhou Wu, hurry. Run to the commune school and tell Anin's parents about this." "Okay, Mom. Don't worry, I'll go right now." Captain Sun Chuangrui also shouted, "Zhou Wu, go to my house and take the bicycle. These days the kidnappers are so bold, they even come into our village to steal children." Suddenly, Wang Guixiang remembered something and felt something was wrong. She said to Sun Chuangrui, "Captain, quickly send someone to catch Fu Xiaoning. Just now, she came to my house looking for me. As soon as I left with her, Anin was taken. I think she's probably working with a kidnapper." Meanwhile, although she was far away at school, Shen Yunxin, who was very close to Anin and her mother, quickly felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something big had happened. As she ran to the outdoor playground to find Lu Yunting, her anxiety grew, and she felt that something had happened to her son. After finding Lu Yunting, she hurriedly said, "Husband, I think something's wrong with our son. Please go back and check." Then she saw a group of students standing behind Lu Yunting. She let go of his hand and said, "Never mind, I will go back and check myself." Lu Yunting looked serious. He felt guilty because he had forgotten that Anin was still in the village. His son probably had an accident. He quickly reached out and grabbed his wife. "Yunxin, go find Yi Miao Miao and stay with her. I will go back and look for our son." Shen Yunxin realized what was happening. She stared at her husband and shouted, "Do you already know that something happened to our son?" Lu Yunting felt so guilty he didn't dare to look at his wife. At this moment, Fu Hanya saw what was happening and came over. "What's going on?" Lu Yunting replied gloomily, "They might have gone to the village to herd Anin. I need to go back and check. Please help protect Yunxin." Fu Hanya said, "Okay, go quickly. If they really took Anin hostage, they will try to use her to negotiate with us." At this time, Shen Yunxin remembered that Lu Yunting was the child's father and felt heartache for her son. She shouldn't have blamed him so harshly earlier. She wanted to apologize to him, but Lu Yunting had already turned and rushed out of the school. Seeing Shen Yunxin's worried face turn pale, Fu Hanya decided to tell her everything, his suspicions and plans with Lu Yunting. After hearing this, Shen Yunxin said, "I will go find Miao Miao now. Until those enemies are caught, I will stay with her. You tell Lu Yunting to stay calm and focus on catching the enemies and finding our son. Don't worry about me." Fu Hanya replied, "Don't worry. We will definitely rescue N. Shun Yinxin turned and went to the office building next door. After hearing about everything, Yi Miao Miao comforted her and said, "Don't worry, Anin has special mental abilities. He's much smarter than other children. He won't be easily harmed. Also, they are kidnapping Anin to threaten Lu Yunting and even the military. So they will try to contact us to negotiate. Before that, they won't hurt Anin." Meanwhile, Sun Chuangui and some villagers had already arrived at the Fu family house. When Zhang Jihua heard that Anin was in trouble, he was the first to rush forward. "Fu Xiaoning, come out here." No one opened the door, so he kicked it open with his foot. Fu Xiaoning had already packed her things. Hearing the noise outside, she was so scared she trembled. Fortunately, her parents returned at this moment. Fu Deong shouted, "If you dare to come to my house to arrest someone, I tell you, my daughter definitely isn't involved with human traffickers. She's pregnant. If anything happens to her, I won't let you get away with it." Fu Daiyong's words were actually a warning for Fu Xiaoning to take the chance to get rid of the fake baby in her belly. Then she could shift the blame onto these people. It would be a perfect solution. She wouldn't have to worry about risking her life to get rid of the so-called baby anymore. Fu Xiaoning understood her father's hint. Seeing that her house's door was about to be kicked open, she ran over. When the door was kicked open, she fell to the ground. "My belly, my baby. You all killed my baby." The people kicking the door, including Zhang Jihua, were startled by this. Fu Deong took the opportunity to make a big scene. "My daughter, the baby in your belly is less than 3 months old. You murderers, just wait to be caught by the police." "Captain, we really didn't know that woman was standing at the door." Sun Chuangui came in and said, "What's the rush?" With such a big commotion, I don't believe Fu Xiaoning can't hear us. Since she knows she's pregnant and still comes to block the door if her baby falls, it's not our fault. Fu Xiaoning, don't think that just because your baby inside you is gone, everything is fine. I ask you, was the person trafficker you brought into the village today? Lu Yunting has already joined the army, and Anin is a military family member. If something happens to you, Anin will suffer the consequences. Fu Xiaoning wanted to argue but was interrupted by Wang Guixiang rushing in. It's her. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? I was taken away by her, and Anin was kidnapped by traffickers. Call the police immediately to catch this wicked woman. Fu Xiaoning tried to speak again but was silenced by Wang Guixiang. Didn't you want to find Chanhua today to check on your pregnancy? Chanhua, come quickly and check if she is really pregnant. The sudden change caught Fu Xiaoning off guard. She nervously covered her belly and looked up at her father. Fu Deong quickly stood up to protect his daughter. "Wang Chanhua, stop right there. My daughter's baby was just dropped by those people. We need to take her to the hospital now. Don't cause trouble here." Sun Chuangui signaled to others, and they stepped forward to pull Fu Deong away. Wang Chanhua went over. Fu Xiaoning was anxious and shouted, "Dad, come and save me." Fu Deong shouted back, "Xiaoning, run. Run now." Fu Xiaoning stood up, pushed away Wang Chanhua, but her family's strong men wouldn't let her escape. Zhang Jihua led others to hold her down. "Aunt Chanhua, come check her pulse and see if she's really pregnant. Don't let her fake pregnancy harm anyone." Wang Chanhua approached, felt her pulse, then reached under Fu Xiaoning's pants to touch her. She sneered, "I don't think she's pregnant at all. Even if she is, she keeps saying her baby is gone. Why is there not a single drop of blood?" Sun Chuangui looked at Fu Deong. "Old Fu, you're really confused. Your daughter did something wrong, and now your family is lying to the authorities." Fu Deong knew he had made a mistake and quickly shut his mouth. Wang Guixiang couldn't see the clear or hidden conflicts between Sun Chuangui and Fu Deong. She hurriedly said, "Zhang Jiqing, Zhou Wen, Zhou Tao, Zhou Lu, you all need to quickly take this Fu Xiaoning to report to the police. Make sure she reveals everything she knows about the human traffickers." Fu Xiaoning replied, "I won't go see the police. I have nothing to do with that person trafficker, and I don't know him." Unfortunately, for grown men were there, and Fu Xiaoning was simply lifted up like a small chick and taken away. Fu Deong shouted, "You can't touch my daughter." Sun Chuangui grabbed his collar and warned, "Keep quiet. If you offend those young intellectuals, just see what happens to you." Meanwhile, Lu Yunting met Zhou Wu, who was running to deliver the message. He heard that and was really in trouble. His heart immediately clenched tightly, like being pricked with a needle. Anin was so young. He couldn't imagine how much suffering she would endure if she fell into those people's hands. If something happened to her, how could he face his wife? Zhou Wu continued, Lu Jiqing, don't worry yet. Fu Xiaoning might know that trafficker. The villagers probably already have her under control. If you don't have other options, we should go to the village now and question Fu Xiaoning. Lu Yunting then rode his bike quickly toward the village. The two arrived at the village entrance and met Zhang Jihua and others. Fu Xiaoning looked up and saw Lu Yunting. She remembered how little Anna was taken away, and she couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Lu Yunting walked over, grabbed her collar, and asked, Tell me, how long have you been working with that trafficker? Where did you meet him? Usually, where do you see him? Fu Xiaoning proudly said, I don't know the trafficker you're talking about. Even if I knew where your son was taken, I wouldn't tell you. Lu Yunting had no patience left. He directly punched Fu Xiaoning in the face. She almost fainted from the blow, blood pouring from her nose and mouth. Zhang Jihua quickly stepped in to stop him. Lu Jiqing, don't be impulsive. Let's take her to the police station first. Her parents and brothers will come and beg her to speak. Lu Yunting's eyes turned red with anxiety. Anin is still so young. I'm afraid she can't wait. At this moment, Niu Dali and Li Qingqing arrived. Zhang Zihua quickly explained to the couple, Fu Xiaoning just tried to run away and accidentally hit a tree. Li Qingqing nodded without hesitation. I saw it too. She wanted to escape and was willing to hit the tree, just to pretend to be dead. Fu Xiaoning wanted to speak up and fight back, but she realized 2 of her teeth had been knocked out. Seeing her face swollen and looking like a pig's head, Li Qingqing walked past her and said, Serves you right. The couple walked away, and Niu Dali asked his wife, Do you still dislike Fu Xiaoning now? Li Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, That wicked woman, I will hate her for life. Then she held her husband's hand and said, Seeing her suffer now makes me very happy. Don't go out of your way to bother her. We need to live a good life as a family. Niu Dali looked down at Li Qingqing's growing baby bump and fell into thought. Lu Yunting thought that Yi Miao Miao could use her water-based powers to force Fu Xiaoning to confess. The group took Fu Xiaoning straight to the commune. But Yi Miao Miao scared Fu Xiaoning so badly that she lost control of her bowels. She only admitted that she had persuaded human traffickers to steal Anin, but didn't say she knew the traffickers personally. The clues were completely cut off. Fu Hanya gently patted Lu Yunting on the shoulder and said, Don't worry too much. The higher-ups are paying close attention to this serious incident. We will find Anin. Shun Yinxin came in from outside. She gently took her husband's hand and led him out. She touched his face and said, Husband, don't be too tense. We will find the baby slowly. Everyone is helping us. Also, I shouldn't have lost my temper and yelled at you this morning. Lu Yunting felt that it was better if his wife didn't try to comfort him. He thought about how their child in the future didn't survive, and now Anin was so young and had to face such dangers. He truly felt he had let Shun Yinxin down. He reached out and hugged his wife deeply. Yinxin, I am really sorry. Shun Yinxin felt heartbroken. She buried her head in his shoulder and secretly shed tears. If she had known that her fate with Lu Yunting's child was so fragile, she wouldn't have had the baby, and Anin wouldn't have had to suffer so much at such a young age. At this moment, Chun Xiushi walked in from outside. He saw the couple hugging and cleared his throat softly. Someone named Niu Dali is here to see you. He says he's from your village and has important information for you. Inside the room, Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao also came out after hearing this. Chun Xiushi added, He only wants to see Lu Jiqing. Yi Miao Miao confidently said, I believe we have hope of finding Anin now. Lu Yunting gently rubbed Shun Yinxin's head to comfort her and said, I'll go out now to meet him. No matter what it takes, I will find Anin. Shun Yinxin held his hand and said, Be careful yourself. I don't want to lose either Anin or you. Seeing his worried wife still caring for him, Lu Yunting felt warm inside. Yi Miao Miao approached and said, Don't worry, I will stay with Yinxin. Fu Hanya said, Try to negotiate with him. I want to go with you. Lu Yunting nodded to his best partner and then left. He and Niu Dali walked together on the playground of the commune school. Your people are probably searching the whole city for an inn and that trafficker. I may not be on the same side as them, but I think I know where they might hide the child. I only have one request. Please help me cut all contact with them. From now on, I just want to be an ordinary person. Lu Yunting looked at him and asked, which side are you really on? Niu Dali replied, I'm also from Huagua. I initially believed differently from you and chose the wrong side. Over the years, we've been hiding here, waiting for a chance and a big counterattack. But I see now that they are no longer powerful. They only fight for small gains and petty disputes. I don't want to serve them anymore, and I want nothing to do with them in the future. Lu Yunting said, we are going to find an inn now. I want Fu Hanya to follow us as backup, so he can alert our people if needed and help us catch them all. Niu Dali nodded in agreement. Disguised, Niu Dali and the transformed Lu Yunting entered a deep mountain and reached a very secret underground passage. There are many people inside the passage. Niu Dali whispered, and it must be here too. Your people caused a big commotion outside today. Now they are all gathering here to see what's going on. Soon, they heard voices arguing. Ma Xiaochuan, you're so disorganized and undisciplined. Why did you cause such a big fuss? What are you trying to do? Lu Yunting raised his hand and placed it on Niu Dali's shoulder, signaling him not to go further. Ma Xiaochuan said, what else do you think I want to do? Their people forced Niu Zhengwo to death. Niu Zhengwo is from my hometown, so of course I want to avenge him. Also, last time they pushed us into a tough spot. I don't believe you don't want revenge. Now, a small rural youth from Huagua dares to provoke us. We need to give these ordinary ants a little lesson, or else in the future, no one will dare to interfere with our plans. Ma Xiaochuan spoke confidently, and his companions no longer argued. He turned around and looked curiously at the child who was neither crying nor making trouble. Did you give this kid something? He's so well behaved. If it had been another child, he might have been crying and causing trouble to the point of being unbearable. Ma Xiaochuan also thought that this child had been silent and calm all along, not crying or fussing. If he had been too unruly, he might have even given him medicine. He warned his companions, don't even think about messing with him. The person I really want to get rid of is his parents. Hopefully, tomorrow, his parents will trade their lives for his. Otherwise, he'll just have to be buried with his cowardly parents, and an overheard that these people wanted his parents' lives. He couldn't bear it anymore. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and used all his strength to control the man in front of him. Ma Xiaochuan didn't hear his companions respond and didn't think much. He turned around and went to find some food to eat. Suddenly, he felt a cold gun barrel pressed against his head. Before he could react, there was a loud bang, and Ma Xiaochuan was killed instantly. Niu Dali was startled. What are they trying to do now? Lu Yunting guessed that it was probably an N using his mental powers to control that man. He never expected his son to be so terrifying. He reminded the shocked Niu Dali nearby, follow the plan. After saying that, he rushed toward Nin. Taking advantage of the chaos, he directly threw the child into the space. Shun Yunxin, who was waiting for news at the commune, suddenly sensed something. She turned her head and said to Yi Miao Miao nearby, I need to go to my space first. Sure enough, Shun Yunxin saw an inn inside the space. She ran over happily. Unfortunately, no matter how she called, she couldn't wake the child. She carried the child out and found Yi Miao Miao. Miao Miao, please help me check what's wrong with Nin. Did someone give him medicine? Can I send him to the hospital now? Yi Miao Miao used her water element ability to carefully examine the child's whole body. She sighed in relief and said, Nin is fine. He's just very tired, probably from overusing his mental powers. Give him some spiritual spring water and let him rest and recover on his own. Hearing that the child was okay, Shun Yunxin let out a heavy sigh of relief. She hugged Nin, kissed him, and then went back into the space. She fed him a cup of spiritual spring water and placed him in the crib, in case his father wanted to carry him out to hide his presence. She quietly stayed by the child's side for a long time. She didn't know how much time passed. Suddenly, Enin opened his eyes. Shen Yunxin was overjoyed. Enin, it's Mom. When Enin saw the person in front of him clearly, he also looked happy with bright eyes. He opened his little mouth and tried to say words one by one. Ma. Ma. A warm feeling filled Shen Yunxin's heart. The huge surprise wiped away all her worries and gloom. She happily picked up the child, lifted him high, and spun around. Aranin is so amazing. You can call me Mom now. You can call me Mom. Seeing his mother happy, Anin was also happy.
Ma.
Ma. Shen Yunxin hugged him again and kissed him. Yes, I am your mom. At this moment, dawn arrived on the horizon. Lu Yunting, hearing the interaction between mother and son inside the space, felt all his gloom lift. This time, they achieved a great victory against the enemy agents in this area. Anin was safe and unharmed. He spoke to his wife and child inside the space. Yunxin, we've cleared the battlefield here. We're heading back. I want to take Anin to see you. Okay, quickly take Anin outside. Anin will call you Mom. Try to see if he will call you Dad. Shen Yunxin put the child down. Anin disappeared from her sight. Lu Yunting wiped off the blood on his body before holding Anin in his arms. Seeing that his father's face didn't look injured, Anin happily smiled at him. Lu Yunting looked at him and said, You can call me Mom now. Can you try to call me Dad and see how it sounds? Anin chewed his finger and called out, Dada. Hearing this, Lu Yunting, the proud father, was touched and almost shed tears. Is the child okay? Fu Hanya came over. Lu Yunting turned to look at him and said, Anin can call both Mom and Dad. Fu Hanya was very happy. The child could speak now. He also moved closer to tease the child, saying, Anin, I am your godfather. Hurry and call me godfather. Anin happily made a sound. Dad. He realized he could only say simple words like Mom and Dad now. Worried that his real father might feel jealous, he called out Dad, and then closed his mouth. Fu Hanya still smiled happily. He started to look forward to the day when his and his wife's child would call him Dad. The two of them were about to return to their team, but under the pretext of escorting Anin back, they returned to the commune. They briefly shared their successful mission from the previous night with Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao. The harvest was very rich. They secretly dismantled the enemy's intelligence network in this area, leaving the enemy spies who had escaped to underground caves with no contact and no power. Some of them had fled to other regions to join different organizations. After a small family reunion, they parted ways.
Fu Anya gently stroked Ye Miao Miao esse pregnant belly.
He was very reluctant and said, Yunling and I achieved a great victory this time, but our military experience is too short. We probably can't get promoted soon. I really want to take you with me when I join the army. Yi Miao Miao touched his face and said, Don't worry. With Yunxin by my side, along with the godmother and many good friends in the village, they will all help take care of me. Fu Hanya felt a little more at ease. Next to them was a small family. Shen Yunxin reached out to hold the man's arm and take the child away. Anin, Daddy has to go now. Call him Daddy one more time to make him happy. Daddy. Anin was very clever. In a short time, he had learned to call Daddy repeatedly. Since he had just eaten, he shouted confidently. Good boy, the man said happily, giving Anin a big kiss. Finally, he kissed Shen Yunxin on the forehead and said, See you tonight. Hearing this, Shen Yunxin suddenly remembered a serious problem. She looked worried at the man in front of her. Now that Anin can talk, do you think he might accidentally reveal our secret? As she spoke, Anin tried to raise his hand to cover his mom's mouth, but he didn't want to embarrass her, so he just raised his hand unconsciously. Lu Yunting smiled and gently took Anin's hand away. Don't worry. Anin is very smart. He won't say anything. Shen Yunxin thought that was right. Anin was able to come back unharmed after being taken into danger by enemies, which showed he was very clever and knew how to make the enemies lower their guard from the start. After seeing Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya off, Shen Yunxin looked at Yi Miao Miao and said, Let's go back quickly. So many things have happened recently. Today is the weekend. I will make some ginseng chicken soup to help you recover. Yi Miao Miao nodded and playfully hugged Shen Yunxin's arm. My best friend treats me the best. And in Shen Yunxin's arms, also smiled at Yi Miao Miao. Yi Miao Miao gently pinched his cheek. My godson is also very good to me. The two rode their bikes back to the village. Wang Guixiang and several elderly women from the village were waiting at the entrance. As soon as they saw them return, they hurried over. Wang Guixiang wanted to speak and apologize, but Shen Yunxin stopped her. Mother, you shouldn't say those things. Anin still needs you to watch over him. If you say that, how can I and Anin feel comfortable visiting your house? Wang Guixiang quickly agreed.
All right.
As long as you and your husband trust me, I will continue to watch over Anin. I will be more careful in the future. One of the older women said, I think in the future, no one in the village will dare to mess with military families. The Fu family used to be very powerful. This time, because Fu Xiaoning was caught secretly communicating with enemies, their family might suffer serious consequences. Even Fu's father-in-law and his family have been investigated. Fu's second son was about to get married, but now the wedding is cancelled. Fu Deong, who is the team leader in the village, has to have his accounts checked again. If there are problems, he might go to jail. If everything is fine, he will still be sent away with Fu Xiaoning. In the afternoon, Li Qingqing specially came to give gifts to Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao. The gifts were mountain products that Niu Dolly usually hunted in the mountains. Thank you both for helping my dolly. If you ever want dried goods, just tell me. I will personally bring them to you. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao looked at each other. They had heard from Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya about Niu Dolly before, but they were told not to spread the news. So, they both nodded in agreement, shaking their heads at the same time. We don't know how we helped your dolly. Their reactions were exactly the same, acting very naturally. Li Qingqing paused and said, I also heard from my dolly that you helped him a lot. Maybe it's something between men. We shouldn't interfere. But these mountain products are still yours. This is a thank you gift. If you like them, you can come to me to buy more in the future. My dolly can get all kinds of mountain goods from the mountains. Yi Miao Miao reached out and took all the items. All right then. If it's just between men, we won't ask more. I'll take this as you trying to get us interested. If we like it, we'll come to buy mountain goods from you. The three of them didn't have a very close relationship. After Li Qingqing finished giving the mountain products, she left. Shen Yunxin asked Yi Miao Miao curiously, do you think Niu Dolly really told her about such important things? Because of the original story, she instinctively thought that Li Qingqing didn't truly love Niu Dolly, since she wouldn't fall for a rural person. Yi Miao Miao replied that Niu Dolly isn't an ordinary person. If he can be interested in Li Qingqing, it shows he can handle her. I'm too tired to care about them. I think the mountain products they sent today are pretty good. Let's have hot pot tonight. Shen Yunxin nodded. I knew you liked hot pot too. Recently, Lu Yunting has had time, so I asked him to make his special hot pot broth again. After saying that, Shen Yunxin took her bag and went to the kitchen. Some dried mushrooms and vegetables need to soak before cooking. After finishing the hot pot and feeling full, the weather outside was nice. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao went out to digest their food. When they opened the door, they saw Su Yanhong coming. She was holding a small bag of sunflower seeds, saying she wanted to chat with them. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao were already too full to eat more. They didn't eat the seeds but listened to Su Yanhong gossip about the village. More and more young people from the city are coming to the countryside. A new group of young people arrived at the youth station, and there are reports of another group on the way. The youth station is full, and the team leader is planning to build new dormitories. Then, Su Yanhong asked worriedly, do you think those city folks who can't find jobs will all come to the countryside? I heard the return to city policies are getting stricter now. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao nodded silently, indicating they didn't know. They exchanged glances, knowing that the wave of young people going to the countryside was just beginning, and it would be at least 7 or 8 years before many would return to the city. Seeing their reactions, Su Yanhong guessed that the tough times might last a long while. She then talked about Zhou Baozhen. Zhou Baozhen picked a partner from the new group of young people, and it seemed like things might work out. She also mentioned Li Shui, who said that if everything goes smoothly, she might be assigned to accompany the army by the end of the year. Su Yanhong felt a little sad about Li Shui. It was those 3 soldiers who came with her that took away her 3 good girls from the youth station. Hearing this, Sun Yunxin asked, "Are there any troublemakers among the new young people?" Su Yanhong shook her head. "It seems not. They all come from small towns. They seem honest, willing to work hard, and not troublemakers like Wu Huichuan and Li Qingqing." Talking about the past when they first arrived, the 3 of them burst into hearty laughter. Su Yanhong talked again about Wu Huichuan. Wu Huichuan is a clever person who firmly holds the right to raise her son. Now, that crying little boy Zhou Yaozu only cries in her hands and won't cry anymore. This made the older couple in the Zhou family very angry and frustrated. However, this also made the older sister, who recently divorced from the Zhou family, suffer. She now works hard every day at the Zhou household. Sometimes, everyone can see her face full of deep resentment. The people in the Zhou family are known to be cold and unfeeling. The other 3 sisters in the family ignore the fact that everyone has become useless. There is also Fu Hanya, the younger brother's family. The 4 adults in the family are not very helpful. The children in the family are so hungry that they sneak out to steal food. When caught, they are beaten badly. Fu Dazhuang, hearing that the children were beaten, was so scared that he didn't dare to go outside. Wu Xiaoyu was so angry that she grabbed a kitchen knife and went to threaten the people who were hurting her children. Su Yanhong is good at chatting. She mainly talks about gossip involving people in the village who are familiar with Xin Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao. Both Xin Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao listened to her with great interest. Finally, she shared good news. "I might be pregnant too." "Really? Congratulations, Sister Yan." Xin Yunxin reached out to touch Su Yanhong's pregnant belly. Yi Miao Miao, also pregnant, immediately started talking with her. Xin Yunxin noticed that Su Yanhong ate all the peanuts she brought. The red-skin peanuts are good for blood health. She thought of something and turned to go inside to get a bag of brown sugar and malted milk powder, then came out. Su Yanhong quickly declined and tried to leave. Yi Miao Miao grabbed her hand. Xin Yunxin put the things into her arms. "Sister Yan, just take these. You know, these don't mean much to us." But this time, Zhang Jiqing really helped a lot in catching Fu Xiaoning. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Fu Xiaoning might have escaped. Su Yanhong was still hesitant. But these are things good friends and neighbors should do for each other. Xin Yunxin said, "Miao Miao and I are now working at the commune. If something happens in the village in the future, we'll still rely on you to keep us informed. Now, it's a fair exchange." Su Yanhong felt very touched inside. She really needed to improve her nutrition. Zhang Jihua's hunting skills are not very good, and he's been busy with farm work lately, so they hardly have the chance to earn extra money. Yi Miao Miao remembered and said, "I heard that Li Qingqing's husband is quite good at hunting. You can visit her house when you have time. Her husband's also secretly doing this." Su Yanhong looked surprised, as if she didn't know. Yi Miao Miao just nodded at her. Su Yanhong gave her a grateful look. "I understand. I'll find time to ask Li Qingqing about it." Xin Yunxin also knew that Zhang Jihua's mother wouldn't die easily soon, and she would spend a lot of Zhang Jihua's money during this time. She then gave Su Yanhong an idea. "Auntie Yanhong, you can learn to make clothes from the women in the village. I will draw the patterns for you. When you make the clothes, you can also sell them on the black market. You might earn quite a bit." "Yunxin Miao Miao, you two are so kind," she said gratefully. "You're like a timely rain." Su Yanhong was moved to tears. Right now, they were really short of money. They just got married, had no experience, and she was pregnant. Her health wasn't good, and they were struggling. Tonight, Xin Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao helped them solve a big problem. They didn't mind working hard, as long as they could earn some income. After more than a month of busy work, several heavy rains came. At this time, whether working in the fields or going to the mountains, almost no one could go out. Su Yanhong took some nuts and wild vegetables she usually dried and went to visit Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing's belly was getting bigger and couldn't be hidden anymore. She stopped hiding it. Her former mother-in-law, Sun Widow, was also going blind and hard of hearing. She didn't like talking much and stayed in bed most days, unwilling to see people. Niu Dali took care of her daily, bringing her food and drinks. When Li Qingqing saw Su Yanhong visiting her personally, she was very happy and welcomed her inside. Seeing how enthusiastic Li Qingqing was, Su Yanhong guessed she had a request. Li Qingqing saw the things Su Yanhong was carrying and guessed she had a favor to ask. She took the items directly. "Captain Su, if you have something to ask, just say it directly." Su Yanhong smiled. "I'll be straightforward. I heard your husband is good at hunting. I wonder if Zhang Jiqing can go to the mountains with him to learn a bit." Li Qingqing guessed that the news was probably leaked by Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin to Su Yanhong. Not to mention, Su Yanhong is now the female leader of the youth team, and because of the two important clients, she would agree anyway. She smiled and said, "Sure, it's not a big deal. Once the rain stops in a few days, when Dolly goes to the mountain, I'll ask him to invite Zhang the youth to go along." Su Yanhong then remembered Deng Yanan, who also has family responsibilities, and asked, "Can Deng Yanan go with us too?" Li Qingqing replied, "Isn't Yanan a girl? Why does she have to go to the mountain and work hard like a man?" Fearing that Li Qingqing might think Deng Yanan's gender would cause trouble, Su Yanhong quickly explained, "Yanan's name isn't just for show. She usually goes into the mountains with Zhang the youth, and it was her who first took him there." Li Qingqing laughed and patted Su Yanhong's hand. "Aunt Yanhong, I don't mean to look down on Yanan. I know her family. Her parents are not good people, and they rely on her as the oldest sister to support them. But she's been sent out as a youth for so long, and she still thinks about her family, who only take from her." Su Yanhong thought about Zhang Jihua's situation, which was similar to Deng Yanan's. Both were abandoned by their families but still had responsibilities as children. Originally, Zhang's family spent all their savings to buy a job for Zhang Jihua's older brother. They thought Zhang Jihua was grown up and could only stay at home doing nothing, so they sent him to the countryside. Now that the old couple in Zhang's family are sick and need medicine, they expect Zhang Jihua to share all the responsibilities with his brother. Su Yanhong sighed and said, "Maybe everyone has their own responsibilities." Li Qingqing sneered. "Yanan has been used to taking on everything at home since she was a child. I think even if she finds a man to marry here, her parents will come and demand she take on the role of the eldest sister. Forget it. For her sake, let's let her go to the mountain with my family Dolly to earn a little more money." Su Yanhong looked at Li Qingqing with relief. "Qingqing, you're becoming more reasonable now." "That's good." Li Qingqing felt a bit uncomfortable and said, "I was spoiled by my parents since I was a child. But when I really face problems, they will step in. So they won't give me money to buy a job, so I can stay in the city." Su Yanhong said, "All right, let's not talk about the past. Now that you've found Nadali, you've truly met a good person in your life." Talking about Nadali, Li Qingqing touched her pregnant belly with a happy smile. "Yes, Dolly is really good to me. He's now thinking about me and the baby inside my belly." Su Yanhong remembered the drawings Shen Yunxin gave her. The clothes she made from those designs sold very well on the black market. She quietly told Li Qingqing, "Would you like to earn more money for baby formula? Yunxin can draw many fashionable clothing designs. We can make them and sell them on the black market. It would sell very well." Li Qingqing's eyes lit up. "That sounds great. I want you, Sister Yanhong, to make clothes and sell them with me. This way, they could strengthen their friendship, pass the time, and earn money." Soon, the three of them formed a small clothing team. Only Su Yanhong and Li Qingqing made clothes in their spare time. Deng Yanan worked in the fields during the day to earn work points. In the evenings, if she had the chance, she would go hunting in the mountains. If not, she would join Su Yanhong and Li Qingqing to make clothes. But hunting was still too tiring for a city woman. A few more months passed, and it was time for the village to prepare for winter. There weren't many fieldwork jobs left, so everyone had to work. Su Yanhong, Deng Yanan, and Li Qingqing became more skilled at making clothes. Since their clothes sold well, Deng Yanan decided not to go hunting anymore. She stayed at Su Yanhong's house every day to make clothes with the two women. Zhou Baozhen's fiancé broke up with her. Although his family was well off, he told her that after he got the chance to return to the city, he would leave her. Now, the city youth just left without looking back. She was left in the village, suffering from mockery. Just when she decided to accept her fate and ask Li Qingqing to help her find a husband in the village, a sudden incident happened. Hu Sanyu, who married last year, almost died giving birth to her daughter. This scared her a lot. She immediately gave up the idea that marriage could change her fate. The person living next door couldn't stand it anymore and came to tell Su Yanhong. Su Yanhong didn't want to spend her own money, so she quickly went to find Wang Chunhua for help. Otherwise, Hu Suxiu might have already died from childbirth. Because of Hu Suxiu's situation, both pregnant women Su Yanhong and Li Qingqing were very shocked. It was the first time they saw that women could really die during childbirth. Fortunately, Zhang Zihua and Niu Dali assured them that in the future, they would send women to the hospital early, just like Shen Yunxin, to prevent such accidents. This made them feel much less scared. Yi Miao listened to Shen Yunxin share pregnancy tips every day and was not frightened. However, Fu Hanya, who was in the army, heard about it and was very scared. He ran back overnight just to see his pregnant wife with his own eyes. After Yi Miao comforted him for a long time, he finally left with tears in his eyes, feeling reluctant, and returned to the army that night. Watching the man leave, Yi Miao sighed and thought to herself how brave he was to be so timid. Shen Yunxin came out holding a big padded coat and draped it over Yi Miao's shoulders. Let's go back quickly. We should sleep now. Yi Miao's belly was getting bigger every day. Shen Yunxin didn't go into the space to reunite with her husband and son that night. Instead, she stayed with Yi Miao to sleep. Just like when she was pregnant, Yi Miao always stayed with her to protect her. After winter began, something big happened in the village. It was about the eldest sister of the Zhou family, who had divorced, returned to her parents' home, worked hard, and was often ignored. Now she was about to commit murder. Help. That night, everyone in the village suddenly heard urgent cries for help. The sound brought everyone's memory back to last winter, when Wu Xiaoyu had held a kitchen knife, trying to attack her mother-in-law. Could it be that the quarrel between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law from the Fu family was starting again? Someone opened a window or even the courtyard gate to see what was happening. Suddenly, someone kindly warned, "Everyone, don't go out. Don't leave your houses. Zhou Danny has gone crazy. She really wants to kill someone." Zhou Danny was the full name of the eldest sister of the Zhou family. Hearing this, others quickly turned around and shut their doors tightly. Wu Huichuan ran out desperately. She didn't even have the strength to shout for help because she knew none of the villagers could stop the crazy Zhou Danny. She finally reached the youth commune point. Seeing that Zhou Danny hadn't caught up yet, she stopped to catch her breath. "Go away, you mean person." In an instant, Zhou Danny caught up again. Wu Huichuan's face turned pale with fear. She felt like her soul was about to be scared out of her body. She took a deep breath, gathered her strength, and forcefully pushed open the gate of Shen Yunxin's house with a loud bang. She hoped she hadn't made a wrong bet. Yi Miao must also stay with Shen Yunxin tonight. As she wished, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao, who were sleeping inside, were both awakened by the noise. "What's going on?" Shen Yunxin trembled with fright. She instinctively protected pregnant Yi Miao in her arms. Yi Miao was almost moved to tears, but she quickly said, "You go to the space first, I'll go out and see." Her belly was getting bigger, but she still knew water-based powers. At that moment, they heard Wu Huichuan shouting in their yard in panic. "Yi Miao, help! Zhou Danny is killing someone. Mean person. Give me your life." Zhou Danny also arrived with a bloody kitchen knife. Yi Miao saw clearly that the knife Zhou Danny was holding was indeed stained with blood. She was startled and quickly used her water power to throw a drop of water, hitting Zhou Danny's knife. With a loud clatter, Wu Huichuan, exhausted and terrified, saw the knife fall to the ground and suddenly felt weak, sitting down on the ground. Yi Miao said, "Why is this fool just lying there? Why doesn't she get up and run?" After cursing, she got off the kong, a traditional bed, pushed open the door and went outside. Shen Yunxin, worried about Yi Miao, who was heavily pregnant, also grabbed something nearby and followed her out. Zhou Danny picked up the knife from the ground and tried to attack Wu Huichuan again. Wu Huichuan was truly out of strength now. The extreme fear, combined with muscle soreness from running, made her feel worse than death. She chose to close her eyes. With a loud bang, Yi Miao Miao kicked Zhou Danny in the chest. Zhou Danny fell to the ground with her and the knife. At this moment, others from the youth commune dared to come help. Zhang Jihua was the first to rush forward. Shen Yunxin, supporting Yi Miao Miao, said, "Quickly hold down Zhou Danny on the ground." Regardless of whether they were male or female educated youths, everyone rushed forward upon hearing the news. Su Yanhong, who was pregnant and arrived a bit late, entered the door and asked, "What exactly is going on?" "When we heard the noise, we thought a wild boar from the mountain had run down and hit your door." Wu Huaichun, sitting on the ground resting, explained, "Zhou Danny went crazy and killed someone. I was desperate and came to ask Yi Miao Miao for help." Yi Miao Miao raised her foot to kick her and said, "Speak clearly. If she hadn't been here today, and if Shen Yunxin hadn't had space, the consequences would have been terrible." Wu Huaichun sobbed as she told the whole story. It turned out that Zhou Danny had drugged their food tonight. The smell of the poison was too strong, and when the food was served, they noticed it. Seeing that the poison didn't work on them, Zhou Danny grabbed a kitchen knife and came out, attacking them wildly. Zhou's father and mother were injured while trying to protect Zhou Yaozu. Wu Huaichun, summoning her courage, led Zhou Danny outside to save Zhou Yaozu. The next day, Zhou Danny was crying loudly in the commune's interrogation room, confessing. It was because she couldn't bear the harsh treatment from the Zhou family that she took such drastic action.
Why?
Why should we, the daughters of the Zhou family, be forced to support the men? First my brother Zhou Yuniao, now my nephew Zhou Yaozu. They drain our tears and blood, but haven't become better. Instead, we four sisters are endlessly exploited. Let everything be destroyed. I can't take it anymore. I divorced because of Zhou Yaozu's mother. Why should I go back to my family and work like a beast, only to be looked down upon? The whole family expects me to do all the chores after work. I accept that, but the snow in winter is so cold and biting. I wash Zhou Yaozu's diapers every day, and my hands are raw from the cold, yet I still go hungry. Wu Huaichun only gave birth to a boy for the Zhou family. She's a woman, an outsider to the Zhou family. Why does she live a life of luxury without working? I feel so bitter inside. I am the eldest sister. After I got married, I worked the hardest for my family. Why am I now suffering the most? They don't care about me or feel sorry for me. They only tell me to endure it. They even think that a divorced woman like me can still live at home as a blessing. This is just too ridiculous. I am not willing to accept this. I just won't accept it, so I quit. I want to eliminate all those who gave birth to me but also hurt, insulted, and exploited me. I want to kill them all. Kill them all. But in reality, she is so weak and helpless. Her kitchen knife only scratched her parents' arms, and she was frightened. If Wu Huaichun hadn't let her out to see Zhou Yaozu, she might not have been able to go through with it. Now she deeply regrets not killing those vampires. Zhou Danny is crying and breaking down in the interrogation room, telling about her year of patience and frustration. The Zhou family members are next door, including her 3 other sisters. Shen Yunxin has no classes this morning, so she also came to listen in another room. Zhou Danny is really too miserable. She wants to see how the cold-hearted Zhou family members will react. Fortunately, her 3 sisters stand up for her. Mom and Dad, you are too harsh on us 4 sisters. Let big sister move out of your house. We will talk to the squad leader to get her a piece of land and build her a house. The costs will be deducted from our living expenses to you. We will also save part of our allowance to help big sister until she remarries. If you keep causing trouble and we 3 sisters also divorce, then our family will just have to face the hardships. After this incident, Zhou's parents no longer dared to argue. They naturally agreed to their 3 daughters' plans. Zhou Danny didn't actually kill anyone, so she wasn't detained or sent for reform through labor. After her 3 sisters calmed her down emotionally, they let her go home. Wu Huaichun also had a lot of realizations after this ordeal. She finally decided to start working actively in the Zhou family. She should be content that her son Zhou Yaozu has the support of the 3 big sisters. As for herself, She plans to slowly find a new man and remarry. Time quickly moved into the 1970s. Liu Yunting and Fu Hanya, two men, wanted to earn military industry money early, so they fulfilled their wish to follow their wives to accompany the troops. This year, they applied to go to another city for a mission. This time, they went to Beijing. Liu Yunting had already bought many local specialties for Xin Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao through his space. This year's New Year, the collective of the youth training camp is growing larger and larger. But Li Shui has left. She went to follow the troops. Zhou Baozhen envied others, but her family status was too low now. Otherwise, she could have asked Zhou Huai to find her a military officer in the army to marry her. Niuman Li and Su Yanhong had been feeling very sad just a moment ago, but once they got home and started making clothes, they quickly forgot their worries about parting from friends. Since the weather was cold, they stayed at home all winter, making warm clothes and earning a lot of money. The cotton they used was bought before winter, thanks to Xin Yunxin's suggestion to Fu Hanyu when he was outside driving. Their clothes, designed with Xin Yunxin's unique style, sold very well on the black market, so much that they were in high demand. At this time, Li Qingqing went to have her baby. She heard that making cotton clothes was a good business and was so anxious she almost gave up her postpartum rest, but Niu Dali stopped her. After the new year, Yi Miao Miao's pregnant belly was already 8 months along. It was still snowing heavily outside and the weather was very cold. The local school announced a continued snow holiday. Xin Yunxin was happy to stay at home to take care of Yi Miao Miao. Wang Guixiang often came over with Wang Chunhua. Since Xin Yunxin missed her due date last time, they no longer fully trusted the Western doctors. Now, every time Wang Chunhua visited, she would check Yi Miao Miao's pulse and examine her belly. Yi Miao Miao also experienced what it was like when pregnant women's loved ones got anxious. She felt very healthy and confident she could have a smooth delivery, but everyone around her treated her like a precious treasure, especially Xin Yunxin. Finally, the weather started to warm up gradually. But suddenly, a heavy snowstorm hit again. Xin Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao were inside, sitting by the stove, drinking tea, and roasting some fruit and nuts. When they heard someone outside, Xin Yunxin quickly took the roasted oranges off the stove and put them away. "Great, I knew you all would be at home today," said Su Yanhong, who had come over carrying a bag. She took out a cloth bag filled with money and vouchers. Xin Yunxin was startled after seeing it. "Why did you suddenly bring so much money?" Su Yanhong smiled and said, "This is the money I earned for making clothes with Niuman Li, Deng Yanin, and Li Qingqing this winter. Now that winter is over and the defective cotton I bought cheaply before the new year has been used up, I want to share the earnings from these winter clothes with you. Miao Miao is about to give birth, so you probably have some expenses." Su Yanhong was very happy when she talked about this. "Yunxin, making clothes like this is really profitable. The money we made this winter is more than what the men earned. None of us sisters want to go back to farm work anymore." Xin Yunxin got up and brought some new clothing sketches. "Here are the designs for spring and summer clothes. You can make a few to give to Heigo to test the market." "Okay," she replied. Su Yanhong eagerly took the sketches. Xin Yunxin's designs always sold well, but she let Heigo test the market first just to be safe. Xin Yunxin was happy that her designs were so popular. Next to them, Yi Miao Miao reminded them, "Remember, what you're doing now is a side job. Try to keep a low profile. If people find out, you might get into trouble." Hearing this, Su Yanhong couldn't help but tell a joke. "You know, Heigo really wishes he could lock us in a small, secret room every day to make clothes for him." A few more days passed. Xin Yunxin accompanied Yi Miao Miao to the city hospital for her delivery. Liu Yunting and Fu Hanya had also finished their mission and returned from Kyoto. Fu Hanya was waiting for Xin Yunxin to tell him the exact time of Yi Miao Miao's delivery through the space. He wanted to save some leave so he could stay with her for a few days after she gave birth. When he heard that Yi Miao Miao was safely admitted to the hospital, he let out a sigh of relief. Wang Guixiang and Wang Chunhua, the two older sisters, also came to support Yi Miao Miao. During the day, they kept her company at the hospital, chatting with her, and at night, they went back to their daughter's house to stay. After 3 days of waiting, Yi Miao Miao finally felt her labor start after breakfast. Shen Yunxin quickly used her space to send the message to Lu Yunting. Lu Yunting, who was almost always with Fu Hanya in the army, immediately told Fu Hanya the news. The two of them were already prepared and took a special vehicle directly to the hospital at full speed. When they arrived, Yi Miao Miao had not yet entered the delivery room. She was enduring the pain before giving birth. Fu Hanya walked over and hugged Yi Miao Miao, continuously sending her energy to help her. Shen Yunxin handed her best friend over to trustworthy people, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. She and Lu Yunting closed the door and went out to see their son. Wang Guixiang, sitting on a bench in the corridor, said, "Hanya coming back so quickly really put us at ease." Wang Chunhua said, "Don't worry, I think Yi and's birth went smoothly." She and Teacher Shen are both lucky. When you marry a good man, having children isn't hard, and, seeming to know he was about to become a big brother, was very happy. He looked up at his mom and smiled, then looked at his dad and smiled again, finally snuggling into his dad's arms. Yi Miao Miao's delivery was very smooth. After being taken into the delivery room, she came out just over an hour later. Mother and daughter were safe, and she gave birth to a very beautiful little princess. That evening, Lu Yunting helped send Wang Guixiang and Wang Chunhua back to their daughter's home before returning. Yi Miao Miao looked around at her family in the hospital room and asked, "In the story, what name is my daughter given?" Shen Yunxin thought for a moment and said, "Her nickname is Lele, but I think I forgot her full name." Yi Miao Miao said, "I remember you said she was given a good destiny in the story. So her nickname should also be Lele." "Okay, Lele. I will be your godmother." Shen Yunxin reached out to hold the baby again. Enan, in Lu Yunting's arms, waved his little hands excitedly and said, "I want to see my sister too." Yes, Enan can now speak some words fluently. The villagers all praise him for being very smart. Every day, they hold the baby and come to see Enan, hoping he will be clever too. Lu Yunting carried Enan over, and the two children instinctively clasped their small hands together. This was the first time Shen Yunxin saw Enan so fond of a little baby. She curiously looked up at the baby's parents and asked, "Lele inherited your abilities?" Yi Miao Miao slightly regretted and said, "She has my water element ability, but not as strong as mine." Fu Hanya said, "Maybe it's my fault that she can't inherit her mother's full water element ability, but she no longer has the problem of huge energy consumption in the future." Shen Yunxin looked at Yi Miao Miao and comforted her. "That's actually good. Every time she uses too much energy, Fu Hanya has to help her recharge. I think that's a bug. In the future, Lele will live in a peaceful world, and she won't need powerful abilities to fight or kill." Yi Miao Miao gave a thumbs up. "Very good, I feel comforted." Shen Yunxin held Lele and placed her in her arms. "It's getting late. You're a pregnant woman, so you should rest early. We'll come to see you again tomorrow morning." The next morning, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yunting bought breakfast. After the four adults finished eating, friends from the village, acquaintances, and colleagues from the commune came one after another to send their blessings. This moved Yi Miao Miao very much. Before her confinement ended, she and Fu Hanya also held a small thank-you banquet in advance. A little over a month later, Yi Miao Miao had just finished her confinement. Su Yanhong was also about to give birth. Fortunately, Su Yanhong made a lot of money sewing clothes during winter, so Zhang Jihua felt confident enough to skip working in the fields and stay at the commune hospital to wait for her delivery. Su Yanhong also had a lovely daughter. Since she was at the commune hospital, Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin went to the state-run restaurant to get the chicken soup they needed, and they hurried over immediately. Just after giving birth, she drank the energy-boosting chicken soup. Su Yanhong was very touched. After finishing a bowl of chicken soup, she confidently said, "I've decided. From now on, I will stay at home to take care of the children, shut the door, and sew clothes every day." Selling clothes really earns much more than working in the fields. Zhang Jihua walked over, gently patting her shoulder with concern. "You just had a baby and are already thinking about making money." "Don't worry. I've been hunting with Neo Dolly on the mountain, and I've earned quite a bit. I can support both of you, but I just love making money," she said, then looked at Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao. "Making money is really addictive. These past 2 months, because I was so pregnant I didn't make many clothes. Now that I've finally taken the little one off my body, I feel so energized. Shen Yinxin thought that Fu Leilei's official name had not yet been decided, and the couple was never satisfied with the names they chose for their child. She also asked the excited Su Yanhong, "Have you thought of a name for the baby?" Su Yanhong's eager desire to earn money was suddenly interrupted.
I'm tired.
"I want to sleep first. Let the baby's father decide the name." Both Shen Yinxin and Yi Miao Miao smiled. After Su Yanhong finished her confinement, a big event happened in the village. Several young workers at the youth station got into a serious fight. It was because the team leader returned from a meeting with news of a new policy. The production team was allocated a spot at a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. This meant they finally had a chance to go to college. Such an opportunity made the young workers envious. They started arguing fiercely and eventually fought. Su Yanhong left with the baby. Shen Yinxin and Yi Miao Miao also finished work and were about to pick up Anen and Lele when they heard from Zhou Baozhen that there was a serious conflict at the youth station, so they went to see what was happening. "What are you doing? Why are you fighting?" "We came here together to build the countryside, not to fight each other." "What's going on?" Just then, Shen Yinxin and Yi Miao Miao arrived. As Su Yanhong finished speaking, a young woman in a floral shirt, crying and sobbing, stepped forward. "Sniff, sniff, Captain Su, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It was Xiang Shui and Xiang Mei spreading rumors that I have a capitalist background over the spot at the university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. The other young workers wanted to defend me, so they fought. Captain Su, if you're going to punish someone, punish me alone." Sniff, sniff. Wang Wan cried and wiped her tears, looking very pitiful. At this moment, all the young men who had wanted to defend Wang Wan stepped forward. "Captain Su, this matter is definitely not Wang Jiqing's fault. Captain Su, Wang Jiqing is already very pitiful. If you're going to punish someone, punish us." It was obvious to everyone that these young men were simply blinded by Wang Wan. Yi Miao Miao pushed Zhou Baozhen and said, "Go quickly and inform the team leader to come over." Su Yanhong was almost surrounded by these young, spirited, male-educated youths. Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yinxin both went over. "I am a police officer from the commune. Anyone who wants to be responsible for this matter, step forward. Tomorrow, everyone will be sent to the farm." Seeing Yi Miao Miao in her police uniform, the troublemakers all calmed down. The sisters Xiang Shui and Xiang Mei stepped forward. "Wang Wan, you are just a sneaky little fox. No matter how much you stir up trouble between these young men and us, it doesn't matter. Your background is suspicious, and the facts are clear. Do you think the higher-ups can't see through you? So, there's nothing wrong with saying you don't qualify for the university spot for workers, peasants, and soldiers." Yi Miao Miao walked over. "She might not qualify for the university spot, but if you two can't prove it, then spreading rumors that she's a capitalist is definitely wrong. You will be responsible for that." Xiang Mei was furious. "What did we do wrong? She's just a rich girl from the city. When she was in the city, she stole my sister Xiang Shui's boyfriend. Later, her stepfather's family had problems, and that man dumped her. That's why she came to the countryside. If it weren't for her, my sister wouldn't have come with me this time. This despicable woman has lived in her stepfather's house for so many years. Before anything happened, she used to please her stepfather and even tried to outshine his biological daughter. The neighbors in the alley all said she was having an affair with her stepfather. But when her stepfather's family had trouble, she distanced herself. Now she dares to compete with us for the university spot. We will expose all her dirty secrets." Wang Wan didn't expect her city life to be brought up like this. She went crazy and lunged at Xiang Mei. "Xiang, you ugly little troublemaker. You dare to spread rumors that I'm involved with my stepfather. I'll fight you." Yi Miao Miao quickly grabbed her two braids and pulled her back. "Stop fighting in front of me, do you hear me?" Shen Yinxin looked at the young male youths who were so angry they wanted to fight for love. "Do you still want to fight over this woman? If you get into a fight and it's recorded, it will affect not only this university spot but also your chances of returning to the city, including next year and the year after. You will be impacted by this fight. A group of young male-educated youths finally woke up and all went to apologize to Su Yanhong in a line. Wanwan didn't expect that all her recent popularity here would be ruined. She was so angry she shouted, "Ah!" At this moment, Sun Chuangui hurried over. Who's shouting loudly? Today, everyone involved in the fight will go to work in the fields tomorrow. And let me tell you, you're just students who recently came from school. According to the rules, none of you will get the chance to participate in this opportunity for college students to go to the countryside this time. Hearing they might be sent to work in the fields, everyone looked disappointed and dispersed. Su Yanhong looked at Sun Chuangui and asked, "Team leader, do we young educated youths have a chance to join this competition? I want to let Zhang Jiying organize a small meeting for them tonight." Sun Chuangui looked at the few people in front of him and said, "All of you experienced youths have a chance. Do you want to go?" Su Yanhong shook her head. She felt satisfied just making clothes and earning money. She just wanted to keep earning. Shen Yinxin and Yi Miao Miao also shook their heads, showing they weren't interested unless there were 2 spots available at once. Then they might consider. Sun Chuangui sighed softly. "It seems there are no suitable people in our village this year. If I can't find anyone, I will have to give up this spot." Zhou Baozhen hurriedly said, "Me, team leader, look at me." Sun Chuangui glanced at her. "No, you can't. Your family background has issues. One look and you'll be checked." Zhou Baozhen was so angry she started crying. Su Yanhong said, "Team leader, let Deng Yanan try." Sun Chuangui thought for a moment. Deng Yanan usually works diligently in the fields and has never caused trouble at the youth station. He nodded and said, "I think she's a good choice. Ask her if she's willing. If so, she can come to me tomorrow to fill out the form." Just as Sun Chuangui left, Deng Yanan returned from the fields. Su Yanhong immediately pulled her aside to share the good news. "How is it, Yanan? Are you very happy?" Deng Yanan replied, "If I go to college, I won't be able to make clothes and earn money with you guys anymore, right?" Su Yanhong smiled and teased her. "Why are you so focused on money? Yunxin Miao Miao and I are now married and have children, so we can't do it anymore." "But you are different," Deng Yanan said, "but I am very happy when I earn money with you all." Su Yanhong replied, "It's different. After entering this university and getting assigned a job, you should discuss it with your family before making this decision." The next day, Deng Yanan took the good news to the commune to call her family. However, she heard her mother thoroughly planning on the other end of the phone. "Yanan, you are truly the most promising child in our family. Well done. You take the spot and go to school first. I heard that after graduation, you'll be assigned a job. Your younger sister is clever. I'll have her take over your position later. Once she gets familiar with the work and your younger brother is old enough, he can just take over this job." Hearing this, Deng Yanan didn't feel the usual joy she shared with her mother. Instead, she felt cold inside and calmly asked, "Mom, what about me?" "You," her mother naturally replied, "you should stay in the countryside. You're the eldest daughter and haven't been good at attracting boys' attention. Staying in the countryside, you can still send money home." "What's wrong with that?" Deng Yanan's lips trembled, but she said nothing. She thought her family had no other options and sent her to the countryside. Now she realized she was just a pawn to be used up. She was willing to give everything for her family, but they only saw her as someone who should stay stuck in the mud. After hanging up, Deng Yanan went to the commune school to talk to Shin Yunxin about her pain and her years of hard work and sacrifice. In the end, she decided not to take the university spot. She wouldn't send much more money home either. She planned to save her own money and make her own future. Jiang Shuihua, who was nearby, couldn't help but encourage her, saying, "It's great. You've met such parents. You should wake up. Look at you cutting your hair so short. Why not grow it long and be a real girl?" Thank you all." Deng Yanan, only after coming to the countryside, realized she had many good friends besides her parents. She knew she should start planning to leave her family. Soon, amidst university life, a new year began.
Cheers.
Wishing our future days become smoother and more prosperous, in the new year, Deng Yanan successfully escaped her fate of being a blood donor for her family. She saved money and moved out on her own, building a small house next to Su Yanhong's. Their yards are connected, making it easier for them to secretly sew clothes at home. Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya were sent out on missions again during the new year. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miaomiao brought in and Lele to celebrate the festival with Su Yanhong and Deng Yanan. Anan, almost 2 years old, has learned to take care of his 2 younger sisters. While the adults enjoyed a big meal at the table, he watched over Lele and Yaya without causing trouble. Yaya is the daughter of Su Yanhong and Zhang Jihua. They found it hard to choose a name for their child, and since Fu Lele has become a popular name, they decided to give their daughter the nickname Yaya. On the second day of the new year, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miaomiao took pork and candies to visit their godmother, Wang Guixiang. After the spring festival, the 2 brave men, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya, returned from the army on leave with good news. They had earned great military honors during the holiday and are now waiting for promotions. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miaomiao can finally join them in the warm southern region with the troops. That evening, the families gathered for a hot pot dinner. After dinner, Fu Hanya and Lu Yunting cleaned up the kitchen and then took Yi Miaomiao and their daughter Lele home. Anan, knowing his parents hadn't seen each other for a long time, had some secret sweet words to share. After his bath, he went to his small bed early to sleep. Once everything was settled, Lu Yunting returned to the master bedroom, picked up his wife, who was blow-drying her hair, and gently pressed her onto the sofa. Their sweet kiss quickly filled the room with warmth. It's been a long time since they last had such a moment. Their recent trip to Jing City was quite dangerous, and Lu Yunting hardly had a chance to enter his space. When he did, it was only briefly just to see his wife and children. Compared to their smooth experience, Fu Hanya and Yi Miaomiao's couple life was more complicated, especially with their clever daughter Lele constantly bothering them. After patiently playing with their daughter for over an hour, Yi Miaomiao finally lost her patience. She pointed her finger at the little girl and warned, "Are you going to sleep tonight? If you don't, believe me." Both mother and daughter are water elemental abilities users, but Fu Lele's power is much weaker than Yi Miaomiao's. So, regardless of their relationship, Fu Lele naturally feels scared of Yi Miaomiao's strong energy. Fu Lele was so anxious she shouted, "Dad," and kept trying to crawl into Fu Hanya's arms. Yi Miaomiao was amused and angry. She reached out and took the little girl into her arms. "All right, Fu Lele, I stay with you every day. Your dad just got back and you immediately call him Dad. Are you trying to rebel against me?" Realizing her mom might be genuinely jealous, Fu Lele quickly called out again, "Mom." Seeing that she was being sensible, Yi Miaomiao decided to forgive her. She gently placed her back into Fu Hanya's arms. "Listen to your dad and go to sleep. Do you hear me?" Fu Lele was indeed tired from playing. She opened her big, shiny eyes, looked at her mom and yawned. After taking his daughter out, Fu Hanya secretly talked to her. "Lele, you must listen to your mom in the future. In our family, she's the boss. Do you understand?" Fu Lele knew she was the second in the family, so she closed her eyes in front of her dad, who was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Seeing her adorable, sleepy face, Fu Hanya's heart as a father melted. His daughter was truly adorable. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, then turned to find his wife. A month later, both Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya received their promotion and transfer orders. They were promoted to Commander Lu and Commander Fu and transferred to the Yongqing Military District. Meanwhile, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miaomiao also resigned from their jobs at the school and the police station. It was spring at this time. Various rare wild vegetables on the back mountain were growing wildly. The family went into the mountains to pick wild vegetables and hunt for 3 days straight, filling their spaces with a harvest. They didn't know when they would be able to come back again. 1 week later, amid the heartfelt goodbyes from family and friends, the 2 families boarded a train to Guangzhou. In just over 3 years of living here, they realized how hard it was to leave. They had booked a private compartment, so they didn't encounter any strange passengers on the way. After closing the door, each family went into their own space with their children. Although it was still a familiar place, thinking about never returning to the village after leaving made Shen Yunxin feel very sad. A caring little boy, Anan, noticed his mother's downcast mood. He walked over and hugged her leg. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you sad? Seeing her son's gentle and caring face, Sun Yunxin felt a bit better. She thought, who says sons aren't as thoughtful as daughters? Her son was also a warm little comfort. She bent down and picked him up from the ground, explaining Mom's fine. I just feel a little sad about leaving our home in the village with you and Dad. After thinking for a moment, the little boy said, Mom, isn't the place where our family of 3 is together our home? And my sister and godparents will still be with us in the future. And Un is right. As long as our family of 3 is together, that's home. Lu Yunting brought over a plate of fruit, set it down, and then gently hugged his wife and child, holding the weight of the child with his arms. Anan, close your eyes first. Reluctantly, Anan closed his eyes. But even with his eyes shut, he could still hear the sounds. Sigh. Every time his parents kissed in front of him, they always try to hide it from him. After tenderly kissing his wife, Lu Yunting softly comforted her. Feeling better now? Sun Yunxin blushed and said, in front of the kids? They're growing up now. You're not allowed to do that anymore. Lu Yunting smiled and handed the fruit plate to Anan. Go find your sister and share these fruits with her, okay? Anan obediently took the plate and turned to leave the space, giving his parents some privacy. When he reached the train compartment, he called out loudly, Godfather, Godmother, if Lele wants to play with me, you can bring him out. Inside the space, Fu Hanya and Yi Miao Miao were struggling to figure out how to take care of their mischievous daughter. Unexpectedly, Anan appeared just in time, like a sudden rain shower. It was really great. Yi Miao Miao didn't want to see this clingy daughter even for a second. She quickly handed the little girl to Fu Hanya, saying, hurry and take her outside to Anan. Fu Hanya looked down at his daughter's puffed cheeks and gently kissed her, comforting her. Lele, Mom and Dad love you the most. Lele gave her dad a big eye roll and said sarcastically, Humph, the ones who love the most are you too. I am never your favorite. Fu Hanya carried his daughter out and handed her to Lele, saying, thanks, Lele. Your godfather and godmother will make it up to you later. Lele is a little drama queen. After Fu Hanya left, she put away her spoiled act when facing Anan. You've been with your parents for so long. You must be thirsty. Have some strawberry juice, he said kindly, offering her a bottle. Lele happily sipped her juice and then looked at Anan with a helpless expression. You know, why do Dad and Mom want to be alone together every day? Anan easily understood her gaze and thought for a moment before replying. Because they are happy. When they are alone, they do things that make them even happier than being with us. Lele asked, so, if they are happy, why did they bother to have us? Anan paused, noticing Lele's proud little eyes. Little genius, you finally got me stumped, huh? Haha. He reached out and pinched her nose, saying, all right, just let you win this time. Lele looked at him happily and proudly. I'm very competitive. You have to let me win every time in the future, okay? Anan didn't bother arguing with her. Lele finished her juice and looked at Anan across from her, feeling bored. Ugh, so boring. I want to see my brother build with blocks. Anan reached into the space to get his toys. The train traveled for 3 days and 2 nights before finally arriving in Yangcheng. Lu Yunting held Anan, Fu Hanya carried Lele, and Sun Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao, 2 close friends, walked hand in hand. As the 2 families stepped out of the train station, they saw the people there to pick them up. Shun Jiqing and Yi Jiqing over here. It was actually Zhong Qingqing. Although the 3 of them were also here, didn't they say in the letter that they would come to pick them up personally? They were surprised with such a big welcome. Sun Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao ran ahead first. Qingqing, why did you come personally? A month ago, I heard you were coming here. I've been looking forward to it. How could I not come myself? The 3 sisters held hands happily and jumped in place. The person driving the military vehicle to pick them up was Zhong Qingqing's boyfriend, Sugua. He walked over, took the luggage from Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya, and said, welcome to the Yangcheng Military District. From now on, we are brothers fighting side by side. After getting the car, Zhong Qingqing took out 2 lunch boxes. She opened the lids, and the smell filled the car instantly. She explained, these are local specialties, mangoes and pineapples. The pineapples are great for making fried rice. So, delicious. Shui and Shuer are at home preparing a welcome feast for you. There are also many seafood dishes. Lunch today will definitely satisfy your appetite. The women and children chatted about food, while the three men talked about the military district along the way. After 3 hours of driving, they finally arrived at the military district. Zhong Qingqing showed them the staff housing. Your two families are neighbors, but unfortunately, you're not close to our three families. We've already cleaned the houses for you. You just need to gradually add some furniture. Although the apartment building was a simple, old-style block that Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao didn't like much, the rooms inside were very clean and well-lit, not too bad. Zhong Qingqing said, "All right, you can rest for now. Be sure to come to our place for lunch at 12 o'clock. After closing the door, Shen Yunxin and her son looked around all the rooms. It was a two-bedroom, one living room apartment with a kitchen and bathroom. Luckily, these weren't shared spaces, and it was a bit better than they expected. Lu Yunting started organizing the luggage they brought into the rooms. Shen Yunxin took her son to the space to wash up. She changed into light summer clothes and felt much cooler all over. When she came out of the space, she saw that the efficient Lu Yunting had already made the bed. The empty rooms suddenly felt warm and homely. Shen Yunxin walked over and hugged him from behind. "Husband, you're really amazing." Lu Yunting turned his head but didn't see his son follow him. He pressed his lips and said, "My wife should reward me." Shen Yunxin smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. They kissed, and in the next moment, the man directly took her into a different space. And in another room, listened to the sounds and was already used to it. The military district was very large. By 11:30 a.m., both families left together to go to the residential building where Zhong Qingqing and the others lived. Sure enough, there was a big, delicious welcome feast with meat, seafood, and various mountain delicacies sent from the production team. Unfortunately, Lele could only drink milk now, and could eat these foods with the adults. 5 families gathered around a lively table. The warm celebration quickly eased the loneliness of being new here, and the toast made everyone feel like they had returned to a youth camp. The next day, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya borrowed a small truck from the logistics department. The two families set out together to buy furniture in the city. In fact, many pieces of furniture could be taken directly from the space. They often stayed inside the space, so the house in the residential building only needed simple decoration. The family spent the whole day in the city, visiting many famous spots in Yangcheng and trying lots of delicious food. Shen Yunxin thought that in a few years, this land would be the first to welcome the spring breeze of reform and opening up. She believed she could make a fortune doing anything here. She liked this place. But the days when she could earn money here were still far away. After a few days of playing with Yi Miao and losing their novelty, they started to feel a bit bored. There was a small fabric factory in the military district where the family stayed. All military spouses, without jobs, were assigned to work there. Li Shuer, Zhong Qingqing, and Li Shui all worked inside. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao naturally didn't want to work on assembly lines. They were very lucky because they both had formal jobs before coming here. They had already submitted transfer requests, so during the period when they weren't assigned work, no one pressured them to find a job. They were now waiting for the leaders to assign suitable jobs. However, Zhong Qingqing said such opportunities were very rare. Otherwise, with their education, none of the three would have ended up working in the factory as laborers. In the evening, Shen Yunxin prepared the dishes. Lu Yunting finished work and brought food from the cafeteria. When he got home, he put on an apron to cook. During dinner, he looked at his wife and said, "I heard that the army kindergarten will soon have a spot for a new teacher. Do you want to go? If you do, I can help you arrange it." Shen Yunxin said she didn't want to be a kindergarten teacher. She shook her head and replied, "I'd rather stay at home with Anan than take care of that group of kids. Anan is much more sensible and easier to take care of." Lu Yunting looked at his wife with guilt. "At first, I just wanted you and the kids to come with me. I didn't think it would be hard for you to find a good job here." Shen Yunxin reached out and patted him. "It's okay. We can wait for the right job. The most important thing is that our family can be together anytime now." Yes, Lu Yunting was truly comforted by his wife's words. Next door, Yi Miao Miao also refused the idea of joining the arts troupe as a young soldier. She fondly remembered her days working casually and happily as a police officer at the Progress Commune. She decided to stay at home with Lele, who was only 1 year old. She couldn't bear to send him to the military district kindergarten to be looked after by nannies. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao spent a year at the military district raising their children while unemployed. Luckily, the district was not far from Yang City, so they could take the military shuttle every day to the city for fun. That year, they spent the new year at the military district. Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya finally didn't have to go on missions. The families gathered happily to celebrate a lively and warm reunion. At the end of the year, there was a military officer transfer. After the holiday, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao finally got the jobs they wanted. Shen Yunxin became a primary school teacher at the children's school. Yi Miao Miao took a position as an archivist at the political department. Then turned 3 and went to kindergarten to help take care of 2-year-old Fu Lele, which made Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya very relieved. Time passed quickly. Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya were promoted to company commanders. In the blink of an eye, Enin and Lele started first grade. However, Shen Yunxin didn't teach first grade. She was still far from 6th grade. Both Enin and Lele were very smart in their studies. They had been earning small red flowers every year since kindergarten. However, Lele still perfectly inherited her mother's personality. She is a fiercely righteous and hot-tempered little girl. During the afternoon break, Lele finally couldn't hold back and confronted a small, overweight classmate she had disliked for a long time. With a loud bang, Zhang Hao's chubby body was knocked away from a weak girl student. Zhang Hao fell heavily onto the ground, landing on his backside. At the same time, a drop of water shot out from Fu Lele's fingertip and hit Zhang Hao in the groin. This caused Zhang Hao to scream loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the 1st and 2nd grade teachers. What are you doing? Zhang Hao, what happened to you? Xue Xiaoxue ran over to ask the person who had hit him. Huang Wan tried to help Zhang Hao up, but he kept clutching his groin and rolling on the ground. It hurts so much. It hurts so badly. As a military wife, Huang Wan immediately guessed where Zhang Hao was hurt when she saw him covering his private area. She was startled. Zhang Hao was a troublemaker, the son of the new leader Zhang Tuan, and his mother was very doting on him, making him hard to deal with. Huang Wan thought about her own husband working under Zhang Tuan and suddenly became angry. Everyone stop hiding. Zhang Hao is badly hurt. Who is the child without manners that beat him like this? Step forward now. Fu Lele hadn't planned to hide. When she heard someone say she lacked manners, she immediately jumped out. Who are you calling uncivilized? I think the most uncivilized person here is you. Yes, exactly. The students in class 1 of grade 1 usually obey Lu Yunchao, and since Fu Lele was under Lu Yunchao's protection, they were willing to stand up for her. Lu Yunchao saw that the situation was still manageable, so he turned around and ran to find his mother, because he knew only adults could help fix this mess. He hurried to the classroom of grade 6, class 1. Mom, Lele had an accident. At this moment, Shen Yunxin was discussing the midterm exam questions with other teachers. When she heard her son say that her daughter was in trouble, she immediately put down her pen and went outside. What exactly happened? Lu Yunchao is a clever little boy. He glanced at the other teachers in the classroom and confidently stood at the door, saying, "It's because our classmate Zhang Hao bullied a child of a martyr." Lele saw that the girl being bullied was very pitiful and helped her fight Zhang Hao. Now, teacher Huang Wan from 2nd grade wants to stand up for Zhang Hao and get rid of Lele. Sure enough, when the other teachers heard that a martyr's child was being bullied, they all came out angry and said they didn't want to stand by and do nothing. That Huang Wan, I know her. She teaches 1st grade, and I also know Zhang Hao, who is in the same class. Huang Wan's husband works under Zhang Hao's father. But she went to defend a scoundrel who bullied a martyr's child. She really has no conscience. Shen Yunxin saw that her son easily stirred up the crowd's anger with just a few words. The public opinion was now basically in their hands. She was very proud to have such an excellent son. But when Shen Yunxin and the teachers who came to support them arrived, they heard that Huang Wan had already taken Zhang out of the medical room, and Fu Lele was also taken away by their homeroom teacher, Xue Xiaoxue. Hearing this, Sun Yunxin's heart clenched. These two opportunistic military wives were just too much. She immediately led people to the medical room. Lu Yunchao was more cautious. He turned around to find the girl who had been bullied. At this moment, Lin Xiaochao had indeed curled up and hidden in the last row of the classroom. Lu Yunchao approached her. This might be your only chance to fight back against Zhang Hao. Do you want to give up? Lu Yunchao wasn't telling her to testify for Fu Lele, but to tell her she could take revenge. That was very tempting. But my dad is gone. Now, I can only rely on my mom working here to support me. I really don't want my mom to be driven out by them, sob. Lu Yunchao's eyes showed some impatience as he fixed his gaze on the hesitant girl. Remember, no matter how small your dad was as a military officer, he was a martyr's child. No one in this military district can openly bully you and your mother. If you take this chance to act pitiful and fight for yourself today, no one will dare to bother you again in the future. Lin Xiaochao raised her head and looked firmly at Lu Yunzhao, the bright young boy like the sun. Okay, I believe you. Good, now come with me to the infirmary. Lu Yunzhao turned and walked away. Meanwhile, inside the infirmary, everything was in chaos. This was because Zhang Hao's strong-willed grandmother, Zhang Leopozi, had arrived. Fortunately, Sun Yunxin came with her, or else Fu Lele would have suffered a big loss today at the hands of this domineering grandmother. That little brat, you dare hit my grandson? I tell you, my son is a squad leader and my little grandson is the only child in our Zhang family. If anything happens to Hao Hao today, I will hang a rope at your door. I don't believe I can't deal with your family. Fu Lele was so angry her eyes looked like those of a small beast. She wanted to use her water-based supernatural power, but Sun Yunxin quickly held her back. Old lady, do you think you're a ghost? Threatening people casually, saying you'll hang yourself. You, Zhang Leopozi thought the other person would be a meek person, but she was surprised when she was called a ghost right away. She really dared to curse. Sun Yunxin kept talking. Let me tell you, your grandson Zhang has been beating and bullying the daughter of a hero at school. My goddaughter is helping her seek justice. This is also protecting the reputation of a large military district. I don't care if your son is a squad leader or a division commander. Does that give him the right to bully the hero's daughter? Next to her, Huang Wan didn't expect that the usually fierce Zhang Leopozi would be knocked out after just one exchange with Sun Yunxin. She was so angry she stepped forward and whispered in the old lady's ear. Zhang He might have been hurt badly. Good, you shameless girl. How dare you hurt my grandson? Today I won't let you get away with it. Zhang Leopozi was so angry she suddenly looked as strong as a bull and lunged toward Sun Yunxin. Sun Yunxin knew that the rural grandmother was very strong, so she also used her strength to push her away. But after pushing her out, she saw the old, sturdy woman stumble several steps, which made her a little nervous. She suspected the grandmother was trying to fake an injury.
Fulele snorted.
Just as Zhang Leopozi was about to fall, she shot out a drop of water that hit the grandmother's backside. Oh no, my bottom! Mrs. Zhang immediately forgot about trying to complain and loudly shouted while holding her but in pain. Huang Wan, standing nearby, was stunned. At this moment, Lu Yunchao arrived with Lin Xiaochao. Following Lu Yunchao's hint, Lin Xiaochao ran over, knelt in front of Mrs. Zhang, and tearfully pleaded, "It's my fault, all my fault. I really know I was wrong. Please don't bully me and my mom anymore. I know my dad has passed away. Now my sister, brother, and I can only rely on my mom." Boo-hoo! Mrs. Zhang looked confused and felt very annoyed. She cursed loudly. You little brat, why are you crying in front of me? Are you pretending to be sad? Someone couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to pull Lin Xiaochao up. Mrs. Zhang, please show some respect to our student. Her name is Lin Xiaochao. Her father was a hero. She's the classmate your grandson has been bullying. Look at how thin and weak she is. Do you think it's right to hurt her? Mrs. Zhang wanted to yell back, but another person approached and said, I am Wang Li, the wife of Commander Yan, and also the principal of the military district school. Your family's Commander Zhang is also one of my soldiers. Mrs. Zhang finally was silenced. Huang Wan's face turned pale. Thinking of Xue Xiaoxue, who is the first-grade class teacher, she quickly went to bring her over. After calming the situation, Wang Li looked at the pitiful Lin Xiaochao and asked, "Why do you think Zhang Hao bullied you? How did he usually treat you?" Lin Xiaochao secretly glanced at Lu Yunqiao and said, "Zhang Hao's been bullying me for over a month. It's because my family is poor and I don't have a father who is a leader. My dad has also died. At first, he openly spread rumors at school that I am a child without a father." Mrs. Zhang still didn't realize how serious the situation was and even shouted back, "Your dad is dead, so you don't have a dad." "My grandson was right," Wang Li said. "Someone, hold this old comrade down, and go tell Commander Zhang to come here quickly." 2 soldiers came over and followed Wang Li's instructions. Lin Xiaochao was very happy to see Mrs. Zhang being restrained. She never thought today someone would finally listen to her. Recalling Lu Yunqiao's instructions, she continued, "Zhang Hao's been touching me recently, starting about a week ago. I found out he was secretly looking at those comic books, and he's been hiding that comic book at the very bottom of his school bag." Wang Li sensed that the situation was becoming very serious. Not only was the Zhang family bullying a child of a hero, but they might also be secretly keeping forbidden books. She immediately called over a young soldier. "Go to the school quickly and find that comic book," just like Lin Xiaochao said. Only Shen Yunxin, present at the scene, realized how serious the situation was. She knew that this time, Zhang's family didn't need Lu Yunting or Fu Hanya to act. This bad family was already doomed. To be safe, Lu Yunqiao secretly followed the soldier who went to get the book and also ran there. Fortunately, the soldier saw it was a forbidden book and didn't hesitate. He took the comic book and headed straight to the medical room. At this moment, Captain Zhang also arrived running. When he saw the comic book, he felt like the sky was falling. He immediately went inside, pulled Zhang Hao out, who was seeing the doctor, and demanded answers. "You little troublemaker, you actually secretly looked at this kind of book. Where did you get it?" As he spoke, he started hitting Zhang Hao hard. Zhang Hao jumped and cried out, "Dad, I was wrong. I really didn't look at this kind of comic book. I don't know where it came from." However, the honest soldier gave Wang Li a very certain look. Wang Li thought they were just acting and was so angry she shouted, "Enough! Captain Zhang, if you want to discipline your son, take him home to do it. As for your son Zhang Hao, he has been expelled from our school. Also, your family needs to compensate Lin Xiaochao for emotional distress and nutritional costs." After saying that, she looked at the young girl Fu Lele with admiration. "Lele, you did a brave thing. Next Monday, our school will publicly commend you, give you a certificate, and award you a big red flower. Yay! Justice forever." Fu Lele, who received recognition, was overjoyed. Lu Yunqiao looked at his mischievous sister with a mixture of helplessness and affection. If he hadn't gone with his mother to the scrap collection station and happened to find such a comic book, the Zhang family might still be struggling today. However, his little tricks were seen through by his own father by evening. After dinner, Lu Yunting called the child outside. "Tell me, what exactly is going on with that comic book in your classmate's backpack?" Lu Yun was a bit nervous when facing his father. He said, "I suspect that the new leader, Captain Zhang, has serious character issues. Ever since Zhang Hao joined our class, he's been bossy and bullying classmates. I just used his own methods to deal with him." Lu Yunting sat in front of him and explained carefully, "Bullying the weak is bad, but his father is a brave soldier who fought on the battlefield for the country and people. Using just a comic book to judge Captain Zhang's entire life is unfair." Lu Yun said, "When I say Captain Zhang has character problems, I mean he might be working with enemies." Lu Yunting was surprised. "How do you know that?" Lu Yun replied, "I guess based on Zhang Hao's usual behavior. His father was a company commander in the Northwest for many years. He isn't an only child. His family is quite traditional and prefers boys. When his father was a company commander, he hadn't divorced his mother yet. He has 7 older sisters who were raised in the countryside. His father only recently became a battalion commander, and after that, he divorced his mother. Now, his father was suddenly transferred to be a regimental commander, which seems suspicious." At this moment, Fu Hanya also came over. That's right. Xiaonan is getting smarter as she grows up. Lu Yun's little expression showed a bit of pride. Fu Hanya said to Lu Yunting, this new Captain Zhang probably has some issues. Miao Miao is already tracking him with her water-type abilities. After Captain Zhang took his son home, he was frantic, worried that his whole future might be ruined over a comic book. He quickly tried to contact the benefactor who had always supported him. 3 days later, unaware of the situation, Captain Zhang finally arranged a meeting with a contact. Fu Hanya and Lu Yunting, along with another military district leader, caught the two at the scene. Captain Zhang, and you, the person with him, please surrender. The contact person, wearing a black veil, immediately turned and ran. Quick, protect me and get me out of here, or I'll be caught and you'll be finished. The stunned Captain Zhang instinctively aimed his gun at his comrades nearby, ready to follow the order. Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya, both from special operations teams, each dodged 2 bullets and then chased after the contact person. One captured Captain Zhang, and the other caught the contact person alive. Fu Hanya immediately tore off the contact person's veil, revealing a face that was surprisingly familiar, another familiar face from the military district. After bringing the person back for questioning, it was discovered that the enemy agents Captain Zhang was working with belonged to the military government on the neighboring island. This betrayal by Captain Zhang and his collusion with the enemy had a very bad impact on the entire military district. Because he had been working with the enemy for many years, he was sentenced to death. Young Zhang Hao, being too young, was sent to a juvenile detention center. After investigation, it was confirmed that Zhang's mother, who was over 80, was innocent and had no involvement in her son's dealings with the enemy. She was sent back to her rural hometown in the northwest. However, once the news spread that her son was an enemy agent, her days in the village would not be easy. The villagers might even dig up their family grave to vent their anger. As for the 2 teachers at the school who had shown favoritism and flattery, they were severely criticized and dismissed. When they tried to apply for other positions in the military district, no department dared to hire them. Not only did they lose their jobs, but their husbands in the military also suffered, making it hard for them to lift their heads. Soon, their husbands sent them back to their hometowns. This time, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya successfully uncovered the major problem of the military district, Captain Zhang. They made a great contribution. However, since both had just been promoted to company commanders, they couldn't advance further for now. Their families, however, became famous because of this big event that shook the entire military district. Fu Leilei's act of bravery was highly praised, and now all the children in the military district looked up to her as a role model. At the school, there was a selection for the head of teaching. Wang Li immediately thought of Shen Yunxin. Since Shen Yunxin had been leading her class to excellent academic results since she started teaching, Wang Li considered her a strong candidate. But because Captain Lu's family had recently gained a lot of attention, Wang Li decided to wait until after the midterm exams to see Shen Yunxin's students' test scores before making a decision. Soon, the results of the 6th grade midterm exams were announced. Shen Yunxin's 6th grade class once again achieved the highest average exam score in the school's history, which made Wang Li more confident in Shen Yunxin's teaching skills. The news that Shen Yunxin was about to be promoted to the school's director of education spread secretly. Although it was kept quiet, some military wives sensed the power behind it. Additionally, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya had become well known across the military district for uncovering enemies within the army. Many officers in the district wanted to build good relationships with them. When the midterm exam results for 6th grade came out, Shen Yunxin's house was almost overwhelmed by these military wives. They all rushed to thank Shen Yunxin for teaching their children so well. Coincidentally, Captain Fu's family lived next door. After thanking Shen Yunxin, these women eagerly wanted to go next door to learn from classmate Fu Leilei. Yi Miao Miao, tired from being noisy all day, had a headache. The next day was the weekend, so she took Fu Leilei and Shen Yunxin along with Lu Yunchao to go shopping in the city. It was summer 1976, and the streets of Yangcheng were lively. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao hadn't been to the city for a long time. They felt there were many things they wanted to buy, but shopping with children didn't feel as fun. After a hearty breakfast, They looked at the two children who might delay their plans and said, "Why don't you go watch some TV dramas in the space?" Fu Lele was the first to refuse. "I don't want to watch those dramas. I want to stay with you." Yi Miao Miao, tired of coaxing her mischievous daughter, looked at her well-behaved and sensible godson and said, "And why don't you take your sister to the library? Mom and I will come find you after we're done." Shen Yunxin gently crouched down and tenderly stroked Fu Lele's fluffy little head. "Good girl. Go to the library with your brother, okay?" Fu Lele wanted to pout and act spoiled, but when she saw her mother's threatening look, she immediately took a step back and held Lu Yunchao's small hand. "Okay, I'll stay with my brother." Finally, it was settled. Yi Miao Miao looked at her little ancestor and let out a relieved sigh. They took a bus and first sent the two children to the library. Yi Miao Miao watched Lu Yunchao's small, steady, and well-behaved figure and felt very reassured. She looked at Shen Yun Xian beside her and said, "Your little Thenan has been calm, quiet, sensible, and understanding since he was born. It was this kid who confused me, which is why I decided to have Fu Lele, this mischievous little troublemaker." Shen Yun Xian also really liked her worry-free son. She smiled and said, "He looks more like his dad, so both father and son are good at making me feel at ease. Your Lele looks like you, but she also resembles the healed version of you from when you were a child." Yi Miao Miao, both doting and helpless, said, "Yes, she really looks like me when I was young, but she is too lively. Every night, her favorite mischievous thing is to fight with her dad. If she didn't look so much like me, I would have thrown her out long ago. In fact, Lele cares deeply about you and Fu Hanyi," Shen Yun Xian mentioned, recalling how Lele had impulsively threatened to hang herself at her grandmother Zhang's house last time.
Yi Miao Miao was touched by this.
"This little clever girl is so impulsive. When she was still in my belly, why didn't she absorb more of my water-type powers? I don't know who will protect her after 100 years, me or Fu Hanyi." Shen Yun Xian gently patted her friend's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, she has an older brother, and is only a year older than her, and he can protect her for a lifetime." Yi Miao Miao nodded and said, "Yes, I also think your little guy is very reliable." In a place where adults couldn't see, Lele's small hand was held by Lu Yunchao. She was quiet and well-behaved, like a beautiful, delicate doll. Sometimes she would coquettishly pester Lu Yunchao, who would respond with gentle patience, fulfilling all her small requests. Shen Yun Xian and Yi Miao Miao, two best friends, went shopping wildly at the mall. They also visited a Chinese overseas store and found many good foreign products. Finally, they went to a distant black market to buy fresh, cheap farm produce and seafood. They immediately put the seafood they bought at the black market into their space and instructed the men at home to prepare everything. Tonight, they planned to have a seafood feast. Thinking of how long it had been since they last dined with Zhong Qingqing and others, tonight was a perfect chance to gather. However, the black market was too remote. They had so much fun shopping that when they returned, they missed the last bus back to the city. Shen Yun quickly used a space communication device to tell Lu Yunting about this terrible situation. Lu Yunting gently comforted her. "Don't worry. Fu Hanya and I are going to borrow a car now, then we'll each go to pick up you and the children." Meanwhile, at the library with the two little ones, Fu Lele spent the whole afternoon eating and drinking with Lu Yuchao. When she got tired, she leaned on Lu Yuchao and fell asleep. Lu Yuchao has been used to taking care of his clingy sister since he was young. He finally had some free time to read a book seriously. When the sunset outside the window shone on the table, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why haven't their loving moms come back yet? The library was almost closing, and people around them were gradually leaving. The librarian finally noticed them. Worried that Fu Lele might wake up suddenly and get scared, Lu Yuchao gently woke her up early and wiped the drool from her mouth. The librarian approached them kindly and politely said, "Little friends, the library will close soon. Are your parents coming to pick you up?" Lu Yuchao nodded politely and said, "Thank you, ma'am. My parents might be delayed because they ran into something. Can we stay here a little longer?" "Of course, no problem. You can stay here a bit longer. We also need to wait a little before we finish work." Fu Lele worriedly asked, "Will my mom and godmother encounter any trouble outside?" Lu Yichao knew the little girl was very worried about her mom. He patiently reassured her, "No, human traffickers don't usually kidnap adults." Fu Lele said, "Yes, I heard Wang Shaoer's mom was taken into the mountains by human traffickers." Lu Yichao remembered that Wang Shaoer's mom was a bit slow and like a child. He twitched his mouth and said, "Don't worry. Neither my godmother nor yours would ever let that happen. Moreover, the adults are experienced and have space to protect themselves." Fu Lele hugged Lu Yichao's arm and sighed softly. "These grown-ups are not as reliable as you, big brother." At dusk, Fu Hanya finally arrived at the library in a military vehicle. Fu Lele looked into the train car, but didn't see Meow Meow. She was so worried her eyes turned red. "Dad, where's my mom?" Fu Hanya walked over, picked her up from the ground, kissed her forehead, and comforted her. "Don't worry. Mom and them just missed the bus while they were outside. Your godfather is already driving to pick them up. We will meet them at the military area soon." Lele leaned into her dad's arms and complained softly, "The two grown-ups went to the countryside without us and my brother. They didn't even take us with them. That's not fair." Fu Hanya gently ruffled Lu Yunchao's hair with one hand. "Get in the car. We're going home." Lu Yunchao nodded and climbed into the back seat on his own. Fu Hanya wanted to put his daughter in the front passenger seat, but Lele suddenly had a new idea. "Dad, I want to sit with my brother." Fu Hanya looked at her suspiciously, a little disapproving. "Are you really trying to take this seat from your mom every time?" Lele pushed him away and ran off. He looked at her with a mix of helplessness and love for his mischievous little girl. After Lele sat in the back, she noticed her dad was watching her through the rearview mirror. She snorted and turned her head, curling up in her brother's arms. Suddenly, Fu Hanya started the car. Lu Yunchao instinctively reached out and hugged the playful Lele tightly. Two military vehicles arrived at the military area almost at the same time. Lele, with sharp eyes, saw Yi Meow Meow in the other car. She finally felt completely at ease. Lu Yunchao kindly helped her open the door, and she jumped out quickly. Mother and daughter, connected by heart, Yi Meow Meow also opened her door and came out, hugging her small daughter, who was jumping 3 feet high. She kissed her little face gently. Mom is here. They hadn't seen each other for most of the day. Now was the perfect moment for a loving mother and daughter. Their affectionate gestures made others envious. Lu Yunchao quietly walked over and stood calmly beside Shen Yunxin. Seeing her best friend's scene of holding her daughter, Shen Yunxin turned around to find her son. "And do you miss Mom?" Lu Yunchao quickly shook his head. "Don't hold me." Shen Yunxin looked hurt and asked, "Why?" "I'm feeling very heavy now," he replied. "Little guy, you hold a grudge, huh? Today, I insist on carrying you." Shen Yunxin thought her son was simply upset because she said he was heavy last time, so she picked him up anyway. When Lu Yunchao rested his head on Shen Yunxin's shoulder, he glanced awkwardly toward Fu Lele, noticing she wasn't paying attention to him. He then gently buried his head in his mom's neck and softly called out, "Mom." He really loved his mom. Shen Yunxin responded tenderly, feeling like she was back when her son was very small, and carrying him was so fun then. Lu Yunting was worried that his wife might find it hard to carry the child, so he walked over and helped support the child's bottom. Seeing the man approaching, Shen Yunxin moved closer to him. "Husband, I really feel like Enin has grown again. Next week, when you have time, let's take a family photo." Lu Yunxiao felt a faint sense of helplessness inside because his mom didn't mention that he had gained weight this time. "Okay," Lu Yunting said affectionately, looking at his wife with love. The two families stood happily at the gate of the military area, making a warm scene that made the little guard nearby very envious. "Captain Lu and Captain Fu, you two are really so happy," the little soldier watching said longingly. Fu Hanya turned to look at them and said, "If you want to get married someday, come back this new year and talk to your parents about finding a wife." Back at the apartment building, Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya both quietly slipped into the kitchen. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao took out the clothes and shoes they bought for the kids today and helped them try on. Lu Yunxiao, being a boy, didn't need fancy clothes, just ones that fit and could be worn comfortably. After trying on all the clothes and confirming they fit, he went to the kitchen to help his dads. Shen Yinxin and Yi Miao Miao mainly bought many small dresses for Fu Lele in various colors and styles, along with different pairs of little leather shoes. Fu Lele was tired from trying on all her new clothes, but under her mom's constant praise, she was so proud and happy that she kept trying on one outfit after another. Soon, after more than an hour of busy work in the kitchen, the men brought out a big bowl of seafood congee hot pot. Fu Lele smelled the delicious food and realized her stomach was growling loudly. She put down her unfinished clothes and ran to sit next to Lu Yunchao. Because her mother bought her many pretty clothes, hair accessories, and shoes today, she decided not to compete with her sister for their father's attention. She knew her brother could take good care of her. That evening, after Shen Yunxin and Lu Yunting shared a tender moment, she rested in his arms and said, "I feel like I might have to face a decision tomorrow. Whether to become the school's head teacher." Lu Yunting asked, "Don't you like the idea?" Shen Yunxin replied, "I think Principal Wang only noticed me because of your and Fu Hanya's help in catching the enemy's spies this time. The person who did the most work was Miao Miao. I somehow got lucky, but I never thought I could become a government official in our country. Will I really become an official like you someday?" Lu Yunting smiled and kissed her. "If you want to do it, go ahead. If this job makes you feel accomplished and happy, keep doing it. If not, you can quit anytime." The next morning was Monday. When Shen Yunxin arrived at school, she received many looks from the teachers, especially the military wives. She was called to see Principal Wang Li right away. "Congratulations, Teacher Shen. Since you joined our military school for children of soldiers, the students in grade 6 have shown steady improvement every year. Everyone can see that. So now, we want to elect you as the head teacher. You might have to work hard to help improve the overall teaching quality of the school, okay?" Shen Yunxin nodded seriously. "Thank you, Principal Wang, for trusting me. I will do my best to help improve our school's teaching quality." After saying this, Shen Yunxin felt a strong sense of responsibility. She believed that, thanks to her many years of modern education, she could definitely help raise the standards of the school. All the military spouses in the region saw their children's grades improve and sincerely admired Director Shen Yunxin, the young teacher. Yi Miao Miao was happy that her best friend found a job she loved, but she felt increasingly bored working in the archives. After the new year, it would be 1977, and society was about to open up. She decided to quit her job and try to experience what it was like to make big money. In the summer, Yi Miao Miao successfully resigned. She knew that soon the country would announce the resumption of college entrance exams. The most popular books on the streets and in libraries would be review materials. Since the market wasn't officially open for business yet, she had to do it secretly. After wandering the streets of Yangqing for a few days, she finally found some local people willing to do business with her. These people were smart but lacked money, so she decided to invest and have them handle the work. More than a month later, a small family-run printing workshop was set up. Yi Miao Miao only occasionally visited the factory to check on the progress and any problems during production. Once the first batch of study materials was printed, they sold out quickly. Seeing how popular the materials were, the workers in the printing shop worked tirelessly day and night to produce more. Yi Miao Miao sent a few copies of the materials to the Shangjing Commune's production team. However, Su Yanhong and her friends, who were busy making clothes and selling them, were making so much money that they had no time to take exams. The college entrance exam held no appeal for them. Yi Miao Miao and Shen Yunxin had to send them another letter. They urged them to try their best. If they succeeded, they could also transfer their household registration to the city, which would bring more opportunities to earn money. After reading the letter, Su Yanhong and everyone else decided to take the exam. She always believed that listening to Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao's advice was the right choice. At this time, Sun Chuangui no longer forced the village's educated youths to work in the fields for credits. As the saying goes, blocking someone's future invites disaster, and he understood their strong desire to return to the city for exams. Zhou Baozhen was excited to finally return to the city. She had shed her old identity and immersed herself in studying day and night, buried in review materials. However, Su Yanhong still felt reluctant to stop earning money. She, Deng Yanan, Niu Monli, Li Qingqing, and Wu Huaichuan spent the day reading books and working overtime at night, staying up late to make clothes. At 9 p.m., Fu Hanyu truly cared about his wife's hard studying. He went to the youth commune to pick her up and found out that Niu Monli was still working late on her clothes. Did their family really need so much money? He quickly went over and gently took his wife away. After Niu Monli was forcibly taken, the women left in the house burst into laughter. Li Qingqing said, it's really important who you hang out with. Fu Hanyu has only ever been close to Fu Hanya since he was young. Fu Hanya is very romantic, and he still is now. Wu Huaichuan added, your Dolly is also quite romantic. In our village, there are only a few good men, and you've all taken them.
Li Qingqing lauga prudly.
Su Yanhong looked up at Deng Yanan, who had grown her hair long, and said, Yanan, you and Huai Chun must work hard to get into college. It's easier to find a partner after college. Deng Yanan replied, I think we're fine as we are now. I don't need to find a partner. Li Qingqing said, honestly, I don't really want to leave here either. I have 2 kids and their father here. I mainly took the exam just to join in the fun. If I pass, I might even sell my college spot. Wu Huaichuan listened to these relaxed comments from the women and quickly clasped her hands together, silently praying to the gods that she didn't think like that. Then she said to Li Qingqing, no matter what, I will go back to the city to find a partner. If you pass the exam and don't want to go, you must think of me first and sell me your spot. Li Qingqing smiled and said, if I sell it to you, it might be a bit more expensive. While Yi Miao Miao's small printing workshop was making a lot of money, the highly anticipated college entrance exams across the country finally arrived. Shen Yunxin, who only had a high school diploma, realized that her job would likely carry even greater responsibilities in the future. So, she decided to join the college entrance exam too. While the students went to take their exams, Yi Miao Miao turned around and used the money from selling study materials to make new investments. There are quite a few small, secret clothing workshops here. After wandering around the city with the money for a month, Yi Miao Miao finally found a target. It was a family-run tailoring shop with a couple and their 10 sons and daughters-in-law, all living harmoniously and skilled at making clothes. Besides the eldest son, who worked at the local street office, everyone else stayed at home making clothes every day. They also helped relatives nearby, managing them well. Although they sold their clothes secretly on the black market, their skills had been refined over more than 10 years. Yi Miao Miao valued their good quality clothes and honest, hardworking nature. She decided to invest in them. From now on, they would make clothes according to her designs. The finished clothes could be sold in stores and supply cooperatives like state factories. If they could produce more, they could also sell to the black market. The family was very happy. Being able to sell clothes in stores and cooperatives was a big deal. It was clear that Yi Miao Miao was someone important, almost like a lucky god visiting their home. After finalizing the partnership, Yi Miao Miao rode her bicycle home. When she reached her apartment building and stood in the corridor, she heard the happy cheers of several women. She knew that Shen Yunxin, Zhong Qingqing, Li Shuyi, and Li Shuer, who took the college entrance exam, had all passed. Zhong Qingqing was the first to see Yi Miao Miao standing at the door. She happily said, Miao Miao, you're back. That's great. All 4 of us got into Yangqing University. Shen Yunxin knew that Yi Miao Miao wasn't really interested in college. She went over, hugged her best friend's arm, and said, today is a good day. Let's have a meal together to celebrate. Let's go to the kitchen and see what delicious food we can prepare. 1 week later, they received a letter from Su Yanhong of the Progress Production Team. Thanks to the many school materials Yi Miao Miao sent back, quite a few people from the village took the exam this time. Niu Monli and Deng Yanan both got into Yangqing University. Zhou Baozhen and Wu Huaichuan scored a bit lower and were assigned to the Northwest, but they still planned to go. She, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Jihua didn't pass the exam and had to stay in the village. However, Zhang Jihua was now working with Fu Hanyu transporting goods at a steel factory, so their family's life was quite good in the village. In the future, Li Qingqing's family will definitely continue to stay in the village. They can always enjoy the best mountain delicacies outside. Now, Zhang Zihua, Fu Hanyu, and Jiang Xueshi often secretly transport mountain goods from the village to sell elsewhere. Many villagers are now living better. Even Sun Chuangui, a team leader, doesn't dare stop everyone from enjoying a good life, so he chooses to turn a blind eye. Everyone is busy with their own lives, and time quickly moves into the 1980s. Liu Yunting and Fu Hanya finally got promoted to regimental commanders in the military district. Their families moved into spacious and convenient family compounds. However, Shen Yinxin went to the city to attend university. She bought a small yard outside the school, so after classes, she could return there and reunite with her husband and son in her space. Sometimes, Yi Miao Miao comes to the city and doesn't want to leave, so she also stays there. Recently, the military wives in the district are worried about rising living costs. Their wages from the collective factory are decreasing. Seeing that their hometowns are opening up for small businesses, they don't want to stay with the military and prefer to go back. But their children and husbands are here, so they don't want to be separated. Shen Yinxin and Yi Miao Miao discussed and decided to open a clothing factory next to the military district since their clothing designs sell very well. They will bear all profits and losses themselves. Most importantly, this can help the military wives find jobs and improve their families' lives. Wang Li, who holds an important position in the military district, was approached with this plan. After learning about their motivation and carefully reviewing the business plan, she decided to fully support and help them set up the clothing factory. Soon, Wang Li set out with all the necessary documents to Beijing. Within a month, all business licenses were obtained. What are they waiting for? Shen Yinxin and Yi Miao Miao used their funds to quickly build the factory. 3 months later, the factory was completed. Yi Miao Miao traveled across the country to bring back various machines and equipment, which all arrived at the factory. The first batch of workers hired were all military wives who were no longer satisfied working at the military district factory. These wives wanted to earn money, were responsible and hardworking. Under Yi Miao Miao's leadership, the first batch of clothes they produced was sold out. Yi Miao Miao paid their wages based on a fixed salary plus piecework bonuses, which was much better than what they earned working in the collective factory at the military district. After earning money, they naturally became popular among all the military wives as a good example. That day, Shen Yinxin returned to the military family compound to rest during her day off. The men were still working at the army base. The 2 children went out to play. She and Yi Miao Miao decided to have a barbecue in the yard, as they hadn't had a family meal together for a long time. While they were picking and washing vegetables in the yard, a group of military wives heard they had returned and all rushed over to their family compound, each carrying some fruit. The crowd was noisy and pushed open the gate. "Boss Shen, Boss Yi, are you here? We're here to ask about jobs at the factory," they called out. Just hearing this title made Yi Miao Miao feel a headache coming on. If she didn't believe things would get better, she wouldn't doubt that these people might try to label them as capitalists. Shen Yinxin went over and opened the door. The crowd was so enthusiastic, they almost overwhelmed her. She quickly raised her hands to signal, "Everyone listen to me. Now is not the time to call us bosses. Please call us comrades." "Thank you, Director Shen. We just want to find jobs. We want to work at the factory you run," they said. "Director Shen, you are such a kind person. I heard that the factory next to our military district is specifically for providing jobs to us military wives. Honestly, we came today to ask for work," they explained. It was obvious they came to say hello and ask for jobs and wages, but they probably wouldn't work hard once they got the jobs. Yi Miao Miao couldn't stand their attitude anymore. She stepped out and loudly announced, "Stop labeling us. We don't have money to be the kind-hearted people you talk about. If you want jobs and wages, you have to work. Our factory pays well based on a fixed salary plus bonuses for completing tasks. But I have to be honest, if you can't even complete the basic tasks, we will deduct your salary. Also, if you want a job, go to the factory gate tomorrow and ask the manager to let you in for a trial. If you don't know anything and are unwilling to learn, neither Shin nor I can help you get a job." Yi Miao Miao spoke directly and clearly. Once the others understood, their faces showed displeasure. They looked down and remained silent for a moment. Then suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Comrade Yi, aren't the rules in your factory just the same old tricks used by landlords and capitalists? When you set up the factory near the military district, you clearly said it was to serve us military wives. Are you really using these rules to serve us?" Sun Yunxin recognized this troublesome military wife. Her 2 sons had been caught stealing and causing trouble at school multiple times. To catch the thief, you must catch the leader. Today, we must catch her and give her a good lesson. Otherwise, all these military wives will think they can easily manipulate us in the future. Sun Yunxin pushed through the crowd and walked over. She grabbed the woman's shoulder and deliberately said, "Are you the mother of Qin Long and Qin Kai?" As soon as she spoke, everyone remembered the troublemaking brothers Qin Long and Qin Kai. Their misdeeds had once caused a big scandal in the military district. Miao Tsuehua blushed with embarrassment. "Yes, I am. So what? My 2 sons have already learned their lessons. I'm not afraid." Seeing her reaction, Sun Yunxin smiled happily and continued, "Since you have doubts about our factory's rules and think we are bullying you, then come with us to see Principal Wang. You may not understand our explanation, but I believe you can understand what Principal Wang tells you." When others heard they were going to meet Wang Li, their sneaky plans were immediately exposed. Her 2 men are still colonels in the military district, but their men are nothing. Sun Yunxin is still the school's director of education. No need to guess how biased Principal Wang will be. They didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. A few people hurriedly apologized to Sun Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao, then quickly dispersed. Only Miao Tsuehua remained. She hurriedly and sincerely apologized. "Director Shen, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Tomorrow I will go with them to the factory entrance for an interview. If I don't get the job, I won't bother you again." Sun Yunxin loosened her arm and said, "Don't worry. Since we are all military spouses, I won't hold this against you. As long as you work hard, go to work honestly, and earn money through your labor, the factory gates will always be open for you." "Thank you, Director Shen and Comrade Yi," Miao Tsuehua said, then turned and ran away. Sun Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao returned to the yard, closed the door, and continued preparing the food for tonight's barbecue. In the evening, the children and the men coming home from work all arrived together. Yi Miao Miao saw that Fu Lele was covered in dirt from playing and looked like a little girl, so she scowled and took the girl back to wash and change clothes. In comparison, Lu Yunchao only smelled of sweat. He greeted Sun Yunxin and then went home to take a shower. Lu Yunting saw the prepared dishes in the yard. He went over and said affectionately to his wife, "Leave the rest to me. You should go rest with our son." Sun Yunxin saw that only the 2 of them were left in the yard. She tiptoed and kissed her husband's handsome face, then sweetly called out, "Husband." Lu Yunting looked at his wife with affection. He was starting to feel a little restless. 2 years later, the students from Sun Yunxin's graduating class finished university. Sun Yunxin naturally returned to the military district school as the head of education. Zhong Qingqing, Li Shiyi, and Li Shuer, who all had military family backgrounds, were assigned to various government offices in Yangcheng. Deng Yanan found a partner at school who was the child of a senior official in a government agency in Yangcheng. After graduation, Deng Yanan was also assigned to work in a government office. Her husband's parents initially looked down on Deng Yanan because of her age, but when they saw how diligent and smart she was in university and how highly her teachers evaluated her, they gave up their prejudice. After graduating from university, Deng Yanan married her partner. She didn't inform her family back home, but Sun Yunxin, Yi Miao Miao, Zhong Qingqing, Li Shiyi, and Li Shuer, along with their military husbands, all went to support her. Nyomonli was also assigned to a good job she liked in Yangcheng. Yi Miao Miao's business was growing bigger and bigger. She and Sun Yunxin, using the money Sun Yunxin gave her, invested in businesses all over the country. Currently, Fu Hanyu, Zhang Shui, and Zhang Zihua have formed their own transportation team. They are responsible for moving goods produced at Yi Miao Miao's factory to different parts of the country. Sometimes, if the routes align, they also deliver farm products from Shangjin Commune farmers to big cities for sale. Shangjin Commune has now become the wealthiest community nearby. One day, Sun Yunxin, feeling relaxed, was eating nuts sent from the Shangjin production team. Suddenly, she had a bold idea. Right now, Fu Hanyu and the others are just helping to transport farm products from the Black Land for simple trading. If they could help set up a food processing factory there to process nuts and grains before selling, and once their reputation grows, business owners across the country would naturally come to buy from them. Shen Yunxin discussed this idea with Yi Miao Miao, and they both agreed to invest in building a farm product processing factory. This is an important matter, so Yi Miao Miao decided to go there in person. Since it is winter break, Shen Yunxin plans to take her 2 children to visit their grandmother. They haven't been back to that village for nearly 10 years, and it's time to visit. When they mentioned this plan, the children's fathers also wanted to go with them. However, the military district is hosting a big competition soon, and it is about to start. Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao had to postpone their plans, waiting for the men's competition to finish before leaving. The military district is very lively because of the event. Besides top soldiers sent from various military districts, there are also female soldiers from the cultural troop acting as cheerleaders. After the competition, these female soldiers will perform arts and entertainment. In addition, important officials from different military districts have arrived, including some from Beijing. Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya, the 2 men, are the youngest and most capable leaders of the Special Operations Team in Yangcheng Military District, which is hosting the event. They have been very busy these days. Sometimes, they are so busy they don't even have time to eat. Playful and mischievous Fu Lele, wanting to bring delicious food to her dad, keeps running to the military base every day. One day, Fu Lele suddenly brought back a graceful but always worried-looking woman. Fu Lele directly led the person into the courtyard. She was afraid her mother and godmother might be in the space, so she stood in the yard and shouted loudly, "Mom, an old lady wants to visit our home." Shen Yunxin, Yi Miao Miao, and Lu Yunchao were all inside the space. When they heard Fu Lele's loud voice, they all came out. Lu Yunchao was the first to come out. Fu Lele pointed at him and introduced to the woman nearby, "Grandma, he is my best older brother." The woman eagerly looked at Lu Yunchao, but her eyes quickly showed a hint of sadness. How could this be? The 2 siblings gave her very different feelings. Usually, the boy would look more like their father, but she couldn't find any familiar features on this boy in front of her. Could it all be her imagination? Her heart sank like ice, and years of pain and guilt almost overwhelmed her. Lu Yunchao noticed the old woman's sadness and disappointment. He quickly explained, "Grandma, I am Fu Lele's neighbor and her older brother, not her biological brother." Hearing this, the woman's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Shen Yunxin and Yi Miao Miao also came out together. Yi Miao Miao said, "Hello, Grandma. I am Fu Lele's mother. May I ask what brings you here?" The woman looked around the yard and asked hurriedly, "Where's the child's father?" Yi Miao Miao shook her head. "He is the team leader. He has been busy training in the army recently." Zhang Wanwan sighed softly. She had endured too many disappointments. She crouched down again, gently and carefully tracing the shape of Fu Lele's lips and eyes through the air. She whispered sadly, "It really looks just like him." Yi Miao Miao was almost anxious for her sad mother-in-law. "Maybe I should take you to see your son's father now." As Zhang Wanwan was about to speak, a guard hurried over, panting. "Madam Fu, you're really here? Minister Fu has been looking for you." Zhang Wanwan was worried about making the old man worry. Over the years, she had often chased after shadows trying to find her son. She didn't want her father-in-law to be disappointed or upset again. She gently declined Yi Miao Miao, saying, "Sorry, my husband needs me urgently." "Since your husband is the team leader for this big competition, could you please introduce us to meet him when the time comes?" Yi Miao Miao didn't quite understand her mother-in-law's way of thinking. Just as she was about to meet her own son, she was surprised by this behavior. Shen Yun Xin watched Zhang Wanwan's back as she left and said, "Is she also being controlled by the story?" She remembered that in the novel, the male lead's reunion with his family was full of obstacles. The Fu family, who lost their son, refused to have more children or adopt. Now that they were old, their relatives from the Fu family tried to interfere when they learned about the male lead's existence. In the story, Those relatives kept blocking the male lead from reuniting with his family. Yi Miao Miao said indifferently, "Who cares about them? Fu Hanyi isn't obsessed with finding his family. He's already happy with the small family he built with me." Fu Lele tilted her little head in confusion. "Mom, godmother, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Yi Miao Miao gently ruffled her hair. "It doesn't matter if you understand now. Maybe in a couple of days you will." 2 days later, the big military competition finally arrived. As the family members of Lu Yunting and Fu Hanyi, Shenyun Xian, and Yi Miao Miao were given prime seats in the auditorium. Minister Fu, a high-ranking official from Beijing, was seated in the front row, in the best viewing spot, with his wife beside him. Lu Yunting and Fu Hanya led 2 teams in a coordinated performance on stage. Their faces were painted with camouflage, making it hard for anyone who wasn't close to them to recognize them. After the performance, they washed off the camouflage and sat down in the audience seats next to their wives. Fu Lele happily whispered, "Dad, you're so great, and Dad's so amazing too." Lu Yunting smiled kindly at his stepdaughter, who was holding a bowl of water, then gently patted his son's head. One hand was secretly holding his wife's hand under the chair. Fu Hanya also secretly clasped Yi Miao Miao's fingers, frequently turning his head to look at his wife, hoping for her praise. Thinking of her clever daughter nearby, Yi Miao Miao gave her husband a playful glare. "We'll talk about it tonight." Fu Hanya didn't expect to get praise, but since his wife mentioned it, he started to look forward to it. Suddenly, the hall dimmed slightly, accompanied by a loud sound effect. Fu Lele almost got scared and instinctively reached out to find her older brother. Lu Yunjing accurately reached out and gently held her soft little hand. Fu Lele smiled at him with relief. Finally, all the performances ended. Yi Miao Miao held Fu Hanya's hand, pretending she needed to go to the bathroom, but actually, she was taking him to meet his biological parents. It was a perfectly timed coincidence. Jiang Wanwan saw the young couple walking toward her and quickly tugged on the old man's sleeve. "Look, doesn't he look a lot like you when you were young?" Fu Yan thought his wife was hallucinating again, but when he looked up and saw Fu Hanya's youthful face clearly, he was stunned. Over the years, his wife had often shown them photos of their younger selves so they could recognize their grown son quickly. So, when Fu Yan saw Fu Hanya's young face, he recognized him immediately. He's our son." Jiang Wanwan, hearing the trembling voice of the old man beside her, quickly let go and walked over to Fu Hanya. "Son, you are my son." Fu Hanya heard someone calling him son. When he looked down, he saw a graceful, beautiful woman. When their eyes met, his heart was suddenly struck hard. He instinctively felt that this woman was his real mother. Yi Miao Miao saw the man looking stunned and knew that they probably recognized each other as mother and son. She wanted to quietly let go of his hand so they could have a proper reunion. Fu Hanya noticed her about to leave and quickly held her hand tightly. "Sorry, Miao Miao, I will go to the bathroom with you now." Yi Miao Miao didn't expect the man to misunderstand her. Jiang Wanwan looked at Fu Hanya walking away with pain in her heart. "Son, my son." Fu Yan also came over, with tears in his eyes, and said seriously, "Son, you are our son." After so many years, he saw a young man who looked very much like himself when he was young. It made him feel a strange, special connection in his blood. He was very sure that this young man, whom he was meeting for the first time, was his long-lost biological son. "Son, you are now the leader of this military district, right? When I first saw your surname, I felt it was very familiar. I secretly hoped you might be my son." Yi Miao Miao gently tugged on Fu Hanya's sleeve. Fu Hanya slowly turned to look at the 2 elders in front of him. "Are you Minister Fu from Beijing, by any chance?" Fu Yan nodded seriously. "Yes, I am. And I am also your biological father." Jiang Wanwan knew her son might find all this sudden and overwhelming. She carefully recalled the earliest memories with his son. "Is your hometown called Shangjing Commune, Xiangshang Production Brigade?" Fu Hanya's heart trembled as he nodded. Jiang Wanwan became even more excited. "That's right. I was born in that village. When I gave birth to you, I was in a car accident. I fainted after giving birth, and when I woke up, I was already in the hospital." I asked your father to go to the village to find you, but the people there said that at that time, a group of smug human traffickers was causing trouble nearby. They said you might have been taken by traffickers. I always felt that you were taken by someone from that village or the area around it. But there were so many newborns in the area, and we couldn't check all of them to find you. I'm sorry, son. Mom is sorry. Mom didn't protect you well. Jiang Wanwan cried painfully, almost losing her breath. Yi Miao Miao hurried over to support her fragile grandmother. She noticed her health was very poor and gave Fu Hanya a worried look. Fu Hanya felt a bit nervous. He quickly went over to help the woman and called out, "Mom." Fu Yan took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket, poured out 2 pills, and handed them over. "Don't worry, old lady. This is an old problem of hers, a lingering sadness from when she found out you were gone after you were born." After taking the medicine, Jiang Wanwan gradually calmed down. When she opened her eyes and saw herself resting in her son's arms, she smiled happily. Fu Hanya also felt warm inside. He had always imagined that his biological parents must be kind and loving. It turned out to be true. After the family was reunited, Fu Yan immediately decided to take a leave and delay returning to Beijing. Yi Miao Miao and Fu Hanya also brought the 2 elders to live in the military district's family compound. Fu Lele was overjoyed to learn she had 2 loving grandparents. She was so happy that she felt like she had gained 2 more caring family members. Meanwhile, the relatives in Beijing heard that Fu Yan had recognized his biological son. They started to act suspiciously and immediately called to remind Fu Yan not to act impulsively and to do a paternity test. Fu Yan was not naive. Over the years, he had ignored the actions of these relatives. But he would never tolerate anyone bullying his family. From now on, he would no longer allow them to mistreat his wife and son. He directly confronted them and openly rejected their suspicious suggestions over the phone. 1 week later, Yi Miao Miao secretly used spiritual spring water to help 2 elderly people who were not feeling well. Their health improved noticeably. They thought it was because they had accepted their biological son and let go of their worries, which made their bodies feel better. When they heard that the daughter-in-law wanted to visit her rural hometown during the New Year, which was the Xiangshang Production Brigade, Fu Yan and Jiang Wanwan decided to go with her. Yi Miao Miao knew this would happen, so she delayed telling them for a week until the elderly people's health was almost back to normal. This time, Shen Yunxin and Lu Yunting's family couldn't share the same compartment with Yi Miao Miao's group. However, Lu Yunting managed to get a whole compartment just for their family. Lu Yunting is now grown up. He no longer likes to join his parents in the crowd. He reads alone in the compartment. Soon, his sister Fu Lele also came over. Shen Yunxin was watching Lu Yunting farming in the space. As she started imagining their retirement life together when they were old, Lu Yunting finished planting and carried his wife back to the master bedroom. This man seemed to have endless energy. Shen Yunxin hugged his strong arm, feeling like she might be crushed by his strength. After their joyful time together, Lu Yunting gently put his beautiful wife to sleep and then got up to cook dinner. Fu Lele didn't want to eat the train meal with her parents and grandparents. Instead, she decided to have dinner with her godfather, godmother, and brother in the next compartment. 3 days later, they arrived at the village. Su Yanhong and Li Qingqing had already cleaned up their old yard thoroughly. They even used charcoal to heat the house, and the new bedding on the Kong was laid out. The hot water bottle was filled with hot water. In recent years, Su Yanhong's family built a bigger new house. Fu Hanya's family couldn't fit in, so Fu Yan and Jiang Wanwan's couple moved into her house. Unfortunately, the person who stole Fu Hanya years ago, Sun Xiaohua, fell ill and was bedridden during this winter. She was starved and frozen to death by her daughter-in-law. Fu Yan and Jiang Wanwan couldn't bring the law to punish a dead person. This time, they just came to see how their son had grown up. Yi Miao Miao did not forget her main task during this visit. She suggested that Fu Hanya accompany her parents to stroll around the village, while she went to discuss opening a food processing factory with local leaders and the commune officials. Fu Hanya naturally wouldn't let his wife handle such matters alone. Fu Yan and Jiang Wenyuan also decided to go with them. Fu Yan is now the minister of the business department. His daughter-in-law has a strong desire to start a big business, so how could he not support her? Moreover, he himself started from the grassroots and worked his way up. He knows the thoughts of local leaders very well. This place was also his first station as a grassroots leader. In the evening, the two families went together to Wang Guixiang's house for dinner. Wang Guixiang and his wife are getting older, but their family is thriving. Their two sons work in the city, while the other two follow Fu Hanyu in the trucking team. Their four daughters-in-law are working with Su Yanhong to make clothes, and they have now set up a small clothing factory in the village. Even their grandchildren are doing well in school. She and her husband are living very happily. Recently, her two adopted daughters came to visit her, making her very happy. After the new year, Fu Yan and Jiang Wenyuan returned to Beijing first. They plan to straighten out some unruly relatives in the family before their son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter come back to reunite. They don't want those annoying people to disturb their son and daughter-in-law's peace. After 1984, the country officially entered a period of rapid development. More and more people started doing business and trading across the country. Shen Yinxin and Yi Miaomiao sold all their ancestral family assets and invested everything into business, opening factories, shopping malls, and clothing stores. Their shopping malls and clothing stores became nationwide chains, and they partnered with foreign companies to set up factories in Pengcheng and Guangcheng. Knowing that land is always the most valuable and stable asset, they bought properties all over the country after making their money. They purchased top real estate in Yangcheng, Pengcheng, Hucheng, and Jingcheng. Once they had secured their empire, they entrusted the responsibility of protecting these assets to Liu Yunchao. After retirement, two couples chose to go on a long, immersive world trip together. When the four elderly people returned to China, they decided to go back to the Xiangshan Production Brigade, now called Xiangshan Village. The rural area has fresh air, beautiful surroundings, and very convenient transportation. The four of them decided to spend their remaining years peacefully in this place where they first gathered. When they heard they had returned, Su Yanhong, Zhong Qingqing, Deng Yanin, Niu Manli, Li Shui, and Li Shuer, along with their spouses, all came to see them. They also decided to spend their old age together. Liu Yunchao quietly provided medical and service resources to ensure these elders always received the best care. A dozen or so elders spent their days planting, watering flowers, drinking tea, fishing, and chatting. At night, each went home to be close to their wives and share warm conversations. No matter how much time passed, Shen Yunxin always liked to curl up in Liu Yanting's warm, broad, and strong arms when she slept. Even though they were both old with gray hair, Liu Yanting still enjoyed comforting Shen Yunxin to sleep, kissing her on the forehead, and expressing his love deeply.